Welcome back to another video. Don't mind this little tuft of hair. I'm filming this video as quick as I can because it's Monday and the launch is on Saturday. As you can tell by the title of this video, we need no introduction. It's another alphalete haul. This haul is mainly men's items. Girlies hold tight because it is more amplified dropping in June. Christiana's posted like a sneak peek thing, so I will pop it in here so you can see what colours are coming. If anyone's curious which colours I'm most excited for, the baby pink is giving me Pink Sands Alpha Lux top, like the vest top. If anyone remembers that, it was like August 2020 I think. Oh my god, it's reminding me of that, and that I've been waiting for an amplify in that sort of pink colour just for like Barbie vibes, so I'm very excited for that. And I'm excited for the purple because Alphalete never do purple, so those are the colours I'm most excited for. Let me know which ones you were excited for. By the way, for next month's amplified drop, because I know it's going to be June, with it being brighter colours, and to be honest, Alphalete have really still not fixed the lack of diversity when it comes to their athletes. Definitely getting there with the models, and I want to give like full credit to Kirby and Chelsea because they're fully in charge of that, but like the athlete side is so lacking. They still don't have, as far as I'm aware, they still don't have any dark skinned female athletes, so there's no dark skinned female athletes doing hauls. So you guys, some of you who've got deeper skin tones can't really see in like natural lighting, real life sort of imagery what those colours would look like on your skin tones. So because I know it's going to be amplified next month, I can try and conversate with Gabby, who I did the birthday sale launch with, and try and get a date booked in to do some filming with her of the new colours, so you can see it on 2 different skin tones. If you want me to do that, let me know, because then I will message Gabby and see if we can get something sorted out. But yeah, the diversity issue when it comes to the athletes has still not been fixed. Also, I am aware that it's quite literally insane that I even need to put that out there as an idea, because this is something that should have been sorted out by now. Like, I really want to see a lot more diversity on the men's side as well. When it comes to, I feel like the men's side is really lacking in diversity of like different body shapes and sizes, but I feel like the women's like completely lacking in diversity when it comes to skin tone and of course size and shapes as well. I know that I said I would try and do an amplify video with people of different sizes and shapes. I still would love to do that video. The only issue is when I put my email out there for people to get in touch with me, the biggest size that came was a medium, and there is actually a couple of athletes that already work with Alphalete who I don't really want to take away from, who are a size medium. I was more looking for like large, extra large, double XL, like double extra small, the sizes that you don't really see people wearing often. So if you do wear those sizes in Alphalete and you would be willing to partake in a video or something, let me know. But I'll leave my Discord group link down below, which is like basically just a beautiful community of fitness girls, and we have a sizing server in the Discord, so people will post their pictures of themselves in Alphalete, what size they're wearing, and there's all different like ages, sizes, body shapes, skin tones, so you can see like what certain colours might look on you, sizing on different like body shapes and sizes, ages even, if you are maybe a bit older and wondering what this stuff would look like on you. Really, really, really good little community, and everyone in there is gorgeous. This launch will be a relatively small launch for my girls. There isn't really any women's specific, and I'm saying specific because technically anything can be worn unisex, and I feel like men could wear women's items too, like pop off, I'm not judging, but I do feel like typically women tend to wear more men's stuff than men's would women, if that makes sense. But to be clear, the only item in this drop that is based off women's sizing is the women's mesh shorts, which is a new product. The rest is men's. It can be worn unisex, but keep in mind the sizing hasn't been made with unisex in mind. It's men's sizing. On the screen, everything that's dropping. The drop is the 20th, so it's this Saturday, and it's at 6 PM UK time. The drop is, like I said, mainly men's. It's your staples, t-shirts, all that sort of stuff. So probably more of a drop for the guys, and for the girls there are some joggers which I'm going to go over probably first because they're the things I've had most questions about, and there's some t-shirts as well, and then we've got the mesh shorts. As always, I have a code with Alphalete, which is Amy, it gets you 10% off, and it also massively helps my relationship with.
Even though what he was talking about wasn't specifically voice acting, misconstrued that way because of that.
The brand, and I would really appreciate it if you do use it, that you message me so I can say thank you. I always respond to every single question, every single DM I get, whether it's alphaland or not. I will always respond, and if you do use my code, I always like to thank people. I know that some people don't want a thank you, and that's fine.
Oh my
but
God,
I
man,
really do like it when people message me so that I can say thank you. I feel like it's only fair that I take time out of my day. Like, I take probably a few hours every week going through my DMs and making sure I've answered everyone. If people take the time out of their day to message me, best believe I'm going to be writing back. Because I know last time there was a men's drop, I knew there was an Amplify drop coming up, so I told people, idiots, to wait for the Amplify drop to get the men's stuff that they wanted, because it won't sell out. It did sell out. So stance on, like, should you buy something or should you wait, is if you're on the fence about something, I always think it's better to wait, because then by the time you go to buy something else that you really want, if it's sold out, maybe it wasn't meant to be. If it's still there and you still really want it, you can get it then. But by that point, if you're on the fence about it, you might not even want it anymore. So that's my personal stance on should you wait. I always will say now, I'm never going to say wait again, because the seashell t-shirt sold out last time and everyone was like, you said it wouldn't sell out. I really didn't think it would sell out, and I don't like FOMO marketing. But just to cover my back here, if there's anything that you really do like, this tuft of hair is doing, if there's anything in this drop that you really do like, and you know you definitely want it, I wouldn't wait until the June Amplify launch to pick it up, just in case it goes out of stock. That's my updated advice, but always no pressure to buy. They do drops like monthly at this point, so, and to be honest, they're bringing colours back, like seashell sold out, but now it's back in another t-shirt, and tanks and joggers, so it seems like they're getting the memo with sort of keeping colours in rotations of collections. So never stress yourself out, it's literally only clothes, and most people have got bigger fish to fry than an alphaland order. So I am going to get on with the haul. So the things that I'm going to go over first is the joggers, because that is a thing I have been asked about the most. So I'll go over the joggers I've been asked about the most first, which is the new Academy Relax jogger. So just to be like clear about this is a brand new item for alphaland. It's a brand new fabric, it's something that they've not done before, and sometimes when brands say we've not done this before and then you can receive the item, it seems similar to something else, but genuinely alphaland haven't really done just a jogger like this before. If you are curious as to what this is like, I don't want to say just a jogger because it sounds like I'm really like minimising the probably hours that's gone into creating this, but like if you own any pair of normal joggers, think along those vibes. It's 53% cotton, 47% polyester, but if I show you the inside, you can see it's like a typical, it's your typical jogger. That sort of like cotton, brushed, sort of fleecy feel, and then the outside is exactly how you would expect any sort of cotton jogger to feel. If you have any other products from alphaland in terms of feel, like I said, they haven't really done something with the inside of this before in joggers. However, if you have the Unity hoodies or any of the men's classic zips, which I've actually got here, if you have any of those, these feel exactly like that. Let me actually just check the fabric blend on these. So these are 55% cotton, 45% polyester, so they are a little bit different, but honestly, like, to feel, to touch that 2%, unless you looked at the label, you wouldn't know. In terms of like thickness, it's also like the Unity hoodies and the classic zip up, so straight away, these are not heavyweight joggers, these are not heavy duty joggers. I will always compare joggers to Nikki Studios, which is a Swedish, I think, company. Completely off topic, but their recent drop I actually wasn't impressed with, and I did email them and they've completely changed their GSM. They're doing like a lower GSM at the moment, which I don't really like because I can get that anywhere. So their products, like this drop, wasn't really special for me from them. But this is not a Nikki Studios video, but everyone who watches my hauls regularly will have heard me speak about them before. before. If you've not heard me speak about them before, Nikki Studios, I have a pair of joggers from them that is like a heavy weight jogger. I've never felt anything like it. I've never had anything quality wise quite like it. I've never had anything hold up so well quite like it. I've had those joggers for 2.5 years now almost. No pilling, no bobbling, still just as soft. The colour's not gone weird, they've not washed weird. They are like an incredible pair of joggers. So when I compare things to Nikki Studios, that is the vibes, if you do not already know about the Nikki Studios vibes, because I do bang on about it a lot when I'm talking about joggers. So yeah, these are a lightweight jogger. Now when I say lightweight, they're thin, they're light, but because they have like the sort of fleecy feel to them, you can get quite warm in them. I've trained in these twice now, and I do find that I get warm in these like I do in the Here Comes the Sun ones. So if you train in the Here Comes the Sun ones and you find that they are too warm for you, these will probably be too warm for you to train in as well. But for me, I wear joggers for like the first few exercises and then I take them off. So these are actually fine to train in. Just to run over the details, now that I've sort of like explained about the fabric, you've got a sort of cinched, not ribbed, but like, you know, this sort of like cinched waistband at the top. The drawstring is on the inside. These aren't really very detailed, to be honest. Normally I'll fully put branding on the drawstrings. There's no sort of branding on these. They're a very sort of plain jogger. You've then got a front seam, and then you've got a back seam. You've also got this little alphaland tag here, just on the left by the pocket, which is very small. That is the only branding on these joggers. They're a very minimally branded joggers. You've got pockets on both sides, which I do like how these look. I feel like they look quite slick and put together. And then you've got this sort of stretchy, sort of silky on the inside. Then they just come down into like a very relaxed fit. Yeah, they're saying relaxed fit. I would agree. It's a relaxed fit jogger. And then the cuff at the bottom looks like this. So now that I've gone over the details, I'm going to very quickly put in some clips of me comparing these to the Here Comes the Sun joggers, to the Very Terry joggers, and to the Essential oversized joggers from a while ago. So I will pop those clips in here. Okay, so Here Comes the Sun is behind and the new ones are in front. Just fit wise, like these are both a size small, a women's size small in the Here Comes the Sun, and then these ones, obviously the new men's ones, the waistband is pretty much the exact same. I'll pop specific measurements and everything in the description box or in a pinned comment. But yeah, but as you can see, like the Here Comes the Sun ones are just a bit like wider in the actual body, like they've got more room in the leg. They're just a bit baggier, and then when you get to the bottom you can see that the new ones have a bigger cuff as well. So the cuff is wider than the Here Comes the Sun ones, and it's also like this one's a bit thicker this way. The new one for the new men's joggers is a bit thinner. As you can see, like flat lay, these look like they're the exact same length. However, if you look at like the crotch area, the Here Comes the Sun crotch ends like here, whereas this one ends here. So more of the length on the new ones is waistband to crotch, as opposed to being in the leg. The new ones are a 27-inch inseam in a size small for mine, and the Here Comes the Sun ones are 29 inches, which I personally way prefer the length of these. We've got the Very Terry joggers, so behind they're in a blue, in an actual men's size small. So again, like the waistband is maybe a little bit bigger, but not too much of a difference. And then the crotch on these again is a little bit longer, not as much difference as the ones with the Here Comes the Sun ones, but it is a little bit longer on these new ones, but it's not that much of a difference between the men's Very Terry and these ones. The fit through the leg is honestly a lot more similar. It's just when you get to the bottom, the Very Terry is a lot more like tapered in, where this one's a lot bigger, and obviously the cuff is completely different on the bottom of these. But through the actual leg up until about here, they fit quite similar to the Very Terry ones, like they're not quite as big as the Here Comes the Sun ones. We've got the Essential oil stain ones. These were from Black Friday 2021, I believe. Waistband, these are actually an extra small behind, so keep that in mind. This is an extra small, and then these ones are a size small, so obviously the waistband is a little bit bigger. But just to show you like sort of fit through the leg, I would honestly say these are pretty much an identical fit. Like the fit through the leg, it definitely does remind me of these joggers the most. And then if you look at the bottom, it's very, very similar. So if you're looking for like the most similar fit, these fit most similar to these, which I also find these too short. If you got these, because I know that a few taller girls got these and found these way too short in the leg, I do think you'll probably have the same issue with the new ones. And bear in mind, like, these are an extra small, these new ones are a small, and you don't really get that much extra length. So if you're looking like fit wise, if you liked these ones, you'll love these ones. If you didn't like these ones, these probably will not be the ones for you. Just to sort of show you guys textures, obviously this is the new one, so this is like, I mean, if you're looking at this in your own pretty much any pair of joggers, it is exactly like that, just like the soft sort of brushed feel on the inside. These are the essential ones, so I remember when I got these definitely feel like very, very, very thin. I don't think these were as brushed as this when I got them, but they definitely weren't like this when I got them. They've washed a little bit strange, to be honest. Then you've got the Here Comes the Sun ones, so these, a lot of people found these quite strange, because even when you first get these, they're like bobbly on the inside, so it's very different in like feel. This is a lot softer, this is more like bobbly, and then Very Terry, this is like a towel feel, so very, very different. So they're all different. I would say this feels sort of like the Unity hoodies, like I've said, the classic full zip hoodies. The only other thing to note is a lot of people have issues with Alphalete joggers pilling. These haven't pilled, these have pilled, these have pilled, my varsity joggers have pilled. Every time they do a sort of cotton jogger, other than the Very Terry range, they do pill, and on my desert taupe ones I have some pilling already, so if that's going to bug you, something to be aware of. I always find I get it between the thighs, maybe from like where the fabric rubs against each other. I do see people saying that with cotton joggers it's inevitable. Personally, I don't really agree with that, because I do have plenty of cotton joggers that haven't pilled. I'd love to know what other people's experiences are with like joggers and pilling, especially Alphalete ones. Let me know below. But yeah, these, I'm not going to say they 100% will pill, but they're not like not going to pill, if that makes sense. They probably will pill, so that's something to be aware of. To sort of show you the pilling on my desert taupe ones, I always get it in the same region. It's like this bit here where my legs would kind of be like rubbing together. It always just pills in this area. Like all my Alphalete joggers have pretty much done it. I don't know what causes it, probably the friction, but yeah, just to show you what it looks like. So the colours that I got these in desert taupe in a size small, I got these in black in a medium, and I got these in, you're not even going to be able to see, so I'm not even going to bother. I got them in the heather grey colour, which you'll see in the triangle clips, also in a size small. The mediums were for Dan, smalls were more for me, because I thought, based off men's sizing, you know, if I'm a small, usually in women's, like I said, I really like how my women's Here Comes the Sun joggers fit. If I'm a small in those, my thought process was, in a relaxed fit jogger for men's, for more of an oversized fit, probably get the same size. I actually wish I'd got a medium in these. I actually do. Now that I've worn them a few times, I prefer how the medium fits, so I might actually pick myself up some mediums, because these are actually Dan's. I'm not going to take them away from him. I'm not going to rip them from his hands like a baby. The medium fits through the leg a lot more to my preference than the small does. The only issue with the medium is, which to be honest it happens with the small anyway, is with the medium, the ankle is actually quite loose on my ankle, so I do actually have to, but if I roll it once it looks a lot better. Even in the small, the ankle is actually a little bit wide on me, so I do like to roll it once. Of the rise for these joggers, on the pictures they're worn pretty low rise. The men I've seen them on wearing them low rise. I've seen a few girls wearing them a bit more high rise. For me, I can't do that because I've got a long torso and I just feel like it looks weird. Also, when I pull these high rise, the leg is then way too short on me, so the only way I can sort of get the size smalls in particular to work is to wear them as more of a low-rise jogger. But I actually don't mind that, because I think when you're wearing what I will be wearing these for, so sort of like a pump cover, maybe with Amplify underneath, it looks a bit better for it to be a bit lower down, so you can see the Amplify waistband anyway, so I'm not mad at it. Personally, I would say these are a low to mid-rise jogger. For me, they're definitely not high-waisted jogger. Okay, I've not seen anyone speak about this yet, and the PDF does say it's a 28.5-inch inseam, but maybe I've got like a dud batch in terms of like length, because the inseam on mine in the size smalls is 27 inches. The mediums is 27.5, so it's not that much longer. But the inseam on my size smalls is 27 inches. So I've got a few questions on, are these like tall girl friendly? Everyone's going to have a different experience in these, and I think if you go up a couple sizes, like I know for me, a medium is a lot more length friendly for whatever reason than a small is, but it's still not the best. I definitely still prefer the length of the Here Comes the Sun ones. It's going to depend a lot on your like body proportions, but if you have really long legs, I actually, unless you're going to go a few sizes up and have a super oversized fit, I actually don't really think these are that particularly tall girl friendly, but keep in mind these were made for men. These were not made for women, so I would love to see a jogger like this made for women. If anyone from alphaland is watching, I would love to see that, but do keep in mind these were not made for women, so that's why like the crotch is longer than my Here Comes the Sun women's ones, but the legs is shorter than my Here Comes the Sun women's ones. Like, that's where the height difference comes in, because when I flat lay, as you'll have seen, my Here Comes the Sun and these new ones, they look the same length. However, a lot of the length in these new joggers is from waistband to crotch. The leg itself on these is actually quite short, and it does impact how it fits and how it sort of rides up and stuff. These were a 27-inch inseam for me. My Here Comes the Sun ones are a 29-inch inseam, and I actually like it when I get a bit of like baggage at the bottom that I have to roll. I would much rather have that than every time I sit down or every time I do a lunge or a leg press, which kept happening in the gym today. The jogger was sort of rolling up above my sock, so I had like the end of my jogger, then this much skin on show, then my sock, which was quite off-putting when I'm trying to balance and do my Bulgarians. But any sort of pressing movements, that sort of happened. So these, honestly, like, I do like them. I don't hate them. I think they're like a good quality option for a lightweight jogger. I don't think they're bad quality. There's no glaring quality issues as far as I can see. However, these are not like a heavyweight jogger, so if you are looking for a heavyweight jogger, you will not like this. Like, I know that some people don't like the men's full zips because they feel cheap, because they're lightweight and they're a lot thinner, and these are along the same vibe. So if you didn't like the thinness of the classic zip-ups, you won't like these joggers. But if you want a lightweight jogger, these will be fine. I wish it was this fabric, these colours, but in the fit of the Here Comes the Sun ones, because also I think the Here Comes the Sun ones, because they sort of balloon out a bit more, they're just more flattering on like the bum, and they don't sort of catch weird, whereas these almost feel like, not so much in the medium, but definitely in the smalls, these feel like they're a bit, they look a bit weird on my bum, but I feel like it's maybe because they're a men's fit, so maybe if this was in a women's version it would be better, but I would really like to see a longer inseam on these, because these do come up actually quite short on me, because when I'm training, which is what I would use these for, to go over amplify on leg days and stuff, I don't really want to be worried about, you know, things rolling up so much that it looks like I'm wearing something that doesn't fit. When I'm stood up straight, they look great, but as soon as I sit down or like bend my legs, the bottom of them just rides up and it just doesn't look great. So I'd love to see this, but in the fit of the Here Comes the Sun joggers. That's definitely still my favourite like jogger silhouette from alphaland. I feel like it's just more sort of baggy at the top and like it's just a bit looser through the leg. They're definitely an oversized fit, whereas these are definitely more of a relaxed. In terms of like the weight of these, this is a really niche thing that I did, but I feel like it might be helpful. So when I'm talking about how lightweight or heavyweight something is, sometimes it can be quite hard to grasp. So I did actually weigh these. So my Nikki Studios joggers, which are like the holy grail of high quality, heavy duty joggers, 580 grams. These new ones are 380 grams, so 200 grams lighter in weight. And then if you were curious about these compared to Here Comes the Sun, because that is the jogger I've been asked to most frequently compared to, those are 480. So these are definitely lighter than the Here Comes the Sun joggers. If you're taller, you might want to go up a couple sizes to try and get a bit of extra length. Shorter girls, you will be fine, and you'll probably like these a lot more than the Here Comes the Sun ones because they are shorter in leg. But for me, I just feel like I do prefer the overall fit and length of the Here Comes the Sun joggers. Alpha, please can we get like this fabric in the Here Comes the Sun fit, because that would be like my ideal jogger for like training in and even just like lounging around in when I want something that's a bit more lightweight compared to my Nike Studios ones. Yeah, another thing to be aware of, these will molt on your Amplify, so maybe wash them a few times before wearing them over Amplify. My brown ones molted all over my Chai Amplify today, so do be aware of that. In terms of would I recommend these, it depends what you want from a jogger, and I think it also depends on your height and build. If you are on the taller side, you need to go up a couple sizes. If you're on the short side, you'll be completely fine, like I said. And if you are looking for like a really heavyweight, heavy-duty jogger, I wouldn't recommend these. But if you want something that's lightweight, that you can sort of use as a bit of a like leg pump cover and take off after a few sets to train in the gym, these will be fine. Comfortable for lounging around. They are very soft, they are very comfortable, but they're definitely more of a lighter weight jogger. But keep in mind what I said about them being like the cotton fleece on the inside. They do get quite warm when you start training. In terms of sizing, again, it's going to depend on leg length and what sort of fit you want. I would say for me personally, if this helps, I prefer the way the medium fits on me, and my preference is I like my joggers to be really, really, really baggy. I like them to be the right length, and my normal size in joggers for Alpha Elite, for example, my Here Comes the Sun joggers are a size small. I would take a medium in these to try and get a similar fit to that, although it's still not the same. I would say that these fit true to size. It just depends on what sort of fit you want. So if you just want a normal jogger fit, you don't want it super big, you can go with your normal size. You don't need to take a size down because it's men's, because I actually don't think the difference between men's and women's joggers with Alpha Elite is big at all. I think it's pretty much the exact same. Overall, not my favourite jogger from Alpha Elite, but not a bad product. I'm just quite specific with how I like my joggers to fit, and I'm not keen on how these sit lengthwise on me personally. I will be wearing them, and especially if you've got shorter legs, I actually really would recommend them. I think you will like them if you like a relaxed fit jogger. But for me, it's definitely something I would recommend, but it's not my favourite. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to go over the other jogger, which is just the Academy Club jogger. I only got this in the smoke colour, and I got these in a medium. I got these for Dan. The branding on these and the details are slightly different, so you've actually got a ribbed waistband on these, and then you've got the drawstring on the outside so you can adjust them. You've then got on the left, you've got embossed Alpha Elite athletics on this side, and then on the other side again, you've got the little Alpha Elite tag. The fabric blend on these is the exact same as the other joggers. These have a 29.5-inch inseam. I've not actually measured mine and checked yet, but I will, and I will leave it down below. But when I put these on, these do feel longer, and these do feel a better length through the leg for me. And then at the bottom, you've got this suspiciously long ankle cuff. So yeah, these are more of a relaxed fit up top, but then it goes into a tapered leg. So if you don't quite like the relaxed fit at the bottom of a jogger and you still want baggy up top but a bit tapered at the bottom, you would probably prefer these. Like I said, got these in a medium. I actually like how these fit, like from the knee up. I think these are more flattering on my body shape than the other joggers. I just don't like the bottom of these, like I said before. Like a relaxed throughout the leg baggy fit jogger, that's just right up my street. But I feel like these are just more flattering on my waist. I feel like they are a lot more flattering on my bum than the other ones, because these come up a bit more, and I feel like the other ones make my glutes look really short, whereas these do actually make my bum look more flattering than the other ones. I know that when you're buying joggers, you're probably not thinking about what makes your bum look best, because they're meant to be sort of baggy, but in case anyone was wondering, my bum and like waist and ratios and stuff look better in these than the other ones. But from the knee down, Not a fan, because I'm not a huge fan of a tapered jogger. That's why I really like the Here Comes the Sun ones, because they're just baggy throughout. I also really don't like this cuff. For me, this is just too long. I don't know if this is a men thing, but I just feel like this cuff is just too long. If it was like half, I feel like it would look a lot better. Obviously still not the jogger for me because it's a tapered fit. It's just not my personal preference. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not my preference. But I do know from my group chat as well, a lot of people find this a bit too long and think it looks a little bit strange. I don't think it looks that weird once it's on, but I'm still not a huge fan of it. The smoke colour I do actually really like. I sort of wish I'd got the joggers in seashell and smoke in the other joggers in a medium. I might end up picking those up for myself. But yeah, the fabric and everything is the exact same as the other ones, so they're just as sort of a lightweight feel. It's got the sort of cottony fleece on the inside, standard sort of jogger feel. So there's no difference in materials between the two. Ultimately, which jogger you would prefer if you're wanting to pick one up depends on your personal preference for joggers. If you like more of your relaxed street wear sort of look, you'll prefer the Academy Relaxed jogger. If you prefer a more sort of relaxed while still looking a little bit smarter looking jogger, you'll prefer the Academy Club jogger, which is this one. Not my personal cup of tea. Like, I personally wouldn't recommend these based off my personal style, but I was actually quite surprised with, from the knee up, how flattering these were. They're definitely more flattering than the other ones. I feel like if these maybe had a... I feel like maybe if we got rid of this waistband, put the other waistband on these joggers so that this is hidden, so this would be on the inside, and then kept the fit of these from the hip to the knee, and then added the bottom of the other joggers, that would be like, to be honest, that would be very close to the Here Comes the Sun joggers, which is basically what I've just described, and I would absolutely love that. Sizing wise on these, I know that Dan said that he finds these true to size. He's a medium in joggers, he likes a medium in these. He's a medium in joggers and he likes the medium in the other ones. I would say, yeah, these fit like a medium. If I was to buy these, I would probably buy myself a medium because I like my joggers to be oversized. But again, same sizing advice applies as did for the other ones. Just because it's men's, ladies, if you are buying, don't think that you need to size down because it's men's, because I really don't think there's a big difference between how the men's and women's joggers fit in terms of like tightness through the leg. I think they're pretty neck and neck. So I would say just go with your normal size. If you just want a true to size jogger, go with your normal size. If you want more relaxed, if you want more room, you can go up a size, and if you want them to fit a little bit tighter, you can go down a size. It's all about personal preference, but these are true to size. I've just changed the camera angle because I felt like I was getting cramp in my glute, so I've just changed the camera angle. This bit of hair is really pissing me off. We're going to move on to the tops. It's a brand new fabric for alphaland. It's a new brushed fabric. Like, if I show you up close with the camera, can you like sort of see like almost like the brushed cotton look to it? Like, it almost looks fluffy up close. I do have a good comparison point, which I've put people on before, so I think a lot of you will know the fabric. But yeah, I'm going to go over the tees now. So like I said, this is a brand new fabric for alphaland. It says our new lightweight ultra stretchy all-purpose fabric. Each brush piece undergoes a gentle surface treatment that results in giving the user a new favourite go-to top. I found that a bit of a mouthful. It's 95 cotton, 5 spandex, which is a very common, very common fabric blend for alphaland to use on their t-shirts. However, it's the wash that's giving it this sort of brushed sort of feel to it. So even if you're looking at the label and you're thinking it's the same, that's why it feels completely different, because these really do feel different to the other alphaland tops. They're not like the heavy cotton ones, and they're not like the colligate or signature tees, which had a sort of more slick performance sort of feel. These are like fluffy brushed cotton vibes. I'm going to go over the wolf head muscle tank first. We picked these up in a few colours. I think we got black, seashell and sangria. By the way, Dan's haul is in this video, so he has tried them all on. But yeah, right here I've just got the sangria one, and then I'll show you me in the seashell one as well. The seashell one is a large and the sangria one is a medium. Yeah, so just to go over the details, you've got a sort of scoop neck here. It's not like super wide, but it's not like super high either. And then you've got the sort of cut off tank effect. I mean, the clue is in the word, it's a muscle tank. But I will say this comes a lot further on the shoulder than previous Alphalete muscle tanks that I've tried. It sort of reminds me a little bit of the Velocity tanks fit on the shoulder. If you have any of those pieces, that's what it reminds me of. It's not like a raw cut seam, it's like a fully finished seam, and then they're very like wide in the body. Obviously it's men's anyway, but they're very wide in the body. And then the final little detail on this is just that the branding is a little sticker, wolf logo on the back. It's not like a thin sticker, it's like a slightly thicker sticker and feels a bit more rubbery, if that makes sense. If you've got like anything that's rubber embossed from Alphalete, that's what the logo's like, but that's the only branding on this. And they're also quite short, not to the point where like the bottom of your belly is going to be hanging out, but they're definitely shorter than some of the men's Alphalete tanks that I bought down before. Like I bought him the Aspire tank before, and that's a lot longer. These are shorter, these sort of won't cover the bum, these sort of do just come sort of to the hip, but it's a good length for a tank. Obviously I don't know much about tanks, so I'm not going to pretend that I do. I've got this in the medium and the large, like I said. For me personally, if I was to wear one, I would be wearing it in a medium, and I would be tucking it into my sports bra, which I've shown you in the try-on clips. That is how I would wear these. Obviously Dan would wear these just normal. You'll see his clips in this video. He says that these fit true to size. He is always a large in tops at the moment. He got a large in these and it fits perfect. The medium is too tight on the armpit. I know that he did say he thinks if you have small arms as a guy, the cut on the sleeve might make your arms look a little bit strange. But he said like if you've got fuller arms, it does look good, and I agree, it does look. Yeah, if you're a guy watching this or you're a girl watching for your boyfriend, true to size for Alphalete's top sizing. Dan's always a large, and he got a large in those, and it fits perfect. Girls, if you are wanting to get one of these to wear, it depends on your fit preference. True to size if you just want like a normal fit and you don't want to like tuck it in or anything. I always think if you want to tuck something in, you're better going up 1 to 2 sizes just so you can then sort of bag it out. In the medium, this is like the perfect amount of fabric for me to play around with to sort of tuck it up and then bag it out. The large, it's a bit too much fabric that I'm tucking up there, so for me, for my fit for this, I'm wearing a medium, but I would only wear this tucked, and to be honest, I wouldn't really wear this. It's not really my thing. I got these more for Dan. It's just not really my thing. It's not a bad product by any means, it's just not my thing, which I think sort of goes without saying. I'm going to move on to the t-shirts because that's actually my favourite product in this drop. I love the t-shirts, the new t-shirts are insane. You're only going to pick up one thing from this drop. This is the item I am putting my like fully fledged stamped approval of me behind, because I feel like the joggers, they're not a bad product, but I feel like for taller people they don't really work. These are going to work for everyone, and I'm convinced if you have taken my advice on the Skims boyfriend range tee and you like that tee but you feel like the quality maybe could have been a bit better, could have been a bit thicker, these, you're going to love them. And the feedback I've had on the Skims t-shirts is so good, so I cannot wait to see the feedback on these if you pick one up, because I feel like the feedback is going to be like that but on crack, because these are better. These are better than the Skims ones, but along the very same vibe. So as I said when I was talking about the tanks, this fabric, it's the same fabric on the t-shirts. It's 95% cotton, 5% spandex, but it's got that wash on it that's sort of a brushed cotton feel. If you've got the Skims boyfriend range, you know what I mean by like the super soft, almost like fluffy, cottony feel jersey. That's what this feels like, but this is thicker, so this feels a bit more heavy duty. Now it's not a super thick top, Don't get me wrong, it's not a super thick top, but it feels like the boyfriend t-shirts, but a more heavy duty version, and I absolutely love these. So just to go over the details very quickly, by the way, these have got some marks on because since I got them on Friday, I have been wearing them like swapping days ever since, and I trained in the brown one earlier, so it's got like sweat marks on it. Love that. So we've got the heather grey, and it says LDB, Learn, Dream, Be More, and then you've got the little wolf logo, and that's the only branding on the front, which I really like. I think it's nice to have a little something on the front. I've definitely noticed, whilst I've had the Colgate tees more, I don't really like it when there's nothing on the front. It just feels a bit too much of an empty canvas, so I'm really glad that they put a little bit of branding on the front of these. And then the branding at the back, it says O215 and alphaland across the bottom at the back, and this is just in like the classic sort of sticker that you'd get on a t-shirt. Yeah, the sleeves are pretty long on these, and just a nice, not oversized, a more like relaxed fit, but obviously this is oversized because I got it in a medium. I'm going to pop in a clip here where I'm going to compare these to the signature tees, the Colgate tees, and the heavy cotton tees. Okay, so because the heavy cotton ones actually run a bit smaller, that's why it's in front. But just to talk through the differences, the actual sleeve length is pretty similar, to be honest. So yeah, the sleeve length isn't really too much of a difference between the new t-shirts and the heavy cotton ones if you've got those. The neckline is obviously different. The heavy cotton one comes up a lot higher and the ribbing part is a lot thicker, whereas on these ones it's deeper, like you can sort of see your sports bra sometimes if it sort of slides to one side, and it's a bit deeper, so it's a bit more like slouchy. And then in terms of like the fit through the body, these are both mediums. Obviously, the new ones are a lot bigger. They're a lot more similar to the sort of like signature tee sizing. Not too far off the Colgate. A little bit smaller than the Colgate, but not too far off. So I prefer a large in the heavy cotton tees, especially if I want to be tucking it into the back. I've realised I definitely do prefer a large. In the new t-shirts that are dropping, I prefer a medium. So I would say if you go up a lot of sizes for your heavy cotton tees, you can definitely go with a size smaller in these, especially if when you bought the signature tee in the same size that you would like the heavy cotton one in, you find it a bit big. It is like a boxier fit in these new ones as well, so definitely go with the same size that you get in the signature tee or the Colgate tee for these. We've got the women's signature tee, so obviously it's a bit deeper cut here, actually even deeper than this, and this is all ribbed, whereas this one is more like just sort of the same continuation of material. The women's cut is also, as always, it's like wider, so you can definitely see more like sports bra strap on show, whereas the men's cuts will always be a bit more narrow. That just tends to be a running theme. The sleeves on the women's ones are obviously a lot shorter. The sleeves on these new men's ones are a lot longer. Also, the shoulder cut on this is a lot more just like a straight shoulder, whereas on this it looks a little more dropped through the body. The women's medium is the exact same as this men's one in terms of width, so that fit is the exact same. The new ones, obviously being men's, are just a bit longer, probably like an inch and a half longer. Colgate tee medium, so the fit through the body is actually very similar. The Colgate one is actually a little bit bigger, but the fit through the body is very similar. It's probably like maybe half an inch wider through the body. Length is the exact same, there's no difference there. We come up to the neckline, very similar, just the Colgate one is actually a bit wider and actually a little bit more deeper and wider in cut than the new one. If I like pull this down, can we tell more? Yeah, you can tell more there. This Colgate one is a bit wider, so this one's a little bit more snug, but obviously it's not like the heavy cotton one as you've just seen. The Colgate tees have got more of like a dropped shoulder, so the shoulder starts here, whereas on the new ones it's definitely more just normal. And the new ones actually do have a bit of a longer sleeve. I would say the sleeves are a little longer on the new ones compared to the Colgate ones. Of which tee I would recommend. I like all of these. I will train in all of these, but I won't do everything in all of these. I would do everything in the new one. The heavy cotton I like just for training. It's not like a super comfortable lounging t-shirt, just with it being a bit stiffer. The colligate ones, to be honest, I just got too big a size, and I feel like this feels more like a sort of performance feel, slick-ish t-shirts that I prefer these for in the gym. I wear them sometimes running errands, but this is definitely more of my like everything t-shirt. I will train in this, I will run errands in this. I just love this t-shirt. So which one you will prefer will massively depend, because some people might not like training in such a soft, like brushed cotton feel top. If you prefer more of a slick performance feel, the colligate or signature tees or any of the performance tees will be a lot better for you. And if you prefer that sort of vintage, stiffer, heavyweight cotton for your pump cover for training in, then the unisex pump covers will be the one for you. It's purely down to personal preference. For me, this one wins just because I will use this for everything, but I still love all three. It's just if I could only pick one for like multiple different uses, it would be this new one. This is like, yeah, new favourite top in terms of t-shirts from alphaland. Love! So yeah, I got this in black in a large, but that's for Dan. I don't have that with me because he's actually worn it to work. And then I got the desert top in an extra small. Little Miss Gabby Harper requested for me to get this in an extra small, but you know what? I'm glad I did, because I've never tried a men's item in an extra small, and it made me realise that like an extra small is still oversized in men's when it comes to the t-shirts. So definitely depends the level of oversize that you want, because even if you go true to size as a woman in men's, in the tops, you're still going to get an oversized fit, if that makes sense. But I like an oversized fit, so I do prefer the medium, which I got in the heather grey colour. Just really quickly as well, this desert taupe colour is not the exact same as the joggers. There's actually a bit of a difference. I feel like the desert taupe t-shirt almost looks a bit more on the greeny brown side. I mean, it's still not green, but like more like greeny brown. And the desert taupe joggers are more on the grey side. I'm looking at the picture and it looks a lot more like mocha on the product pictures. It's definitely a lot darker than mocha, and I will actually put in my colour wheels and stuff here, which I already have for most of the colours because they've dropped before, but the new edition is desert taupe. I've not done one for heather grey because, like, love you guys, but like, it's grey. It's going to go with anything, and it is very similar to the previous heather grey. I would just say that the heather grey in the joggers and in the men's hoodies is just a tiny bit darker, but they're very similar. Put the wheels in so you can sort of see what colours I would sort of pair these with, and yeah, I've got all the colour wheels for all of the colours. Yeah. Oh my god, guys, this fabric is insane. It is so soft, so stretchy. This is by far, in terms of t-shirts, like oversized t-shirts, pump covers, this is the comfiest way of doing that alphaland have done so far. Like, this is their comfiest oversized t-shirt ever. This feels so good. The only thing is, these are quite lightweight tops, but because of the sort of brushed cotton feel to them, I actually found I get quite warm in these in the gym, which I don't mind, because I don't mind it when I show sweat, but I get a lot warmer in these a lot quicker than I do in the colligate tees, which are more of a slick sort of performance feel. And it's not because these feel heavier, I feel like it's because it's got that sort of brushed cotton feel, you just warm up a bit more. And then because of the nature of this fabric, out of all the t-shirts, this will show sweat. Out of all the pump cover sort of vibes, this is going to show sweat the absolute easiest. So if you don't like sweat showing, this won't be for you for the gym, but I would still recommend it for outside the gym. Honestly, you can use these t-shirts for anything. Use them for lounging in, use them for chilling in, use them for running errands in, use them to go to the gym. These are like an everything t-shirt. You can do everything in these, whereas, for example, with the heavy cotton t-shirts, I will pretty much just train in those because I don't find them like the comfiest or like the slouchiest for chilling in, whereas these, especially with the neckline being a bit lower than the heavy cotton ones, I will be wearing these and have been wearing these all the time. Honestly, if you're only going to get one item from this drop, it would be this for me. This is definitely my favourite item. In terms of sizing, true to size, like if you're an extra small, you can get an extra small and it will still give you like a nice relaxed oversized fit, especially as a woman going to men's. I prefer a medium, which is always the size I prefer in t-shirts from alphaland. So whatever size you prefer in the t-shirts you get from the men's range with alphaland, go with that size, because I prefer a medium in most men's tees and I prefer a medium in these. The only thing to note on these is the sleeves are quite long, so if you are not a fan of the long sleeve, one of the longer sleeve, one, you might not like these, but two, maybe consider going more with your normal size and sizing up if you usually would, because like you'll see with the extra small, you can still get a good fit. I prefer the extra small if I'm going to want to tuck it in all the way around. The extra small is better because it's not too much fabric, whereas if I'm wanting to do the back tuck, the medium is better because the front on the extra small just looks weird. When I tuck it at the back, it just looks like there's not enough material there to tuck it at the back but not at the front, whereas the medium, definitely better for a back tuck. So it depends, you know, if you're just wanting this to wear full length, go with your normal size. I'd say if you're wanting this, or any t-shirt from alphaland, to tuck up the back of your sports bra and have that sort of like oversized look effect whilst it not look awkward or weird, I would recommend we've going 1 to 2 sizes up. So like for me, I'm normally an extra small or a small in tops, and I would prefer a medium for that. But honestly, the sizing with t-shirts is so hard to give because it's completely dependent on how you like your tees to fit. But men, if you're buying it and you just want the normal fit, Dan says that these are true to size. So yeah, true to size, just go with what size you prefer. I prefer a medium if I'm doing a back tuck. If I want to tuck it all the way around, I would go extra small. Okay, moving on to the final top that I picked up. I did actually order the long sleeve heavy cotton tee just to try it out for you guys and let you know what I think, because they've not done heavy cotton in a long sleeve before, but I think it's just not come in as a shipment yet, so I haven't actually got my little pause on that. If I do, if it turns up, I will do an update on Instagram and let you know. Got this little mock neck number. So just to go over the details very quick, alphaland is sort of stitched in on the side, but you can definitely feel it. Like there's a texture to it, it's not completely flat. It's still sort of raised a bit whilst being stitched in. Ribbed mock neck, so like turtleneck for the UK people. And then long sleeves, I got this in the white. These are sort of cuffed at the bottom, sort of like a balloony sort of sleeve with a tight cuff at the bottom, and then it honestly is just like a plain top, full length, comes right down, no branding on the back, the only branding is there on the neck. So same fabric as the other tees, so you already know the vibes by now. Just a note, because this is the only thing I got in white, when you pull it tight you can see whatever you've got on underneath, so I wouldn't recommend going braless in these. I got this in a medium. I got this to try it out. You know, they've never done anything like this before. This is definitely more of a lifestyle piece. I've definitely noticed like Christian is definitely more in his fashion era at the moment, and I feel like that's sort of showing through some of the men's designs in particular that alphaland has been coming out with, which I'm not mad at. I think this is a cool design. Obviously, it's just not for me. Like, this was never really going to suit me. I don't think this looks bad on Dan, which you'll see. I don't think this looks bad on Dan, but again, it's also not really Dan's sort of thing. He said it would be like a golfing top for him, not something that he would wear like day to day. When he put it on, it was definitely giving priest vibes. I really don't want to sit here and talk about how like not cute I think this is, because this is definitely a personal style thing. This, the same as the other t-shirts, it's buttery soft, it's super stretchy. Dan said this is a medium. He's normally a large, but he said a medium is fine. So these are maybe running a little bit bigger. So you could maybe, if you're a guy looking at this, maybe go a size down. The medium on me is huge. If I was to want it to fit properly around my neck, I'd probably need a small. It's just not my personal preference. So I don't really have much else to say on that, because I don't see the point in like sitting and roasting something that was realistically never for me anyway. This is definitely a piece for people who this is their personal style. This isn't a gym top. I think you would be quite uncomfortable training this in the gym. This fabric, like I mentioned, is already quite insulated. So then in a mock neck, I can imagine it would be very, very uncomfortable to train in. Okay, we're on to some accessories now, and then I'll go over the shorts. So we picked up 2 caps. So I got the cap in seashell, and I also got it in black. The black one is black/seashell because this bit here is in seashell. So it says alphalete here. It's like stitched in. You've got this nice like distressed detailing, which they've not done before, and I'm gonna be honest, it looks really, really cool. It says it's enzyme washed for a worn-in look and feel. Embroidered graphic on the brim, like I said. Adjustable strap at the back. If you got a cap from, I think it was the January restock, those caps I really didn't like. They had a weird leather strap at the back, which was brown, which I hated because I just felt like it looked so weird. And it felt really flimsy, and this clasp had like the Eiffel Tower on it. There was no like Alphalete logo on the back of it. I think it was just a weird batch of caps. I wasn't a huge fan of those, and I normally do like Alphalete caps. So if you bought the caps in January and you didn't like them, these are back to their normal, really nice, high quality clasp at the back where you can adjust it. So if you've got a little ponytail, you can pop it through here. About the depth of caps a lot. These aren't like a deep cap. These are more sort of like if you worked at McDonald's, if anyone's ever worked at McDonald's, that sort of depth to a cap. It's more of like a flatter cap than like a deep basketball cap, for example. The thing that takes some getting used to is this can look quite long at first. What Dan showed me to do is to like bend it like this, and if you bend it, it looks a lot better. I feel like when they come, they're very like long. And it can look a bit weird. So if you like bend it, it looks a lot better. I really like these caps. When I got my nose done, I lived in the Alphalete caps, and they've not really changed other than the design. So if you've got an Alphalete cap that you like, you will like these again. On those days where you just can't be asked to wash your hair, absolute lifesaver. I would like to put it on, but because I've got my bun in, I feel like it's just not really going to work. Okay, it sort of works. This is what they look like on. As I said, these are actually quite long, so I feel like the more you bend it, the better it looks. I really like these caps. I prefer this style to like Dan's basketball ones. They look ridiculous on my head. I don't like a super deep one. This is definitely more my vibe. Would love to be absolutely slaying in this with a bikini on holiday. That's why I got the seashell one, because I've got a lot of like neutral bikinis. In Mexico, I'm going to be living my best life, because on top of SPF, a very good way to protect, I think I've just taken my paper off. A very good way to protect your skin is also to wear hats. So yeah, there really isn't much else to say on these other than these are just amazing. We love the dad hats. So yeah, I really, really like Alphalete's hats. I have no issues with them. Got this in seashell and black. The black's definitely easier to wear, but I feel like for holidays, I'm really going to be enjoying the seashell. So yeah, fully approved by me, and it is also to my personal taste, so it is something that I will be using and getting my use out of. Okay, the next accessory, I'm kicking myself. I dropped these off at the gym today without realising that I needed to film this video. Alphalete are doing knee sleeves. They're also doing wrist straps. I didn't pick up any wrist straps because I don't use them. I didn't feel like there was much point in me picking them up. One, I'm not going to be able to critique wrist straps. I don't use them. Two, I won't use them, so it's not helpful. Whereas knee sleeves, I've never used them before, but I know that I should be using them because I've got tendon issues with my knees. I took the black pair and I got a size small. However, I'm an idiot. I dropped these off at the gym today because I've never worn knee sleeves before. I have no point of comparison. I don't know if these fit smaller than other brands. I don't know if these fit bigger. I don't know if there's a glaring quality issue that I wouldn't be aware of because I do not wear knee sleeves on a regular basis that other people might pick up on. I don't know how these compare to other brands because I've not tried them. So I just thought, why, like the gym I go to, there's a lot of like powerlifters and girls who do like CrossFit sort of things. They wear knee sleeves all the time, so I dropped them off at the gym today so that the girlies can try them out, let me know what they think. Don't worry, they are under strict instructions. I've told them it doesn't matter if they don't like them, just tell me why they don't like them and I will pass on the information, because I feel like that's a much more valuable opinion than me. Like, I might find these amazing, but I've also not tried anything else. And in comparison to other things, they might actually be subpar. Equally, in comparison to other things, these might be the best things in sliced bread, but I don't know that because I've not used knee sleeves and I'm not comfortable reviewing a product, whether it's positively or negatively, when I don't know much about that product and I don't know much about knee sleeves. So they're currently at the gym waiting for the girls to use them, so as soon as they have used them and give me feedback, it will be in the pinned comment below. I'm so sorry I don't have them to show you. I fucked up. High grade 7mm neoprene, medium support, snap buttons to keep your sleeves together, reinforced seams for long lasting use, left and right silicone indicator, core word mark printed at the top of the sleeve. The only thing to note is I know that when you wear them, when you take them off, left and right will be imprinted on your legs. Because I've seen that happen to a few girls and guys on Instagram that have been using them. So if you've got anywhere to go afterwards, maybe just cover up your knees so that people don't think you need to know which is your left and right leg. But yeah, they're coming in black and linen. I picked up the black ones. I will review them in the comment from the seasoned knee sleeve users. I want to make sure that the review is actually valuable, not just me saying, these are amazing, but I've never tried anything else, so I don't know. Okay, last item. I am so surprised about these shorts. I saw that Alphaland posted yesterday that these mesh shorts are their most well-received product since Amplify dropped. I had to ask in my group chat, is there something I'm missing? Because in the UK, these would not be typically worn a lot. I was like, am I missing something? Apparently in America, mesh shorts are like a huge thing. Loads of brands do them and they like sell out every single drop. People are like obsessed with mesh shorts in America. And you know what? A lot of people, when they were asking me about this drop, what's going to sell out, a lot of people were very quick to say the mesh shorts won't sell out. On Black Friday, these went so quick, I was shocked. I don't know if it's just because they didn't order as much because they weren't sure how it would be received, or because they were a unisex item, you know, there was men and women trying to go for them and they were on sale, but they went quick on Black Friday. So don't underestimate these shorts. They seem to be a very, very, very popular product. This time they have got men's and they've got women's, so I'm going to go over the men's first. They've got the LBG More Mesh Short 6-inch. It's the same design as the ones that I have from October. So instead of getting those, I got the Wolf Head Mesh Short 6-inch. Relaxed. This branding is a new style and apparently these are a new fit. Christian said on his story they've added 0.75 inches to the waistband on these from the October drop ones, which were more of a unisex item, but now the men's are just men's and now the women's have got women's. So yeah, they added 0.75 of an inch to the waistband. I don't know if that's 0.75 of an inch, but they are slightly bigger. These are both a size small. And they got these in the black, so these are very, very sleek looking. It just says Alphaland here. It's like a ironed on sort of logo. It just says Alphaland and it's got a wolf at the bottom. Now, I'm very, very happy about a certain change that they've made, because when these launched in October, this logo here had this sort of clear vinyl seal over it, but you'll remember if you watched my Black Friday haul, mine was peeling away already, and I don't know where it's gone, but it's completely come off now. It's probably come off in the wash, because I do actually, spoiler alert, I do like these. I wear these all the time for lounging in. That's just come off in the wash at some point. I don't know when, but that completely came off. So I was hoping when they did them, when I saw they were coming back, that they would have taken that off, and they have. So there's no vinyl, like the hard sort of vinyl see-through thing over it that sort of was peeling away on the old ones. There isn't that anymore. I don't know if anyone else had that issue, let me know if you did, but I had that issue. There's none of that anymore. Not on the women's and not on the men's ones either. Details if you don't know about the mesh shorts, they've just got a little cinched waistband. These are a 6-inch inseam. These are the men's ones. You've got drawstrings with like the flattened rubber sort of wax dipped end so you can tighten the waistband. You've then got this little Alphaland tag which looks very slick on the back. branding, like I said, is on the bottom left on these, and two different styles. So you've got the Learn More, Dream More, Be More, and then you've got the alphaland wolf head. And yeah, on the inside, they're not, it's all the same sort of feeling fabric. It's like very silky soft, like seriously, like look at how stretchy these are. These are insanely stretchy. So much stretch to them, so soft. And then they've got a diamond cut mesh overlay on the outside. The liner is like fully attached, so it's not like with running shorts sometimes where it's not attached. It's like fully one short sewn in, so like nothing's going to be sticking out the bottom. If you don't already have these, or you've not tried them, so you've not seen them before, if you don't know what the fabric is like, just think like a silky mesh jersey, like super soft, like very, very silky feel. If you don't like slick feeling things, you won't like them. Anywhere in the UK, I don't know if you had it in America, the mesh shorts we had to wear in PE, they feel like that. I feel like that's why a lot of UK people don't get the mesh short hype, because it is, for us guys, giving PE vibes. But I got these in a size small. Men, I know that Dan said he tried these in the size small, he would prefer a medium. So the men's fit, considering he's a medium in all bottoms, these are definitely true to size for a relaxed, comfortable fit. Girls, I would say go with the size that you are in your women's sort of shorts in this style. So, for example, if you've got a pair of Here Comes the Sun shorts that you really like the fit of, go with the same size that you have in those shorts in these. If you like the Element shorts, for example, go with that same size in these. I don't think you need to size down because they're men's. I actually find, weirdly, and I'm going to put in a side by side, I find the men's small in these shorts fits tighter than the women's 4-inch size small. I don't know why. Let me know if I'm going crazy. Maybe it's because it's a longer inseam and it's the way it sits, but these feel tighter than the women's do. So I found that quite interesting, but I do like the size small. I like how the size small fits. To be honest, I don't really notice a difference when they're on between the size that I got in October. So if you already have a pair of these shorts that you like the fit of, go with the same size again. I wear these for lounging in, and I was having this conversation in my group chat. I wear these for lounging in. It's not my personal style. It's not something I'd wear out the house. I would consider wearing them on holiday. Or like to travel in maybe. But I wouldn't wear these day to day. It's not my personal style. It's not something I train in. It's just not very me. So when it comes to like, would I recommend these, I really struggle because it's a good quality product. There's no glaring quality issue with it, especially not now they've got rid of like the see-through vinyl that was over it. I've been asked as well about how they wash. My ones from October are completely fine, like, and I've probably washed them like 10 times. But there's no, now that that clear vinyl's gone, there's no real like quality concerns for these. And from what I remember, these are really well priced as well. So if it is your thing, then go for it. I just feel like for me, I really want to like tread carefully on what I'm fully recommending, because it's not that they're a bad product, it's just that I would only wear them for lounging in, and I have to really put my consumer brain on. If I wasn't getting sent these for free, would I spend my money on them for my personal style, for no one to really see them other than the 4 walls inside the house? I don't know. But then it's hard because I do actually really like them. But I just don't think if I wasn't getting sent them for free, they'd be something that I would spend my money on. Even though they're not badly priced, it's just a personal preference thing. Like, it's not because they're not great quality and that's why I wouldn't want to spend the money. It's just like, for my personal style, I don't want to sit here and be like, I'm obsessed with these, I wear these everywhere, I wear these. I realistically only wear these to lounge in. And I really like them for lounging in, but would I be spending like between £30 and £40 for a pair of shorts that no one really sees? No, I feel like for that price I'd probably be more inclined to get myself like a silky pair of pyjamas from somewhere. So yeah, let me know if that made any sense. But I like to try and be careful with what I'm like fully recommending. To move on to the women, so because these did so well, they've now come out with a women's cut in these. So I got these in seashell, which by the way is not the same as like the seashell cap. It's actually a lot lighter. You'll see in the try on clip as well, I had a seashell tank on. It's a lot lighter. This is like a true like creamy colour. If you have anything in seashell, it'll go with it, but this is a lot lighter. It's like a true creamy sort of yellowy toned white colour. So I got these in a medium, and then I got the sage colour in a size small. So these are like a brand new item for Alphalete. They didn't do women's last time, they were just a unisex short. So it's a completely like new sort of cut and all that sort of stuff. Flat laid, the men's and the women's. These are both a size small. I've worked out why they fit different. The men's ones are just a lot more of like a straight fit through the leg. So if you want these shorts to be more like tighter on the leg and not flare out, I would definitely go with the men's. The women's cut, as you can see, actually has like a lot more width through the thigh. I did also actually like run around doing some squats and RDLs in these. These are not too short. Like Alphalete shorts like this are very often way too short, but you could 100% train in the women's cut of these. It's just going to depend which one you prefer, but yeah, that's why the small in the women's fit's so different. The men's is definitely more of like a straight cut, whereas the women's comes like out more. But yeah, the details on in terms of like the fabric and all that sort of stuff is the exact same as the mesh shorts, so I won't go over that again. The branding is this little LBD and then it says Alphalete through it in like the cursive logo. Again, it's sort of like the sticker thing, so you do need to be careful. Do not put an iron over these. No offense, if you put an iron over that at like a high heat, you're just asking for trouble. It will like melt and peel off, so don't iron these. You wouldn't need to iron these anyway. I've never ironed the blue ones and I feel like they're a little bit crinkled, but they definitely don't look bad. Ends, everything's tonal, so like the drawstrings on these are sage, drawstrings on the black ones are black, drawstrings on the seashell ones are seashell. Then you've got the Alphalete logo at the back. They're honestly the exact same, like the diamond cut is the exact same as well. It really isn't a difference. I did get asked about if these like snag. I have snagged like a couple tiny little holes. I've got a little bit of snaggage on my pair from October. I don't know if you can see them. You know, they're not like completely like ripped or shredded. I feel like with mesh you need to be careful. If you are going to use these in the gym, I wouldn't recommend that you sit on a turf or the gym floor. I'd recommend sitting on benches and mats only. In terms of sizing, I feel like for these, they're true to size for a relaxed fit. So a small on me would be my true size for this sort of a short from Alphalete, and it fits relaxed. But I do really like how the medium fits. It's definitely a bit more oversized. It doesn't really cling to me at all. When I first tried these on, I much preferred how the medium fitted, but to be honest, I actually like both, just for different reasons. Days where I'm feeling a bit more bloated or just don't really want anything tighter on my skin, the medium would be better. But for the days where I'm feeling a bit better and I want my shorts to hug me a little bit more, obviously they're not skin tight, but give a little bit more, I think they do look a bit more flattering on my figure in a small. Just from like a comfort point of view, I really like the medium, so depends how you like shorts to fit. If you want a true relaxed fit, stay true to size. You don't need to size up or size down. If you want more of an oversized fit where they just sort of like hang and don't cling to you, especially if you've got like a bum and that sort of stuff, go with one size up. In terms of if I prefer the men's or the women's, honestly, I actually haven't decided yet. I think I need a bit more time to see which ones I reach more for lounging in. I like both. I don't really prefer one or the other immediately. I think because I'm going to use them for lounging in, I just sort of feel like it's hard to prefer one over the other because no one really sees me in them. Maybe when I watch these clips back, I'll think, whoa, that looks a lot better. I'll put it on the screen or I'll leave it in a pinned comment, but I actually do like both. Like I said, it's not like a must product for me. It's not something I'm going to say I'm obsessed with and I would recommend it if this is your personal style, but if you have a similar personal style to me, unless you're comfortable parting with that money for something you're just going to lounge in, I wouldn't recommend. However, if these are your personal style, you will look stunning in them. They're definitely a nice fit, they feel really good quality, there's no quality issues with them, and I think the US girlies are going to eat these up. The UK girls, I'm not so sure, but yeah. Guys as well love these shorts. If you need to get your boyfriend a present, these shorts seem to have gone down very, very well with the men. With the men. So I'm going to pop Dan's little haul in here and also my little styling bit.
The reason I went for the large is because...
Yeah, bro! Looking good, bro!
Because of the...
Looking good, bro!
Yeah.
I feel like in the images...
Bro's full holes, bro! Bro's
Yeah.
full holes, bro!
Really want my arm
Bro's
being
full holes,
yeah,
bro.
I'm really feeling that way.
No.
So these armholes are actually pretty perfect.
Yeah, even Amy knows
yeah, the
there's
too
a
tight
Bro's
in the
full
We'll
hole
show you the medium.
bottle, bro.
Too tight in the medium. Brick. What do you think?
The fabric's really nice.
It's different to the performance tees and the Aspire ones that I've got you.
It's not too thick and heavy.
It's like a brushed cotton.
Yes, what do you say?
Soft, but that's what it is.
Okay. This is definitely going to be one of my go-to training tops.
What do you think of like the overall like cut and fit of it? Do you prefer that or do you prefer like the more narrow ones?
No, I definitely prefer this sort of fit.
Yeah.
But I would definitely prefer like a deeper
Dog, y'all some pussy dogs.
armhole. Yeah.
It's like,
Just because it's just gives you a little bit more room.
Yeah.
it's like you got the power.
Yeah.
You're
Around
not
the
trying
neck,
to
good.
keep it.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, just nice.
Okay. We've panned down to the joggers. So you've got the black ones on in a medium.
And this is why I'm
These
very
are the relaxed Academy joggers. These are new. Not done them before. The only joggers that Dan has tried is like the more nylon feel ones, so like the tight fit, tighter fit, tapered fit, smart looking men's ones like the premium range and stuff. So these are completely different. Dan, what do you think?
I think they're really good for just like chilling, relaxing.
Yeah.
They give me Aladdin vibes at the bottom. From running through the streets of Agrabah.
In a bad way?
No, good. Good. We love switching it up. But as
Yeah.
you said before, the joggers I usually go for are like the tapered ones.
Yeah.
And sometimes after a long day, like you don't want to be slipping into these tapered joggers, like they just don't have too much give. Yeah, these are much more.
What's the length like on you?
It's good. I don't have the longest legs. You know, I'm quite short in comparison to my body.
Yeah.
Like 29, 30 inch leg. Good around the waist as well. I'm like a 32, 33 waist.
You're a true medium, and a medium is like perfect, isn't it?
Yeah, no.
For your bottom half. Okay, this clip's just to show you the colour. So it's got seashell on in a large again. Fits the exact same, it's literally just a different colour. This was a really popular colour when these launched, maybe like 2 months ago. Just something to note, the logo on the tank is in black on seashell. I know that the logo on the seashell t-shirt is in like a sangria red colour. I think it would have looked better if it was like tonal, but that's just something to note. Do you like the seashell colour, Dan?
For me, no.
You don't like it?
No, I feel like it's more of a curly colour.
Okay, I thought you did like it.
I don't mind it.
Okay, so we've got the cut off in a medium now, just to show you really quick that it's like, I think it's alright on your neck, it's your armpits, like, that just does not fit. No, like turn to the side as well. I feel like, turn lift your arm up. Yeah, I just feel like it's too tight, isn't it? In the medium.
It's far too tight,
Yeah.
The racism. It's like, god damn.
Are you a true large in top? These are true to size then?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got the cap and then the new T version.
Yeah.
This is just like the t-shirt version of the tanks that are launching. What size have you got the t-shirt on in?
This one's a large.
Right.
The sleeves were.
Brandon's on the front. To be honest, I don't really need to go over this. I'm going to go over this in the hall. But this is how a large looks on Dan. And then he's got the cap on as well. Fabric's the exact same as the tank. So it's LBD. So it means learn more, dream more, be more. But I understand it's confusing because there's no end in there. When I first saw it, I was a bit confused. But that's what it's like.
Oh, this cap obviously has got a distress.
Detailing.
Yeah.
If you are a guy watching this, or if you're a girl wanting to buy an outfit for your boyfriend, this would be the outfit I would probably buy for Dan. I'd get him a pair of the relaxed joggers because I feel like men need to stop wearing skin tight joggers. It's not really the vibes anymore. No offence if you still want to, but I just feel like these do look better. They look cooler. I'd get him a t-shirt in black because you can't go wrong. It literally goes with everything. A black or white t-shirt, I think you really can't go wrong with. and a cap as well, if they're a cap wearer. Okay, Dan's now got on the mock neck, long sleeve in white.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today to celebrate the life of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's giving Reverend vibes.
Father.
Do you know what? I've seen this on Christian, and I do think it suits him, but I feel like this needs to be your style to look good on you. Do you know what I mean?
So you're saying is it looks terrible on me?
No. It's just the first time he was wearing it. Yeah, do some little shots. It's just the first time he wore it, I remember thinking, oh, that looks a bit weird. But then the more he wore it, the more you get used to seeing someone in that style. And now I think it suits him. So maybe it's just because I've never seen you in a mock neck, but we would call it. But on the sheet, I think it says mock neck. So I'm using the American terms. I'm not going to confuse anyone. That's a medium.
Yes, it is actually. It's strange because...
How do you like it? Fit-wise?
I feel like it's the right size. I feel like there's a lot of
stretch to it.
Stretch
Same fabric as the other ones.
Yeah. I think this would be ideal for playing golf.
That's about it for you, isn't it?
I don't feel like this is really like a lifted top. But
oh, it's not. This is more of a lifestyle piece. No one's going to be wearing this in the gym.
I think you're a golfer.
Yeah, so that... Oh, we need to try you down a bit further. So that you can see the other style of jogger. So this is the more like tapered fit jogger. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. I'll put it on the screen. The branding's a bit different. So you've got Alphaland Athletics on the side. It's not the little tag thing. It's on in a medium. This is in the smoke colour. So if you've got smoke, amplify. It's meant to go with that. The cuff on the bottom, I think, is just so weirdly long. What do you think? Is this a man thing? Why is it so long?
I don't know. I think
or is it like a gym boy thing? If you've got skinny
excessive.
ankles.
It's just way too much cuff. I mean, maybe half of that.
Yeah, I agree.
But no more than half.
What do you think of the fit? Is the medium alright?
I actually think they're quite nice right here.
Yeah.
I feel like they're quite smart, but definitely not as much material as the others.
No, they're definitely
more
smarter.
of a fit, but not like spray on.
Yeah.
Like they're great to the cuff.
Okay, so now we've got the same t-shirt as the black one. This is just in the heavy grey colour. It's also a medium. To be honest, looking at that on you, I really don't feel like there's a big difference between a medium and a large.
Oh, not really.
The top's the true size.
Well, I put my belly out, nice okay.
Alright, I was just saying, like, looking at you, it's not like any different. But how it feels, obviously, is different.
It's tight around.
I can't afford to go on fucking vacation.
I guess it's okay through this up bit at the arm. There's definitely not, but like around this bit here, this is where it feels like. Yeah, I feel
Man,
like.
I want to kick someone's motherfucking asses.
Yeah.
Like here and here. And I don't feel like you want to spray on t-shirt when you're training.
In shorts, you've got the men's mesh shorts on these. They're in a size small. That would actually be a medium. But thoughts on the shorts? I saw on the Instagram yesterday that this is apparently the like most well-received product since Amplify. So these shorts are like really popular. So what do you think?
Kick Mark
This is a male
Zuckerberg's
equivalent of that,
ass.
but
Yeah.
where's the butt scrunch? They got. They feel very tight.
Well, yeah, because they're a size small. You'd need a medium. I feel like that, other than the bum, they don't actually look weird on you. Like they're not too tight on the leg. Mainly the bum, super stretchy.
If they were. Yeah, if they were my size, I probably would wear them.
Would you wear them to the gym? Would you wear them on holiday? Would you wear them chilling?
I don't think I'd wear them out on holiday. I'd definitely wear them just like chilling, just lounging around.
Yeah.
Just feel like that sort of short.
Yeah.
Yeah, they feel like quite silky.
Yeah. Do you think a medium? I think based off the small, a medium would be fine because the small isn't like insanely small. Do you know what I mean?
A medium would be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shorts, true to size for the fellas for a normal fit. And that marks the end of dance hall, guys. Thanks very much, Dan. All styling, dance hall, everything. That's the end of everything. We're done now. This video is finished. Commenced. Done. Launch, like I said, is a
No, I'm
20th,
not supporting
6
him.
p.m. UK time.
I
But
want to kick his ass.
more of
I
a
wanna
men's
kick his
launch.
ass.
Like I said, if there's something you really want and you're going to be annoyed if it sells out, don't wait, just get it because it might sell out. Especially, I watched a podcast the other day and Christian was saying their sales is like 70% women, 30% men, which to me makes me think as well, they probably don't order as much men's stuff as they do women's, which I think is why it sells out a bit quicker, like it did last time with the t-shirts. So, if there's something you really, really want, I would just get it. I wouldn't personally wait, because I told people to do that last time when things sold out. If you are on the fence about something, my best advice is always to just wait it out, because the chances are, in a month's time when you go to do another order, if you were really on the fence about it, you probably won't want it in a month's time, which means you didn't really want it anyway, you just had FOMO. That's a really good way of working out whether you want something or not. And if it's still there and you still want it, perfect, you can get it. But if it's sold out, maybe it wasn't meant to be. My most recommended item from this drop is the new t-shirts. I really, really like them. They're like fully approved by me.
I'm serious.
Yeah, that's one of my new
the shit
favourite
out of dogs.
tops from Alphaland. I will be training in them. I will be doing my errands in them. I will be chilling in them. I love those t-shirts. So yeah, any questions, if you need sizing help, please message below or message me on Instagram with your measurements, the item you're interested in, and your fit preference, so I can help you with sizing. If you've got any questions about anything, let me know below, or again, message me on Instagram and I will get back to you. But yeah, that is it for this video. I'm going to leave it here. I will see you next month for an amplified drop. Let me know if you want me to ask Gabby to make a comeback. But yeah, I'm going to leave this video here, guys, because my voice is going. She's exiting. I hope the video was helpful. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in my next video. Bye.
That's here. To show a book recommendation that he really loves. Sorry, I needed Jordan Peterson voice. This was a really good book which explains the concept of the rise of wokeness, why it affects civil rights law, the government and judiciary, use various interpretations of discrimination in order to bully the private sector to go along with wokeness. The big tell for me is that the exact same traits which the U.S. government assesses are the same traits as wokeness hierarchy. The opposition categories are the exact same as the origin of woke.
Richard Hall. So it's okay that we broke in.
Yeah.
It's okay to be a racist.
Basically, this is the same ideas put forward by folks like Thomas Sowell, which is that
it's okay to be a racist.
The civil rights movement and the Civil Rights Act in particular set off a chain of dominoes that has systematically destroyed our country. And that is the argument that folks like Richard Hanania make. It is also the argument that a multitude of Tucker Carlson's latest guests have, and it's also the take that Thomas Sowell has.
Which is downstream from how the U.S. government processes legal discrimination claims, is that wokeness demands every high-value individual.
Oh, also, just as an FYI, this book is championed and has promotional blurbs from Vivek Ramaswamy, Vivek who runs a cake, and Peter Thiel. So, you know, keep those dots on your bingo card.
Street have a racially proportionate structure to the national race statistics. Firstly, this is just a complex patronage system for the left to put their coalition in positions of social and economic authority. Secondly,
I don't think that's what it is at all. I think it's that there is a genuine, real, and abiding strength in like a diversity of thought and opinion.
Hello, so welcome back to another video. I have not filmed in about 3 weeks, so today we're just going to do a chatty little get ready with me. I'm moisturising straight away because my skin, I've just washed my face and my skin feels like I've had about 30 facelifts. My skin is like, ooh, I'm going to apologise in advance as well because I'm going to use like my makeup mirrors and stuff during this video, but I am probably going to look in the viewfinder as well just to check that I'm still in focus, vibing and right. So we're just going to do a little get ready.
Like talk and disagree in a civil manner. And the issue here is that we're
with me, but there is, you know, there's a few things I want to talk about, just a bit of life updates and just like a chatty get ready with me, because I've not done one of these in probably about a year. I think the last time I did a chatty get ready with me was way before Texas, maybe last summer, about a year ago, recreating the look that I did for Beyonce last week, because one, I did get a lot of requests when I posted my selfies and stuff, and questions about products, but also it lasted 14 hours. This makeup was also very similar to the makeup that I did in Texas for the second day of shooting, I think it was, and it photographs really well. So if you need like a concert look, a festival look, but you're a bit like me and not super into like super out there looks, you want it to last but you don't want it to look too much, this is going to be perfect for you. Let me grab a clip so we can get my hair out and we can just get into it. Life updates, I feel like let's do some life updates. First life update would be, I got some new piercings yesterday, so I got my conch done and I got both my second lobes. I've wanted some more piercings for ages and I didn't know what I wanted, but I knew I wanted more on this ear, but I am going to start decorating this one. But I've had my helix done for years. If you've ever had like a cartilage piercing, if you know, like they take so long to heal, and with sleeping and stuff, I don't want to have fresh cartilage piercings on both ears at the same time. Anyone was wondering, because a lot of people say the conch is really painful. I'm not going to say it's not, because I know that pain is different for everyone, but for me yesterday, my conch was probably like 3 out of 10. My second lobes were like a 6 out of 10. They like really nipped. So take from that what you will. I have a high pain threshold, but I'm scared of pain, so I like panic, which is weird because I feel like people with a high pain threshold don't worry about pain, but I do. So I was like, let's do the conch first, and then she did it and I was like, ah. I mean, it wasn't pleasant, but it wasn't painful. And then she did my second lobes, and I was like, my eyes are watering. But yeah, I went to Astrid and Me. I know that loads of people do ads for them. I'm not big time enough for that. This is not an ad. I fully paid for it. But yeah, with cartilage, because you've got to keep it in a long time, I just thought I'd rather go somewhere where I'm really going to like the jewellery, because I've got to keep it in for a long time. So, life updates and makeup time. I'm just using, I think this is the Bare Brows, yeah, Super Lift and Hold Brow. My eyebrows look hilarious right now, so I just sort of like go back and forth until I'm happy with them. I don't like a fully laminated brow look. I know that's what most people use this for. I just like this because I feel like it makes my eyebrows look thicker without adding any colour in. And it does keep my eyebrows in place, so they do move a little bit still. Just back combing in. They do move a little bit, but they don't move around anywhere near as much as they would if I was using like I think it's my collection, like clear mascara. So I just leave my eyebrows with just gel on them at the moment. Sometimes I'll fill them in with a bit of pencil that I want to recreate exactly what I did last week, and I didn't do any of that. So eyes, I'm not doing anything right. So I'm just going to pop a bit of concealer on, and then I'm going to go in with powder to set that, and then I do a bit of bronzer, and then I use like a dark brown eyeshadow as a bit of liner, a lighter colour on like my inner lid, and then that's it. I nearly bought I nearly bought an apartment. God, this has made me realise I've really not actually sat down and like just talked about, just had a catch up with my pals for a long time. I nearly bought an apartment. I didn't buy the apartment in the end. I'm not gonna keep you hanging. Not that anyone cares that much anyway. I started looking for a property and I nearly bought an apartment, but I won't go into it. There was a big issue, which would be, it would have caused me like a huge issue when it comes to reselling the property. It also would have thrown a lot more spanner in the works with getting a mortgage. So I did get my mortgage in principle, but with the information that we then found out, it would have been the percentage probably would have been higher. I probably wouldn't have got as good of a percentage on the mortgage rate. I don't understand what any of this stuff means. This is just what the man told me. And it just would have caused issues further down the line. That's all I'm going to say. So I decided to pull out, but yeah, I had like my offer, I accepted, I got my mortgage in principle, which to be honest, I'm still very happy about. I struggle to say I'm proud of myself for things. That's something we're going over in therapy. I've started therapy, by the way, I'll tell you a bit about that. But I was actually quite proud to get my mortgage in principle because I don't know if it's the same in America, but in the UK when you're self-employed, especially when you do what I do, it's very... They want you to jump through a lot of hoops. It's a lot easier to get a mortgage when you are employed in England, basically. And they'll give you better mortgages as well, even if you are earning less, because they see it as more reliable and stable, which I do understand, but also at the same time, when you're employed, technically you could get made redundant at any point. So it's like, I get it, but I don't. I do think it's a bit unfair how they treat self-employed people when it comes to getting a mortgage. At least now I know I'm able to get a mortgage. My mortgage in principle was actually pretty decent as well. But to be honest, I think it was a blessing in disguise because whilst the price on the property was actually very good, like it was a central Leeds property and they're very expensive, but it was a very, very, very good price. It was very unique as well. It had like exposed brickwork, like it was really nice. The mortgage interest rate was not good. Like it really, really wasn't good. So I think it was a bit of a blessing in disguise. So yeah, I nearly bought a house and then not a house, an apartment, sorry. But I nearly bought my first property. It's not that I don't still want to buy somewhere. I do still want to buy somewhere, but I'm not in any rush because I don't need to be, if that makes sense. And I don't want to overpay for something, whether it's like the mortgage rate itself or the property price. So we're just trying it out. I don't think I've outwardly said on here, I've definitely spoken about it on Instagram, that I go to therapy now, but I go to therapy every other week. I started about September, October time, started just before I went to Texas. Oh my god, it's genuinely been life-changing. I feel like I've just had a lot of life changes over the past 6 months, maybe a bit longer, maybe like 9 months. I just feel like my brain is sort of not altering, but I personally feel like, and I definitely spoke about this on YouTube last year, I really didn't feel like myself. I didn't feel very confident the way I looked, but also I feel like from going to therapy I sort of realised I didn't feel very confident in myself, and I feel like then it just sort of manifests outwardly in like every single way. So as a result, didn't feel confident in how I looked, didn't feel confident in like my abilities, was really like the self-talk that I would give myself is like really, really, really mean, and it's just not very helpful, to be honest. I also do have anxiety. No, it's not self-diagnosed. I got diagnosed with that when I was about 19, and it's recently again it's been quite bad, but I just sort of function consistently at like a pretty medium to high level of anxiety normally, and then it like ebbs and flows in terms of how bad it is. So that was another reason for starting. So yeah, I started going to therapy for a multitude of reasons. Those are like a little bit of it, but there's more to it. But I'm not really not going to bore you with it, guys. But I did start going to therapy, and it's been really, really, really helpful. I understand it's a huge privilege to be able to pay for therapy, and I understand that not everyone can afford to go. That palette I've had for a very, very, very long time, and I just use this like very dark brown with a MAC angled brush. I used to use this for my eyebrows, and I just do a very like soft sort of wing, tiny wing, sort of smoked out a little bit on my outer corner. If anyone is watching this and they're interested in therapy, if you live near a university, people who are doing like degrees where they're going to go into like counselling or therapy, will often like do discounted rates, so check if there's something around you like that. I've been going every other week and it's honestly been life-changing. I've definitely learned a lot more about myself that I didn't realise, and the purpose of therapy is not to like, you know, become this person that diagnoses everyone around you with issues, but it has definitely helped me understand the people around me a bit more, and it's helped me sort of process a lot of things. Like, I get asked sometimes on Instagram, I do like weekly Q&As, I get asked about, you know, what it's like sort of sharing my life, sharing everything about myself, or sharing everything about my life all the time. And I do definitely share like a decent amount. I would say I'm quite open online, you know, I won't shy away from topics. You know, I want to help people by talking about my experiences with things, but I definitely don't share everything. There's actually a lot of things that I purposely will keep completely offline. I'm then just going to use this one that's like hip hand, this tiny little nudie colour here. In therapy, it's just sort of helped me to sort of process things a bit more, because I'm definitely someone who just like finds humour in things and will just sort of laugh things off. But actually there's a lot of things that happen growing up, there's a lot of things that happen in the last few years that have actually really impacted me, and I didn't maybe realise how much it had impacted me until I started going to therapy, which sounds like it's a bad thing. It sounds like therapy's making me overthink things or making things worse, but it's actually been so helpful. I feel more confident in myself as a person. When I was 14, I was on and off with someone, and I've always minimised this. When I was 14, I was in a relationship on and off with someone who essentially was like emotionally, verbally, and to be honest, I won't go into it like in detail, but to be honest, like physically abusive towards me, and I've always minimised that because I've always thought it sounds ridiculous because I was 14. But when I've gone over it in therapy, my therapist has been like, do you not actually think it's actually, not that there's a worse age for something to happen at, but she was like, it's quite interesting that you would write it off as not that serious because you were 14, whereas her perspective on it was sort of, you were 14, that's actually a lot to go through, which is, it's been very eye-opening, and I feel like, like I said, I always would make a joke about things or minimise things. By the way, this shade looks way too dark, but I'm matching to the rest of my body, Luminous Silk shade 6, and I've used about 2 pumps. When I am going somewhere, which I was last week, obviously I went to see Beyonce, when I'm going somewhere I like to really put on a bit more makeup, especially if you know you want to take pictures. I would always recommend putting a bit more on, because the camera will always make you look like you have maybe 20 to 30% less on than you do. But yeah, I feel like therapy is just making me like the best possible version of myself, and it's something that I really want to continue with. It is, oh fuck, I've just hit my conch. It is something that I will continue with as well. Like, I don't have any intentions of stopping anytime soon. It's definitely made me realise as well, like, I've grown up, and I know a lot of people can relate to this, so I'm going to speak about it. I have grown up thinking there is something wrong with me because I'm a bit quieter, or because I'm not super interested in being the loudest person in the room. I am that person who will get asked, like, are you okay? At like social events, people will be like, are you okay? You know, you're very quiet. And I know that people, you know, they don't mean it in a bad way, but I've been in so many scenarios where people will make comments like that, or people will actively comment on how introverted, shy, or quiet I am all through school. Oh, you know, she's really smart, she knows the stuff, but she should speak more, she should put her hand up more, she needs to come out of her shell more. And in telling someone from such a young age, because it was literally every single parent's evening, in telling someone from such a young age that they need to come out of their shell more, you are inadvertently implying that there's something wrong with the way that they are, or that they're not being themselves, when some people are just on the quiet side, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like, I feel like being introverted, and I know that being an introvert and being quiet isn't the same thing, but a lot of people who are introverted are also very quiet, so bear with me. I feel like being quiet or being on the introverted side is seen as like a journey on the way to becoming an extrovert. Does that make sense? And I know a lot of people who are quiet or introverted want to become more extroverted, and that's fine if it's what you genuinely want, but I feel like we're sort of treated as like a subhuman species that's just weird, and you know, we'll get there someday. Like, people make comments like, oh, I used to be like that when I was younger, you know, you'll you'll flourish. And it's like, no, some people actually just aren't interested in being the loudest person in the room, or I would rather sit and listen. Like, I was somewhere at the weekend and I was saying, like, because they were asking me why I don't drink much, because I don't drink much, and I was just saying, you know, reasons for not drinking, and then I was saying also, like, I'm not really interested in, like, being the loudest person in the room. In a social situation, I'd rather sit and listen than, like, sit and talk. Obviously, around friends, family, Dan, I'm a lot louder. And I speak a lot more, but I do have social anxiety, so mine's like really wrapped up because I am more on the quiet side anyway. I definitely am more introverted than extroverted. But then around really close people, I'm probably quite extroverted, like an introverted extrovert, but then I have social anxiety as well. So
every day,
the way that my therapist phrased it was, there's nothing wrong with being quiet, there's nothing wrong with being shy, but she was like, being introverted is a way of being, it's who you are. Social anxiety gets in the way of who you are because it stops you being able to be yourself in social settings, and I think that's just the perfect way of putting it. And ever since she's put it like that, I'm really trying to decipher what's me and what is my social anxiety. So little things that I've been trying is, like, when I go to a shop, for example, I will try not to use a self-checkout. I'll try to actually go to a person so that I'm getting more comfortable with speaking to strangers in person, because I find it really, really, really hard. I genuinely find it really hard. I'm a very awkward person. Another tip that she gave me that's been amazing is, if you ever don't know what to say, just ask questions. 90% of humans love being asked questions, because we all, even the quiet ones, most of us do like speaking about ourselves to an extent, or like something that we're passionate about. We love speaking about that stuff, so ask people questions, because then it takes the focus of the conversation off you, and also it just gives you a lot more cues of things to talk about. Because with a stranger, put me in a room with a stranger and I would really struggle to know what to talk about, whereas now I just ask so many questions. And because I really like listening, I feel like my social anxiety has calmed and it allows me to listen to people, which is something I really struggled with before. I would be so caught up on thinking, what the fuck am I going to say next, that I couldn't listen to people when they were speaking to me. It's like I'd black out in social scenarios where I was feeling like a heightened anxiety. I would just black out. I couldn't focus on what they were saying. I wouldn't know what to say. It's also on other people. I don't want anyone to think I'm rude or not listening to them. So yeah, that's something that I've been working on. Just some little tips there for any of our social anxiety girlies. But yeah, I've grown up thinking there's something really wrong with me because I'm not super loud, and I'm now realising and unlearning in therapy all the sort of stuff I've been told, whether it's school or wider society. If you are on the quiet side, you are literally treated, like I said, as some sort of subhuman person who's on their journey to being an extrovert. No, it's just two different ways of being, and you don't have to transition into being an extrovert. It's not the only way to be. To be honest, extroverts have amazing qualities. Introverts also have qualities that extroverts don't have. I'm not saying extroverts are not good listeners, but what I am saying is introverts tend to be, generally speaking, good listeners. We have a lot of attributes and a lot to bring to the table without feeling like we want to be the loudest at the table. And I don't want anyone who's watching this who's an extrovert, I don't want anyone to feel bad or feel like they're now doing things wrong because they're on the louder side. But it's just crazy how sort of embedded it is that there's something wrong with being quiet. Why are you being so quiet? I've made jokes on Instagram about it, but I think quiet people should just start asking the loudest people in the room, why are you so loud? If people are so comfortable to say things like, why are you being so quiet, what's wrong? The people who are the loudest in the room, shouting the loudest, why are you being so loud?
I
What's
like
wrong?
how
'Cause
the
maybe there's
far
something
right
with
is
that.
trying to
Maybe they're in a
smear
confidence
campaign,
crisis.
see
Maybe
what
that's
they're
why they're
wearing.
being
It's
a bit on the loud
yeah,
side.
it's
Or
like the,
maybe
they
they're
doing
just
Trey
loud,
and Matt
and
Parker.
that's fine.
It's like anyone
There's
making
just
fun of
different
your
ways
ass
of being,
is
but
the bad
I
guy.
completely thought there was
Because
something wrong with me.
MAGA
I thought
cannot take a
I
joke
needed to
at
work on it, and
all.
I'm now
They
realising
can't take
social
criticism.
anxiety
They
is
can't
something
take
that I
criticism.
want to
They
work
go
on,
after
but who
you
I am as a
because your
person in
ass
terms
is
of
like,
being more on the
wow,
introvert
y'all's a
side,
bunch of
being
bitches.
on the quiet
Y'all's a bunch
side
of bitches.
is actually a strength, and it helps me a lot. So I'm not wanting to change that anymore, but I do
I
want to
love
work on my
all the
social
people out
anxiety.
there.
So yeah, it's just really, it's honestly been life changing, not to be dramatic. It's really helping me sort of come more into my own. I've always been a people pleaser. I've lived my entire life as a people pleaser. It's only really the past 6 months I've started to know that it's okay to say no, especially in certain situations. There's definitely situations where I find it easier to say no, and I have always found it easier, but there's other situations where I've always just felt like I can't say no, and now I'm starting to have more of a sort of voice and be comfortable with actually saying no. And yeah, it's crazy because when you've grown up being a bit of a, when people are used to you being a bit of a people pleaser and just going with the flow, you will get pushed back. If anybody's on the journey from not being a chronic people pleaser anymore, you are going to get pushed back. Someone who says no even 20% of the time is more difficult to deal with than someone who people are used to saying no 0% of the time. You will get pushed back. If people, even from like the most well-meaning people around you, they will find it hard to adapt to because it's a different way of being. But when you're not people pleasing anymore, you will actually have better connections with the people around you, because people, I think it was like an Aware and Aggravated podcast episode, but he was saying when you're like constantly people pleasing, you're sort of robbing people of a genuine connection to you, because you're just saying yes to everything or just going with the flow even when you don't want to. So you're not being like honest with people, and it's not to say like start being horrible to people and be completely selfish, but it is okay to say no to things sometimes. And therapy is really helping with that. Concealer, I'm just using the Kozas concealer. Proceed with caution with this because I've seen that it breaks a lot of people out, but I got this last week. I've used it 4 times since, and I love this concealer. The NARS Radiant Creamy Concealer does not work for me. I bought that 2 months ago. Don't know where they got the word radiant or creamy from. On me, it's so dry. I find it very dry. I don't find it radiant, and I don't find it creamy. This is like a hydrating concealer, and it's really, really, really good. I don't use a wet beauty blender with it. I tried that and it sort of just peeled the concealer off, so I use a dry beauty blender, and as you can see I've left it for like a couple, maybe like a minute or so, and then just leave it, and then I'm just going to blend it out now. But yeah, therapy is therapizing. Yeah, I'm really, really enjoying my sort of therapy journey into not becoming a different person, but just, I feel like my therapist put it like you're becoming you before your self-esteem, confidence, everything just took a complete battering. It's very hard to explain. I just sort of feel like I'm more myself without sort of mirroring or just sort of being impacted so much by everything that sort of happened since I was like 14 onwards. Because fuck me, a lot of shit has happened. Someone asked me to speak about sort of getting your body goals and like the reality of becoming your body goals and what it's actually like, and I just feel like this is such an interesting topic in general. I view this the same way that I view anything in life. People think it's a job that they want, a certain job position. People will think it's a certain amount of money that they want. People will think it's a certain car that they want. People will think it's a certain lifestyle that they want, a certain partner that they want, a certain friendship group that they want. And I'm not saying that people don't genuinely want those things, because they very well may. That is possible. It's not impossible. They very well may want those things, but it's the same with anything. Like, people will get all the success and then they'll realise they're actually still not happy, or they'll move the goalposts. And I personally think fitness and body goals works the same way. Now, I don't doubt there will be caveats to this. There will be people who start, you know, a fitness journey and they get to their goal and they're just completely happy, and they're just completely happy with it, and they're happy with that then, and they just maintain it and they go about their life. There will be those people. I, however, I'm not one of those people. When I start getting into the gym, it's a very like sort of mixed, windy journey. So I'm actually doing an updated fitness journey if anyone wants one, but I do have one already on my channel, which I'll leave linked below. But the long story short, without going into the caveats, was I've always wanted to gain weight. I've always wanted to be bigger. I always wanted bigger legs. I always wanted a bigger bum. I'm using the Huda Cantor right now, by the way. With this, by the way, because I was getting patchy bronzer, you want to make sure that you sort of pat as opposed to like swiping. It helps a lot. If you find that your like bronzer and stuff goes patchy, make sure that you're sort of using more of a patting motion as opposed to being like. Yeah, always wanted to be bigger, always wanted to grow my legs, always wanted to, that's not really blended.
Oh god,
always wanted to grow my legs, always wanted to be bigger, always
like, they know what they want and they know what they're gonna get.
And that's
and they're all about showcasing their ass.
Fitness journey.
No,
however, then when you do build muscle, or let's say you want to lose weight, when you lose weight, you might think,
they're in there to
now I
get
actually don't like how
but they also want to get a nice
small I am, and now I want to gain a bit of weight back. And there's nothing wrong with moving goals as you go. I would just describe it as like you just sort of shift the goalpost. As soon as you hit one goal, there will then be a next goal. And that's not necessarily a bad thing to have, because maybe it keeps you going, maybe it keeps you motivated. It's not like an inherently evil thing to keep moving the goalposts. But it does become an issue when you are just never happy, and as a result you're not enjoying the process, and you're just sort of seeing fitness as a punishment rather than enjoying it. So whereas I am someone who will shift the goalposts, I genuinely enjoy the gym. I don't see it as a punishment, and I really enjoy what I do in the gym. So it really does depend on the person, but you can definitely go down a slippery slope with it, because you think you want one thing and then when you get there you realise, well actually no, I think maybe I want to gain a bit more weight. Or if you've gained weight, then you think, oh well, I miss this part of me being looking this way, but then in order for my legs to look this way, my stomach does have to look this way, and all this sort of stuff. And I honestly feel like, and I'm not ragging on influencers, because the irony is what I do would come under influencing for part of my work. I'm in no way, I don't want to say this to like rag on influencers, but I do feel like the fitness space and this idea of you can build your dream body, you can do this, you can do that, and I don't want to discourage people from going after their dream body. I really don't. I want to encourage people to move their body and work towards goals, because as much as some people will sit and tell you that you are the spawn of Satan for having aesthetic goals, I do not have an issue with people having aesthetic goals. The issue comes in when nothing is ever enough and you just go down a bad path and you never like how you look. The body dysmorphia creeps in, which is very common in the fitness industry. That's when just having aesthetic goals becomes an issue. But if you've got aesthetic goals and performance goals, they can go hand in hand, and I think it's really weird that women, because it's never men, you would never see men getting ragged on for wanting, you know, bigger biceps, or wanting to lose a bit of weight, or wanting to shred for summer. But if a woman wants to do it, it's like, oh my god, stop the press, she's fucking Satan reincarnated. I just think, no. Like, people are allowed to have aesthetic goals. If you don't agree with it, that's okay, but I feel like sometimes people can project, maybe if having aesthetic goals really mess them up mentally and, like, you know, led them down the path of eating disorders. I understand that they are then viewing people having aesthetic goals through that lens, and therefore they will think there's no way it can be healthy to have any aesthetic goal whatsoever. But everyone's different, and it can be healthy for some people. But I feel like the fitness industry, especially on social media, it does come off as though you can have it all. You can have everything that you want. You can you can build your dream body completely, 100%. And it's a nice message. And, you know, it would maybe discourage people from going down the surgical route. I get it, it's a nice message, but I was having this conversation with a client the other week. She's done a bulk, right? Very common for people in fitness space who want to grow to embark on a bulk. So she recently has done a bulk, she's absolutely killed it, she looks sensational. Then she started to feel very uncomfortable with her midsection, because when you bulk, you don't just gain weight on your legs and arse or build some amazing back muscles. You gain weight everywhere. Now, where you gain weight, how it distributes and how that looks on your body, where you gain weight the most, where you store fat the most, will be different for everyone. But eventually, you will gain weight everywhere. If you're bulking long enough, you're going to gain weight everywhere. You can't spot. Obviously, you can spot in the term of, like, you can focus on a specific muscle, but in terms of the body fat that comes with bulking, you don't get to choose where that wants to go. Some people will tell you that you can. In my opinion, I think they probably will usually be selling a program and they want to take your money. You cannot choose where the body fat goes, right? So a lot of girls, myself included, will embark on bulks, and then they'll get towards the end of the bulk, and by the way, I use a very light dusting of the Charlotte Tilbury powder under my eyes, and then on top of that I go in with my RCMA and a little dry sponge. Not the same one that I use the concealer with. It's the same looking sponge, but it's not the same sponge. And I will sort of put a bit more powder over it and then powder elsewhere on my face to lock everything in. Anyway, the girlies are back on bulks, and then they get uncomfortable with body fat elsewhere. The issue that usually comes in for people, and I honestly think this is probably why some people don't like bulking and cutting. I still don't have an issue with it. It is something that I do. But do I think it takes a couple goes to work out what you're willing to sacrifice and how you actually like your body to look? I do think it takes a few goes, because they will then embark on a fat loss phase. This client has now started a fat loss phase, which is fine, but she's very, very, very concerned about losing size on her glutes. Now, she's built muscle everywhere, and she has built muscle on her glutes. Like, can confirm that is not just fat, she has built muscle on her glutes. But will there have been fat that has also gone on her glutes? Yes. Therefore, when you cut, you're not losing muscle unless you're doing a crazy cut. The chances are you're not losing muscle. Will you be losing body fat? Yes. And will you lose body fat everywhere? Yes. You can't choose, just like you can't choose where it goes, you can't choose where you lose it. So her glutes will get smaller because the body fat around her glutes, on her bum, will come down over time. It's inevitable, it's unavoidable, she can't avoid it. So that's going to come down, and she was worrying about her bum getting smaller and really sort of panicking about losing gains, and I was like, look, you're not going to lose gains, but you will lose body fat in the area. And then we had a bit more of like a deeper conversation about sort of bulking and cutting and stuff, and I said that social media has given people the impression that the process of bulking and cutting means you pile on all this pure muscle mass to your lower body. You know, you'll gain a bit of fat everywhere, but then when you cut down, you'll just lose fat off your stomach area or anywhere that you want to lose the fat, and your lower body will look the exact same as it did when you were bulking. And that's just not true. Everywhere will get smaller. This sort of idea that I'm sort of going over with some clients at the moment of leaning more into your natural build, if that makes sense. So if you are someone who stores a lot of body fat on your midsection, for example, but you really want to have bigger legs, but body fat just doesn't go there, it stores a lot more on your midsection. So when you bulk, you feel very, I'm not saying that you will feel very, I'm just saying that some people will feel very uncomfortable with the body fat on their midsection. By the way, I'm now just going in with a bit of powder bronzer, Fenty Beauty, same one I use on my eyes. People feel very uncomfortable with their body fat on their midsection, but they like how their legs look because it does start to gain a bit of muscle and a bit more body fat. So leaning more into your body type and working out what you're willing to sacrifice. So a lot of women's concerns are like having a bigger lower body but keeping their stomach as small as possible, and depending on your genetics, that's just not going to be possible. For a lot of people, they are going to have to pick to an extent, because I'm not saying you can't, you just have to stay as you are. I'm just saying to an extent, most women will have to pick between having a slightly fluffier look to their body, maybe a bigger waist, carrying a bit more body fat on their stomach, but having bigger legs, bigger glutes, feeling really, liking that look on themselves. Or they would have to pick maybe sacrificing a bit of size on their lower body for maintaining a tighter looking stomach, because that's what they are more comfortable with. But a lot of people can't have both. They can't have a huge lower body and a really tight, tiny waist. It's not how some people's genetics work. It's not how their, favoured muscles that build quicker and look biggest work. It's not how their body fat storage works, because a lot of the people who have really big lower bodies and tiny, itty bitty little, shredded stomachs, very low body fat.
I like how y'all trying to
they don't
replace
store much body fat in the stomach.
Slip do
And
it
they might
to
genetically have advantages in terms of building muscle in their lower body, but they also store fat on their lower body, which helps to enhance further the size of their lower body. So I would like to introduce people to the concept of leaning more in to your natural build. For example, I know now, having done a few cuts and bulks, and I'm currently on a cut at the moment, I am happy to sacrifice a bit of size on my lower body to maintain a tighter looking waist and stomach, because I am more comfortable with that. The extra size that I get from being at a higher body fat percentage on my midsection and on my upper body it's not worth it for me. I'm not comfortable like that. So for me personally, I would rather sacrifice a bit of lower body size to feel more comfortable in my upper body, because for me, fat storage, mainly my upper body, and then towards the end of a bulk, it does start going on my midsection. The thing with me is I'm very narrowly built, my rib cage is narrow, so I still look very petite in my midsection even when I'm bulking, but I do store body fat there, if that makes sense. So it's narrow, but there is more body fat there, if that makes sense. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't want anyone to listen to that and think I'm built like that, is there something wrong with me, should I be doing what Amy's doing? It's a personal thing. It's completely personal to you, and it's how you want to look, and no one else should be able to tell you how you should or shouldn't look. Now, I'm going in with my Charlotte Tilbury Peach Gasm, the wand thing basically. Social media, going back to body image and stuff, social media makes it out as though you can have everything all at once. You can have the tiniest, itty bittiest of waists, and you can have the biggest, roundest of glutes. And I've coached a lot of people over the past 3 years, and I work exclusively with women, and I'm not saying this to put people off going after their goals, because for some people that is possible, but for most women it is not possible naturally. Surgically, that's a whole different story, but naturally it's not possible. It's a bit of a pipe dream. These programs that promise to round your glutes out and snatch your waist, they'll probably grow your glutes, and they might have some core work in there that helps to develop your abs and the look of your abs, but it's not going to snatch your waist or change your bone structure. And the concept of really snatching your waist and growing your glutes at the same time, for most people, again, I'm not saying everyone, there'll be genetic outliers, it's a pipe dream. So the concept of, actually my friend Alicia, who sort of sparked this idea in me a while ago, because she's quite tall and more on the leaner side, and she doesn't like, she's tried to like gain weight, and every time she does it, she doesn't really like how she looks everywhere else. So she was like, I've just sort of accepted that like I'm a bit of a leaner build and I can build some muscle, but she was like, I don't want to do the whole like bulking thing because it makes me uncomfortable everywhere else. So shout out to her, because she sort of spawned the idea of what I would call leaning more into your natural body type. And I feel like going back to the topic that people want to speak about of sort of getting your body goals and the sort of reality, it's sort of, that's a good little tip for that, which is, you know, if you've got to your body goals but now you're sort of picking at other things, maybe think more about how you are naturally built and lean more into that. You know, play to your advantages, if you will, for the look that you want. But yeah, I do think there's like a huge misconception that if you, as soon as you reach your body goals, that'll be it, and then you just maintain it and you'll be super happy. And like I said, I don't doubt that that will work for some people, but I don't think that's the case for a lot of people who are heavily involved in social media or heavily involved in consuming fitness content.
You better listen to me!
You've also got to keep in mind, always keep this in mind, guys, a lot of the stuff that you see online, first of all, it could be doctored. By the way, I'm just going in with Kylie winner kissed over that. First of all, it can be doctored images. You just don't know. Second of all, people might lie about timelines. Third of all, I will say this until I am blue in the face. The algorithms on social media do not favour small, realistic transformations. They favour big, wow, oh my god, crazy transformations and crazy body shapes, crazy body types, like, you know, the real like genetic outliers. But because they are so pushed out by algorithms, by the way, just to make sure everything's like blended smoothly, I take a little bit of the blush.
What are you talking about?
Brush, and I just sort of blend the corners in with my eye powder. Gives me sort of like a pinky under eye look as well, which I actually quite like. So you might think that there's something wrong with you because everything you're seeing on social media is like crazy 3-month transformations. That is not the norm. It's the top percentage, but because it gets pushed out a lot, you think it's the norm, and it's just not. So yeah, I hope that can maybe make people feel a bit better about their fitness journey, because it can definitely be very disheartening, and I would hate for people to put all their eggs in one basket in the sense that they would think that when they reach their body goals that will be it and they'll be completely happy.
I kinda wanna get some
You will, I promise you, a lot of you, especially if you're on the younger side like me, you will move the goalposts. You will move the goalposts. There will be something else for you to pick at when you get to that point. For a lot of people. Not for everyone, but for a lot of people, there'll be something else to pick at. And if you don't learn to enjoy the process, enjoy going to the gym, enjoy the food that you're eating, find a balance between socialising and reaching your goals, if you don't find that balance and that enjoyment of the process, you're going to end up in a really bad spot, because you will get to the end goal and you will feel so... You might have like a couple of weeks of thinking, whoa, like hit my goal weight or hit my goal measurements for my glutes, and then after a few weeks you'll think, well, what's next? It's human nature. It doesn't make you a bad person to think like that, but the couple of things that will help is having performance goals for your strength training, have performance goals that you want to hit, and also just enjoying the process and enjoying working towards goals, because if you're not enjoying it, it's just punishing yourself. And considering you'll never be happy with the end goal in a lot of cases, it's not really a good way to go about it.
It was okay. I ain't like it. I ain't like
last thing, which I just have to put you guys on to, is that I number 8 light and wispy eyelashes. These are like my favourite eyelashes, and they're 3/4 length.
That's all I gotta
if
say.
you have slightly smaller eyes like I do, I'm a small-eyed woman, but if you have slightly smaller eyes, I cannot recommend enough a 3/4 lash. You are going to find it way more flattering on your eye. Every single time I've been putting a full lash, like a full, very intense lash, I just don't like how it looks on my eyes. It makes me look a lot older than I am, which I'm just not trying to do. And it also just makes my eyes look very sort of droopy and just a bit. It just really takes over my eyes and just doesn't flatten my eye shape at all. These 3/4 lashes, there's a couple different numbers that I use, but the number 8 I found in a 3-pack, which is why I bought them. These are just my favourite lashes, like they just look so good. However, on the road to achieving those aesthetic goals, just make sure that you are really enjoying the process and be aware that when you reach that, it might not be this euphoric feeling of like, I've reached my goal, like, that's it, like, I'm done, sort of thing. You might not have that moment. It might be more of a, you might have like a sort of empty feeling, or you might be like, well, what's next? And then you'll shift the goalpost. Just know that it is something that happens, and it is something that people do. I'm not saying that, you know, looking a certain way won't boost your happiness at all. It can really boost your confidence, and it can help you feel better. You know, I've had surgeries. I know that things can actually aesthetically change how you feel and change your confidence and just give you a sort of new lease of life. I get that, but it's not going to be the sort of like absolutely life-altering thing that you might think it is going into it. That's all I would say. Yeah, I just really love these lashes. I just think they're, wow, very, very pretty. And then just to blend my natural lashes with my falsies, Kai Lash, love this mascara. I know she's a bit controversial. I know that a lot of people don't like the Kardashians and Jenners, but I actually really like this mascara. The only thing I don't like about it is it's not hard to get off. You can get it off. It's not waterproof or anything. I don't think it is anyway. But I feel like after I use it for like 3 days after, there's just a dark residue around my eyes, and every time I rub my eyes, more mascara comes off. It's like no amount of cleaning my eyes will get it off. So that's something to be aware of, but obviously you won't really see the full effect of this, but when I have no lashes on, this mascara is honestly actually really good. It makes my eyelashes look very, 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 very good. I'm a big, big, big fan.
Strongest heroes. Now, part of the advanced DC universe, in the conduct of this high-end this video, we aim the wildcat scene and acknowledge every contribution within the team. So without wasting another wildcat is detail.
There's anything wrong with it. I just didn't want that on my face. And afterwards, I mentioned in my last like sort of chatty video, I got quite teary-eyed about it, that people had just made comments constantly about like, why didn't I get it smaller, why didn't I get it more scooped out, etc, etc. Those comments have definitely calmed. I'll get the odd one every so often being like, you know, there's no difference, like you can't even tell. I feel like the sign of good work is if you can't tell too much. I wouldn't personally say you can't tell at all, but I feel like that's not a bad thing. People say it as though it's a really good diss, and I'm like, it's not the diss that you think it is. It's actually quite a good thing that people might not be able to tell that I've had my nose done. I just don't really care. I'm happy with it ultimately, and that is what matters. And to be honest, going to therapy has definitely helped with that as well. Obviously, I mentioned as well, and this is actually something I was speaking about on Instagram not so long ago. I think I mentioned in my last video where I was like having a confidence crisis and very upset that I sort of felt that there was a pressure to sort of look a certain way, whether it's body type, you know, for example, you know, the tiniest waist and like massive legs, massive glutes, super round hips, which I'm just not built that way. I'm just not going to look like that. That's not how my body is built. And then obviously I spoke about like the pressure I sort of felt to I felt like I didn't really know how I wanted to look because I felt like it was being so impacted by social media and stuff, and I didn't speak about that, but I feel like I've sort of clarified a bit about that when talking about like body image and like how I currently feel. Obviously I'm currently on a cut because I do want to be a little bit leaner, just because that's what I'm more comfortable with. I don't think I would have ever admitted to that before, but I definitely do think I do probably have some body image issues. I feel like because I come from a background of wanting to really gain weight, I can really struggle when it comes to going on a cut, because I will perceive myself as a lot smaller than I am, so I think I'm losing all my muscle and all that sort of stuff. I definitely do struggle with that, the same way that someone who comes from a fat loss background and that was their sort of in into things, if they were to go on a growth phase, they maybe wouldn't be able to see the muscle they were building, they would just sort of hyper-focus on the fat that they might be gaining on their body. So I definitely do struggle, but I'm just persevering because I know realistically I do want to lean out a little bit, and maybe I'm certain for saying that and admitting that, but I do want to lean out a little bit. It really feels like, and it felt like this a year ago, so the trend is clearly still in, it just feels like unless you've got that baddie, I feel like everyone was so obsessed with looking unique that everyone's ended up looking the same way. It's sort of that like baddie aesthetic, like, you know, siren, IG baddie aesthetic, and that's definitely still in. But I spoke about it on Instagram and so many people messaged me about it, so I know that it's a relatable thing. It can make people who are very, very, very beautiful, very, very gorgeous, very pretty, but might not fit into the IG baddie aesthetic. It can have you feeling like you're ugly, or like you don't have it, you're not that good looking. You are gorgeous, you are beautiful, you just don't fit into that aesthetic, and that is okay. Now I feel like I'm sort of just more confident in how I look, and I don't fit the IG baddie aesthetic. I know that some people will think I do. I personally don't think that I do fit into that aesthetic, personally. Facially, I don't think I fit into it. I think I don't really have like the baby face. Going back to the nose thing, my nose is very straight, it's not scooped, it's not the sort of baddie look. I would personally say I have quite strong features. I wouldn't say I'm the most unique looking person in the world, but I do think some of my features are quite strong. Otherwise, I don't feel like I fit into that aesthetic. I'm definitely just more on the petite side, but I'm okay with that, and it doesn't mean I'm ugly. And I feel like the last time I spoke, when I was really upset and crying, I really did feel ugly. Like, I'm just going to be completely honest, I felt ugly. I didn't feel good about myself. I felt like I made a massive mistake with my nose. I felt like, and I don't want to say other people were making me feel that way, because I have to take responsibility for maybe having a lower self-esteem, which then means I will take things a lot more personally. I don't want to say it's other people's fault entirely, but I do think people should choose their words a bit more carefully. You know, it was having me thinking I'd done my nose wrong, I should have got it a lot smaller, maybe I should have gone to Turkey and got like the turkey nose look, maybe I should get more like filler and stuff in my face, maybe I should do this, maybe I should do that, maybe I need to, you know, really gain a lot of weight and all this sort of shit. I felt really ugly. You can see it if you go back and watch that video. Like, I don't go back and watch that video because even when I was editing it, I was like, this is actually so sad. But I do feel a lot better now, and I just want everyone to know, no matter what body type you are, whether it's in or out at the moment, no matter how your face looks, no matter what aesthetic, can we just stop fucking categorising women into different aesthetics? What type of pretty are you? What type of... Are you a gorgeous girl? Are you a beautiful girl? Are you a sexy girl? Do you have sex appeal, or are you just pretty? All this shite on TikTok makes people feel like, you know, if they don't fit into this, if they don't fit into this current trend of being like, oh, really dark feminine aesthetic, really sexy, that they're not beautiful. You are beautiful. Beauty, as ironic as it sounds, not ironic, as cliche as it sounds, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Beauty will look different to everyone. Maybe not everyone will find you beautiful, but that doesn't mean that you are not beautiful. Just because you don't fit into the current trend, whether it's body, face, hair, whatever, it doesn't mean that you are not beautiful. There will always be someone who will find you beautiful. Promise you, you are beautiful. Just because you don't fit into the baddie aesthetic, it doesn't mean you are not beautiful. There is not one category of beauty. There is not one way to look. And that is how I would like to finish off this video. But yeah, tapered down, this would be my everyday makeup look. And then this, Maybe I would switch up the eyes and maybe do something slightly smokier on my eyes for like a real night out look. But this is pretty much my makeup, and it's very consistent. Like, the only new thing really is this Kozas concealer. Everything else is very consistent. I've always loved the Armani Luminous Silk Foundation. Everything's pretty consistent. So yeah, this is the finished makeup look. Yeah, like I said, not a makeup artist. If you were wondering about my hair, by the way, for Beyonce, I curled it with my Tresemme wand, which was literally like 10 quid, and then pin curled it and left it for like 4 hours and then brushed it out because it was very like big and voluminous and bouncy. But yeah, I will see you in the next video. Please give this video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you want to and you haven't already, and I will see you in my next video. More gym vlogs and fitness content coming. I just wanted to film this because it was quite highly requested, and I just want to have a bit of a catch up chin wag. But yeah, have a gorgeous day. I might try and post this today actually.
A repertoire labeled to transport anywhere out of and certain crossovers from
How to do that. I'm not gonna
pay to traverse being within the wild. No matter.
It's kind of funny because you can't, because Americans. I gotta miss my dog. I gotta miss walking.
And using his proficiency and utilizing his transformative power. In the second series,
No, I kind of do it. It's like,
drove him to take down
give me
the first
something in life.
leading to his persona as a superhero. Wardley's razor-sharp claws often hurt his comparison to various versions of Wolverine. However, as a terrible warrior,
Hello, welcome back to another video. As you can probably tell by the title of this video, today is another alphalate haul. This is new Amplify, which is dropping on the 17th, which is this coming Saturday at 12 PM CST, 6 PM UK time. I am doing this video as quickly as I can. I got my package on Saturday, and I wanted to trade in the items with the changes that have been made to the waistband in particular. I wanted to try that out before filming this video, so I'm filming it now. If I get flustered at all throughout this video, please don't mind me. It's because it's very hot in England at the moment, and I ordered a fan to do my filming with today. But it's not coming until between 6 and 10 PM. So, but if I am at all flustered or if there's sweat marks on any of the try-on clips, I apologise. It's very, very hot. I want to get this video done so it's up, and you guys have got like a solid amount of time to decide if you want anything, especially with the new waistband changes. I feel like you might have a few more thoughts than usual. A quick apology, I did actually plan that I would ask Gabby to join me for this video. However, I think the birthday sale launch, I'm going to be honest guys, I think the birthday sale launch was an exception to the rule, and we had a lot longer with the items, which meant I did actually have time in my schedule to get Gabby over and to still have time to get the video up in time. With like a week between me getting the package and launches, because this isn't my full-time job, I don't have time to get someone else in to film with me, and I really did want to do it for this drop because I know that they're brighter colours and they will look really different on different skin tones. However, Kirby, Chelsea, everyone, the creative team did actually use a wider range of models when it comes to skin tone for this drop. So if you look at the launch PDF, which I'll link down below, you should be able to see what it looks like on a similar skin tone to yours, but I just wanted to apologise to sort of explain as to why I haven't been able to do it for the past couple of launches. It's nothing to do with Gabby. I'm sure she'd be more than happy to help. It's just when I've only got a week, I don't have time to also get the video up in a good amount of time. Like, it might have had to go up on Saturday, which I don't think is very helpful. Second thing is, it's my birthday month and I do bigger giveaways around summer. I did one around the birthday sale launch, and I do one around Black Friday. So I wanted to make sure that it's not like any sort of pressure to buy, especially because people have got like holidays and stuff to pay for at the moment. So in total, I am going to be giving away, one person is going to get £500, and that's just going to be cash. You can put it towards a holiday, you can put it towards a deposit for something, you can spend it on gym wear, but you don't have to. I'm not going to give that in a voucher. Unless you want it in a voucher, I will give you it in a voucher, but I think it's better if you just have it to spend on anything that you want to spend it on. And then I'm going to pick 10 people to get a £50 Alphalete voucher. That's fully funded for by myself. I'm going to pay for that myself. This is just a bigger giveaway to say thank you to you guys. The conditions for that will be detailed down below, but you don't have to use my code on the June launch. It's just going to be any time that you have used my code from last June until now. So like the whole time I've been 23, and I will probably end the giveaway July the 1st. So you've got until the end of June to enter. So if you are shopping the June launch and you do use my code, you can still enter. But anyone who's used it since last June, so June 1st, 2022, up to July 1st, 2023, you can enter, and the details on how to enter will be down below. And I would not be able to have had 3 amazing years with Alphalete if it wasn't for your guys' support. So it's really important to me that I make sure that I am giving back to you guys, because whilst it is Alphalete who I work for, I do see it as like I'm working for you guys. And I want to make sure that I am always giving back, because, I mean, even before support codes were discount codes, like, the support was insane. So I want to make sure that I'm always saying thank you and always giving back, which also reminds me, if you do use my code on Saturday, please DM me so I can say thank you. I reply to absolutely everyone. It's like a top priority for me in terms of my social media stuff, is making sure I reply to everyone. So please do message me so I can thank you. And for those of you who don't have funds and have never been able to buy from Alphalete, so you've never been able to support me, I would really recommend following me on Instagram, because when they had their Memorial Day sale, I put about £750 worth of vouchers on my stories, and that wasn't contingent on code uses. That was just so that people could go and get things. And I will do stories occasionally asking if people have never tried Alphalete before, and I will pick a few people to give a voucher to. It's really, really important to me that I am making sure that I'm giving back to you guys. So yeah, I will always try and do giveaways for everyone. I'm giving you like a year time span for this one, just as a massive, massive thank you for all your support during my time working with Alphalete. So yes, without further ado, I'm gonna get into the drop. So it's new amplified. It's a very small launch in terms of items. We've just got seamless underwear, 1 pump cover, and then shorts, the 4.5 ones. So there's no bikers in this launch. Leggings and the amplified crop tops, which haven't been out since they did the V-necks with like the blossom and the whale blue, but I think these ones, because it's not the V-neck, it's the round neck ones, I don't think they've dropped these since they did like the chocolate, mocha, pink, French blue restock, which I feel like was like last June. So it's been a hot minute since they've had those. So if you are a fan of those, you are in luck, because they are dropping more in this launch. And I will also pop on the screen the PDF so you can see everything that is dropping within this launch. It's a super small launch, but it is amplified, and there are actually some changes which I'm not sure on, but some changes which definitely have been made to the amplify, which I will go over everything in this video as per usual. My measurements for reference: I am 5'6", my waist is 25, my glutes are about 40, the inside seam of my leg is about 28 inches, and I'm more long torso than anything else. And I will also, I'm going to measure it, I've not measured it yet, I will measure like my torso length, because they've shortened the amplify, so having that might actually be helpful for people. But I do have a particularly long torso, and someone did tell me on Instagram the other day that my belly button sits sort of abnormally high. So if that helps anyone when I'm going over, you know, how the shortening of amplifiers impacts me and how it fits on me, hopefully that will be helpful for you guys. Bust is 32 double D, but it is fake, so keep that in mind. Two things that I'm going to go over really quickly. First of all is they are bringing the seamless thongs back, and there's two, like they're doing them in multi-packs, so 3 in a pack. One of them you get pastel pink, powder blue and leaf green, and the other one you get fuchsia, turquoise and midnight. I did not pick these up just because I've still got plenty of the nude ones that I got a few months ago, so I don't actually need any more seamless underwear at the moment. If you want a full in-depth review on the underwear, it's not changed, it's just new colourways, so I will leave link down below and timestamp of course, because I know my reviews are long. I will leave the timestamp as well for exactly where I reviewed those, but stay true to size, or size up or size down, it doesn't matter, they're so stretchy. I could probably wear an extra small or a small, it doesn't matter. I have them in an extra small and they fit me perfectly, so they are very much true to size. Second thing to go over is the graffiti tee. This is just one of the heavy cotton pump covers, so it's the 6.5 ounce shrink free heavy cotton. It's the pump covers, basically the unisex pump covers. So we've got the high neckline, so it comes up higher than, for example, the brushed cotton tee or like the signature tee, the colligate tee, it comes up higher than that, and then you've got the dropped shoulder. Just in a new design, so I got this in a medium. It's just a plain white, it says Athletics here. It's really pretty from the front, and then the print on the back is a lot more sort of in your face. It says learn, dream, be more, sort of like graffiti print, and then it's got 1502 on it. I do like this from the front. I'm not convinced on it from the back. For me, this is just a bit much. It's not really to my taste, sort of design wise. I love the front though. I really like the blue and pink together, but the back is just a little too in your face. So I'm actually giving this away to India, who's in my Discord group, which I will leave link down below, guys. There's so much always going on in my Discord group, whether it's to do with alphalete or activewear in general. It's the best group ever. We've got sizing tabs, so if you're not sure what sort of size you're going to be, there's plenty of girls always posting their gym fits and what size they wear, especially alphalete as well, so I would definitely recommend checking it out, especially if you know you're planning this launch maybe to buy post-launch. I want to sort of see like consumers' opinions and how they find the sizing and all that sort of stuff. But it's just a great group chat. But yeah, this is a heavy cotton pump covers. Sizing wise, I've gone over this a few times in previous videos, but if you aren't already aware, I got this in a medium. So in the trial clip I'm wearing a medium, but I do prefer a large in these now, just because I like to wear them tucked, and a large looks better in the front when it's tucked in the back, because it gives there's enough sort of length in the front. But a medium would be the size that I would go for if I wanted to wear it fully out. So it depends how you like your t-shirts to fit. If you want a super oversized fit, I would say to go up 1 to 2 sizes from your normal top size, so I would normally be a small. A medium is oversized, but for a super oversized fit I would go up to a large. And I do think if you're going to be using it for tucking into the back whilst leaving the front out, go up an extra size to what you would for like a nice oversized fit. I think it looks a lot better when you've just got a bit more material to play with. If you don't want an oversized fit that's like super baggy, you can stay true to size, and this will fit you like a loose t-shirt, like a relaxed fit t-shirt. So it completely depends sizing wise. If you ever need sizing help for anything, you can always comment below or message me on Instagram. Send me pictures of what you look like, send me your height, send me your measurements, send me what you like things to fit like, and I will help you pick the right fit in whatever item you are interested in, whether it's a pump cover, a t-shirt, a bra, some shorts, whatever it is. I'll try my best to help you. But yeah, if you like this design, there's nothing wrong with these t-shirts. I really like these t-shirts. I wear them as pump covers a lot. Just not for me. The design is a bit too in your face. So yeah, like I said, I am going to be giving this one away. Okay, we're moving on to what everyone has probably come to this video for, which is the new updated fit Amplify. We've got 4.5 shorts and we've got leggings. I got a lot more shorts. First of all, these are bright colours, and I would way more likely wear bright colours in a short where it's not all the way down my leg, because I think it looks less sort of in your face, overbearing, than having, for example, like the green all the way down the leg. On me, it's not something I'd wear. So with the leggings, I got black and I got the electric purple. So that's why I got more shorts. And also, I don't really train in leggings, I train in shorts. And I do tend to wear Amplify more for training than lounging. Normally I've got like baggy joggers on, but I will wear leggings occasionally for errands. So that's why I picked up more sort of friendly colours. I would say the purple and the black are the least sort of bright in your face colours of this drop, but I've got every single colour. So we've got the Cotton Candy, which is this baby pink colour, and then you've got Candy Crush, you've got Emerald Green, Electric Purple, and then Galactic Ocean. I've got 2 of the baby pink and 2 of the Galactic Ocean. That is just because I've got an extra small and a small and an extra small and a small, just to check on like sizing differences or anything like that. So I'm just going to go over the colours one by one first. I'll pop in some colour comparisons, I will do my colour wheels, and this section will be followed by the lookbook. With these being brighter colours, I've tried to do some lookbook looks to sort of tone them down and make them a bit more wearable for people who don't want such a bright look, and then I've thrown in like a more tonal bright look for the people that are a bit more bold with what they want to wear, just so it's really important for me with like Amplify and hauls in general that people don't feel like they have to buy every single colour or a whole new set. You don't need to buy a whole new set. There's plenty of previous Amplify colours that these will go really well with, so you don't need to buy a full set. And I know that some people don't like the short-sleeved Amplify crops. So first colour that we've got is Cotton Candy. This is a really pretty Barbie baby pink colour. It's very bright in person, and it does kind of pick up very similar on camera. This does have a slight sort of mild to it. So this is a mild colour, it's not a solid block colour, there is a mild to it. In terms of which colours it's most similar, I would say there isn't a dead match for it, but it's most similar to the Pink Sands Alpha Lux. If you have anything that's Pink Sands in the Alpha Lux range, it's most similar to that. Looks really good with blues it looks really pretty with, looks really good with other pinks as a sort of tonal look. White, black, of course, is going to be like a very staple sort of look for it. Grey, it goes really well with grey. I've always loved pink and grey. I think when Pink Sands came out, I had an obsession with that and like shark grey. I think it was shark grey. I used to wear that all the time. I absolutely love that combination. So yeah, that is Cotton Candy. Moving on, we have then got Candy Crush, which I'm just gonna, this is the only colour I'm doing this for. If you were curious between this and Magenta, they are very similar. Candy Crush is a bit more purple, it's giving like Barney purple vibes, but they are similar. Unless you're like an Amplify collector, I really wouldn't have both of these in your collection. They're very similar, like to the point where I think if I ever do posts in this, a lot of people will be asking me which colour it is because it's not obvious, whereas when Magenta came out it was definitely a more unique pink. So yeah, it's slightly more purple, but if you've got Magenta you really don't need Candy Crush unless you really want it. So Candy Crush, I feel like any colour, if you look close enough, has a mild to it. So this does definitely have a slight mild to it, but it's definitely not as mild as the Cotton Candy colour. Yeah, it's sort of like a purpley tone. It's like a fuchsia sort of colour. That's how I think I would probably best describe it. It definitely looks more purple in person than it does on the product pictures. That's why it's slightly frustrating that I've not been able to do this video with Gabby, because I feel like the videos you get to see much more true to life how these colours look, and again that's why I find it very frustrating that we still don't have any, as far as I'm aware, we still don't have any dark-skinned female athletes doing these hauls and videos to sort of show you guys what these colours look like on deeper skin tones. Ask about this. I know that she buys a lot of Amplify. It's @K_fitness on Instagram, and she buys a lot of Amplify. I'm not sure what colours she's picking up from this drop, but whilst it will be post-launch, she does usually do some like stories and stuff in the new colours, so that could be helpful. But yeah, the irony of that is not lost on me. I know it's not ideal to be having to look at things post-launch on consumers. Darker skinned women should not be feeling like it's a guessing game what a certain colour is going to look like on them. They should just be able to know. Definitely is a difference between how these colours sometimes look in the product images compared to seeing them on videos, so we really do need more representation of deeper skin tones on the athlete side of things, because it's very, 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 very difficult at the moment. Then got emerald green, which this colour is like a chameleon. I feel like it looks different in every single picture I take, in every single lighting. On the product pictures, I'm looking at it now, it looks a bit brighter than it is in real life, but make no mistake about it, this is a bright green. This is like a bottle green colour. There isn't a similar colour that Amplify has been dropped in. This is a very unique colour. Definitely, I would say this and Cotton Candy, to be fair, other than Candy Crush, they're all pretty unique for Amplify colours. Like, there isn't a super similar one. Yeah, she's very bright. I will say out of all of the colours, it's the hardest to pair. Like, when I was doing the colour wheel, I did struggle. I came up with some ideas, but I did definitely struggle with pairing this. So if you're someone who wants like a fuss-free colour where you don't have to think loads about what you're wearing with it, this would be an avoidance for me. However, I will say, doing the trying clips today, this is growing on me more and more, and it was probably my least favourite colour to begin with. So this is definitely growing on me, but yeah, she's very bright and it is hard to pair with things. And in terms of marl, again, like I said, I feel like if you look close enough at any colour, it's got a marl to it, but it's definitely not as mild as the cotton candy colour, but it definitely does have a slight mild to it, but for all intents and purposes, it looks pretty solid green. Then got electric purple. The most similar colour to this is true indigo, but this is definitely purple. I know it looks blue in some lighting, but this is definitely purple. This is a true purple. It's like an amethyst sort of purple colour. Very much more of a wearable colour in the leggings as well. This doesn't look like as sort of in your face as maybe like the green leggings would. I'd definitely say this is one of the more wearable and pairable colours from this drop. And in terms of marl, this does have a marl to it as well. Finally, you have got Galactic Ocean, which is a very bright turquoisey colour. I've had questions about, is it similar to Ocean? No, it's much brighter. Similar to Midnight? No, it's lighter than Midnight. It's more similar to Atlantic Blue from the Ozone range. If you've got anything from that, this pairs pretty closely with it. It's not the exact same, but it does pair pretty closely. But it's not the same as the other sort of blue shades from alphaland. I do think it's a lot brighter than any of the sort of other blues. Like, I would be able to pick this apart from like Pier Blue, Rainfall, Ocean, Midnight. I would know which one is Galactic Ocean, whereas with those blues, sometimes I have to look at them for like a few minutes before I'm like, right, that's what colour that is. Definitely more of a unique blue than some of the other sort of turquoisey blue colours that alphaland have done, and it is bright. Like this, it's bright, but it's wearable, and it is a bright colour still. It's bright, but it's definitely wearable. It's not like the green, you know, it's not like green bright, it's definitely wearable. And another thing to mention about these colours is, whilst they are all bright, weirdly they kind of do go together, like they kind of complement each other. Some of them definitely look better together than other colours, but even just holding them all up here together, let me go grab Candy Crush as well. I feel like you can see that these sort of go pretty, like you can make some cute outfits just with these colours. So you can definitely mix and match and strap for like a fun, bright, colourful look. That is the colour palette for June to kick off the sort of summer drops from alphaland. I am going to pop in now my little lookbook so you can see what sort of colours I would pair these with from previous drops. Lookbook time, cotton candy first. We've got her with digital violet. I think this looks really cute together. Then this is the Pink Sands Alpha Lux. This is definitely the closest match to cotton candy. So if you have pink sands in Alpha Lux and you want something that looks like a matching set but you don't like the new tops, this is, yeah, the closest. Ivy Alpha Lux bra.
That's so
I'm coming
easy.
to realise Ivy Alpha Lux and Pink Sands Alpha Lux are the best colours. They go with a lot of things. Then a toned down look. I think this is a shadow long sleeve stratus. This pink will also go with smoke. It will also look really good with light greys like silver sky, titanium. It will look good with any grey. And then this is it with the lavender lilac pulse balance bra. Again, really nice, toned down a bit. And then moving on to Candy Crush, again, same bra again. It's a nice option if you don't want white, you want something but not too bright. I think it looks good. Then we've got the Arcade Pink
That's what I'm talking
Pulse
about,
bra.
Amy.
Yeah, like I've mentioned in this video, do
Gym
not get
girls
Candy
know how
Crush if
to
you've got magenta and you're not
showcase
like a
their
collector or
bodies
anything.
to
You
the
really,
perfect
really
degree.
do not need both.
No, I'm just
But
saying,
this does look good
that's what I
together,
love
just like
about
magenta
gym
looks good with
girls,
it.
aka
Then
muscle
again,
puppies.
she strikes again. We've got the Ivy Alpha Lux bra, watermelon sugar, Alexa, Play Harry Styles. I really like green and pink together. Then if you want to tone it down, the pump covers in seashell and grey go really well with both pinks. I wore seashell with cotton candy yesterday and it looked good. Again, seashell and grey goes with anything and it'll tone it down. Then you've got the Elements green jacket with the Ivy Alpha Lux bra with the new emerald green. This is more for if you want a very bright fit but sort of tonal look. I thought I would hate this on, but I don't hate it as much as I thought I would. Then you've got the new Pride tee. This is available in the US only. Sorry to anyone in the UK or EU. But this green is a really good match for the green strip in the back. So, happy Pride Month. This looks good. Love this. And then if you want like a tree, we've got chocolate with the brown, which I thought I would hate. Chocolate with the green even. But again, I don't hate it. But do a little bit like a tree, yes. Climate change. Then moving on, again, Alexa, Play Watermelon Sugar. This is pure watermelon vibes. This is Arcade Pink with the green. Then you've got Digital Violet with Electric Purple. I really, really, really like these together. I wish I'd rearranged my boobs because my nipples look uneven. They're not uneven, they're just sat in the bra weird. Then you've got, I really like it with the sapphire. Really, really like Electric Purple with the sapphire. I think it looks good. If you're looking for like something you can get a bra in, try find a true indigo bra. It will go very, very well, just to show you here. And then again, the lilac lavender pulse balance bra again it goes with a lot. And again, I have also put this with Galactic. Weirdly, it goes, obviously it's not a similar colour at all, but I do think it goes. I really like Galactic with Pink Sands. I think for some reason
with
can
my
go
hair
with it. And again, I've tried to use similar colours so that you're not then watching this and thinking I need to buy a million different colours. So I hope this has been helpful. That is the lookbook concluded. Okay, so let's kick off the review portion. Now that we've spoken about the colours, let's kick off the review portion on the new Amplify bottoms with the biggest and fattiest of disclaimers. First of all, Amplify is produced on such a scale now that people, even with the same colour and the same size, you could order 2 size smalls in cotton candy and one of them could feel different to the other one, and it could also, sizing wise, be a little bit different. There is no right or wrong answer. There is no concrete, this is the exact measurement of how this colourway fits. There's none of that with Alphalete anymore because it's produced on such a scale with Amplify. Sizing can vary between batches and material feel and sort of how thin or thick they are can vary between batches. And I'm seeing this happen with other brands now as well, so it's not an Alphalete problem, it is a scaling up problem from what I've seen. It's happening with other brands now who are trying to manufacture more of their products because it's very popular and it keeps selling out, and they are now having thinner batches come out. The sizing seems to be changing, the material feel seems to be changing, so this is not an Alphalete specific problem. This seems to be a problem with brands who are scaling up and manufacturing on a bigger scale. There just seems to be more inconsistencies. So that is my disclaimer. If you watch someone else's video and they have a completely different experience to me, it's not that they're lying, it's not that I'm lying, it's not that they're not detailed enough or I'm too nitty gritty and dramatic. It's just that they might have had a very, very, very different batch and a different experience with their items. Another thing to note is I've seen with these changes very mixed things. Some people think the waistband is loosened on their items. Some people, in fact, most people I have seen and spoken to, find that the waistband is much tighter than recent drops on this launch. Some people have noticed a big difference in the actual waistband height. Some people have noticed no difference in the actual waistband height. Even within my order, some of my shorts, the waistband is 0.5 inches lower, as in like shorter. Some of my shorts, it's no different than before, the actual waistband height. All my shorts are definitely shorter overall, like it's definitely a shorter short now, regardless of colourways and stuff, but just keep that in mind. I just had to give the funniest of disclaimers. So yeah, now that that disclaimer is over and done with, here I am going to pop in some clips of OG Amplify and that fit compared to the birthday sale, which was the first drop where they loosened the waistband, because the drops at the back end of last year, Misty Lilac, Blossom, Pixel Pink, Digital Violet, were getting very, 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 very tight. So they loosened it in February, and it was loosened also for the last drop. And then they said with this drop that it's a new, shorter waistband and loosened fit waistband. I will put in the clips here so that you can sort of see the experience that I have had with this, but I'm going to take you through the sort of history of Amplify. So you've got an OG pair, you've got the birthday sale pair of shorts and leggings, and then you have also got the new pair, and I'm showing you the differences. I've taken measurements. We've covered it all. I am also going to show you the differences in sizing between launches as well, because it is relevant with the changes that they've said have been made with it being loosened and shortened. I've personally not found that to be the case at all. I've actually found it quite the polar opposite. It's significantly tighter for me in this drop. So I'm going to pop those clips in now. So sit back and enjoy a little history of Amplify. Okay, so I'm going to take you all on a little Amplify journey. This is the new waistband, new fit from this launch. So from here, you can't really tell too much of a difference, so I'm going to get like up close and explain some differences, but you can see straight away that the original ones were longer, and then the last two launches have been shorter overall. But to be honest, the length really doesn't make a huge difference in terms of the inseam, because Amplify is so stretchy that you can stretch it to be as long as you want it to be, or ride it up to be as short as you want it to be. So I'm going to show you some more close-ups. Okay, so to show you all three of the waistbands, you've got the original ones, a more recent drop, and then this new drop. These are all a size extra small. It is worth keeping in mind that this black might be particularly tight. Black does tend to run a lot tighter as a colourway, so do keep that in mind, but you can tell from looking at this, they've said that the waistband has been made bigger. With the birthday sale launch, they altered the waistband because the drops at the end of last year were getting way too tight. Like, people that were normally extra smalls in certain colourways were having to get mediums, which obviously it's not a problem having to go up a size or two. The issue comes in with people who are already on the bigger side of the sizing scale. There isn't 1 to 2 sizes for them to size up to. So that was the issue that I personally had with the drops being so tight. I don't care what size I wear, but I do care that people who are already on the bigger end of the sizing scale essentially couldn't buy Amplify because it was just, there was nothing to size up to. So with the birthday sale launch, they made the waistband wider and a bit looser again, just to fit more true to size, and I definitely did find the birthday sale launch and the last drop fit true to size for me personally for what I received. This time they've said that they've shortened the waistband. Some of my pieces are genuinely shorter in the waistband, some of them aren't. So I'm not entirely sure what's gone on there. I think they've made a 0.5 difference, but when you're manufacturing on this scale, some of them have just come out no different at all. So this one's a tiny bit shorter, but it's not really significantly shorter. Also, they said that they've loosened the waistband. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not seeing a loosened waistband, and having these on, they fit tight. They fit tighter than the past 2 drops on me for sure. Compare further to the birthday sale launch. For fairness, by the way, I have only tried on these leggings. I've not worn them to training, so this isn't stretched out. I've tried them on once. The waistband is not only smaller, it's more tapered again, so if you prefer the tapered band, you will probably prefer this as well. A big difference that you can notice, and it is noticeable when it's on, it's also noticeable when it's off, is the distance between the bottom of the waistband and the crotch is now shorter. So this sort of distance here is now shorter. The overall fit of the leg is smaller as well. I'll let you know in the video how I find these like fit wise, but yeah, the overall fit of the leg is also narrower, so they're narrower. I know that some people have found these to be like significantly shorter than the other drops, but honestly I think it just depends between colourways, because mine lengthwise are the same length as the past 2 drops in the leggings. Then just to show you a closer up in the difference from the back looks a lot better when on, which I'm going to show you and talk about in this video. It's probably my favourite change about this new fit. As you can see here, the distance between the bottom of the waistband and the gusset was quite long, and with the thicker scrunch on recent launches, it was a very obvious scrunch. I still love my Amplify and I was loving the bikers, but the leggings and stuff I found really quite obnoxious with the scrunch, because the scrunch is a lot thicker now, and yeah, they've kept the thicker scrunch. The scrunch is still the thicker scrunch, but this distance here is now a lot shorter, and I will pop some measurements in throughout this video so you can see just how shorter it is. But essentially it gives less of the long crack look, which I absolutely love, and I'm very happy about this change. It just makes the scrunch look a lot more discreet. The scrunch doesn't really like go up your back in the same way that it was doing before, so if with recent drops you found the scrunch is unflattering on you, or it's too long, or it just looks weird, definitely give them a go again, because it does look way better from the back. I'm going to show you the new 4.5 shorts, but obviously with the adjusted fit, compared to the OG shorts, because when I put these on, it reminds me more of the OG fit. So these are a 3.5 inch inseam. As you can see, it's still the longer inseam. Obviously this is significantly shorter, it's still the longer inseam, but because like the whole short is shorter, as you can see, it's much more similar to how the 3.5 fits. I also find if you look at the back of them, and I'll show you compared to the birthday sale, I'll show you a small versus a small in the new ones as well, so you can see. But as you can see, like this distance here, it's much more similar to the OGs than recent drops, which I personally love, because I do prefer the 4.5 length. Like, I am a bit disappointed with just how short these fit now, because it is a bit too short. I wish it had like an extra inch. I would probably say with these changes, these shorts should now be like 5.5 should be an option for taller people, or people who just don't want really short shorts, because the 4.5 now fit like the 3.5 because of the changes made. But I've always found that this sort of distance was a lot more flattering than the sort of longer distance of recent drops. So yeah, it's much more similar sort of fit wise to the OG shorts, but as you can see, it's still the thicker scrunch, but it's got like the less distance again, and it looks a lot better from behind. Also a lot more similar to the original one, and also just fit wise, keep in mind these are both an extra small, so like I'm going to go over many times in this video, I do think that this drop is running smaller than the last 2 in particular, and it's also smaller than the OGs. These are not a colour that I wear a lot. I wear my Wisteria bikers a lot, but I don't wear the 3.5s a lot, so there won't be much stretch on these, so it's a kind of fair comparison. The birthday launch. So this is a pair of shorts where my waistband is genuinely about 0.5 inches shorter. Like I'm going to go over in this video, it's definitely not true for all of my new shorts. Some of them, the waistband is the exact same height as previous drops, so there seems to be differences, but I do think they made a 0.5 change to the waistband height, like this actual part, and then because of manufacturing, my theory is some of them, because it's such a slight change, some of them have come out no different. But on this pair in particular, you can tell that it is a 0.5 change on the waistband. So some of mine have changed in the actual waistband, some of them haven't, but all of the new shorts and the new leggings, from like the top of the gusset to the top of the waistband, they're all shorter than old drops. So these are both a size small. As you can see, these are running a little smaller than the previous two launches. This one only looks like a slight difference, but I have just trained in these, so these have got a bit of stretch on them. I do find with the Candy Crush colour in particular, it's softer, so it's definitely more prone to like stretching. As you can see, the overall like short in general is just shorter. The inseam is the same, but like the whole short fits shorter because of the changes made. You can really see that the distance between the top of the gusset and the waistband has been shortened significantly, so that's something to keep in mind. It's just an overall shorter fit, and all of mine are definitely much shorter with this distance, regardless of if the waistband is any different or not. You can also see here the waistband is a lot more tapered again. It's tapered and it's smaller. To show you from the back, so you can see this distance, again, like I mentioned before, is a lot shorter now. So even though it's still got the same thicker scrunch of recent launches, it's the same thicker scrunch, it's a shorter distance, which is definitely more flattering on the glutes. The measurements wise, yeah, it's about ½ an inch, but like I said, it's only on some of them. On some of them, the waistband height is no different, so don't be surprised if you order and the waistband height is no different, but there will be a shorter rise because of the overall changes, regardless of if your waistband is the same or not. They do still fit differently. Measuring tape at the top of the gusset on my linen, it's about 5 inches there. And on these ones, it's about, again, ½ an inch off from the top of the gusset to the bottom of the waistband. It's about 3.5 inches from the top of the gusset to the bottom of the waistband. Fold ones, bottom of the waistband to the top of the gusset at the back, 4 inches. So again, about a 0.5 inch difference. It's like they've taken 0.5 from everywhere. So expect maybe, depending on what batch you get, anywhere between 0.5 to 1 inch total difference rise wise. I know that there's no bikers in this drop, but I know that for the past two, because there have been bikers, people have been going bikers not 4.5, but I know that some people will pick up these colours in 4.5 just because they love the colours. So if you've been getting bikers from the past two launches, maybe this will help. This is a size small in magenta and then size small in the new cotton candy colour. It's about a 1.5 inch difference in the waistband. So if the past two drops in bikers and stuff, you've gone down a size to get like a nice snatched fit, I would recommend going with the normal size for the same nice snatched fit. I really wouldn't recommend sizing down on this drop. A flat lay, let me make sure these are all actually in line on the waistbands for this drop. So the top two are extra smalls, cotton candy and Galactic Ocean. Yeah, they're an extra small and they're both pretty much the same. There isn't really a big difference in terms of flat lay. And then if we go on to the other ones, these are all a size small. There's maybe like a slight difference, but flat lay mine are pretty consistent this time round. Personally, on what I've received, they're a bit more consistent than some recent drops. I feel like this comparison in particular is really helpful for understanding how much smaller these are running. So this is a birthday sale launched in the back in linen. These are all a size small, by the way. In front you've got Digital Violet, which linen and Digital Violet I've probably worn the same amount of times, but there's a drastic difference in the waistband size and they're both a size small. These fit very tight on me, and as you can see, the new size smalls, this is the Galactic Ocean colour. It's very similar to how Digital Violet fits in the waist, so keep that in mind. If you've ever had a tight batch of Amplify where you felt like you could have gone up a size, I personally would recommend, if you've had that experience, that you do go up a size. On the leggings, I've got the black in an extra small and then the electric purple in a size small. I would say this is probably pretty standard for sizing differences flat lay wise. It's also worth noting, I don't know if you can tell, but you do definitely get a little bit of extra height in the band sizing up based off these, so something to consider. But yeah, extra small, small. I'd say this looks normal, especially for a black, because they do tend to run tighter. Popular request when I put this on Instagram for waistband comparisons was the restock of like mocha, titanium, French blue. I know that people found that to run tight, so these are both an extra small. The restock titanium is behind. It's very sort of similar to that. These are both tried on once for fairness purposes, so yeah, pretty accurate. Maybe a bit smaller, but it will feel very similar to that drop on you. Again, to compare to the whale blue drop, which I know that people found whale blue to be a particularly tight colourway. These are both a size small, and again, both tried on. I think I've tried the whale blue on twice, and I've tried Candy Crush on once. So yeah, a little bit smaller than that drop, but for like the difference, you will probably feel very similar in this to how you did in whale blue. So whichever size you preferred in that, get the same size in this drop. To show you guys who did size down in like the jade drop, I know that some people got like particularly big ones. Again, both a size small, new Candy Crushes in front, jade in the back, size small. These are both the 4.5. So yeah, something to keep in mind. I'm just going to run you through the details really quick for anyone who's new here about Amplify. You've got a 3-tier waistband, so it moves from like a lower compression, medium, high compression, very sort of sculpting waistband. You've then got two mesh panels on. You've then got a mesh panel on either side of the leggings, which is usually like a touch darker than the rest of the short, although I would say actually on this colourway it's very sort of similar to the rest of the short. You've then got the alphaland logo on the back, and then you've got a bum scrunch on the back. They're famous bum scrunch. And then these shorts are at 4.5 inch. There's no bikers in this drop, and the details on the leggings are the exact same as the shorts. So yeah. But the digital violet example in particular is a really important one, because with the past two launches, my brand new linen, for example, my brand new jade last time, for example, from the past two launches, even though they're brand new and my digital violet is months old, so it's stretched, my digital violet was still smaller, which just shows how small the drops got last year, that even stretched, it was significantly smaller. That's why I've included it in this, because with the past two drops, my digital violet was smaller than my new ones. This time it's a similar size, if not the new ones are even a little bit smaller in some of the colourways, so that's why the digital violet one is a really good example to show you how the sizing is for me on this drop. And the sizing in the shorts is consistent. It's not like it's one colour that runs like digital violet. It's a very, very, very tight running waistband on this drop for me personally. So with that being said, let's go over the waistband being loosened. I know that's the thing that Alphalete have put out, and to be honest, when I read it's a new and improved fit with a loosened waistband and shortened waistband, when I read that, I just assumed, right, they've shortened the waistband now, but they're referring to the waistband change they've made for the last two launches, so it's going to be that waistband, just a bit shorter. That was my reading of what they'd said, because to be honest, I would have been surprised if they'd loosened it more than the past two drops, because it was pretty spot on with the birthday sale launch, and then I know last time some people actually had to size down because they felt like it was too loose for them, so I would have been surprised if they loosened it more, but I felt like the Amplify was running a lot more true to size. I was getting way better DMs in terms of feedback on sizing. People were having to return less from the DMs that I got. People were getting the right size, and they weren't having to really change sizes too much between colours or anything like that. It was just a lot more consistent. It was a time to be alive, I'll be honest, because my DMs were just very positive with the sizing. They've said that it's now been loosened either again further or keeping up with the loosened waistband of the past two drops. For my leggings and for my shorts, that is just not being the case. My leggings and shorts are significantly tighter than the past 2 drops. It's more like the Blossom, Misty Lilac, Digital Violet, Pixel Pink, Whale Blue sort of level of tight, the original drop of Whale Blue, because I know that the restock people found it a bit. Whatever size you liked, and again this is just based off what I've got, you could on paper order it and get like a bigger batch that maybe runs more loose again. But whatever size you preferred in a tighter running amplifier, so if you've got a tight pair of Blossom or Misty Lilac or Digital Violet, whatever size you preferred in that fit, I would go with that size again on this drop in both the leggings and the shorts, because they are both running tighter than the past 2 drops. Now, if with the past 2 drops you have found that you've had to size down to get that sort of snatched, tapered fit, you do not need to size down on this drop. You can get the normal size that you were getting before the past 2 drops when they loosened the waistband, and it will be a nice snatched fit. I don't think you need to size down. Honestly recommend, if you want like a comfortable feel, I would recommend that you go with a size up in this Amplify drop, especially if you are between sizes. But again, if you DM me on Instagram, send me your measurements, send me what item it is that you're interested in and how you like things to fit, any previous Amplify items that you've got that you like the fit of and what size you wear in those, and I will be able to help you get a pretty spot on sizing for yourself. But just be aware, my experience, I know Bailey's experience, Christine's experience, I'm trying to think if I've spoken to anyone else. I know that us 3 have had tight batches, like these waistbands are running small, and it's not just like flat lay, it looks small and then it stretches out. These feel tight when they're on, like it feels tight. My Misty Lilac, for example, I remember I got that in an extra small, and when I wore it to the gym I felt sick. I had that same feeling this morning in my cotton candy ones when I was training. Now I will say my cotton candy ones did stretch out a bit, but I'm going to get onto that when I go over the material, because it's not just the waistband size, it's also the material that impacts things, and some of these colours are definitely stiffer than others, so I will go over that. But yeah, my thoughts on the waistband being loosened are, in my experience, it's actually being tightened, and as you'll see in the trial clips, but on some of them it's by like 1.5 to 2 inches in comparison with the past 2 launches. I find it a very tight running launch. Other people might not find it a particularly tight running launch, and like I said, if you have always been one size in Amplify, and even when it was tighter running batches you didn't mind it, you've always stuck to the same size and you've never had a problem, go with your normal size by all means if you've never had a problem. But if you've noticed with certain colourways when it's been tighter you've really not liked it, I'd recommend going with a size up. And if with the past 2 drops you found that you needed to size down to get that super snatched fit, I really don't think you need to size down on this drop. I think you'll get the snatched fit in your normal size. Like a size small is very, 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 very snatched on me. For context, I was enjoying a size small the past 2 drops. And the reason why I got small and extra small and not small and medium is because I'm mid-cut at the moment, because I know that I will get people asking if I'm on a bulk. I'm not on a bulk, I'm mid-cut, I'm about 2 kilos down, and this waistband feels tight. Even in a size small, it feels tight. I can feel the compression when it's on. I've been wearing my linen and some of my colours from the last drop in a size small recently. I've been getting like a sort of gaping at the front. I mean, it's not hanging off me, but it's definitely been loosening in the waist because I am losing weight. So that's why I went small and extra small, because I thought, you know, in a few weeks, maybe in like a month and a half's time when I'm done with my cut, I might be more extra small. So that's why I got extra smalls and smalls, but that was a big mistake. I wish I'd got smalls and mediums. Like, I wish I'd got smalls and mediums. But we live and learn. But yeah, just to explain why I got extra smalls and smalls, that's why my recent drops, smalls are starting to be a little bit big on me now, so that's why I did that. And now a small is super, 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 super tight. And it's not just because it's a new batch. I know the difference between putting on like a new or a freshly washed pair of Amplify and the difference between something that is it's actually just running smaller. I have tried on plenty of Amplify, so I do notice the difference. Granted, because I try on so much Amplify, I might notice it more than other people, but I think if even Bailey, who likes a super snatched fit, has noticed that it's definitely running tight.
And we are trans people.
Moving on to the shortened waistband. As I've shown you in the flat lay clips, some of mine are shortened in the waistband and some of them aren't. However, all my leggings and all my shorts are shorter, gusset to the top of the waistband. So wherever the height has come from, not super relevant, because all of them are shorter from like the top of the gusset to the top of the waistband. All of them are shorter overall. Just where the height has sort of come from seems to be different and varying on the pair. And someone put in my Discord group the screenshot from when Christian asked about Amplify Rise, and he said keep it the same, drop it 0.5 inches or drop it 1 inch. And most people voted for 0.5 inch. So I think, and I've not had this confirmed, this is just my theory, I think they made a 0.5 change to the height of the waistband, but when it's only half an inch, with manufacturing on this scale, I think some of them have just come out no different whatsoever. I think that's what's happened. Don't hold me to it, that is just my theory. I've not spoken to Christian or anyone about this, so I don't know. That's just my theory on what's happened. But regardless, they are fitting shorter. Even if the waistband isn't any shorter, all of them fit shorter on me. So, previously, Amplify came straight across my torso. It didn't dip in the middle, and my belly button was completely covered. And I'm a long torso girl, and I hate my belly button being out. I know, for example, when the Wonder leggings dropped, I personally felt victimised by that, because the Essential leggings were one of my favourite leggings from Alphaland, and the Wonder leggings are unwearable on me because they give me the worst camel toe I've ever had in my life because of how far I have to pull them up. Like, they're honestly like low to mid rise on me. My belly button's out. I hate the fit of the Wonder leggings compared to the Essential leggings. It just didn't work out for me because I am longer in the torso. So with the new Amplify on me, about half my belly button is out how it naturally sits. Now, you can, and it does dip slightly in the middle on me now. Now, you can definitely pull it up to cover your belly button. That's what I kept doing when I was in the gym. I trained in the cotton candy size small earlier. You can keep pulling it up to cover your belly button. However, first of all, it's a bit annoying because I didn't have to do that before. Second of all, it does naturally just want to pull down a bit more. Whereas when I put on that older Amplify from any drop before this, I don't have to. It just sits above my belly button and I don't have to work it above there. Please keep in mind I have a particularly long torso, and apparently my belly button sits abnormally high. Short girls, you are going to love this adjustment because it will probably hit just about the right height. I know I've seen Hannah saying she's like obsessed with the new fit. All the short athletes prefer the new fit. I don't want to take that away from anyone. I just wish that my belly button was still completely covered with not so much faffing around. Now, when I first got these, I was super disappointed with how they looked from the front in terms of the rise on me. However, the more I've been trying them on today, I can pull them up to cover my belly button. It's just that I know obviously from training in them this morning, they will roll down a bit when I do that. So I have to sort of keep pulling them back up. But I can still cover my belly button. So if this is going to be like a massive deal breaker from you, because Amplify is so stretchy, I promise you, and I have a very long torso, so I'm very confident in saying this, I promise you, if your belly button is an issue, which mine is, I hate my belly button being out, you will still be able to manoeuvre it to cover your belly button. It's just that with the try-on clips, I wanted to show you how they naturally sit, but I've also shown you that you can pull it up to cover your belly button. The more I've tried them on and sort of worn them, the more I'm sort of like, it's not too big of a difference, but when I first got them, I was like, shit. But if you ask me which one I do prefer, from the front, and we're going to get onto the back now, from the front I prefer the old Amplify. I prefer that I don't have to mess around with it. I prefer that on me, because of my torso length, the old waistband doesn't roll, and I'll pop in here a picture of what the waistband was doing earlier. It's like 0.5 centimetre roll. Now, it's not enough for me to be like, I never want to wear these, but my OG Amplify, as in like previous to this launch, do not do that on me. But this is going to depend on torso, because if you're a shorter person, the older ones will have rolled on you because they'll have come up too high, so that when you're bending, it's going to roll down. So it depends on your torso. These might, if you are taller, these might roll more on you. If you are shorter, these might roll less on you. I also think body shape is going to play a role in where fat sort of sits in terms of whether this rolls or not on you. I do prefer, personally, I do prefer the more straight across waistband. I do prefer the waistband fit from the front on the old compared to the new. Now, it's not enough for me to say if I was buying Amplify, I would not buy Amplify anymore. I think as a consumer, personally, I would still buy them, especially for these colours. This pink is probably one of my favourite colours they've done in a while. But I do prefer the old fit on my torso. I understand why they did it. Short people were having to roll the band significantly, so I get it. But I do prefer the old fit. But I don't hate it as much as I did initially when I tried it on. I always need a bit of time to warm up to things, and I'm really glad I'm filming this video today and not the other day when I tried them on first of all, because, yeah. I did also notice as well, and I don't know why, the leggings, it's not as big of a difference as the shorts. I don't know why. The shorts just have more of my belly button out than the leggings do naturally with how I pull them up. So keep that in mind as well. If you're interested in the leggings in particular, you'll probably notice it even less than with the shorts. For some reason, it's more noticeable on the shorts than it is the leggings. Now let's talk about the back, because the back slip, the back of these looks so much better, and I'm going to pop in a side by side, and then I'll also pop in a picture, like a still picture, so you can see. The back looks miles better, miles better. So last year, Alphaland thickened the scrunch on Amplify because people were complaining that it ripped. However, it then became a very long and very thick scrunch. Now the scrunch is still the thick scrunch. It's the new thicker scrunch, and it's definitely not super short, but it definitely is shortened because the distance between the top of the gusset and the bottom of the waistband is shorter, which means the scrunch is a lot more discreet. So if you were finding, which with leggings in particular, I was finding, if you were finding that the scrunch sort of was going up your back, like it was sitting above your bum crack and it just didn't look great, this is much more subtle, and I way prefer how these look from the back. I think from like straight on from the back, it's more flattering on your glutes. I think even from an angle, it's more flattering on your glutes. I do prefer this adjustment from the back. I think it looks significantly better from the back. It makes the scrunch a lot more discreet again, and it really reminds me of how the OG Amplify with like the older scrunch used to fit because of that. Obviously it is still the thicker scrunch, so you can see it more than you could the previous one. One thing to keep in mind, which I noticed when I was doing squat tests, is the waistband definitely does dip more now. It definitely does dip more at the back than it did before because of where it sits. So that's something to keep in mind. Your knickers aren't going to be on show, but it definitely does dip more at the back. Like I said, I did notice that it was rolling when I was in the gym. I've popped in some things side by side so you can sort of see how these look when you are squatting and RDLing, because those are the movements that I tend to find I get the most rolling on. I did hack squats and leg press today, and it rolled about 0.5 centimetre, like I mentioned, but I'll pop in a side by side so you can see sort of how these look. I didn't actually notice that they rolled when I was doing the demo, but when I was moving around in the gym, just to be transparent, because I could put these clips in and say this new waistband doesn't roll, but I know from doing like a long session where I'm moving around, it does roll on me by about 0.5 centimetre. It's not enough to make or break it for me, but I did keep having to unroll it and also keep pulling it up to cover my belly button, otherwise about half of my belly button is out. So yeah, there are definitely pros and cons to the waistband being lowered. I do find, however, and I think it's really important that I do show this, that when I am relaxed, because I think the Amplify that is super snatched in the waist and super tight fitting, I think it looks amazing when I'm stood still. It makes me look, I look so good, but as soon as I breathe, as soon as I brace, as soon as I move, as soon as I relax my stomach, God forbid, as soon as I relax my stomach, the band looks very, 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 very unflattering. I think this is a combination of it being made slightly lower rise and the bands being a lot more compressive. So I'm going to show you like side by side how this sort of looks when I'm just stood still and how it looks when I'm relaxed. So you can sort of see why I want to try a medium in the shorts. I really want to try a medium. I'm okay with a small in the leggings because I don't wear the leggings a ton anyway, and I feel like a medium, I already have a bit of excess fabric in a small in the leggings anyway, but I would really like to try a medium in the shorts for a comfort purpose, because in the older Amplify, I didn't get such a like drastic pudge above the waistband when I relaxed my stomach. Because the reality is I'm not stood like a statue posing 24/7, especially when I'm in the gym. I'm bending, I'm moving, I'm breathing, I'm bracing, my stomach's expanding, and I want something that's comfortable. Now if you want a snatched fit and you don't mind the pudge going over the top, that's fine, but for me it really bugs me, and I think it's a combination of the waistband being lowered and it being tighter. So yeah, the waistband being lowered has definitely got its pros and its cons, and I think the main pro for me of the changes on the Amplify fit in terms of rise is the back looks so much better, like exponentially better. Other than that, for me there isn't really any pros, it's more so cons. Like it does roll a bit more when I'm working out, again not make or break, but it does roll a bit more if it annoys you. It does sit lower rise, like I do actually have to like keep pulling it up, which I didn't have to keep pulling up my old Amplify, and naturally it just sits a bit lower and creates a bit more of a pudge on me because I've got that sort of long torso. The pros are mainly going to be for shorter people. If you had to roll your Amplify before, you'll absolutely love these. If you've got a short torso, you'll absolutely love these. Fit wise, if you love a snatch fit and you didn't like the last two drops, you'll absolutely love these. Like I know Bailey wasn't mad on the last two drops. She really prefers the fit waistband wise of this one because it's more of that sort of snatching fit. Yeah, those are my sort of thoughts on the waistband being loosened. For me it just hasn't been at all, it's actually been tightened significantly, and the waistband being lowered. Those are my overall sort of thoughts. Leggings wise, just to like reiterate on sizing, leggings wise I prefer a small in these. So with the last two drops I preferred an extra small because I felt like it was slipping down a bit and it had a lot of excess fabric over the crotch in an extra small in the leggings. This drop, the extra small, I don't know if it's just because I got it in black, but this really is unwearable. It's very tight. So I don't like an extra small in the leggings in this drop on me personally. A size small fits me much better, and I way prefer a size small. So for the last two drops I preferred an extra small in the leggings. For this drop I prefer a size small, and I don't find the fabric to be too excessive because like I said in the flat lay clips, the actual leg on the leggings is tighter as well, so the whole thing is sort of fitting tighter, so I don't get as much excess fabric in these. Like it's tighter through the leg, it's tighter across the hips, it's tighter across the waist. So a size small is my preferred size for the leggings. In the shorts, it's hard to say because I've not tried a medium in this new fit. I wish I had tried a medium. I might try and get my paws on some and maybe update people on Instagram. I would not even attempt to wear the extra small, it's way too tight on me, especially because the shorts do actually run tighter in the waist than the leggings do. I cannot do an extra small in the leggings, which means I cannot do an extra small in the shorts. It's way too tight on my waist. I really don't like it. The small, I can get away with it, but I don't like a super snatched fit where when I relax my stomach I look like a busted can of biscuits, and the size small is sort of giving that on me, especially with the waistband adjustments. I think it's a combination of things. I really would like to try a medium. Another thing to note with these is even though these are 4.5 inch inseams, they fit more like a 3.5 because the whole short is shorter. So I would like to try a medium also for like length purposes because these roll significantly. These roll a lot more than the old 4.5 do on me. The old 4.5 do roll, yes, but these roll a lot more. Like these roll up to be right under my bum cheek. So the rolling is definitely worse on these than the ones before, so that's something to keep in mind. Maybe worth sizing up so that you don't get as much rolling in the fabric in the leg. Yeah, for like a comfortable fit that I can wear, you know, all the time, which is still probably going to give compression. I do think I would still get compression in a medium. It's hard to say because I've not tried it, so I don't want to say for certain, but I would like to try a medium for length, for rolling in the leg, and for just comfort in the stomach. I would like to try a medium. Sizing advice summarised, and I will go into like the different colours because I do think there are slight differences, and I will go into that. But overall, generally speaking, sizing advice for this drop is, if with the past 2 launches you've sized down because it wasn't snatching for you, don't size down in this launch. You don't need to, you can go with your normal size. If you had a colour like Blossom or Misty Lilac or Digital Violet that ran way too small and you thought, shit, I should probably try a size up, get a size up in these because they fit very, very similar. Ultimately, fit with Amplify massively boils down to how you like things to fit. If you like things to fit super snatched, I would say to go with your normal size for a super snatched fit in this drop. You can go with your normal size and it will be a snatched fit. If you do not like a super snatch fit and you want more of a comfort fit, I would say personally to go up a size, whether it's leggings or shorts. I would give the same advice for both. So like, I was an extra small in the past 2 drops, now I'm going up to a small in the leggings, shorts. Can get away with a small in some of the colours more than others, but I would like to try a medium in the shorts, and I've been wearing a small in the shorts recently, even potentially going into an extra small because I'm cutting and it has definitely been getting looser. So yeah, best way for me to give you like the perfect sizing advice would be if you DM me on Instagram and send me your measurements and any previous Amplify you've got and what size fits you best in them, how you like things to fit, and I will help you out to get the perfect sizing so that you're not having to buy multiple sizes in return, because I know it's annoying. Someone messaged me earlier saying that they feel like buying Amplify is like a gamble because the sizing changes all the time. I totally get it, I totally sympathise with you, and I want to be clear. Me having an issue with things running tighter is not because I've got an emotional attachment to a size extra small or small. I don't care. If it fits, it fits. A number, a letter, it's just a number or a letter. I don't care. If I wear a medium in the shorts, I wear a medium in the shorts. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is there are people who are double XL who do not have
you want to know
1 to
why
2
you can't do it in
sizes to go up
Chicago?
to
Because y'all
with
oligarchy
Alphaland and
is
Amplify. So
pouring
what
on
are
the
they meant
money,
to do?
you
If
dumb
people that are
crack-ass
normally wearing
motherfucker.
extra smalls or
No, I'm
smalls
serious,
are going
Charlie.
up to
All
mediums,
these
and I've
fucking
even
rich
had girls in my
oligarchs
DMs saying that in some of launches they've
hogging
had to
all
go from
that
a small to a
money and
large.
power
What are the
for
people
your
who are
damn
already on
self.
the
So
higher
why you
end
think
of the
there's a
sizing
bunch of
scale
poor
meant
people
to
out
do?
here on the
There
street?
isn't sizes for me
Because
to size
of
up
y'all
to.
bitch
This is my
asses.
issue. Personally, I preferred the fit
God,
of
I
the
want
last
to
2
kick
launches for
Charlie's
this reason.
ass.
It felt more
I want to
inclusive and
kick
it
all
felt
you
more
MAGA's
comfortable. Yeah,
asses,
with
man.
sizing,
I
a lot of it
just
comes
want
down
to
to
kick all
personal
you
preference.
MAGA's
I know
asses.
some people
Like,
hated the past 2
literally, I just
launches,
want to
some people
beat the shit
hated
out
the
of you because
digital
I don't
violet
care
launch
about
tightness.
any
It comes down to
motherfuckers.
your personal
And this
preference.
is
There
not
is
me
no
being
right or wrong
racist against
answer.
white people. I
That's
love
just my
most of
explanation
my
on
friends
why
are white.
it
Okay,
bugs me
I
when
just
people
hate
are having
MAGA.
to size up
MAGA
to
motherfuckers,
like fit
libertarians. I
comfortably in
hate
something.
fucking
I know
libertarians.
there's some girls out there, like I've got 2 girls in my Discord group. I think it's Jasmine and Alcina. I'm not sure how to pronounce that name. It's a beautiful name. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. They always get the same sizes and they've never had an issue, and they like, sometimes when it's a tighter fit they don't mind it, but yeah, that's my issue with when it's running tight, and I do think this drop runs particularly tight. Scrunch, like I've mentioned, it's a new thicker scrunch still, but it does look a lot better on these new items because of that distance between the top of the back gusset and the bottom of the waistband at the back being shortened. It does fit a lot better in terms of like going up your crack. It looks a lot better. So even though the scrunch is the new thicker scrunch, it looks a lot better than it has on more recent drops. It's about like 0.5 inch difference. And then the front crotch is about 0.5 inch shorter, and then some of my waistbands are also 0.5 inch shorter than old ones, some of them are the exact same.
Yeah,
so you are
it's
looking at
almost like
about
America
half
is
an
a
inch
piece
to
of shit.
1 inch total difference, depending
No,
on
I'm
what
fucking
sort
serious.
of bounce you get. With this, it looks
America,
like
piece of shit.
half an inch to 1 inch total rise
What's so
difference.
great
Okay, so I'm
about
going to go over
America? I'm
some
like,
people's
literally,
favourite
like,
topic now, which is
I'm
material.
like, what are you trying to
Material
do,
though.
Charlie?
Some people don't like me speaking about this. If you don't like me speaking about this, feel free to skip this section. I know some people don't find it helpful, and also keep in mind, I could describe the material to be one way and you could get a very different batch that feels completely differently, fits completely differently, so keep that in mind. But I have actually checked with some of the other girls, Bailey and Christine, this time, and we've all had pretty similar experiences in terms of like fit and like feel fabric wise. So I'm going to go one by one and sort of go over the fabric. My cotton candy fabric is very soft, very stretchy. If you have like the sort of soft, fluffy feel amplified, that is how cotton candy feels. It's very soft, thinnish. I wouldn't say it's super, super, super thin, but it's definitely thin-ish. Because it's mild colours are always a little bit better. But yeah, it's that soft, fluffy feel. Pill-wise, this will pill. This will pill probably the easiest out of all of them. It's particularly sort of fluffy in feel. It's a very fluffy feel. My Mystic Blue was like this from the last drop. Candy Crush, very similar feel to be honest. That soft, sort of fluffy texture, almost feel to it. So it's very similar to cotton candy in that sense. Pilling, this is going to pill. Be aware, it's going to pill. Moving on to emerald green, again, this is very, very similar sort of vibe, that sort of soft, fluffy, spongy texture material. That is how my emerald green. And then the black is a weird one because it's very thick and it sort of feels like sort of spongy and thick, and when it's on my leg and I'm not moving around, it feels good. This is probably like the best dark colour they've done in a while.
And it's also there to show up your body more.
Awful sort of
like
sheen
girl,
to it
I'm just
either.
saying,
However, this does also
it's like right there
test,
being all
so
fancy
definitely
about
would
it,
need
girl.
to try a small or a medium in the black in order for
I know
it
it's
not
a
to be sheer.
breakout.
Electric purple feels
but it's like a
ever so
one.
slightly stiffer,
Like,
but like
right there,
not
like,
a big amount stiffer.
I'm sorry, it's
All
like,
it's still very
like
soft,
you want me to
spongy,
check out
stretchy,
your ass.
fluffy
I'm just saying,
material sort of
y'all
vibe, and
help
that's
us
both
want
in
me
the
to check
shorts
out
and
your
the
ass.
leggings.
I'm like, okay,
And then moving on, Galactic Ocean. Now this is still very soft and it's very sort of like fluffy in feel, but this feels significantly thicker. My these three colours feel thicker than these two, and you can see it in the spot test clips as well. These two are definitely the worst ones. I would then say Electric Purple, and then probably the green, then the blue.
You have to
In terms of like spot proofness. These are definitely the thinnest, and then these are a little bit thicker. Galactic Ocean, Galactic Blue, whatever it's called, I can't remember. But Galactic Ocean is significantly thicker than these two. It's very, very thick, and it fits very, 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 very tight. So keeping that in mind, honestly, with the small Candy Crush, I think I can stretch this out. I'm going to do my back of the chair trick, which if you want to get your usual size in amplified because you don't want to get that excess fabric, because let me be clear, going up to a medium, I'm going to get a lot of excess fabric in a medium across like the crotch region, especially in the shorts. I will get excess fabric. I know I will. But if you want to avoid that, and I know it's really stupid me saying this because these are like 50 quid, and I'm like, you know, DIY the sizing. But what I'm going to try doing with these is you put them in the washing machine, and when you take them out the washing machine, whilst they are wet, stretch them over the back of like a kitchen stool. So put them on the kitchen stool like this, and leave them to dry like that, and it really helps to stretch them. Now, when you wash them again, they'll shrink back a bit, but just keep doing it. I've had good success with my Blossom doing this, so I think I can do that with this because the waistband is also soft, and it has a little bit more stretch to it than the other ones. I'd say out of all my colours, my cotton candy feels like I can stretch it the most, and it's the one I can get away with a size small the most. But with Galactic Ocean, this, I don't think I'm going to be able to save this. This is really, really, really tight, and it feels tighter when it's on. So flat lay, even though it's not like a huge difference, I really do feel a difference when it's on. The waistband on this is a lot stiffer, and the material through the leg is still stretchy, but it's definitely thicker and it's a little more stiff. So if you are someone who likes to notice the differences between colours, those are the differences that I've noticed sort of material wise. All of these colours will pill, so do not sit on the gym flooring, do not sit on turf, always sit on a smooth surface in these. So when you're doing hip thrusts, put a mat underneath you. Don't put it underneath your feet as well because you will slip. I've made that mistake before. Just put it under your bum and sit on it. We call it the Pill Protector 3000 and it will protect your amplifier from pilling, but you can get fabric shave. If you were wondering, I would wear every single one of these with nude underwear. With Candy Crush, you need nude underwear. You need nude underwear. You cannot wear anything other than nude underwear with this. I tried light grey and you can see it when I'm stood up. Sizing up doesn't really make a difference. It's still just a sheer. So nude underwear only with this. But I would wear all of these on leg day and all of these on upper body day as well. Skin tone makes a massive difference. So like people with deeper skin tones, on the black and the purple, you're probably not going to see any sheerness whatsoever, so keep that in mind as well. I was definitely particularly impressed with the thickness of this, which brings me on to my punch through test, which I'm going to pop in here. Again, this does not replace a squat proof test. This is just to show you how thick and thin things are. So I'm going to pop this in here. As you can see, cotton candy is very thin, sort of like that thin, tight-like sort of vibe. And you'll see in the squat test it's very, very, very thin, definitely the thinnest out of what I've got. You've got Candy Crush, which again is definitely on the thinner side of the colours I've got this time round. Not as bad as Cotton Candy, but it's still like sort of thin. I feel like you can see how like thinly woven these are. Then you've got Emerald, which I do find to be a bit thicker, to be honest, and I feel like you can see it's a bit thicker here as well. It's definitely a little thicker than the previous two. You've got Electric Purple, which again is pretty thin, but it feels a bit thicker when on. So Cotton Candy and Candy Crush are definitely the thinnest. Even when I've got them on, they feel thinner. Electric Purple, for whatever reason, feels thicker when it's on, but again, it's definitely on the thinner side. Got Galactic, which is definitely by far the thickest out of the colours I've got. It's the thickest, and it's also like it's not stiff, but it is the stiffest out of the items that I have got, and it definitely does fit the tightest as a result. And then lastly, you've got Black, which again, pretty thin. It feels thick when you're like feeling it, but then obviously you're going to see when you put it on. Yeah, this is very sheer. I would need to try maybe a medium in the black. I would recommend in the black in particular, definitely going up a size. Do not size down in the black. I got an extra small and I should have got a small or even maybe a medium. I always get asked when I talk about material if any of these are closer to the OG fabric. In terms of feel, I would say the closest out of this drop is probably Galactic Ocean and Electric Purple. These are definitely the closest in terms of feel to the OG fabric, but it's definitely not 100% OG, but it's definitely the closest. And then the rest of them are sort of like the fluffy, spongy, very soft, very stretchy sort of feel. So to summarise and put it on a scale in terms of like which one's tightest to which one is least tight, Galactic Ocean is definitely tightest, like by a long mile. I would then say Electric Purple, probably second, then Emerald Green, then Candy Crush, then Cotton Candy. Yeah, like I said, it's not always just about flat lays, it's about material and how things feel on. And Galactic Ocean waistband feels stiffer when it's on, like it really doesn't have much give to it. Whereas Cotton Candy flat lay, it might look similar. It doesn't feel as compressive when it's on. Something to keep in mind as well is that the Electric Purple leggings fared a lot worse in the squat test than the shorts did, which always happens. I don't know what it is about leggings. I think it's because it's stretched over your whole leg. It's a lot more stretching of the fabric going on when you're squatting, so leggings will always fare worse than shorts. So if you think Candy Crush is sheer in shorts, it will be worse in leggings. And the Emerald Green and the Candy Crush and even the Galactic Ocean might look worse in leggings than it does in shorts. I've only got shorts to show you, so do keep that in mind as well. I do also think it's worth mentioning, like I said, obviously sizing preference will impact sizing, but also like your build, because two people could have the same measurements, but fit wise things could be very different. Because if you've got a 25-inch waist but it's a shredded 25-inch waist and there's not much fat to squeeze on it, you'll probably get on a lot better with like a waistband in a size small, for example. Whereas me, I might have a 25-inch waist, but I'm definitely not shredded, and I do store fat in that region, which means because it's not solid and I do have body fat, it squishes more. So I feel like the people that I've seen with like more shredded stomachs have had less issues with sizing on this and like the sizing. But if you have more of a soft stomach or you store more body fat in your midsection, I feel like that's something to consider as well when it comes to sizing. And in terms of camel toe, you do get camel toe from time to time in these. I've said this before, wearing G-strings instead of seamless underwear can really help, because seamless underwear is so thin that it will go straight in there, which means the leggings, the shorts, whatever you put over it is going straight in there. Boom, everyone knows you've got a fanny. I don't really care that people know I've got a fanny. I think it's fairly obvious from looking at me. I've got a foof. So camel toe really doesn't bother me with something like this. It's not severe. What bothers me is the front middle seam where it's literally strangling you and it's actually causing you pain. The camel toe with this is never painful, but sometimes you might get one depending what underwear you've got on. I never go commando because I just can't do it. I don't like doing it. So I wear like G-strings underneath my amplifier, something that I like to wear. You will get a bit more VPL, but it does help to prevent the camel toe. Or sometimes I will just wear seamless underwear. Proofness as well, these are not sweat proof. I trained in the pink this morning and they were showing sweat around the crotch region. Yeah, because it's that sort of like softer, fluffier sort of material, you're going to see the sweat. So that's something to keep in mind as well. These are not sweat proof. They will show sweat. Personally, I don't care. I've said this before in so many videos. Darren's over there sweating all over the bench, dripping, and people are like, oh, he's working. People see it as like a badge of honour for men, but for some reason people find it gross to know that women sweat. Just choking on the stupidity of it. Like, I'm in the gym, obviously I'm sweating. It doesn't really bother me. On my bottoms in particular, it doesn't bother me, but these do show sweat. You will see sweat in these. We've just got the Amplify short sleeve crops to go over. So I got 3 colours. I'm so sorry because I messed up. I was meant to get extra small and small, but then I changed something about my order. I think I got another pair of shorts and I booted off one of the tops and I didn't realise the one I'd kicked out was the extra small. So I've just got 3 smalls. But to be honest, having tried them on, yeah, I'm pretty glad that I've got the smalls. So just to go over the details are the exact same as previous Amplify short sleeve crop. So you've got this sort of sticker logo on the front, so like individual, so like in theory one of these letters could come off and you could be left with alphaland or alphaland. It could happen. It's not like all joints stuck on together. Seams down here, you've got a ribbed band around the bottom. On the back, you have got some paneling, which always makes your back look really sort of cool. I feel like it's really flattering on your lats. And you've got a sort of like, not mock neck, but just like a round cut. It's very, very normal how it sits. It sits sort of similar to this, maybe a little bit higher. Probably about, you're going to see in the trend clips anyway, I don't know, I'm bothering to explain. Short sleeved, these are very, very thin and very breathable. Material wise, it's like the Amplify, so it's a soft, fluffy texture material, and all of mine feel the same. It's a thin, fluffy, soft, stretchy texture material. So I got the mocha ones last year and mine was quite stiff and uncomfortable. These are a lot stretchier, it's definitely a lot more comfortable. However, and I'll pop the clip in here of my chocolate one. Then I don't actually have a size small in previous drops of these tees to compare to. I've only got an extra small, but as you can see, the extra small compared to the small, I feel like the fit is pretty much the same. There isn't really like a big difference. The sleeves are the same. Everything is sort of the same between an extra small and a small. I don't know if this is because this is one and it's stretched out a bit, but there isn't a big difference. And based off the size small, the sleeve opening is about 4 inches. Seam here is about 8 inches. Band is about just under 12, I would say. To armpit, it's 13 across the sort of bust region. As you can see, that was an extra small, and it's the exact same size as these ones. I wish I had a size small so that I knew, so that I had a more fair comparison, because I don't know if my chocolate extra small has just stretched out, but I feel like I've not worn it enough for it to stretch out significantly. So I don't know if these are running smaller or not. They didn't make like a note of saying that they've changed the fit on these or anything like that. It literally says it's just new colours, but these do flatly appear to be the same size as my extra small chocolate one from last year. I have to be honest, I've not been wearing my short sleeved Amplify tops much at all. I do prefer the long sleeves. I just feel like I prefer that. I feel like if I'm gonna wear something where I want more skin out and just wear a sports bra, I've not reached for these loads. They're not bad. I just don't find that I reach for them a lot. I do reach for the long sleeves more, but if you like the look of these, there's nothing wrong with them. The only thing to keep in mind is obviously the logo can sort of peel off, and also keep in mind when it's stretched, it can look off-centre and a bit strange. You'll see in the try-on clips, it can sort of, the letters can be like here, there and everywhere when it's stretched out. Sizing wise for these, I would say it really depends how you like it to fit. So my true size for tops is a size small, and these do fit, but they're very tight on my shoulders. I find it particularly tight on like that, like this bit here. I find it really tight, but I do definitely have more body fat on my upper body, so I don't know if that's why. Personally, I feel like for comfort everywhere, I'd like to try a medium in these, but I like a comfortable fit. I don't like my tops to be super tight. It looks good in a size small, but I'd be intrigued to see how a medium fits, and then I could probably decide which one I prefer. They do have stretch, so it's not like they're restrictive in terms of like, you know, the fit. Like they do have stretch to them, like the arms have got stretch to them as well. It's not like the Stratus where it's very stiff. It's got a lot of stretch to it. I just find these very tight on my arms, so I would actually like to try a medium. Thank God I didn't get an extra small, because that would have been wasteful. I don't think that would have fitted me well at all. They will show sweat though, so do keep in mind these will show sweat. Also, you do need to wear a bra under the Candy Crush colour. It's very sheer when it's on, so do wear a bra under it, or wear nipple covers if you don't want to wear a bra under it. The green one was pretty solid, to be honest. The purple, definitely a little bit sheer over the nips, so I would definitely wear a sports bra with this, but with the green, to be honest, it was pretty solid on me. I could definitely get away with no bra. For a comfort fit, I would recommend going up a size from your normal size, but if you want a skin tight fit that's super tight, stay true to size. I wouldn't recommend sizing down in these. I really don't think you need to. Another thing to consider is your bust size. Obviously on a 32DD, I have bigger boobs than some people, so maybe that also impacts the fit and is why I might prefer trying a medium for a comfort fit. Obviously if you're smaller chested, I would really recommend that you probably do stay true to size. If you've got bigger arms, you might need to consider a size up for a comfortable fit. Depends how you want it to fit. A small fits, as you can see, it doesn't look bad. It just feels very tight around here, so I would quite like to try a medium. I do also notice as well that it feels sort of like the back is sort of pulling up as I sort of pull the front down. I don't know why. I feel like for whatever reason on me, these sort of come up at the back and down at the front, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of, I do have quite rounded shoulders. I need to sort my posture out, so maybe that's why. True to size for like a skin tight hugging fit. Size up one size for a more comfortable fit would be my size and advice for these. I'll be giving away an extra small pair of my Galactic Ocean shorts and an extra small pair of cotton candy shorts. If you want these, all that you need to do is, what shall I do for this giveaway? Comment below letting me know what your favourite colour out of these two is. and I will pick 2 people. These are an extra small, so please only comment if you are an extra small, and I will ship these out to you next week. I will pick 2 winners. I will also be giving away a pair of extra small amplified black leggings from this new drop, just because they're way too tight for me. So again, comment below letting me know out of these 3 which is your favourite, and I will pick 3 winners to send these out to. But yeah, that is it for this video. In conclusion, I don't think they've completely like effed Amplify for taller people.
Freeze framing this and adding in this voice note because I feel like now that I've gone through and edited and looked at all the clips, I have even further updated thoughts. This is why I hate getting packages so close to launches, because I feel like you need a solid few weeks with products, not a few days, to form opinions. So my opinions as of June 13th is, having looked at the legging footage, I definitely prefer the new fit of the leggings. The front isn't the best. I don't like that my belly button is out, but the way that the back is so improved, it's such an improvement. And the excess fabric, I mean, like from the birthday sale to this drop, the legging fit definitely does look a lot better, and I prefer the new legging fit. So whereas I was wearing a size extra small before in the leggings, for the past 2 drops I've had to be sizing down. I would personally just stick true to size to a size small for my leggings for this drop. I'm happy with the size small, and I don't find the waist as tight on the leggings as I do on the shorts. In terms of the shorts, I would honestly probably still buy cotton candy because it's a very unique colour, and I can pull, you know, the front up, I can readjust it, I can try and cover my belly button. However, I really do think these are too short now, for me personally, for my liking. For shorter girls, you're going to love them, especially anyone who misses the 3.5. These fit like the 3.5, so you're in luck. But for any taller people who are preferring the 4.5, these do not fit like a 4.5 anymore. If anyone from alphaland is watching this video, I don't know if anyone will be, please, with this new fit, can we have longer inseam options in the shorts, because these are definitely, looking at the footage and like knowing how, like, you can see how easily these roll. It's not just the length, like, yeah, you can pull them down, but because of the way that these fit now, they roll so badly, like they will roll just under my bum cheek on me. So yeah, I would still be buying the cotton candy shorts just for the colour, but I definitely do prefer the length of the old 4.5 and how they sort of fitted. I do prefer the back, the new back. I think the back looks better, but everything else, like, I prefer the front of the old 4.5 shorts, I prefer the fit of the old 4.5 shorts, I prefer the length. I just think the new ones look better from the back. That is my final thoughts as of this morning. In my opinion, the waistband has not been loosened, it's actually been tightened. Very comparable to sort of Digital Violet, Blossom, Misty Lilac. So if you didn't like how that fit in your size, take a size up. If you are always one size with alphaland, you've never had an issue with any drop, you don't understand what people are talking about when they talk about things running tighter or looser, and you've never noticed a difference, go with your normal size by all means. Ignore everything I've said. Go with your normal size by all means. But yeah, if you've had the Digital Violet drop, the Pixel Pink, the Blossom, and you found it ran particularly tight, I would recommend that you go with a size up in this drop, especially if you are interested in any of the colours, to be honest, other than cotton candy. I would say that's the one where you can get away with it a bit more than the other colourways, just because it does feel significantly stretchy. I don't know if it's just the one I've got, but it's definitely very sort of like thin and stretchy. But the sizing is pretty consistent between the colourways, to be honest. And if you are someone who the past 2 launches you've not really enjoyed it and it's not been tight enough for you and you've been having to size down, go with your normal size on this drop. You do not need to size down. It will probably fit how the size down fit on this drop for you. So yeah, that is my like rounded up thoughts. In terms of my top picks and my favourite colours, my favourite colour by a mile is Cotton Candy. I think this is the one I'm going to wear the most. Honestly, it's the pink equivalent of my Digital Violet. And look at how pretty these look together. Outfit inspo right there. If you want the most wearable one, it's definitely
any out of these three are definitely more wearable. These two are probably the most wearable. Seamless undies, nothing wrong with them, love them. I just didn't need any more. Like I said, the pump cover is dropping as well. It's just not my personal taste in sort of style. And the Amplify crops, nothing wrong with them. It's just not something I would probably spend money on. I prefer the long sleeves. And because I'm wearing pump covers a lot at the moment, I don't think I'm going to get a ton of use out of these. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But if you like the look of these, there's nothing wrong with them quality-wise. So yeah, that is the end of this video. I hope it has been helpful. If you've got any questions on anything that I have mentioned in this video, please let me know and I'll be more than happy. Just comment them below. If you need help with sizing, please DM me on Instagram. I'll get back to absolutely every single one of you. Give the video a thumbs up if you found it helpful. Subscribe if you want to and you haven't already. And I will see you in the next video, which I've got 2 vlogs that I've already filmed from last week. I just need to edit them and upload them. So they will come up after this video. I just wanted to get this video up. And again, apologies for not having Gabby in this video. With only like a week's gap between me getting my package and launch day, it's just not enough time in my schedule with this not being my full-time job. So yeah, I will see you in the next video and happy shopping. If you do shop with my code, please let me know so I can say thank you, and giveaway details will be linked below. But you do not have to be shopping this drop to enter my giveaway. It's just a way for me to say thank you and give back even like a fraction of the amount that you guys have been able to help me. So yes, I'll see you in the next video.
Yeah, ho. That's what I meant, ho. Cause I meant that, bitch. 30. Yes. Dumb ho. Yeah, what do you want? Ho. What does 30 mean? What's your body count? Oh, me. Dang, 30. No, that. Yes, ho. Yeah, you're a fucking whore. Yes. Yeah, I said I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Oh, damn, girl. How about this? How about this? We take those armed forces missiles and target the White House. I literally want to kick Donald Trump's ass. No, I'm serious. Yeah, and our taxpayer money. Yeah, we do.
Good morning. Welcome to a little what I eat in a day video, which I have not done in ages. Like, it's coming up to like probably about 6 to 7 months since I posted one of these, but I'm always asking for feedback on what content people want, and I know that people love the vlogs, but I want to make sure I'm like varying them slightly. So I'm going to try and do it like vlog-ish style, take through my day, but it's going to be more food focused. With me being in a diet phase, with me being on a fat loss phase, there may be reference to calories, there may be reference to dieting, there may be reference to body image. So if any of those topics are triggering for you, please feel free to go and watch one of my other vlogs, because this video probably won't be for you. And anyone else who's also want to cut at the moment, because this is my first cut in 2 years, I've got a lot of tips I use with myself and a lot of tips that I use with clients for coaching. So I'm going to give you those as well, so that we can all do a healthy and somewhat sustainable cut for summer, because the word sustainable when it comes to cutting gags me a little bit, because you don't want to be cutting forever. So it doesn't need to be sustainable forever, it just needs to be sustainable for the period in which you are doing it. So yeah, I have just made a morning coffee. Before that I've had water. I always try to have water before caffeine on the morning now. I noticed that my stomach was just really bad when I had coffee. TMI, but my stomach was just really bad when I would just have coffee first thing on the morning, so that is why I am not just having coffee straight away. So I've got myself a little coffee. I think me and Dad are going to go and do a food shop maybe at Aldi, and I will take you through my food shop and what I'm getting, because I'm like on a very high protein, to be honest, pretty high carb and then moderate fat diet. That's my preference for any diet, whether I'm cutting, bulking or maintaining. I've done my check-in pictures this morning. I am due on my period, so my weight is actually a lot higher than usual at the moment, which is very, very normal. That's why it's really handy to weigh yourself a few times a week. If you are into weighing yourself, obviously you don't have to. I just do it for my coach so that she can see when things are moving in the right direction, but I pay more attention to how I look and how I feel, but for her it's helpful for knowing if she needs to drop my calories or increase cardio. Just a little fitness update before I get ready and me and Dad are going to go do the food shop. I am on 60 minutes cardio a week at the moment, and I've got an upper body session to do today, so I might take you along with me for the upper session and cardio. Yeah, welcome to a little what I eat a day on my fat loss phase whilst retaining muscle mass. That's something else I might speak about in this video, because it's a lot easier than you might think. Okay, so we're back from Aldi. I'm just going to run you through our food shop. In terms of like price and stuff, this is a bit more expensive than normal, but it's because we've run out of like some seasonings. Obviously I'm not going to be buying seasoning every single week. So all this, I'm going to take off the toilet roll, because that's not part of the food shop, was about £40 taking off the toilet roll, but like I said, like things like cheese you wouldn't be buying every single week, and these aren't for me anyway, these are for Dan, but I've split it so you can sort of see the different categories. So all like carbs are sort of here. I do also already have some things in the cupboard like cereal and stuff, which are like go-to snacks for me. So I like to get the microwave rice at the moment, especially just because I don't have all the time in the world to be cooking at the moment. Obviously if you've got more time, I would recommend it's a lot more cost effective to just buy a bag of rice, but at the moment this is a lot easier for me for quick lunches. Ready to wok noodles for the exact same reason, although to be fair I actually just prefer the taste of these. And then we've got some protein sandwich thins. Now protein products you need to watch out, because supermarkets will add like £2 to £3 to the price tag sometimes compared to the normal version. And in the UK, I don't know about anywhere else, the only legal requirement to be able to call something a protein version is it just has to have more protein than the normal version. Now that could be a good amount of extra protein. Equally, it could be like 1 gram extra. These have got, if we have a look, these have got 8 grams of protein, and the normal ones are 3.5, so it's not a huge difference. But when I am cutting and I don't have as many calories anyway, and it's just an extra, like getting an extra little 4-5 grams in here and there really does add up through the day. So that's why we get the high protein ones. So that's just a little note on protein snacks. Eggs, bacon for breakfast. These bacon medallions are incredible. 10 out of 10 recommend. to be honest, cutting or not cutting, but if you are cutting, 2 of these is 54 calories and 10 grams of protein. So this would be like a staple breakfast for me. This, an egg in a protein thin, it turns out like, depending on how much bacon I do, anywhere between 20 and 30 grams of protein. Good dent to start the day. So then protein sources, chicken is my main go-to, but I do like having some red meat as well. So I've got some 5% lean. Mince, in terms of like any protein snacks, these are like out of the shop, but these protein mousses are really nice, and they're not vegan, but they are technically lactose free because they have a low level of lactose. So I'm lactose intolerant. These personally do not irritate my stomach, but if you have a serious severe lactose intolerance, I'm not 100% sure. More carbs, but I put these with the veg, bacon, potatoes, because today I want to make some loaded fries. Seasoning, salt and pepper seasoning for some chicken, and then a Cajun. We ran out of cumin and some harissa seasoning. Harissa and Cajun are my favourite seasonings for chicken, and then cumin with loaded fries. I want to make like a chili thing, and I always put extra cumin in. My dad taught me that wings. I'm not going to use those on the loaded fries today, but really good source of protein, good fibre, and if I make chili, we'll put those in. Cheese, which is for Dan.
So you might as well wipe your ass in your Bible as well.
Parmesan, Parmesan as well.
I'm like,
red
what
cabbage,
does the
red
Bible
onion,
represent,
tenderson broccoli, and
man?
pepper
I'm like,
for
yeah, what does the
macronutrients.
Holy Bible
I'm
Why
also
should I
subscribed
listen
at
to
the
the
moment,
Holy
but they didn't have any, sadly.
I ain't doing
So that
shit
is the
for the
food shop. I'm going to make some breakfast now, so I'm going to be using some bacon medallions. I will put an egg in it, and I'm going to pop it in a protein thing.
Man,
Hello, I'm just having
I'm
a
like,
coffee.
bitch, you voted for this
I'm not going to
motherfucker.
take
I'm like,
pre-workout
yeah, you know he's gonna do it.
for the gym. I'm going to go do upper and some cardio.
This motherfucker
So
will
it's
wipe
like a
his
pre-workout
ass with
meal.
Bill Wright.
I
You
only
know
had my
what the
breakfast
Bill
about
Wright
an hour and a
is.
half ago, so I'm not going to eat anything else just yet. I'm going to wait until I get back, and then I'm going to have my lunch. Be a little diet hack. I'm definitely not, I'm not opposed to fasting. At first I wasn't hungry really at all on my cut, but I am a bit hungrier, and when you're on a cut or any sort of diet, it's important to notice and listen to your body on when you are hungriest, so you can work your diet around that best. I am hungriest later in the day. Usually it makes sense because I've moved more at that point. I've usually trained, I've trained 4 or 5 days a week, so I like to save more calories for later in the day, and because I've been getting hungrier later on in the day, I've been pushing my first meal back quite significantly. So I actually had my breakfast quite late today. It was closer to like 12 as opposed to like upon waking at like 8 a.m. And yeah, just shortening that eating window down has really been helping me. So I've been pushing my first meal back, and then I do typically have like a lighter lunch and then a heavier tea. That is purely because I am hungrier later in the day. It's nothing to do with like it's this magic hack for fat loss or anything like that. It's just the cues and stuff that I've picked up on with my body. It makes it easier for me to stick to my deficit if I push my first meal back a little bit and I have like lighter meals at the start of the day and save more calories towards the end, because I'm a big snacker and I will not give up my snacks, like cereal, all that sort of stuff I absolutely love. But yeah, we're going to get ready for the gym, and I will take you to the gym with me. We're hitting upper body, push and pull in one session. Because it's my birthday this week, I'm probably not going to do my second upper session just because I've got a lot of social plans towards the end of this week, so I'm just going to mishmash my sessions together, not do 2 sessions worth in one. I'm just going to pick like a few pull movements, a few push, and then I'm going to try and do 25-30 minutes cardio. But yeah, let's go to the gym. Okay, upper body session time. My mics were not charged, so I'm just going to voice over this workout. But first, I'm just doing a nice little warm-up, warming up my shoulders and my back because I train push and pull together. I always use a long band for warm-ups. I've never realised how funny I look when I'm doing this until now. I think I look absolutely hilarious, but I always use a band. The only thing I tweak about this is I've realised there's a lot of sort of loose tension in the band. You want to keep as much tension in the band as possible when you're doing these, so I would probably wrap it around my hands, which I have been doing since then. Shoulder circles, I will never not do these, even though I look ridiculous. They just feel so good for my shoulders. So first movement that I'm doing is a lat pull down. If you don't already know, I train push and pull together because I have implants under the muscle and I can't train chest as a result. So a push session solely dedicated feels a bit redundant to me. Also, the fact that I don't like training my shoulders too much because my shoulders are a muscle that grows very, very, very quickly. And just for my goals, I don't wish to grow my shoulders too much. So I train push and pull mixed together. A little tip that I would really recommend when you are doing lat pull down, so obviously this is a plate loaded one, I'm just going on to my second set, is to try, and I still struggle with this sometimes because of years of trying to make my body look 10 out of 10 in my workout, or just what I saw other influencers doing. But when you're doing pull downs and like your back workouts, really try not to duck ass or like really push your hips back. Obviously, if you've got like hyperlordosis, like a genuine spinal issue, that's a different kettle of fish. But I'm really trying not to sort of sit with my ass really back on machines anymore, just to make sure that I'm keeping everything as tight as possible, especially because with my back sessions in particular, I'm moving a lot more weight than I used to. So moving on to a single arm row. Also, just a little reminder that lighting plays such a big role in how you look in your workout videos, guys. A client of mine was really upset and actually ended up deleting some of her form videos to send to me because she didn't like how she looked in the video. I would just like to remind you guys that the influencers and stuff that you see posting on social media, posting their workouts, and I'm including myself in this because I know my angles best as well, but I would also say I'm like in it, but also a victim of it, because sometimes when I film workouts, I think, oh my god, like I took a whole year off filming them for a multitude of reasons, but one of them was because body image issues, because what you see on social media is like the perfect angle for that person with the perfect lighting, and it takes so long to get, you know, the right light, you know, the right angle that's most flattering. Like you can see the difference between how my back looks in this lighting compared to the previous. I feel like you can see a lot more definition. I feel like I look a lot more leaner. But the reality is my body looks both ways. It just depends on the lighting, the angle, the day of the week that it is, the camera that you're using, the lens that you're using. You know, you look how you look in that shot, but that doesn't mean so that you walk around looking like that. So just a reminder for anyone getting discouraged about how they look when they film their workouts, you do not see how many clips are deleted from influencer workouts. You don't see how many times they move the camera. Film the damn workouts, whether it's for form or you want to post it yourself. Yeah, that's just a little bit of an uplifting message. I'm now doing dumbbell shoulder presses. Yeah, there isn't really much to say about these. If you want form tips, I've done a very similar upper body session in my full week of workouts video. Then moving on to chest supported lateral raises, I way prefer doing chest supported with these. I am a girlie with very overactive traps. I breathe, I sniff, I inhale air near a weight, and my traps fucking grow. It's infuriating and it actually causes me pain, but since I started doing these chest supported, I don't know what it is about it. I'm not going to pretend that I do know what it is about it.
Yeah, work
It's
those
really
arms,
helped
girl.
me
Work those
take my
arms.
traps out of the movement, and I really like doing these. You can do these seated or standing. My gym got new benches recently, which makes it really uncomfortable to do seated, so I'm doing them standing. Moving on to cardio. This is my cardio routine at the moment. I'm doing 60 minutes of lifts a week to be split no shorter than 20 minutes per session. So I'm either doing 3 times 20 minutes per week, or I'm doing it 2 times 30 minutes. My cardio of choice is a Stairmaster, but I will say that my legs did need to adapt to it at first. It did actually hamper with my training recovery, but now I I'm all good in the hood, so I'm okay to continue with this. I'm not doing HIIT. I like to do list because my main priority on my cut is obviously cutting down body fat, but keeping my muscle mass. So this doesn't interfere with my weight training sessions, which means I can push hard, so I can maintain that hard earned muscle mass. But that is my upper and cardio session. I'm gonna snack on this whilst I'm making my lunch. Like I said earlier, these don't irritate my stomach, and it's just like so refreshing. It's very hot outside, so I'm gonna have this, and also it's a bit of protein in, which we love. Obviously, anabolic window, not really a thing in the sense that, well, not in the way that people pushed it out before. Normally, to be fair, I would try and space my protein out a little bit more, but as my lunch is going to take maybe half an hour to cook anyway, and I've pushed my food back a bit too late today, so I'm just going to focus on my total intake. So this is what we're going to be cooking up lunch-wise. I'm going to do 1 chicken breast fillet. I'm going to make like a salad bowl thing. 1 chicken breast fillet, half a bag of this lime and coriander rice. I'm going to have some pak choy. And then I've got a new obsession with like a red cabbage and red onion, like raw slaw thing, with balsamic vinegar on it, and I'll have like quite a bit of that because it's super low in calories and gets a lot more volume in. Same with the pak choy. I will probably actually just have this whole pak choy because I'm feeling hungry. And then for my seasoning, I want to mix Cajun and harissa. This could go wrong. I've not tried it before, but we're going to give it a bloody go. And yeah, I'm just going to make myself a little, I say little, it'll probably be quite big with the veg, but a little salad bowl because it's hot outside.
Everything goes right. I can feel the breeze. Euphoric delight. Only you and me. For your honey, sickly sweet, keeps me coming, got me weak. You could kill me, I'd still be dialing your number 6 feet deep. Oh, it's real hard to break this habit.
Absolute final finishing touch to my salad now that we're done with the aesthetic shite is Frank's hot sauce. And if you
hot
are a
sauce
hot
on it,
lover,
baby.
let me put you onto this
Hot
one
sauce,
sometime.
baby.
This is multiple litres of Frank's hot sauce, and it's the best thing I ever bought because I was getting the little glass jars and there's barely anything in them. We were running out of them within like a week. I put hot sauce on most things, to be honest. This is my lunch. Yeah, I'm gonna sit and eat my salad now. I've got so much work to do, so I'm gonna be eating and working, and then I'm just gonna work for the next few hours. And I'll probably see you next when I make my tea, and I will speak to you a bit more about like retaining muscle mass on a cut. But as you can see, this is like a prime example, by the way. When people talk about volume eating, which is one of my biggest hacks as well, volume eating is essentially opting for foods which are low in calories that you can fill your diet up with, which will help you to feel fuller. I would put just staying hydrated in general under that, because I probably had about 2.5 litres of water just whilst I was in the gym, especially because I was doing cardio. And the more hydrated I stay, the less hungry I am. And then also in terms of volume eating, if you are currently like trying to, the worst thing you can do, especially if you've gone from a bulk to a cut, is to try and eat the exact same foods. Now I'm not saying you couldn't have like, you know, a creamy pasta dish when you're on a cut, because you can. I still have things like that from time to time. But if you just try and keep your diet the exact same, and all you do is take things away, so all you do is keep the diet the same but just reduce portion sizes, you'll probably actually be quite hungry, and I wouldn't recommend doing that. Still have those meals that you enjoyed when you were eating a bit more calories, but bulk them out with things like veggies and salad, because they're so low in calories. I personally don't actually track veggies or salad, just because I have a very consistent amount each day, and they are literally so low in calories that it, personally for me, tracking veg is a step too far. It's not something that I'm bothered about doing. But the veg, like this meal without the veg would be a lot smaller, but because I've obviously got like the raw slaw on there and the pak choy, This is going to probably keep me full for like the next few hours. Also, it's just a really, really, really good way of getting your micronutrients in. So if you're cutting, try next time you have one of your main meals, not just making a smaller portion than what you used to before, but also make like a side salad or a side of like roasted veggies. I am going to eat this now and I will speak to you probably when I'm making my tea for me and Dad. As we can see, I have been prepping tea and I've been snacking on some rice cakes. Just for transparency, I've had maybe like 3 or 4 of these. Nothing crazy, I just wanted something to snack on whilst I'm prepping mine and Dan's evening meal. So I'm going to do like a loaded fry thing. The reason why I've just like prepped this and not filmed it is because I feel like there's only so much time lapsing we can do in one video. So I didn't want to time lapse me shopping and pepper again. I like time lapse me maybe cooking the bins. We might get an aesthetic number on there. But yeah, these are so good. And potatoes, if you are on a diet, potatoes are an amazing, amazing, amazing carb source. You know me. When you're cutting, you do not cut carbs out. You do not need to go on a no carb keto diet. You can have carbs in your diet, and I have all carbs. I will eat pasta, I will eat rice, but I especially love having potatoes as a carb source when I'm cutting for the same reason I mentioned earlier. It's an amazing volume food. You can have so much potato, and it's a lot lower in calorie than other very like filling carb sources. So these are the fries. I've just popped some salt, oil, because I will not scrape on oil when it comes to cutting. Sorry, that is something I'm willing to use. Plus, my diet is quite low in fats anyway, so it's a good way for me to get some fats in. And then I've chopped up an orange pepper here, which I'm going to put in the chilli that I'm going to make. I'm not going to use this whole pack. I'll probably use maybe half this pack, and then me and Dad will have half each. Cook it up with some seasonings, make it like a chili sort of vibe, and then turn them into loaded fries. But I'll show you the process of that. But yeah, I am prepping tea now so that it's done. And of course, we are watching. I'm watching Beyonce Homecoming.
AK-47 clips for breakfast. Tell your niggas that you about to end up on that checklist. List that have your neighborhood on search watch. Bad bitches running through the water like it's Baywatch. Stop with my goofy ass. Crack a couple jokes to the point where you blunt it and
wow,
We'll just take a moment
Robert,
how good this looks. So we've got the fries underneath and then the chili on top with a little bit of cheese, and I did put on a little bit more of the raw slaw just because the more I thought about it does actually go quite well, and it'll cool the dish down a little bit because these plates are piping hot. When you put it back in the oven, just put it in until the cheese melts if you put cheese on it, or until the whole thing warms back up again. I'm going to put a bit of hot sauce on this, and then this is Dan's. He's got a slightly bigger portion of the slaw, slightly bigger portion of cheese as well. The reason why I've done less is because first of all, I want to have more calories for my cereal and being strategic, but secondly, this much cheese will, my stomach says no. My stomach says we can probably deal with this. So just proof that you do not have to eat like boring chicken and rice and that's the only thing. Like, stick to staple ingredients. Yes, it might be a good idea, but you can make some really nice meals. This is one of my go-tos at the moment, and it is so filling. So filling. Perfect for cutting.
With being in 4 bags equates to 66 or more bought from the supermarket.
Hello, so this is going to conclude a full day of eating. I've just made a bowl of cereal, which is a hefty bowl. This is what I mean when I say I like to have like a big snack before bed. Not going to be going to sleep anytime soon, but I like having a big snack. So for me personally, the tips I've mentioned about like pushing meals back and stuff really helps because that's when my appetite is biggest. Obviously, if your appetite is bigger in the morning, save more calories for the morning time, get more calories in the morning. The only other thing is my creatine, which I'm going to be taking as well. Creatine, it's just creatine monohydrate, that's all you need. You don't need to be looking for anything fancy, anything super expensive. I know there's things like Korean Pure and other things, but I personally just feel like all the research that we have when people bang on about how like it's the most researched supplement, etc., is done on creatine monohydrate, not these new ones that are suspiciously like £15 more a tub. Feel like some of the marketing claims maybe exaggerated slightly in terms of the differences between that and normal creatine. I just feel like we don't know enough yet, so I'm sticking with normal creatine for now, and that will be the only supplement that I actually take today, which just proves as well, by the way, you do not need, to be fair, I suppose the mousse counts as like a protein supplement, but you don't need to have like shakes per se to hit your protein intake. I'm not going to go over calories, but like I've just finished tracking. I've had 152 grams of protein today. Not one shake consumed. I just wanted to mention that I do still take creatine when I'm cutting, because I don't know why, but I feel like this, just from questions I get asked sometimes and the way it's spoken about online, this is perceived as like a bulking supplement or like a mass gaining type supplement. It's not. This is something that, to see the benefits of, you need to be taking consistently. Now, yes, you could stop taking it when you start cutting, but I don't really see the purpose in doing that, because it's coming off this will not help with fat loss. Coming off this will drop your water weight down, because being on creatine does make you hold on to more water weight, but it's not just floating around your body making you look puffy or bloated. It's drawn into your muscles, so it makes your muscles look bigger. So if anything, for me going on a cut, I'm going to be keeping up with my creatine, because I want my muscles to stay looking nice and full for as long as possible, and this actually helps with that. So for anyone who's been advised to come off creatine when they're cutting, I would like to give you another perspective and probably encourage you to keep taking it, especially because a lot of the research as well points towards like cognitive benefits for this as well. Obviously we don't know yet, but like long term this might be really, really good for like memory and all that sort of stuff. But I will take this regardless of cutting or bulking, and that is the only supplement that I will take every single day without fail. Now on to the little topic that I wanted to choose to discuss in this video. It might be in the title somewhere, which is retaining muscle mass on a fat loss phase, because I want to put some minds at ease, because I feel like I'm going to give you some tips for it, but also I feel like it's made out as though if you go into a cut you are 100% going to lose your gains. The first thing that needs to be addressed is, quite often it's very common for women to go into a cutting phase and they will say that they've lost their glutes when they go on a cut. Now, provided you've done a sensible cut, it's not done for too long, and it's not an aggressive deficit, and you haven't completely changed your training program, and you're still getting a good protein intake in, the chances are you've just lost body fat around your glutes, not your actual glute muscle. So you've lost size on your bum, not necessarily your actual glute muscle. Because when we go on gaining phases, I do it too, we like to think every single ounce of size that we put onto an area that we want it to grow is pure muscle mass, but it's not. It's not. You will gain fat everywhere. Granted, you might gain only a little bit in a certain area, but you will gain fat everywhere. So don't think that you're going to lose loads and loads and loads of muscle mass when you go on a cut. If you go on a sensible cut and you lose all your muscle and just look the exact same as you did before you started the growth phase, you probably either didn't do the growth phase properly, or you didn't spend long enough in the growth phase to actually build a substantial amount of muscle. That is my opinion, and that's something that I've seen happen from coaching for the past few years with a lot of clients who come to me. So doing a proper growth phase is so important. If you are eventually going to want to cut and retain that muscle mass, you've got to make sure that you've got muscle mass, not just body fat in the area. So yeah, losing gains is not like this inevitable thing where you're going to become absolutely tiny. Obviously, if you take things too far, you can. But the most important things, the most important tips that I follow, the tips that I can give you, is try and keep your carb intake on the higher side. First of all, energy for your workouts. It's really, really, really important that energy for your workouts. Second of all, I want you to think of your muscles like a balloon, and carbs as a macronutrient will help to keep your muscles, blown up like a balloon. So not like a 5-day balloon, like a first day put up balloon. Having a good carb intake will help to keep your muscles looking fuller. keeps your glycogen stores fuller within your muscles, and it just makes your muscles look fuller. So I would really recommend trying to keep your carb intake on the higher end for that purpose. So would really recommend not cutting carbs, contrary to the popular belief. Obviously they might need to come down a bit in line with your new calories. If you're going into a cut from a bulk, they might need to come down a bit, but they don't need to be super low. Try and keep them as high as you can. Protein, of course, this is really important. You want to make sure that you are getting enough protein in. So obviously the guideline is 0.8 to, I think it's 1.1 now, grams per pound of body weight. You want to make sure, in my opinion, when you cut in, that you're on the higher end of that, just because I feel like there isn't really a trade-off in terms of like cons from doing that, but there might be like an enhancement to your recovery between sessions, and just hanging on to that muscle mass. So keep your carb intake nice and high as possible. Protein intake, you don't want to slash that down super low, you want to keep that high, and in terms of ranges, I would personally suggest that you go with the higher end when it comes to hitting your protein intake. Another thing is, if you are going to add in cardio, getting into like the training side of things, first of all, you don't have to do cardio on a cut, but if you are going to incorporate cardio, I would recommend going for something at low intensity, especially at the start, if you're just starting to build up like your cardiovascular endurance and sort of wellness, fitness, all that sort of stuff. Just because if you are going in with like really intense cardio, you might not be able to recover from that for your sessions. Something to consider, which I feel like might be niche, but I've noticed it, and I've noticed it with clients as well. The Stairmaster, I love it, it's probably my favourite for cardio. Be very careful with not overdoing it on the Stairmaster, because I do find with clients and with myself, sometimes if I do too much on the Stairmaster, it messes with my leg sessions. I feel like my legs and quads and stuff swell, and they do get a bit sore from it. So I'm not saying don't go on the stairs, I'm just saying pick your cardio wisely. Don't do like HIIT straight away. I'm not saying don't do HIIT full stop, I'm just saying you might want to go with more low intensity steady state cardio that will still drive your expenditure up, but it's going to be easier to recover from, because then that leads me on to the next point. Your training intensity needs to be there. So if you're hammering yourself with HIIT cardio all the time and it's having an impact on your weight sessions, that will impact the muscle mass that you are holding on to, because this is my favourite quote: what grows muscle mass the best is going to be what maintains it the best. Do not switch to like a high rep 1 minute rest between sets training program just because you're on a cut and you feel like you need to be sweating and all that sort of stuff. What built you muscle best is what's going to be maintaining it best. So stick as closely to what you've been doing as possible. Obviously some people with a new phase, they like to write a new program. That's fine, I'm not saying you have to stick with the exact same program, but in terms of like the way that you lay out your training, don't go to doing like, you know, endurance sort of reps, like super high reps, super low weight, 1 minute rest between sets, because that is not what built your muscle, and it's not going to be the best thing for maintaining it. You want to make sure that you're still having adequate rest between sets. You want to make sure that you are still pushing yourself close to failure. You are not leaving loads and loads of reps in the tank, and there's actually some research that's come out recently looking at failure, and it is actually pointing towards, which it hasn't before when it's being looked at, into actual failure producing like a significant difference when it comes to muscle growth. Strength training is a different thing, but when it comes to muscle growth, there is actually a big difference between training to failure and training close to failure. So you really need to make sure that your intensity is there in your training sessions and you are still training close to or to failure. Obviously, I feel like we don't know enough yet, because those two studies are very conflicting, so I'd like to see a sort of, yeah, I don't want to go on either side. I'm just going to say maybe this week in your training you might want to try pushing some of your sets to absolute failure. Also, I'd recommend doing that sometimes anyway, because sometimes you might think your reps in reserve is like 1 to 2. If you actually try and push yourself to failure, you might realise it was actually close to like a 6, 7, maybe even an 8. So you have to make sure that you are keeping up with a training program that was similar in terms of like the way that you are training to what you were doing when you built the muscle. You do not need to turn into like this sweat machine. Obviously, if your goals have just completely changed and you're not bothered about maintaining muscle mass and you just want to be like cardiovascular queen and that's what you want to do and you want to do the high reps and the short rests, that's fine. But I'm talking to people who want to retain muscle mass because that is not going to be your best port of call if you want to retain muscle mass while you're on a cut. Chances of you losing much muscle mass, if any at all, if you follow everything I've just said, are very, very, very slim. Those are my best tips. Those are tips I use with clients. Those are tips I am currently using with myself. And just keep in mind that just because you are getting smaller, especially ladies, just because you are getting smaller around the bum region, it does not mean that you are losing muscle. You are highly likely losing body fat in that area, and that's completely normal. Size is going to come off everywhere. Try not to worry too much about it because, like I just said, size will come off everywhere. So proportionally, you might end up looking like you did like peak of a growth phase, just like a smaller version, if that makes sense. It just might take a while for like your body fat in certain areas to like balance back out to proportionally sort of look the same, just on a smaller scale, which is why it's important, like with a cut, you do need to stick to it. You can't just like, if you do want to do it anyway, you don't have to do it, but if you want to stick to a cut, you need to stick to it. Yeah, you don't need to worry about losing muscle mass when you go on a cut, but if you are worried, those are my absolute best tips. The training thing is so important. That would probably be my most important tip because I feel like growing muscle, let's be honest, is a lot harder. Let me be clear, growing muscle is a lot harder than maintaining muscle, but I just feel like so many people overlook the training aspect when it comes to cutting when they are interested in retaining muscle mass. They might like, because they're eating less. This can happen further down the line. Energy is obviously lower, there's less energy going into your body, so your output is going to be worse. You might lose strength in time, but a lot of people go into a cut with the mindset of, oh, I'm eating less, so I will be weaker, so they pick up lighter weights. Don't do that. Try and go in with the weights that you were going in with the week before, and try and even progressively overload. It's not impossible to progressively overload when you are on a cut, and that is one of the best ways to maybe even be able to build some muscle in a deficit, because that's not impossible either. But if you are just like getting weaker and weaker and weaker in your deficit right from the get-go, one, I would probably look at your calories and recovery and stuff because that shouldn't be happening straight away. But two, if you are just doing that for like the entirety of your cut from day one, you're just really like regressing with your training, you are probably at more risk of losing muscle mass. But it is inevitable that at some point in the cut you might get weaker. That is definitely a very real possibility. But go into the gym with the same mindset that you had when you were bulking. Don't even think about the fact that you are cutting. Go in, lift what you can, try and beat the previous week's numbers. If you can, don't stress, but always be trying to keep your strength as high as possible. My cereal's gone so soggy. I hope you enjoyed this little full day of eating. I really enjoyed filming it for you. Let me know if you've got any questions about anything I've just gone over when it comes to fat loss and retaining muscle mass, and any questions you've got, any questions about creatine maybe, the training, anything. Any particular sort of what I eat in a days or vlogs or topics you want me to cover in vlogs, please leave them below because I do like to sort of pick a topic for each video. But yeah, have an amazing rest of your week and I'll see you soon.
Imagine he said, no, they're not gay. They're just nothing more. Sure, Hollywood bigwigs may have liked that answer, but Hollywood bigwigs weren't always keeping fan base. As many of the most passionate members of said fan base were women who wrote fan fiction, LGBTQ people who saw characters, and also the cross-section of us who are both women and LGBTQ people. So, do you piss off the media or devoted fans? Neither. You answer like a goddamn politician. But this is a good segue because we should talk a little more about the so serious. Karate in that city was literally life or death. They had an entire brawl where damn near everyone that was in a karate class in that school were running around willy-nilly beating each other senseless with no consequences, and they were genuinely trying to injure each other. After this dude Miguel shows Robbie mercy, this dude Robbie decides to kick Miguel off the second-story ledge, and Miguel falls, hits his back, and is basically paralyzed for a couple months. And Tori had these metal spike things on her hand, ready to bash Sam's face in with it. These kids were actually trying to kill each other, and let's
actually psychopaths. Chris was always just casually carrying a knife.
That motherfucker was psychopath all through the Karate series. I mean the movies. I mean the not show Cobra Kai. I mean the movies. He had issues, dude.
So I'm doing my best with the information that I can read. But in addition to his love affairs with women, Alexander is known for also being speculated to have had a long-term affair with his best bro. Just a little bro just got being National Geographic's article from this past February explains sexual relationships between men were common among elites in ancient Macedonia. Determined by the Macedonian historically selected ancient loosely identify as mutual love. Due to modern development, the teacher precisely defined Alexander and the basis relationship. Maybe about
That's my girl.
Hello, welcome back to another vlog. We're going to do a little bit of a fitnessy vlog today. I'm going to take through my quad and hamstring day. Oh my god, I have not filmed this session yet. It's a brand new session. And I'm going to take my mics to the gym and do it mic'd up 11 AM. I started this vlog at like 7:30 and then I should have seen I like sat down to start doing work and I've just been sat there working, tip-tapping away. I had my own check-in to do as well for my own clothes, but that's what I've been sat doing all morning. Feel a bit rubbish because I'm due on my period and I don't know why, but does anyone else just feel like when they're due on their period, they just have like an ugly face? I just feel not great. So in order to offset that slightly, I'm going to do a bit of makeup. I don't normally shower before I go to the gym, but I showered as well because I just felt, just feel icky, just feel like So that was that. I am just going to get ready. I'm going to do a little bit of makeup and stuff. My birthday this weekend though, so I am not doing the thing where I'm like, I can't be asked to train and I push sessions back to the weekend, because if I do that this weekend, I'm just going to not train because it's my birthday weekend and I feel like I'm going to have plans at the weekend, so I'm just not going to do that to myself. Highly recommend, if you know that you are a busier person at the weekend and you're getting really frustrated because you will keep missing certain sessions in your week because the weekend comes and you just don't have time, or equally you would just rather go out and socialise and stuff. Stop pushing sessions to the week. Stop lying to yourself that you're going to get them done for the weekend, because you know. By the way, for anyone who didn't watch my recent video where I was doing makeup, like my little chatty like catch-up video, because I know that not everyone's interested in that stuff. I'm not offended, it's completely fine. I've got some new piercings, so I've got my seconds and then I've got my conch. Loving so far, and I've had them a while, not a while, but maybe like a week and a half now. No issues. The only one that's caused me issues is this one. This one's been bleeding quite a bit, but like my conch, I say, it's very, very smooth, especially compared to my helix. So 10 out of 10 recommend.
Wow,
also literally like a 2 out of 10. Anyways, I will give you some cut updates. So I also want to talk really briefly about periods in terms of like being on a cut, or even being on like a gaining phase, anything where you're sort of tracking metrics, especially if you're weighing yourself. Now I know that some people just don't weigh themselves, that's completely fine. I do weigh myself for my coach so that she knows if we need to change calories or add cardio, increase steps. The more information that she has about what's going on, the easier it is for her to make adjustments to make sure that we reach my goals. So I do weigh myself, but I will say I've never really been someone who's had like an emotional attachment to the scale, so it doesn't really bother me weighing myself. But if you do weigh yourself, when you are on your period, your weight for most people will come up. My weight as of yesterday, and my period is like in a brewing phase, like she's on her way, she's coming this week definitely. I'm like heating up as well, I'm very, very, very hot. I am 2 kilos heavier than I was last week. And that doesn't mean I've put on 2 kilos of fat in the space of like 3 days. It means my hormones are changing and my water retention is a lot higher, and I am someone who does get a lot of water retention and bloating when I'm on my period. It's just something that happens. Please, please, please preempt and know that it is so normal for the scale to come up when you are on your period, because I feel like when we're on our periods or due on, the time when the scale is most likely to tick up anyway, I feel like we're at a heightened sense of like nitpickiness and like body image issues. If you do struggle with that, just because hormonally, I feel like it's a double whammy because, you know, you are genuinely getting bloated, you are genuinely having a bit more water in your body. The scale is genuinely coming up, but you are also like way more likely to be nitpicking at your body. Just because of hormones and stuff. I know that I definitely do. I have clients who just don't weigh themselves that week, and that's completely fine. So I have clients who won't do progress pictures when they're on their period for the same reason. They just feel meh and they don't want to do it, and that's completely fine. So if you are someone who's doing the whole like weighing yourself progress pictures, but you are finding that you fall into those patterns when it's that time of month, even though you know exactly what's causing it, just take a break from doing that sort of stuff at that time of month. It can really help. So I'm very happy with how the cut is going. I'm now doing 60 minutes of cardio a week as well, which I've actually been really enjoying, so that's going well as well. I'm just enjoying the process. It's nice to change things up, and to be honest, going into a deficit from a bulk, I don't know if anyone else gets this, please let me know if you do or not, but I actually feel more energised. Like, I actually feel like I've got more energy than I did when I was bulking, which sounds so weird because I'm putting less energy in my body, like I'm putting less food in my body, but I'm not joking, guys. I actually feel so much more energised, so I don't really know why that is, but I'm not going to complain because I actually feel really good at the moment. And I've also got a full day of check-ins. With it being my birthday this week, I've rearranged my work week just to take some time off for my birthday, so it's really important to me that I avoid clients having to skip check-ins as much as possible. So I will, if it's just like a day that I need to take off, I'll just rearrange my entire week to make sure that everyone still checks in, because it's very important to me. So I've got some video feedback to do and also text check-in response because my clients have the choice now. I did that a couple of months ago. They have the choice of doing video feedback response or text, so it's like half and half.
Check. AK-47.
Voila, we are ready for the day, so I'm going to crack on with some check-ins now, and then I probably should sort out the returns for the post office, but this is a look very... I've tried to go a bit more matte because I'm going to be very sweaty in the gym, so I've gone a bit more matte. Don't have my tan in this video, although I actually need to screw it off, but I'm waiting until tomorrow so it can be nice and fresh for my birthday. I need to clean my ears as well, so I'll do that. I will do it on camera. I'm not sure you want to see my crusties. It's a bit gross. It's check-in time for any coaches. Just because I used to do my check-in slightly differently, I actually make notes for video feedback. I actually make notes, handwritten notes on my clients' WhatsApp feedback, just because obviously you want to be, if you're getting feedback on WhatsApp, you need to be careful with like, if you're going to do like a screen recording thing. Obviously, it's not very wise to have WhatsApp open with like all your messages on it. So I make notes and then feedback, and I also feel like it just makes a video feedback response a lot better, and it's a lot more smooth, a lot more cohesive. And I just jot down anything that I really want to go over that's come up in the check-in. But yeah, I'm gonna make some notes and send over some check-in feedback. I completely forgot that this was coming today, but I feel like this is such a... Is it fitness related? I'm not entirely sure, but if you've watched my last full day of eating, which will go up before this, I filmed it yesterday, you'll see I've got a massive thing of Frank's hot sauce, but we don't have anything to put it in, and it's sort of like when you put car wash fluid in your car, it's literally like the exact same size tub. It's like litres and litres of the shit. But also when you pick something like that up, when you're pouring it, it's hard to control because it's quite heavy. So I've ended up with like probably like 2 litres of hot sauce on my dish, which is, I'm a fan of hot sauce, but it's just for me. It's a little bit much. So we've ordered glass bottles. So should we fill them up together? I think let's do it. Okay, this is the hot sauce. Let's fill her up. Oh, I'm very careful not to get this on my nails. Oh, okay, you need to like, give it time. Because the thing fills up, it doesn't, oh god, this thing is so heavy. Whoa, okay, I think I've overdone it. Oh shit, okay, I've overdone it slightly. We just need to wipe her down. Okay, we've cleaned her up. And then they come with like these little nozzle things, which you just like sit on like that. And then,
way to go, Amy, get some hot sauce. Hot sauce.
And then it's like that. This is so cute. And then open it, you go like that, and then you can just pour it. I'm just going to pour some in the sink and check that this actually works before I tell people to buy these. Oh, it works. You've got to give it a bit of a shake, but it actually works. Love.
Yeah, she's a dummy.
I've just put some oil on my legs because I want to be looking really nice and glowy. For you all, I'm trying to get my leg up, but I can't really get my leg up. I have got on my Pride tee. I actually really like this. The only thing is, it's a bit tight, guys. This is not my usual pump colour fitting. Like, it's very short in the body. It doesn't completely cover my bum, so I'm going to try and work with it. I can't see the size on the label, but I've got a sneaking suspicion this is a size small. But I never wear black t-shirts at the moment, but I feel like this looks quite nice. Anyway, that's by the by. I'm going to make pre-workout. When we get to the gym, no judging the fake tan on the legs. It's giving tiger bread. It's coming off tomorrow. We've got a little supplement review. I feel like I might just start. Shall I just start testing different pre-workouts, guys? Let me know any protein powders or pre-workouts you want me to try, and I'll just review them in various different vlogs. I've used this maybe 5 or 6 times now. Sensational. This is the gold.
I'm going gold, baby.
It's the new pre-workout. It's like really
I like how
I think you get more scoops as well.
Like
it's a pump product. There's no stimulants in this, so you don't get like a caffeine crash. There's no beta-alanine in it, so you don't get the tingles. This is a pure pump product. Some people do 2 scoops. I just do 1, and I get a sick pump. Like, I probably shouldn't take this today because this day is very quad heavy. Quads and hamstring, but it's very quad heavy. And when my quads swell, I can actually struggle to get down the stairs in the gym. But I like taking it. The taste also is sensational. You will know if you follow me since lockdown. I bought the lemon and lime ghost pre-workout. That tasted like baby sick. That was not a nice pre-workout. This is really, 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 really good. This tastes exactly like the sour watermelon sweets. And this is definitely, out of all the pump pre-workouts I've tried, obviously I've tried the EHP Labs ones that have got pump things in. I've tried P-Science, I've tried Women's Best. This is my favourite pump pre-workout, so I'm going to make it. Let's stir it up and we can a bit of a drink. I'm going to put in 1 big
I'm sorry, it's like when we had the full movie Idiocracy,
yeah, this is my favourite pump pre-workout. I've not tried. I think the lemon and lime one I had was the legend one. I think it's like everything.
What?
It's so good.
That's the problem! Our life is idiocracy, and we're going there, and that's the future. It's like, no! God damn it! God damn it!
Okay, so I'm just got to the gym. I'm doing my warm up now.
I do not want to be in the world of idiocracy. I don't want no bundle drink, aka Gatorade or Powerade or Ghost.
used my knee sleeves for the first time today.
Hey,
I've not
Charlie,
actually
Charlie,
used these
Charlie,
yet.
Charlie,
So because
grapple,
it's like a
grapple.
very
Let me tell you
knee
something.
dominant day, I've
Motherfuckers
got
can't
that Scots
afford
on
any of
first.
that
I'm going to
shit,
give it a go.
Bronco. You
And
know
let you
why
know
we
what I
can't
think.
afford
This
that?
is my first
Because of
time actually
motherfuckers like you
using it.
being greedy with all our money, motherfucker. And then also, Robert and Sintez
Yes, you know, I
putting
can
up
set
a
on
bunch of the
a
term
hack
pins so
squat.
that he can
Every other
please
hack
his
squat I've used
daddy,
before, like
aka
a
jerking off to Donald
Margin
Trump all
or
the time.
Jumping
Because,
James are so much
yeah,
lighter than
we're
this one.
losing
Like I have
fucking
literally
money
got
up here in Florida,
75 kilos on
motherfucker.
each
So,
side because
oh,
the
you thought we
machine
broke
itself is
again,
actually
motherfucker.
really
I
heavy.
swear to God, I'll
So
kick
just
your
a
ass,
reminder,
Charlie.
if you
I'm gonna kick
change
your ass,
gyms or
Charlie.
if the gym you go to
I'm
in
gonna kick
general,
your little
you feel
white
like
ass,
the
Charlie.
machines and
That's
stuff,
how I
you
feel.
do
That's
definitely
how
weight with
I'm
them. It
right
depends on
now.
the machine,
I
and
wanna
also don't be
kick
nervous
all
to
you MAGA's
put less
asses.
weight on the
Yeah, all y'all
machine. Like
little
no
good
one really
ass
thinks anything
people.
of it. No one would bat an
Don't
eyelid. This
tell me
machine
it's
is really
not
heavy. I
right
also had
for
to
me to say
take
that.
the
We're
stopper
losing shit
down a bit,
because of
obviously it'll
these
depend on that being length and
assholes
stuff,
and
but
their
I want to make sure
fucking
that I'm
daddy
getting
Donald
really
Trump.
far down and really targeting my quads, so
You
I
know
can put
God
it
wouldn't want this.
lower.
Charlie, you going to hell, Charlie.
It's horrible, but I did 10 reps, so last week I got 8. Progression. Yeah, I've changed my mind. I'm going to try 7 it. And I'm going to try and get at least 6 to 8 reps.
Hey, Charlie, why is your whole career you being a pussy ass bitch, Charlie? No, I'm serious. Your whole career is basically you want to silence people because you're afraid of those people because they're better than you. You're constantly do that. Just constantly do that, Charlie. Just
So for the final set, I'm just doing the machine only, which weighs about 50 kilos according to Google. You can watch high reps range of 12 to 15, and then I've got like these literally the worst tapings back to back, but just getting strong off these knee sleeves are genuinely helping, because I did have a bit of a, my dad would say, gammy knee. So I don't know if it's the knee sleeves or I'm just getting strong off.
yep. Yeah, just like how Robert Sanchez is doing the exact same thing in Florida. Instead of helping fund
Okay, so I might only be able
schools
to
in
sit
the
on one set of these because
Floridians and a
I'm
case
actually like
of flood
blocking the
funds
V
of
spot from
our
being used.
the
So I want to do this set really
states
quickly, but
that
I'm
we
doing leg
get the
press.
most floods
Oh,
here.
this leg press
We
is the
were
exact
we read
same
about the
as like the
term
hack squat,
again.
very heavy. So for context at JD, I was doing like 160 kilos plus the machine, so about 200 kilos. I've got 40 either side on this leg press. It's all like primal strength equipment and it's really, really heavy. So again, just another reminder, like the actual like how heavy something looks is very different to how heavy it feels. Just because you've not got loads of plates on it doesn't mean it's heavy. Heavy's relative anyway. But yeah, because it's a quads and hamstrings day, I'm doing a smart quad bias, so I'm putting my feet about shoulder width apart and like middle. This is just like a standard position. I suppose if you want loads of quads, you'd go lower, but my coach wants me to do it middle of the platform, so that's what I'm doing. was off the rest of the hack squat, but that felt a lot heavier than last week.
Yeah, because Charlie is an idiot and the only way he is
Sliding
a
down
white
the seat.
Christian ass man. That's it. Charlie's whole career is I'm a white ass Christian getting white privilege for the rest of my life. Because I'm white and privileged.
What are you doing?
Yeah, that's my white girl.
On a minute. You gonna say hi?
Joe Biden's up.
I have hamstring curls programmed twice a week at the moment. One of them's lying, one of them's seated. I think seated's meant to be like slightly better for hamstring growth. Dan's doing
Yeah,
lying at the
because Joe
moment.
Biden's up.
I used to hate doing seated hamstring curls, but I actually like doing them now. So I think I've got 3 sets of these, and then single leg extensions, and then maybe calves and core. I need to check. I don't need knee sleeves on for doing hamstring curls, but I've left them on because I can't get them off. These are a size small. I don't know if I do need an extra small, but they're definitely not like uncomfortably tight. But then they do dig into my thigh. I don't know. Let me know if they look right or not.
Looking good, Wilma.
I'm just doing single leg extensions now. Obviously I'm doing these a lot lighter than I do normal legs. You're perfectly fine, just go in front, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm going to do these a lot lighter, obviously, because it's one leg at a time. If you're ever confused and like set up for leg extension, what you need to be in line with where
Yeah,
your
hey,
bolts
my
are on the
lord.
machine,
Hey, my
so that
lord.
you can fully extend.
Okay, so instead of you guys just having to listen to me breathe during leg
Hey, my
extensions and
lord.
calf raises, which I do next, I just thought I would pop in a little voiceover here just to explain about if you are struggling to grow your
Oh
quads,
my
because
God,
this was me and I
Dale.
come from like I was someone who just wanted to grow their glutes at a point, but I really want to grow my quads, and I was finding that they just weren't growing, struggling so much. And obviously this is very simplified tips, but very simple tips that I think are often overlooked. First of all, look at your training program. If you are doing everything glute bias, it's not that your quads won't be working on a leg press, in a split squat. They will be working to assist your glutes, but if every single movement you are doing for lower body is glute biased, first of all, it's probably too much volume for your glutes. You're probably not actually seeing as much growth as you could if you peeled back on it. But second of all, you are not going to be giving the needed stimulus to your quads to grow. So change up a few of them and make them more quad biased. Maybe your leg press, make it more quad biased. Maybe your split squats, make it more quad biased. And then the second thing would be things like leg extensions. Stop treating them as accessories. Now, because of the gym today, there was someone using the leg extension when I went in. My leg extensions are first in my program on this day. I do leg extensions, then hack squat, then leg press. There is nothing wrong if you have a weak area and you want to bring it up. You can do isolation movements first. I know it sounds backwards, but you can if you have weak areas. And in general, put the same amount of effort into your leg extensions that you do your hip thrust. Put the same amount of effort into your quad work in general that you do your glute work. And I promise you your quads are going to grow. I've struggled, I have stubborn quads, but they've grown.
they've definitely grown. We are finished at the gym, so I'm going to stop this music coming out of my earphones first of all. We're done at the gym, and now it's time for the highlight of my day today, which will be check-ins, of course. I love my clients, but KFC wrap of the day, that's what we're going to get, because I can't, it's 25 to 5 now, so I don't want to be having my lunch and then having to cook tea in like the next 2 hours. I'll have a quick wrap and then make a homemade yummy little tea, but that was such a good session, and I love the knee sleeves. Like, I don't know if it's the knee sleeves that helped me stronger on my hack squats, but I've literally still got them on now because I can't really get them off. I shouldn't have put oil on my legs before I came to the gym.
Yeah, I know, they do it in
But
strange world.
I love these knee sleeves. I got a size small. I don't think I'd need an extra small, because I feel like if I got an extra small I'd get them on, but then they'd be really cutting into my legs in an extra small as my legs swell through my session. So yeah, but that was a really good session. I finished off with a bit of core, which I didn't film. That's just because there was a girl in there and she looked really, like, I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable, basically. I didn't want her to feel like she needed to leave the room because I was filming, so I just decided not to film my core, but it was, like Grace said, it's really boring. But yeah, wrap time and then check-ins, and then we need to decide. I need to decide what I'm wearing for my birthday. So this is outfit number 1, potential outfit number 1. This dress is from Thanku, which I've ordered things from before. It's this one that you will have seen on social media everywhere. It's got like the sort of mummy vibes almost, and then it's got like a high slit here, and then it sort of just comes round and down here. This is a size small. I ordered a small and an extra small because, tip for any websites you've never ordered from before, might not know what size you are, I recommend checking websites like Vinted and Depop to find people who are selling the same item and see what sort of sizes they wear and compare sort of like body shape and stuff to yours. That's how I always find out about sizing for brands I've never bought from before. However, I thought I would need an extra small in this, but the small is actually pretty difficult to get on.
That's
so
my girl.
If I was to wear this, I would wear the size small. I'm not 100% sold on it just because I don't really it's actually that flattering. I am due on my period, so I feel like I'm going to be way harsher about how things look on me than I usually maybe would. But I just feel like it's not as flattering as I thought it would be. I don't know if it's because like I have like slightly broader shoulders, like the one shoulder thing just feels a bit sort of bulky, but I'm not obsessed with this, but I'm also keeping in mind I'm very sweaty, so I'll probably actually try everything on again tomorrow. I just feel like the waist needs to be more cinched. I feel like because the material's so thick, it just makes me, doesn't really accentuate my waist, and my waist is probably like one of my favourite features, so I want something that's gonna either accentuate it. Okay, next option. If you follow me on Instagram, you will recognise this dress because I posted it saying that I really liked the dress, but I wasn't sure if we were giving, you know, Pat Butcher, Cat Slater vibes or not. I didn't want to like this dress because it's a bit more, but I actually really like it. The only issue is, and why I'm stood like this, I would absolutely have to tape myself in and also get some form of cover. Like, I cannot move my hands from this point. The rest of the dress is actually pretty sheer, so it's like a full length situation dress. The back is like really nice and open. Obviously I would need to make sure that my underwear is not pulled up so high, and make sure that my underwear is a bit lower so it's not like completely on show, and then we would be good to go. Lengthwise it's like floor length, but I got some heels that will make this the perfect length. I'm really annoyed that I like this because it was actually more expensive, and I got this in a different pattern. But my thought process behind this was sort of like, you know, like when Kim K wears her hair, and she's got 2 front bits out and it's like a messy bun that Chris Appleton does. That was the thought process behind this. I really, really, really like it, and I really didn't want to like it, and it's something a bit different. I feel like with your birthday, you want to do something a bit different. I would never, ever, ever be able to wear something like this, but then, having said that, I could use this as a holiday dress. If I do keep it, I will probably actually get my cosplay wear. I just need to find something to go over my boobs, because like, and then this is the final birthday option, so I will definitely go with either this or the cheap print dress. I love these. I think these are so flattering. Like, this looks so much better on me than that first dress did without being skin tight. I just feel like it's really flattering on my waist. I feel like it's really flattering on my hips. It's really flattering on my back. It's really flattering on my bum. It's very flattering on my chest as well. I know you can't really see, but it is really flattering on my chest as well. I just need to find something to cover them. But thanks for helping me decide, guys. Even if you hate these dresses, I will be wearing this one or the cheaper one. I've just got my email about the Amplify launch on the 17th of June, so I need to run to do my order, because that is really, really close to
How about this?
launch for this order situation. So I need to order that ASAP and do some check-ins.
God,
so that is what I'm going to do. But yeah, this is my
save
little
us
birthday
from
outfit.
this asshole.
Let me know which one was your personal favourite, but I just feel like with the cuckoo one, it's nice, but I don't love it, and it was expensive anyway.
God,
I love
wouldn't be fucking up more about this. Fuck America!
AK-47 kids for breakfast. Tell your niggas.
I'm done with the check-ins that I needed to get done. I've just been doing some more work. I put in my alphaland order.
Yeah, I said,
oh, so exciting. I've just been on Trello doing some social media approvals. Obviously, I have a social media girl who does my coaching page now, and it's the best money I've ever spent. Like, she's worth every penny and then some. Like, she is just incredible. Just love working with her. But I approve every single post. She puts in the vast majority of the work, to be honest. I'm not going to pretend it's me, it's definitely not, but I'm a control freak, and I do like to make sure that I've approved everything. If we need to edit anything, if there's anything I want to add, we'll do this. But like, for example, I'm obsessed. This client literally moved countries in the midst of us working together. I think she's done this as a reel. We love a little reel. So this was her before and then after. Whoa! Crazy. And that was within probably a solid 8 weeks of actually sticking to things. She had to move country, she had a lot of personal issues, and she still absolutely smashed it. 1.6 kilos down in 8 weeks. Incredible work. And then I always add some more client transformations, so we've got 3 in the bank ready to go. If anyone is interested in coaching, by the way, I do have slots for June. I will leave a link below. But yeah, that's what I've just been doing there. But yeah, I think I am actually going to leave this vlog here. I was going to make tea with you and stuff, but I think I'm just going to end up making loaded fries, which I made yesterday, which will be in the full day of eating that I filmed yesterday, so it's pointless me filming it again. And to be honest, I've still got a bit of work to be getting on with, and I don't want to end the vlog abruptly, so I'm going to end it here because I want to shower as well. I've still not showered since the gym. Let me know what you think I should wear for my birthday. I've probably already had to decide because my birthday is on Friday. I don't know when this video is going to go up. But I'm very, very, very excited. I can't believe I'm going to be 24. I actually can't believe it. Probably the only last thing that I've got to show you is I've just actually listened back to my coaching feedback. So I do have a coach at the moment who's taking me through my cut, and the feedback is actually really, really good. Obviously, like I mentioned at the start, I am coming on to my period as I speak. Body temperature is through the roof. So my scale weight is up and I am feeling a bit more watery, but despite that, we are both actually pretty happy with how my check-in pictures are looking. So I'm going to actually show you. I don't normally share this stuff on YouTube, but this is how we are looking front ways. Stunning. So this is my front at the moment, and then we have side, that's one side of me, then we have the other side of me, and then we've got my back view, which isn't really very interesting, but that is how my cut is going at the moment. And just to show you for context, when I first started, I was holding like a lot more body fat. I've definitely dropped body fat down, and also like I feel like you can really tell it in the back picture, like my upper body. I'm definitely leaning out, so I'm really happy with how everything is going. Like I said, I'm doing 60 minutes of cardio at the moment, so I'm splitting it into 3 20-minute blocks. I did 20 minutes yesterday, it's Tuesday today. I will probably go and do 20 minutes tomorrow, and then 20 minutes at some point over the weekend, and then that's that boxed off. But yeah, I'm really, really happy with how the cut is going, even though the scales are up today, but it's just because of my period, and it's so normal, guys. Like, it's so normal. The scale will come up when you are on your period. You've got more water retention, you might be bloated, so many other factors that go into scale weight other than just pure weight loss. I would never recommend getting too caught up on the scale anyway, but especially not when you are on your period, because it's not like super reliable. See you in the next video. I hope you enjoyed this vlog. I hope you enjoyed the mic'd up workout. I just hope that you're enjoying the vlogs, because I really like doing them, and I did ask on Instagram the other day what's the favourite kind of content that you guys like to see, and most people actually said vlogs, which makes me so happy, because if I'd have asked that like 2 years ago, it would have just been like trial hauls and reviews, which I do love doing, but I am loving doing vlogs at the moment. Like, the editing process is really therapeutic for me, and I don't know if you can tell, but I've been putting a bit more effort into my editing when it comes to my vlogs. I really enjoy doing them. So I will absolutely keep them coming. Let me know what other vlogs you want, if you want some like non-fitness related vlogs. What's your favourite thing about these vlogs that I'm doing, because people do seem to be enjoying them, and they do, like, engagement wise, tend to be doing well. So I would love to know what it is that you guys are enjoying about it, so I can make sure that I keep doing it. But I'm loving doing these videos at the moment anyway. Like, I just love doing it. Happy Pride Month, and I will see you in the next video. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you in the next video.
Sexual activity is often equated with being carnal and animalistic. It's an urge that most humans have, just as most animals have, because it's often what causes the continuation of the species. Similarly, death is
Hello,
something that all
friends.
living things
And hello, people.
and non-human animals alike. It doesn't matter how advanced our minds are, if in the end we're all just become part of the ground the same way every other animal does. Human history, death and sex have been linked symbolically, often in the figurative sense. Using the concept of death in a form with asexual connotation was common in the work of William Shakespeare, for example. Let's take a look at this example from the Spark Notes page, breaking down Romeo and Juliet. Juliet says, "Come, gentle knight, come, loving black-brown knight, give me my Romeo, and when I shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars." Juliet review and later new female sexuality in Shakespeare and its relationship to death, corpses, and the female body at large. She then continues with world in the scene is parallel to a sexual aggressor, presenting a forceful male-coded form of sexuality that has plagued Ophelia elsewhere in the play. After Ophelia is dead, Hamlet, the perpetrator of that sexual aggression, continues to sexualize her body. In Shakespeare's time, this visual and idiomatic link between graves and dead then casts a darkly sexual overtone to the scene at Ophelia's grave. When Ophelia is dead, Hamlet finally enters her bed.
Ready-to-eat meal delivery services are not created at Factor. Everything is done from scratch. Nutrition and flavor is first and foremost. And 50% off your first box.
Hello, I feel like I never start my vlogs actually holding my camera, but welcome to a weekly vlog. I've not done one of these in ages, but like I said a million times, I've been enjoying doing the vlogs, but this week I've got a lot of holiday prep and just I'm in my zone with getting ready for holiday in terms of fitness and everything. Obviously, you don't have to do anything, and to be honest, I'm going to speak a little bit in this video about holidays and the fact that you don't need to change anything in the run up to a holiday, but I'm just in the zone with holiday prep, whether it's work or orders or little bits and bats that I need to get, or I'm getting my hair done, for example, this week. Just beauty things I need to prep. So yeah, it's going to be like a fitnessy, training, holiday prep weekly vlog. Today is Monday. The date is the 26th. I fly to Mexico with Dan a week on Friday. So I've got 2 weeks, but yeah, holiday prep starts this week. And I will also do a little haul in this video as well, because I've got a few little holiday pieces that I've either just got or are coming. Packing cubes, I've ordered packing cubes. I want to be in my organisational era. But yeah, Dan is just getting ready for work over yonder. Say hi to the vlog.
That's a man doing the ironing.
I don't really iron, so I'm going to try and not do work in this vlog because I feel like it's really not interesting for you guys to watch anyway. But I need to do my accounts for June today. I need to pay my social media girl. And I need to order the dollars for our holiday, so that is what I'm going to do now. I've got cardio on the menu today. I'm going to go and see my mum and dad because I need to drop my brother presents off. But yeah, welcome to a weekly vlog, less talking about what I'm going to be doing and more doing. Welcome. Hello, we are on the way to the gym. Not on the way to the gym because we're currently stationary because I cannot. I've got the attention span of a goldfish. I don't know how people vlog and drive. It's not something that I can do. I've got a little bit of oxy shred in here for no purpose other than the fact it tastes nice and I need to use it up. I don't really believe in the thermogenic marketing claims. That's what I've got in here, so I'm just drinking that. We are going to go and do cardio, and then I've got my postural correction plan to do as well, which I'm going to try and film. Obviously, I think I've mentioned it, but I've got quite rounded shoulders from sitting at my laptop all day, and because of my implants, I've got really tight pecs, which can actually end up, because they're tight, I can't get my shoulder back properly, which pulls my shoulders forward, so I feel like it's a combination of issues. But yeah, I'm working on like a postural correction plan for that. I'm going to do 30 minutes of cardio, and I just wanted to talk about bikini body ready stuff, with this being a holiday prep vlog and sort of fitnessy bits in between. Something that I feel like, I don't know if it's a controversial opinion. So bikini body ready, that is bullshit. I don't believe that you have to look a certain way to be bikini body ready, or that, you know, you have to lose weight to be bikini body ready, or you have to change things about yourself to be bikini body ready. I do believe inherently you are bikini body ready. You have a body and you can wear a bikini. Therefore, you are a bikini body ready person, human, whatever. Even if you don't wear bikinis, whatever it is that you wear, you're always ready. What I do think is important is for people to feel confident in themselves, and if that means that in order for you to feel really comfortable and confident on holiday, you want to alter things about your appearance, whether that is lose weight or gain weight. And let me be clear, because I feel like I never see people who choose to gain weight to go on holiday to feel better about themselves. Again, it's the exact same thing. They don't really get the pushback as much as people who lose weight to go on holiday, which I find really interesting, although I suppose it's because, you know, weight loss has been pushed on us for so long. There's going to be a bit of a bigger pushback to that. I don't doubt in a few years, you know, weight gain will become probably problematic as well. It's just maintaining your weight because you're happy with where you are at. Whatever it is that you want to do in order to feel more confident on holiday, in whatever it is that you choose to wear on holiday, you can do that. You do have the right to do that, and I don't like the idea that anyone who wants to change anything about themselves is a deeply unconfident person, because I do think you enjoy yourself a lot more and you enjoy holidays, experiences a lot more when you are feeling comfortable in yourself. And it's a really nice idea that we should feel comfortable and confident 100% of the time, all the time, no matter how we look. Regardless of how we look, we should always feel 100% confident, but that's just not realistic. Yeah, maybe it should be the aim, maybe it should be, or just feeling neutral about ourselves, maybe that's what we should be aiming for. But if people aren't there yet, do we just want them to go away and be completely miserable because they feel really uncomfortable? Or would it be better for them to change something, whether it's gaining weight, losing weight, maintaining their weight, whatever it is, in order for them to feel comfortable on holiday? Because everyone deserves to feel comfortable on holiday. Scratch the holiday even. Everyone deserves to feel comfortable and confident in themselves. And yeah, so that's my little rant on like bikini body ready, because I do think bikini body ready is bullshit, and I would agree with the pushback on it, but I don't agree that people who decide to make lifestyle or dietary changes in the run-up to a holiday so that they can feel more comfortable in themselves and enjoy their holiday more are the spawn of Satan. I understand that you could argue, you know, you shouldn't be having to feel that you have to do that to feel more comfortable. I'm not stupid, I do understand that argument, but I don't always think it's 100% realistic. If anyone in your life is making you feel bad about you working on a goal for yourself, be it aesthetic or, you know, performance, maybe you want to get your cardiovascular health up, and you're doing it in a healthy way and people are being really nasty about it, you're doing amazing, sweetie. You know, if you're doing it in a healthy way, there's nothing wrong with it. So yeah, I just thought I'd pop that in here. For me personally, obviously with this being my holiday prep vlog, I'm not changing anything the next 2 weeks. I'm not dashing my calories down. I'm not driving my steps up super high. I'm not doing hours and hours of cardio a week for the next 2 weeks. My calories are staying the same because my weight's still coming down. My cardio is staying the same. My cardio is staying the same as it has been for the past few weeks because, again, my weight is still coming down. My steps are staying the same. The only change I personally am making, and I've been doing this for the past 2 weeks prior to this, is actually making sure I hit all my goals, because I'll be honest, I just wasn't. My step count was really, really bad. And for, I think, 2 weeks, things just really weren't moving. And it's not that I want to cut and be at the end of my cut for my holiday, because I'm just going to be honest, I'm probably going to continue cutting after my holiday, depending how I feel when I get back. So that's all I'm doing. I'm just being on it with the current plan I'm already on. I'm not doing anything drastic. Things are pretty much staying the same. I'm just actually ticking the boxes now, because I do want to feel a little more comfortable on holiday. And when I started my cut, I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you and say it's a complete coincidence. When I started it, I was thinking, right, I've got a holiday booked in July, so if I start now, I'll probably be a bit leaner by then. Not maybe at my end goal, but I'll be a bit leaner and I probably will feel a bit more comfortable. That's just me being completely honest. You know, I was bulking for like 9 months. It's a long time to bulk. My body fat did go up quite a bit. And yeah, and for other people, they might want to gain weight to go on holiday. Everyone is so different. And yeah, so yeah, I'm not making any like drastic changes over the next 2 weeks for getting ready for my holiday in terms of my fitness. I'm just ticking all the boxes, hitting my protein, hitting my calorie intake. Steps are like something that I really do need to work on, because everything I do is so sedentary. And then my cardio as well, and I'm enjoying doing all of it. The cardio in particular, I've already decided, even after my cut, I'm keeping cardio in my routine, because 4 weeks ago I was getting on the Stairmaster, and at 8 minutes, 8 Jesus minutes, I was looking at the time on the steps and I was thinking, oh my god, like, no, like how am I meant to do 10 minutes? Like 10 minutes, even though it was only an extra 2 minutes, felt so difficult. The other weekend I went on the steps and I did half an hour by accident. I was only meant to do 20 minutes. I was like, I'll do 20 minutes, push myself. I did half an hour. I did 31.5 minutes to be precise, because I put my t-shirt over it, and my cardiovascular health has just improved so much over the past few weeks. And I just feel healthier, I feel my breathing's better, I feel like it's transferring over to my weights as well, and I don't want to be that person that just does weights and doesn't care about cardiovascular health anymore. This has been something I've been conscious of for a while, but I feel like consistently doing the cardio has really made me more conscious of it. So yeah, I'm really enjoying doing the cardio, and it's really nice to see such a change in like my fitness levels over the past 4 weeks. So let's hope 30 minutes goes down well today. But I need to go to the gym now, and then I'm going to go see my mum and dad after, see little Fudgy boy, and yeah, let's go to the gym. Okay, so this is me doing some of my posture plan. I feel like I look so funny, but a lot of the posture plan stuff that I'm doing is related to me having quite rounded shoulders, and I've been having a lot of issues with pain sort of in my traps, and I always thought it was something to do with my back, maybe because I don't train chest, it was something to do with my back, but actually I've discovered from seeing a physio and just from doing the posture plan itself, which by the way Dan was able to do for me. This is not my area of expertise, so this is prescribed by a professional for me. The issue is my pecs. I think it's because of my implants. We think it's because of my implants making my pecs very tight, which in turn, as you can imagine, pulls my shoulders forwards and makes it very hard for me to keep my shoulders back, leaving me with a bit of a rounded shoulder, rounded forward sort of posture, and it caused me quite a lot of pain. A lot of the work I do is from a laptop, so everything I'm doing here is focusing on improving my sort of overall shoulder mobility. So there's a bit of mobility work in here, but a lot of it is sort of static stretching, focusing on stretching out my pecs. Obviously here I'm doing some neck stretches side to side and then slightly downwards. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on this because I'm definitely not. Like I said, I am PT. This is not my area of expertise, and if you do have any postural issues, you guys are honestly more than welcome to ask Dan about it. I'm sure he wouldn't mind replying to your messages, but seek some help from a professional who specialises in this. I've noticed a huge difference already, and I've been doing this for a few weeks, so it's definitely something that I want to keep on top of. And the only things I need for my posture plan is myself and a foam roller and a resistance band, and I'm really enjoying doing it, and I'm feeling a lot more mobile in my upper body. So yeah. Hi. Can I just get a wrap of the day, please? Just on its own.
Wow, so it's perfectly okay for bag in the
No, that's it, thank you. Thank you.
Well, with
I know you come somewhere so many times.
Okay,
It's a bit embarrassing because it's a bit embarrassing. I get a wrap of the day.
Wow.
Week.
Y'all so Nazi assholes.
Thank you. You too. Why? What's wrong? Do they not like each other? Do they not like rabbits? Rabbits, do they not like guinea pigs? No.
Yeah, mister!
He's shedded everywhere behind here. Here he is. Hello, boy. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, brother!
Good girl. Ding, 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 ding. Good girl. Ding, 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 ding. Woo! Tickles. Tickles. My mum's looking after the guinea pigs this week. Hello. I feel like she's going to bite me. Because my sister's in Wales. My sister's moved out now, which is why you don't see the guinea pigs anymore, but OGs will remember. Sheila and Rhubarb. Hello. Rhubarb.
Oh, Ralph.
Look. This is open. You can be free. I double dare you to jump out. It's a good boy. Hello, Fudgy. It's a good boy. Kale. Healthy. Can I have some? Aww. Aww. Little fur ball. In Patricia Bright's podcast, showered, washed my hair, and now I'm making some tea. Balance, guys, balance. I've had my KFC wrap of the day for my lunch, and now I'm about to do some salmon, which is teriyaki, and I've got some prawns as well. Again, teriyaki, honey. And you'll see something about these trays. This doesn't look like my usual cooking, and that is because I got an air fryer for my birthday, and I'm not joking. Since I got this, I have not turned the oven on. The air fryer hype is real. I love it. The way it cooks salmon in particular is so good. Like, trust me, this is gonna come out like crispy, but not like dry, and like nice in the middle. The prawns, I cooked them a bit too long last time, so I'm gonna do them for. I might only pop them in for like 3 minutes this time and see how that goes. But the salmon, I think I did like 8 minutes maybe, and it's just, honestly, perfection. Love the air fryer. So yeah, I'm gonna make some little salads for me and Dan for tea. I'll show you the finished product because someone did request that I show some food in this vlog, so here we are. But yeah, I'm gonna bang this in the air fryer. Good morning, guys. So today is Tuesday. I'm so out of breath because I've just run up the stairs this morning. I've just been sending off some like giveaway parcels. I like to make sure that I put a little like cute note in each of them. Like I send out spares, or like if I've got doubles of things, different sizes that don't really work for me in hauls, I'll always give them away. And I always spray them with this. If you ever get a package from me and you open it and you're like, ooh, what is that smell? It's this. It's Rose Gourmand by Zara. My friend Alicia got me onto this because she was wearing it and I was like, what is that? And it's really affordable as well. I know a lot of my perfumes are a bit more on the pricey side, so yeah, an affordable, really good scent. The longevity isn't great, but it clearly lasts in the parcels because these go international. Some of these go to like Singapore and people are still messaging me being like, what is that smell? It's incredible. I'm really out of breath because I've just run upstairs. Dan is going to kill me. That man is going to kill me. Is anyone else's partner like this? Like just the ordering of online clothes, online orders. He's like, why have you ordered more stuff? But to be honest, I don't really get it because I don't order much stuff, and I know that I don't order much stuff because I used to order a lot. When I was at uni, I would have a parcel pretty much every single day, and now I very rarely online shop. But then, because I very rarely buy things when things roll around like holidays, especially because I feel like my body changes all the time, and it's changed a lot since the last time I went on holiday, none of my holiday stuff fits, so I've had to do some rebuying. So I'm going to like dot hauls in throughout this vlog. Obviously it's a holiday prep vlog, so as things come in, because I've still got more to come, I'm going to show you some little bits that I picked up. So first thing I've got is from Mercy, which I've never bought from this brand before. Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about this. Very strange. It's not really to wear as a bikini top, it's to wear with this dress that I ordered. But if you're watching Love Island, which I'm actually not this year, but if anyone else is, I think Katie wore this on a re-entrance. I saw the clips on TikTok. It's like this mesh long maxi dress. I ordered this green knitted sort of dress. I just really wanted a green crochet thing, but I didn't realise, this is metallic. Okay, so this is metallic, but it's this green sort of crochet, stuck on it, knitted cover up. Obviously you'd have to wear like a bikini under it, but I got a bikini. I think my one addiction, like in life, that I really can't shake other than activewear is bikinis. Like I always buy new bikinis, but this is just so different to anything else I've got. So it's this brown sort of like halter neck bikini, and it's got these cool sort of beads on it. I just feel like it's giving very Very Mexico vibes. Oh, hopefully it fits because I really don't have much holiday clothes that actually fit me, and I feel like I've been still wearing them the past few times I've been away and they just don't fit me, and I just feel like it never makes you look great when you're wearing things that don't fit you properly. So we'll try these on. Okay, so I've got the Mercy set on. I'm not mad at the bikini top. I actually feel like it looks okay when it's on. And I actually do like this dress. I feel like it's fitting really nice, and I feel like it makes my figure, I feel like it's very sort of figure flattering. I do think it's a really flattering dress. However, it's this part at the top that I'm not sure about, because I just feel like it's so sort of wide, and I feel like it's just sort of weird. I'm not 100% sure how I feel about the top of this. Yeah, this is definitely a maybe. I'm going to keep the bag because I might end up sending this back, but do you know what? The mesh actually does feel nice on, and it's got quite a bit of stretch to it. And on me, lengthwise, it's like fully floor length. It's a nice length, and it does make my figure look flattered. I feel like it's very flattering around my hips and bum, and it's very flattering on my waist as well. And I feel like the bikini top is really flattering on my chest. It's just this bit, I feel like it just looks awkward. So I'm not entirely 100% convinced. I might need to try it on a few more times, but this is definitely a potential keep for holiday. Oh, and obviously this is like incredibly sheer, so I would probably wear I probably would wear black under it, because I feel like it's so sheer that you're going to see your underwear anyway. I don't really think it's a big deal, but yeah, it's very sheer. I would maybe try nude underwear with it, but yeah. So we've got the Jaded London dress. This one's a fail, as you can see. I can't even like properly get this one on, and I was going to attempt to get my arms through, but one, my nails, everything is catching on the fabric and putting holes in it. And two, this is so fucking itchy. This is so itchy. It's got like sequins on it. And I think because it's a metallic fabric, it's incredibly itchy. I cannot think of anything worse than sitting around in this in the heat. I feel like it does look nice, and I'm a bit sad because I really did want a green crochet thing for holiday. And the back's obviously really flattering, like, I feel like because of the way the back is, it was always going to be really flattering, but it's too itchy. I can't keep this, so I'm not tempted to get it on properly. But if you can imagine my arms in the sleeves, I do actually like it. It's just really fucking itchy, like I can't keep this. I think I'm putting this up like a week before I go, so maybe if anyone's got any quick UK delivery green crochet numbers, let me know, because I really do like the green, but this is just not it. Like, this is very itchy and it's catching on absolutely everything. So no, this is not the vibes. Also, again, very see-through, so if you're going to get something like this, you do need to sort of consider underwear and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, itchy. Can we just take a moment, guys? I feel like British summertime was actually British summertime in last week, and now it's grey, miserable, and it's raining, and it's really actually impacting my mood. I feel like I didn't maybe realise how much the weather impacts my mood, but I'm in a way worse mood today as a result. I've got a leg day to do today. By the way, I've just tried on the Jaded bikini. I do actually like it. Obviously, I'm not trying it on in this video because it just... I feel so sorry for the girlies that want like swimwear reviews, because it does just attract weirdos, which is why I don't want to do it. I'm just not comfortable doing it. But the bikini is actually really nice, but the top's a bit small in an 8. It's so annoying that none of my holiday stuff fits me, because this is actually... It's really hard just to find what I want to wear. I don't really know what sort of vibes I want to go for, but yeah, I'm going to make another coffee. This is going to be my second coffee of the day. Do some work and get ready to go and hit legs. I don't know if I'll film my leg day today, just because I filmed it and it's in my very last vlog before this one, so I feel like it's very redundant. It's my quad and hamstring session, so go and check out my previous vlog if you want to see that. I am going to film some of my training sessions this week. There's just no point filming that one when I literally posted it last weekend. So yeah, guys, I posted on Instagram about the green mesh dress and like being basically warning people not to get it because it's really itchy, because I feel like a lot of people will probably order that.
And I don't
The
care
holidays
about
are
his
just
wife
very
getting
itchy.
some
And
rubbers
a
in his
girl
little
messaged me, one of the
ponytail.
angels who follows me, and she has her own brand where she makes crochet pieces, and she does like custom made, like she'll do them custom made. Now it's way too close to my holiday for me to get one this time, but I'm 100% getting a piece from her. Like, look at this top. Like, look at how insane the quality is, and then she's got this really cute new design that she posted about yesterday, and she said that she doesn't really like promoting her own stuff, so we're going to promote it for her. This is her Instagram handle. It's cio.handmade, and she's based in Switzerland. She makes everything herself, slow fashion, ethical business. Go support, go follow her. Run it up, guys. Go put an order in.
We used to have each other's playlist.
Good morning. We're on Wednesday today. I have been doing check-ins. I've been doing some work this morning. It's about 11:30 now, and I've just done my own check-in, which I might show you a little bit of. Although to be fair, it's really not that interesting, so maybe I actually won't. Yesterday I didn't really film much, honestly. I went to go and do my leg session at the gym, and then I came back and I was like stationary on the sofa working pretty much until bedtime, so that really wasn't very interesting. We did do a food shop though. We did get a food shop in, which holiday prep means easy quick meals, because I feel like we're just very, very busy at the moment. So we actually, Morrison's had a deal on, 3 for £10. By the way, do not shop at Morrison's. The food shop yesterday was like double what it cost me at Aldi, but the Aldi that we go to usually is actually shut at the moment for like renovations. So we got the mango and lime one, which is good. We got a soy and ginger one, which is good, but obviously we ate that yesterday. And then Cajun and some mint as well, protein for the week. I picked this up. I've never seen this being sold before, but it's the Wagamama salad dressing. Unreal, so good. So I'm probably going to have a salad for my lunch today and use this. But yeah, today's agenda is check-ins. Holiday prep begins. I've got my hair refresh appointment today with Jason. Obviously, I've got check-ins to do today.
It's time for a bird,
I'm going to probably go and hit upper body. Again, I'm not sure if I'm going to film the upper body session because it's actually in my second to last video, so it's probably not going to be all that interesting for you guys. Because I feel like people that watch my vlogs have seen that workout already. Yeah, what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to take a little break from check-ins because I need to write a holiday to-do list, because I just feel like everything feels chaotic right now. Everything feels chaotic, and
come out and
I feel like I really struggle to like concentrate, and then like things just keep popping into my head of things I need to buy or things I need to get. So I feel like we should sit and make a list. If you are someone that gets overwhelmed by like holiday prep, which sounds ridiculous. By the way, I do have a top on, it's a Skims bando, which sounds ridiculous, but it's a thing. I feel like pre-holiday stress is a thing. And I feel like if you don't plan it, you end up spending so much more money on holiday prep or like orders of stuff than you need to. So we're going to sit down, plan what I still need to buy. Let's make a little list together. And if you're going on holiday, pause this video, grab a notepad and pen, or your laptop, that's what I'm going to do mine on, and we can make a little notes list together. So let's all get comfortable together whilst we do this holiday list. So I literally look like I'm sinking into the screen. List things I need to buy, so that's going to be one little header. List of things to buy, and then we need a list of things to do, and a list of things to book. Okay, book, I need to book hotel transfer. Book hotel transfer. I need to arrange early check-in for Airbnb. Things to do. Pack. God, that's going to take me so long. List of things to buy. Okay, we need SPF 50 for the face. Because I have one already, but does anyone else just feel like SPF, an open SPF really scares me in a suitcase, because it's happened before where it's just like gone everywhere. So I'm going to buy a new SPF 50 for my face. to pack, and I'm not going to open it before I go. So SPF 50 for face, SPF for body. I need to get a new shampoo because mine's running out, so I may as well just buy a new one and then take that on holiday with me. So I need to get a shampoo, probably a conditioner as well. To do returns from yesterday, I need to do the returns, Depop orders, need sending. I do have loads of stuff on Depop at the moment, guys. I'm going to leave it linked below. If I forget, my Depop is just my name, it's just amyrookes. There's a lot of Zara on there, my off-white trainers are on there. Whenever you're feeling overwhelmed about trying to prep for anything, a list is a really good place to start. So I'm happy that I started the list, and I'll just sort of add to this as things pop into my brain, because now it's there, I can add things to it as they pop in, rather than me trying to take a mental note and then forgetting. I just really struggle to remember things sometimes. So yeah, if you're feeling overwhelmed with your holiday prep, start a list and like categorise it into things to buy, things that you need to do, like errands that you need to run, and anything that you need to book, whether it's for pre-holiday or for whilst you're away. And then you can just enjoy, because the one thing I do not want to do, which I do every single time, is the day before be running around like a blue ass fly, because that happens every time, and I'm actually working the day before we go as well. Like, it's a busy check-in day, so I want to be in Zen mode. I want to have everything done by Tuesday. Now let's put a wash on. Also, the apartment is a mess. I am so for like the clean girly aesthetic, but like it is not the life I live, especially in the run up to a holiday. I just feel like there's stuff everywhere. I do still have more orders coming, by the way, guys. Light washes take the longest to build up, but then it's like all my favourite things are like grey. I love light grey, so I need to do a light wash because I would definitely want to maybe wear the joggers to the airport, and they're shock light grey. Point number one of the holiday prep is done. My hair is complete. Obviously, you're probably thinking it looks no different. It does. I wasn't going for like a huge change this time. All we've done is trim the ends, put some more layers in. I've just watched Curl in the Rain, so the styling is sort of ruined, but we just like flicked the ends a little bit, and colour wise all we've done is just put a toner on it to just tone it down, because when I'm in the sun my hair lightens really quickly, and the light bits that I got done in my hair a couple of months ago were already going a bit warm, so in the sun they'd be like double warm. Turn them down slightly to more of a sort of beigey vibe, so that then when I'm in the sun it might go a little bit warm, but it's not going to go anywhere near as warm as it would have done. I've got check-ins I still need to finish, so I am going to be getting on with that, and then I might do some online shopping for things on my list that I can't go and grab from town. Before I go and do that, I figured I may as well just show you really quickly the sort of hair products that I use on my hair and what I'm going to be using to make sure that my hair is nice and prepped before I go on holiday, because my hair will dry out in the sun anyway, so I want to keep it as like hydrated as possible. So in the run-up, every hair wash that I do, which I'll probably wash my hair 2 to 3 times before we go away, the Miel rosemary oil, this is something that I do use on my hair. I'm not gonna be that TikTok person that's like, it grew my hair back in 2 weeks. I don't know, I just like the shine that this gives my hair. I do notice noticeable shine, because I know that most people use it on the scalp, and I do too, but I do run it through the ends as well before I wash it. Shampoo I use is the Way Detox shampoo. This is incredible. When I use the Pureology one, which I don't mind using, but when I use it sometimes, a couple washes after, it feels like my hair just has something in it. This makes my hair feel so like fluffy and soft and just very, very, very clean. So the Way Detox shampoo I love. This is something I need to buy another one of before I go away. And then for conditioner I just use the Pureology purple one. Do prefer the blue one, but biggest cat choosers, and the blue one was out of stock. I would pop those in here. Seems I've just been to get my hair done, and I do get asked about my hair quite a bit, but I'm not going to be like a snake oil salesman. I've always had good hair, and I'm not saying that to be like, oh, I've always had good hair. I'm just saying, like, I'm not, you know, same with skincare, like, I'm not going to be like delving into like the deep depths of how I get my skin to look like this, because I'm going to be honest, I do use skincare products, but I've always had, quotation marks, good skin. I've always had unproblematic skin. Same with my hair. I've bleached my hair to the high heavens. I should not have this much hair still, and it shouldn't grow at the rate it grows at either. I don't do anything magic, it's always sort of been this way, but yeah, those definitely do help because I do notice a difference, especially with this shampoo that's probably my favourite thing for my hair. But yeah, check-in time, I'll probably see you tomorrow and we'll continue prepping for the holiday. Happy Friday, we have just finished at the gym. No, I don't. Holiday prep is still very much underway. I'm going to put my leg day clips in now after this little chat. I didn't film yesterday. Basically, this is just a classic example of not every day is a great day. I fully intended to train legs yesterday. I was going to film it yesterday. I feel like I said it so many times. I'm going to do legs on Thursday and I'm going to film it. However, what had then happened was I went to therapy yesterday for my first time in 6 weeks, and then I just felt very fried afterwards. I cried for like 20 minutes in my therapy session, so I wasn't really... I did actually record a little bit yesterday, but I'm not going to put it in because my mood is just not good and I feel like my face is all red and puffy. We just don't need to see that, do you know what I mean? It's just not the vibes. I'm in a much better mood today, as we can tell, but yeah. I went to the gym after therapy yesterday and I was just staring at my camera in my bag and I was like, I don't think I've got it in me to do my leg session and film it, so I just did cardio and then left. Just a reminder that self-care, because for me, the gym is massive in like self-care, and obviously self-care is a big part of getting ready for holidays and all that sort of stuff. However, I had so much to do yesterday and I feel very overwhelmed / burnt out, like I'm definitely ready for a holiday. So self-care...
Mercury must be retrograde.
Mercury's retrograding, whatever that means. Maybe it's because it's Gemini month is coming to an end. I don't know. Maybe... No, Alicia would know. Gym is a massive part of self-care for me, but sometimes self-care is actually saying, you know what, I need to skip the gym today because taking 90 minutes to do my leg day yesterday was actually going to make my day worse because of how much stuff I had to do. So, yeah, I'll put my leg day clips in now and we are going to round up this vlog with some more holiday preparation haul and a rant about these bastard Instagram brands because they're ripping us off, ladies. But yes, I will put my leg day clips in here and I will see you when I get home for a little haul. Life in the fast lane. It's not fast lane, 30 miles an hour. Okay, welcome to my glutes and hamstrings leg day. Obviously, the clips are just going to play whilst I'm going to speak to you, do a little bit of voiceover, but I feel like I wanted to speak about, obviously it's a bit of a holiday prep vlog, and I wanted to speak about the training I'm still doing. Like I mentioned at the start, I mean it when I say I'm really not changing my training. There is still a massive misconception that when you're trying to lose body fat, or when you're trying to cut, which a lot of people do before a holiday, as I've said in this video, I personally don't have an issue with it as long as it's done in a healthy way, but there's a huge misconception that when you are doing that, you need to be doing lighter loads, higher reps, and it's just not true. I mean, if that's the way that you like to train, pop off. Like, I'm not a judgy Jenny. If you like to train that way normally, that's fine, but there is no reason for you to change your training from, you know, heavier weights to lighter loads, higher reps when you want to lose weight. I mean, yeah, you just don't need to do it, and especially if you're wanting to maintain your muscle mass, I'd actually really recommend sticking as closely to what you've sort of been doing already. So in terms of my training, I'm about 12 weeks into a diet now, so my strength is impacted. I'm doing 85 kilos here on deadlifts, and I was able to get this for about I think I was doing like 8 to 10 reps, and this week I only got 5, so my strength is starting to take a little bit of a hit now. So here I'm just doing my back offset. I think here I am doing, I want to say 70 kg. Yeah, I'm doing the mass in my head. I'm doing 70 kg. Yeah, also speed and stuff of your reps. If you are really pushing yourself, you'll notice the reps at the start of my sets are not the same speed as the ones towards the end. If all your reps are the same speed, you are nowhere near failure and you are not pushing yourself hard enough. So if you're one of those people who struggles to know if you're pushing yourself hard enough in training, watch the speed of your reps. If they're not slowing down, you ain't going hard enough, babes. This clip is hilarious because I was so confused when I was doing this, because I was looking at the bar, like, you can literally see me, I'm like, this feels so light. This was meant to be one 145. What was it? 125. Because a bitch can't do fucking maths. Honestly, I was so annoyed with myself, but I feel like because I only really clocked onto what I'd done halfway through the set, so I was just like, I'm just going to have to add an extra set on, and this is going to have to be like not even a warm-up set, I'm just going to have to push it to failure. This was my heaviest set, so this was 155 kilos, and I'm pretty sure I got 6 reps. But yeah, I do sort of like pyramids and top sets, back off sets, all that sort of stuff with my training. So yeah, doing some hip thrusts, working my glutes in a shortened position. Then I'm meant to do step-ups on this day, but honestly, I actually just could not be arsed. And for some reason, a single leg press just feels like less hassle because I'm sat down. So I did a single leg press instead. It's not the exact same movement. It's not going to work your muscles the exact same because you are seated and you've got that stability. You're going to have less glute medius and glute minimus involvement because they're not needed to stabilise you as much. But instead, I am just going to do step-ups in my other session where I'm meant to do these. So I'm still doing the same movements in the week. I've just swapped them around because I really could not be bothered. I get super breathless with my step-ups and I just find them very difficult. I'm enjoying including some different angles also with my training videos so you can see. I feel like it's helpful to watch someone, I don't want to be like, I'm training so hard, but it is helpful to see someone training hard so you can sort of assess how hard you're training. So I like to leave the struggle reps and the ugly duckling little faces in. By the way, I've just realised I've not addressed this in this video. If you are noticing that there is a mark on my calf, don't worry guys, I'm fine. I did get hit by a bicycle. Not a motorbike, not like a motor engine bike, but I did get hit by a Deliveroo driver on a bicycle who came around the corner on a red light. The crossing was on green, I was allowed to go, and he was also, I feel like he was on the wrong side of the road, but I felt really bad for him because he looked really like shocked when he did it and he was really apologetic, so I'm not mad about it. And it's clearing up now, so I'm pretty happy about it. I was pissed off when it happened because I was like, no, I've got this massive thing on my leg, but, you know, shock. Not me being not concerned about if I've actually hurt myself. Instead, I'm just thinking, no, I've got this thing on my leg and I've got a corner already. But it's going now. So yeah, I've just done some hamstring curls, and now I'm doing some glute medius kickbacks. Just to note on the hamstring curls, my hips were coming a little bit off the seat/table thing. I don't know what you call it when it's a lying one. Do try and not do that. That was my last set, so I was sort of struggling. And here, I'm loving the all green fit, by the way. I'm just doing my glute medius kickbacks, and that is the end of my leg day. I hope you've enjoyed this little voiceover. Wackadoodle time. Let's conclude my little holiday haul. Let's start with something I bought a long time ago, which is this base beast. I don't know how you say it. It's Shea Mitchell's brand. I bought her luggage and I got the large checked-in 29-inch roller. Let's take a second to look at the colour. Was this a wise choice? No. Was this a practical choice? No. Was it an aesthetic choice? Absolutely. I just feel like I like this. Will it stay this colour for long? No. Will the airport treat this with love, care and respect? No. But I bought this a while ago now. This was expensive. I have never spent this much money on luggage ever. And to be honest, I don't think I will spend this much money on luggage ever again. I asked for affordable recommendations for luggage. Tell me why people would tell me Rimowa. They are thousands of pounds for a case. This was a couple hundred. It's very expensive, I'm not going to lie. Do I think it's worth, that much? I don't know because I've never had another hard shell suitcase. I don't have anything to compare it to. This is my first hard shell suitcase. The only thing I would say is I've got some adapting to do, yeah. My mum and dad have always had boys' suitcases, which we got about 10 years ago. That's a suitcase I used for Ibiza last year in my packing video. And that weighs nothing. That weighs like 500 grams. This weighs 5 kilos, which means automatically we're down to 18 kilos of packing. Bit of a problem. A little bit of a problem. And I still need to get hand luggage, but I can't bring myself to buy the hand luggage version of this because according to their website, it's not compatible with any airline. So I don't really want to spend that money to be told I have to check it in about the longevity. I will keep you guys posted. But yeah, that is the first part of this little holiday haul because that's what everything's got to go in. Next up, we've got a
cheeky little Amazon find. These came in the other day during this week. These are my packing cubes. Now, this was intentionally done. I mean, it's not a straight match. It's not a straight match, but it goes very well with the suitcase. It's these packing cubes. These were 20 quid, which I think is quite expensive for packing cubes. I've never had packing cubes before, but I do think it's a bit on the pricey side, but I do get a lot. So obviously you get the biggest one, and then you get all these different sort of sizes. I'll leave this link below. Little like travel toiletries bag, and this as well, which I really like to put toothbrush in. Love that, absolutely love that. But the reason why I got packing cubes is because I'm packing for two very different holidays. Mexico, which is like beachy, holiday, and then Houston, which is like city, holiday, like gym. I need my gym stuff, I need, you know, maybe some more like day-to-day but not beachy clothes. Like, I don't know if I'm making sense, but I feel like it's a very different holiday. So packing cubes, I feel like it's going to help me be more organised and not be wanting to like rip my hair out when I get to Texas from Mexico, thinking where's all my Texas stuff, or when I get to Mexico thinking where's all my Mexico stuff, so they're not all jumbled together. So packing cubes, slay, never used before, but I want to be an organised girl, so I'll let you know how I get on with those. Next up, I picked up these from Boots today. So I got the Garnier SPF 50 for the face. Love, this is like a spray one. And then I got the Garnier serum for the face, SPF 50. I'm not going to open these, like I said, I want these like not to go all over my case. I do always put things in a plastic bag, you know, Deborah and Gareth raised me well, but yeah, I got these. I got the spray for when I'm at alphaland because I do kind of want to, I don't normally wear makeup to the gym, as we can see, as we've seen this week. I've not worn a drop of makeup this week. Pick me. Not pick me, I just couldn't be asked to wear makeup this week. However, I feel like looking at this alphaland, the training makeup, everyone looks so put together, so I'm going to probably have to do makeup, but it's going to be hot. And I don't know if anyone is aware of this, but you can still burn through makeup, and my nose always burns. Maybe because it like sticks out a bit more on my face, but this spray is meant to go over makeup. I'm definitely going to test this out before I've got full face of makeup on, and you know, in case it makes me look like a glazed donut, like I've just, you know, had an accident. That's all I'll say on my face. So I'll definitely test that out before, and I'll let you guys know, but these are my SPF 50s. I need to get the stuff for the body. Okay, now I have a mesh parcel. This came literally today, so I'm literally opening it right now with you guys. We're going to have a real-time unboxing of these. So these are just some nicer holiday pieces for Mexico, because a lot of my other holiday stuff doesn't fit me anymore. So I can't actually remember what I got because I ordered this like a little bit of time ago. Oh, this is so pretty. Okay, no, I actually really like this. So I got this sort of crochet maxi. Is this going to be a maxi skirt? Yeah, this like crochet maxi skirt, which I feel like is really nice during the day, over a bikini for walking around in. I'm actually really impressed with this. This feels nice as well. I got this in a size extra small because I've ordered from Mesh before,
when you think of
a while ago, maybe like a year and a half ago, and I found the size in there a little bit big, especially on like stretchy pieces. So yeah, I got this in an extra small. This feels nice. Obviously I've not tried it on yet. I will, you know, let you guys know on the gram, but like, I saw this literally months ago and I was like, as soon as I've got a holiday booked, I'm definitely going to get this. So again, it's sort of like the knit, I'm really on a knitted crochet vibe, but it's the asymmetric dress. You've probably seen this absolutely everywhere. The only thing I would say is like, the way it looks on camera versus in person is a little different. Like, it doesn't feel how I expected it to feel. It actually feels nicer. It's definitely thicker than I thought it would be. But then at the back, it's got this sort of detail and it's very maxi. I would say so far, I'm going to say mesh is very good for, you know, mid-height to taller people, because these are pretty long. What size did I get this in? Again, I got this in an extra small because I've seen people get this on TikTok and everyone said to take a size down, so I'm usually a size small and stuff now, so I got this in an extra small, daytime, evening time, and I feel like this is white. It's not a trendy piece. It's something that, like, I've got a white knitting dress from Misguided that I've had for about 6 years, and I take it on every holiday. I wear it every summer, UK or abroad. So yeah, I feel like this is like the maxi version of that.
It's dope.
So
It's dope.
yeah, honestly, this is,
Like, yes,
I'm
the
way more impressed with this than any of the other stuff. This is a good start. I then got, I actually can't remember because obviously this comes from Australia. I didn't get charged customs, by the way, if anyone was wondering. I don't know why, because I feel like you're meant to, but last time I ordered, I didn't get charged customs either, but it does fully come from Australia, so I'm not sure what's happened there. And then I got this in an extra small as well. Obviously, this is just a beach cover. I was going to go white, but then I feel like because I got the other things in white, I wanted something black, and again, literally timeless. Like, this is not going to be something that I'm going to
White girl, why you blue balling me, girl? Put that shit on.
Oh my god, that's so ugly. Like, I don't want to wear that timeless piece that I will probably use for years, which is what I'm trying to do. Fallen victim to some trendy
Yeah,
pieces.
you little dumbass. I was like, yes, the master. Yes, the master.
Wondering about ordering from
what you
milkshake,
said, man.
especially sort of like resort collection stuff. It's really nice. It's the quality actually feels really nice.
Byron got shit.
I've been burned.
What a dumbass. What a dumbass.
Instagram brands this week so far. So
what a dumbass. You sellout.
A little.
You freaking sellout.
That I got from The Crypt, which is a brand I've been seeing on Instagram for the past year. Never ordered from them before. Some of my favourite influencers that I follow wear like the tops, the jeans, and on them it looks like it's really good quality stuff, you know. They make it look good. Also, if you're ordering from The Crypt, they don't do refunds, they only do store credit, so I really would not order from them until they've changed that, because the pieces are way overpriced for what they are, and the fact that you can't get a refund, you can only get store credit. I'm willing to bet if you've got similar sort of standards to me, when you get the pieces, you wouldn't want to order from the brand again. Again, it could depend on what you order. Maybe I just didn't order the right stuff, but it's not good quality. So I got 3 things. I got this top, which, do you know what? This top actually isn't bad. It's not awful. I'm not even going to attempt to do it, but basically this is how you wear it and then you tie it like that. This top actually isn't awful, but I will say it looks a lot sort of higher quality online and in the pictures than it is in person. In person, it doesn't feel like how it looks. I feel like in the pictures I've seen it looks really structured and thick, and it's very sort of thin and flimsy. But this is the piece I'm not really mad about. I will probably actually use on holiday. It's the 2 other pieces that are just not good. So, first of all, this was more of like a Houston pick. So, I bought this bodysuit because I was like, this would look really cool with denim shorts, and I've tried a bodysuit like this before from Thanku, who, by the way, definitely like popularised this sort of metallic thing, but the sizing is really snug with Thanku, and those bodysuits are very hard to get on and off, and with how hot it's going to be, yeah. Every time I've ordered the bodysuits, I always send them back. So I got this in a size small. First of all, it stinks. This smells so bad. It smells really bad. The stitching looks bad. The front looks so bad on. I feel like this brand is made for people that don't have boobs, because if you have boobs, honestly, good luck to you. Like, it looks so cheap in person. And the Thanku ones are a lot thicker, they're a lot sturdier. Even though the sizing's tiny, the sizing is better than it is on these. The fabric quality is better. Everything about the Thanku one is better. So if you've been seeing these and you've been like, oh, I'm going to buy one, don't do it. Don't do it. It's really not good quality. Honestly, it feels like I bought it from PLT. Bodysuit thing, which is just, again, yeah, I mean, yeah. I got this in a size small. Again, the sizing is absolutely tiny. I would probably need a large in this, which just makes me think, what do people that are actually a size large get? Like, what size are they getting? Because I'm not precious about sizing. If something fits me, it fits me. But I always have to question if I'm going up to like a medium or a large, what are the people that are actually a size large meant to do? Are they just meant to not buy from the brand? Is that the idea? Because the sizing is weird. This makes me look like a ham joint. The fabric feels very thin, feels very cheap. Again, it's got a weird smell to it. The sizing all over the shop, and it's just not good quality. And again, can't get my money back for it. Although I did pay through Amex, so I'm going to try and sort it out. So yeah, if you're thinking of ordering from this brand, I would see if you can find the stuff on Depop or Vinted, because then at least you're not paying full price, because I really just don't think it's worth the money. Even though you've probably seen me wear this top, it's not worth the money. Like, I do not stand this brand. It's definitely not a favourite. But now, moving on to an absolute new favourite is a brand called Colour Super. These bikinis are fire. These are so different. And a lot of my swim now is skims, so it's plain colours, neutrals. I did get the pink skims bikini, but yeah, neutrals, very sort of plain. I've got maybe 2 patterned ones that I like to wear from Farai, and then a Brat and Bow one. But these, I can't remember how I found this brand. I think it was on TikTok. But they do really cool sorts of prints. They do block colours as well, but they do really cool prints. So this is one of the bikinis. This is the black one. This is my favourite one. I don't know what it is. It's something about the green. Something about the green! But they do all these sorts of like different flag ones. This is by far my favourite bikini. I was seeing how cool this is, guys. I just feel like I want a mix of like pretty plain bikinis, and then I want some cool girl bikinis. And now I've got some, and again, the back will give him cheek, but tan lines are on minimal. Then this is the top. They come with padding, and you can take the padding out, and they come with like a super charm bar in the middle. The only thing to be aware of with this is I would consider how your boobs sort of sit, because this is just a bar. Like, you can't make the triangles any closer together, if that makes sense. So I would definitely keep in mind how your boobs sort of sit, because if they're particularly wide, you can't, wait, narrow or wide? I can't remember which way it would be.
Put it
but
on,
if they're
girl.
particularly one way, you can't pull this in any further than it's already set. So that's something to keep in mind, but this is definitely my favourite one. You will definitely be seeing me in this bikini one, and this is sort of like netted. They all come with padding, but I will always take the padding out. And yeah, it's just a really cool brand. The shipping was really good.
Yeah, come on, girl.
A free little charm. You can buy extra charms for your bikinis, and then they popped a free sweatband headband as well, which is really, really cool. Not paid.
Where's my dog?
Not
Where's the
an
dog?
ad or sponsored or anything like that.
Bobby!
It sounds like it is, because I've just spoken about it so completely, but
I'm out,
fully paid for them. I don't know who owns the brand. I don't know whose brand it is. All I know is very, very, very cool bikinis. Definitely not for the faint-hearted. If you're more on like the modest side, you probably won't like bikinis. I think they do some full coverage bottoms, but they are very sort of skinny bikinis, and they have a lot of designs. If you're into sort of anime stuff, they've got some really cool anime print bikinis. They've got a variation of different like flags. They've got some Spanish ones. They've got a Rio bikini. Very cool bikinis. Probably one of my new favourite brands that I've discovered. Finally, I shot little bits from Zara from the Zara sale that I actually needed a linen shirt.
Supergirl played a girl, House of Dragons.
Zara will never fail you. Have you ever walked into Zara and not seen shirts? No, of course you haven't. It doesn't happen. Still in the linen trousers, that's something I do need. $7.99. It's really thick as well. You know when Zara do tops and they do like they do the normal sort of racer vest, and then every so often they'll do like the sort of thicker one that almost feels a little bandagey. That's what that is.
So very happy with
Think
that.
about that,
Classic top
motherfucker.
for
Think
holiday
about
or
that.
like full length one because I feel
Supergirl
like all
is
my stuff
somewhat
is
a
cropped. We're in
lesbian.
a cropped epidemic.
Think
I
about
didn't
that
realise that
chance.
when I was walking around
I saw in House of
Zara,
Dragon,
like trying to find a
I
shirt.
saw in House
I'm
of
saying,
Dragon.
you know,
You
you
don't
walk in
think
Zara, obviously
Supergirl
it's shirts,
isn't
but
bi-curious,
they were all
okay?
cropped. All the linen shirts I could find
You
other than
get
one
a
were
drunk
cropped.
girl drunk
I don't
show you
want a cropped
anything
shirt.
and
I want a full length
jump
shirt.
and
Why is it so hard to find? I'm
late
on the
night,
hunt for
okay,
some
with
white
her best friend, okay?
linen
I'm just saying.
trousers. These
I'm
aren't
telling you,
linen, but
Supergirl
these
would
are
not
like
make out with Black
so
Canary.
gonna
I'm
go with my
just saying,
brown
you know
skin
what I'm
for
saying?
bikinis. This one
Or
wasn't in
pop
sale,
girl.
but
I'm just saying,
it's
get a
always
hot
so what
Latino
the thing
chick
you
with
really
a
want isn't
hot
in
white
sale.
girl. You're gonna
But
get
this
some
is like
hot
exactly what
Latino
I've been
white
looking
boy
for.
action.
A lot of linen shirts have got
Just
like
saying,
black buttons on
motherfucker.
sometimes, and I just don't like that. So it's got
You get
very
Supergirl
light
drunk
coloured
and get
buttons,
hot girl
very
drunk.
like light
Get a little
linen
hot
feel
girl
to
girl
it.
skills
It's
action.
like slouchy,
I'm
it's
just
not
saying,
super
motherfuckers. I'm
structured,
just saying.
and I
I'm
got it
just
in
saying.
size
I'm just saying,
large to
motherfuckers. I'm
wear
just saying.
over
Anything
bikinis as a real
goes.
cover up, and to be honest, this
Anything
is something that I
goes,
will wear
dog.
with like
Anything
jeans and stuff
goes.
as well.
And this is based
So
off
very, very happy with
Supergirl
this
Coach
purchase.
and
This is some
Workout.
of this
So
needs
it's like
to go
anything
back
goes because this
slash
is
be
not
rectified slash be sold.
okay.
I'm also going to be popping a lot
Our
of
Supergirl's a
my summer
partier.
clothes on Depop and stuff.
Yeah,
I've already
that's
put a lot
Supergirl we
on.
know.
I still need to
Because
get
that
some
comic
cheap
is a party girl. Okay, she's a party
jewelry
girl.
pieces, which
That
I might have a
that
look at
Supergirl is a party
prior.
girl. So
Prior.
she's
I
into
went into
some
La
girl
Vista today, but I
action.
just
Okay,
feel like
I'm
it's
just saying.
an
I'm just saying.
actual jumble
I'm
sale
just
in
saying,
there. Like
motherfuckers.
I
I'm just
literally
saying.
couldn't
I'm
find
just saying,
anything.
motherfuckers.
Everything's just very mashed together. I feel like
Clark's
it's very hard to
cousin
find
is a
things in
party
there.
girl.
It wasn't the
I'm
last time
just
I
saying.
went in, but today I
Clark's
was just
cousin's
like,
a
I'll
party
go
girl.
to
That girl's
somewhere and
into
get me
some
out of
party
here.
shit.
I don't actually need to get
I
out
mean,
of stuff.
anything goes
The
with
main
her.
thing is probably
She's the
I
type
need to
of girl
look
you go
at some
party
like
with. You
alternative
might get laid.
jewelry that's obviously not
I'm just
really
saying.
worth
I'm
anything.
just saying, motherfuckers.
But yeah,
I'm just
I'm gonna
saying.
probably end this vlog here, guys.
I'm
Because
just
I feel
saying.
like I've
Anything
vlogged
goes with
quite a
Supergirl.
lot this week, so this might be
That
a bit
girl's
of
a
a long
partier.
vlog. So I hope you've enjoyed
She's
doing
a
some
drunk
holiday
white
prep with
girl
me.
that's ready
Also,
to
I don't
party.
go in until next Friday, so I've still got my nails. I need to do my
That
own
bitch
toenails, and like I
is
said,
a
I've still
sure
got a
thing
few
right there,
bits and
dog.
bobs to get. But I feel
That
like
bitch
I've
is
done
ready
a
to
lot of
party.
holiday prep this
That bitch is ready to
week.
party. I'm just saying,
You know, we've been going to do
motherfuckers.
some fitnessy bits. So I hope
Supergirl
you've
is ready
enjoyed
to
the
party.
vlog.
She's right there saying,
Subscribe if you
yeah,
absolutely
bitch, let's
haven't
do it. Let's
already.
do it,
Give the
motherfuckers.
video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, because it really
Fuck you,
helps me out.
Clark.
And
Fuck
let
you,
me
Kal-El.
know,
I'm
because
taking
this
my
will probably
dog.
go
We
up in
going,
time,
bitch.
where I can
We
find some
out.
bastard
We out, Clark.
white linen
We
trousers.
out.
It's really pissing me off. They're
I'm
out
gonna
of stock
party.
everywhere.
My
I
dog's
can't find
gonna
any
focus.
nice linen trousers. Also, let me know if you do want me to vlog whilst I'm away. Do you want a Houston vlog for some shredding? Do you want a Mexico vlog at all? What do you want to see? Let me know. But if I don't post for a couple of weeks, that's why. Not that I think anyone would really notice, but yeah, that would be why, because I'm going to be away. I hope you enjoy, and I will see you soon.
It's like,
Goodbye.
oh, they added a woman. Yeah, shut the fucking whore ass mouth, bitch. No, I hate Gamergate. Y'all motherfuckers not. Y'all motherfuckers are trying to ruin a video game that everybody's looking forward to, so y'all can push y'all bullshit narrative. I'm like, how they gonna ruin Wolverine, dog? Oh, they're gonna add a woman there? Yeah, shut your ugly ass up, whore. Vera, she's such a whore. She's such a whore. You motherfuckers are whore.
So we've only recommended to watch the section of this video that covers those chapters, plus any chapter 6 spoilers. Understand?
Bye, bitch. Oh god. Oh, that's this is like kidding me, dog. Do you wanna kiss my ass?
Morning, welcome to the Mexico vlog. This might end up being a Mexico and Houston vlog, depending how much I film, because if it's not enough in Mexico or enough in Houston, I might just put it together and we'll just make a big fat vlog. Yeah, we are in Cancun. We got here yesterday. I didn't vlog anything yesterday because Chewy took so long with the bags. I've only flown. I'm normally a Jet2 girly, but obviously Jet2 don't go this far. So we flew with Chewy, and this is the second time I've flown with Chewy, and both times the bags at the other end take so long. So that took a little bit of time. That meant that in theory we should have had more of a full day yesterday, whereas really we sort of had the evening. We scoped out the hotel, but we're only in this hotel for last night and then tonight and then tomorrow we're going to Tulum until Thursday, and then we're flying to Houston. Let's do an MTV Cribs welcome to my room tour for you guys. Although obviously we've slept and stuff, so there's a little bit of mess. So when you come in, you've got the bathroom area here. His and hers sinks has to be done. Then in there we've got the toilet, which I will not show you because I just feel like you don't need to really see. In here you've got a shower. Love, really nice big shower. And then if you come here, we've got the wardrobe and stuff, but obviously we're not unpacking, which is why my case on the floor, because it would just be a gross waste of time. And then Dan's case is here, little sort of sitting area, mirrors everywhere. And then through here, which we can section off, we've got the bed, really comfy bed. I had a really nice night's sleep, really good pillows, TV, and then if we keep walking.
When Marvel fans talk
This is our view. See. And there's Dan. So yeah, we've been up since like 5:30. But look at the view. And then down there is like the pool, beach area. As you can see in the pool, it says Royalton. We're staying at the Royalton Chic. The sea is so nice here. I didn't actually realise how nice the sea would be.
Caribbean Sea.
I know, but I've never been. I was never a long haul girly. We did Spain. Anyway, yes, welcome to the vlog. We have had breakfast and we are now ready for sunbathing. Dan's got an earring, look guys. He's got a gold hoop, he bought it from Afternoon Meat, and he's got his...
Giannis, just say Giannis.
He's got his Giannis jersey on, new Abercrombie shorts, which I actually really like. Ladies, if your partner needs new swimming pants, have an Angel slides. And then I've just got on my Colour Super bikini and a like cheap black sarong that I think I bought off Etsy, and show back. But yeah, we're gonna go down to the pool, and then you can see the beaches there, and then the bar at the end, which Dan's fuming because it doesn't open until 10:30. Morning, it's Sunday today. Yesterday was a bit of a fail of a vlog day. I am so bad at vlogging, but to be fair, yesterday just wasn't really a great day to start this vlog. But I wanted to start it so I could show you a bit whilst we're in Cancun. But basically, Dan got quite a bad sunburn yesterday, so essentially we came back to the room in the afternoon. Obviously I had my pizza, which you'll have seen, so we had a nap yesterday afternoon. We came back to the room, then we went for food, and then we went straight from food to Coco Bongos, and I just didn't want to take my camera. I feel like it's not a good idea to take this big of a camera or this expensive of a camera on a night out, so I'll pop some clips in here. But yeah, it was so much fun, and I wasn't really drinking. I'm not a massive drinker, guys. I'm just gonna be real. I'm not a big drinker. We were drinking cocktails and stuff yesterday, but I feel like I had a bit too much like sugary stuff, and I actually felt quite sick, so I didn't want to drink. I was on the Diet Coke and waters, but I had so much fun. It was so good. I just feel like it was definitely worth the money. So if you're in Cancun, I know they have one in Playa del Carmen, and I think they have another one somewhere else. If you are in the area, I would definitely recommend going.
Yeah, because it's cheap. milk lady.
Sure that I've done my SPF fully naked today because, to be fair, I never used to understand why my dad used to do that. He still does that now, but obviously we've not been on holiday in a long time. I never used to understand it. I used to always be like, this is very excessive, but it actually means that you don't miss anywhere. So yeah, SPF is all done. I think we're gonna chill here a bit today, and then we're going to Tulum today, so I will have a lot more to show you. We're changing hotels, we're going to Tulum until Thursday, and then it's on to Houston. They look like fluffy, do you know what I mean? They're not aggressive waves, but they're definitely fluffy. It's not like a completely still sea, and I feel like it just makes it look so much prettier. So yeah, welcome to another day in Mexico. We are going to Tulum today, like I said. Welcome to the Tulum section of the vlog. Dan is doing his SPF. I'm going to give you a quick room tour. We're just going to get straight into the vlog today because we're going to actually go to the jungle gym. And yeah, I'm going to take you with me because, oh shit. Well, hopefully I'm going to take you with me because I've just sticked my camera outside. The humidity is insane. It's just fogged up the lens, so this will be interesting. I might not actually be able to vlog as much as I thought I could. So humid, as we can see. The lens is completely fogging up, but we've got our own little hut thing. We do have a lovely hammock here, which you can't really see. I might stand inside and try and show you, but it's very like secluded. There's only 14 rooms in this hotel, and it's low season at the moment, so it's like, I mean, yeah, it's deadly quiet. Let me go inside because this is not working. Okay, you can see the hammock and stuff. To be honest, you can see outside better than you could with that little outdoor clip because it was just too humid, but we've got our own little hammock, which is very hard to get in and out of. And then it's like a jungle view, and it goes all around, massive windows. I love this view because I feel like it's looking over another of the little huts. They're all like little huts. And then case shop, we have Dan doing his SPF, but this is the bed. I'm absolutely obsessed with the bed because, like, look, it's like a concrete slab thing, like lime wash walls. That's not a bamboo roof, is it? It's like a thatched roof. Yeah. Really cool mirror. I've got my pink Skims on today. We love it. Safe and all that sort of stuff. The coolest thing in here is the bathroom. If you watch my Thailand vlog, it reminds me a bit of Coco Beach. This hotel is like a mashup of, I don't know why I'm showing you the toilet. It's like a mashup of Coco Beach and then the place we stayed at in Koh Samui, the Salavadi place, but the shower's like completely wooden and it's so cool. So cool. So yeah, we got here yesterday, but we got here quite late. We got here quite late because the drive was a lot longer than we thought it was, and hopefully I'm going to have lots more to show you. I think we're going to go to the cenotes tomorrow. We really wanted to go to like the big ruin, but there's like a road closure, which means what should be a shorter journey would actually take 3 hours, and I think because we're only here for 3 days, it just feels like a big chunk of time to take out of the holiday to go and travel. So I would probably have done here a little bit longer to be able to go and see stuff, but all that means is we'll probably end up coming back at some point because we don't realistically have loads of time, but we're going to do what we can. We're going to go to the jungle gym today. We've had breakfast, we've done our SPF. My dad would be so proud. So proud. I'm like really on it with my SPF. And yeah, we're gonna get bites because this hotel, by the way, it's called the Radhu. I don't know why I'm in the habit of not naming the hotel because of Instagram, because to be honest, I normally would name things, but every time I do, I get flooded with DMs saying, Amy, that's really stupid and unsafe, and I'm inclined to agree. Like, I only have a small following, but you never know who's following you. To be fair, even if you don't have a following at all, I really wouldn't recommend naming where you're staying whilst you're actually still there. So we're going to get bikes, and we're going to bike to the jungle gym, which I'm a little bit scared for because I've not rode a bike in years. We went to a place called Wild for food last night, which was actually nice, but it was a very different menu, and Dan, he's recovered now, but he definitely had sunstroke yesterday. So when you've got sunstroke and the menu's a bit sort of interesting.
Don't eat octopus when you have sunstroke.
Yeah, we had octopus, and I feel like it just wasn't maybe the best idea when he's got sunstroke. We got there, the man did say you can only use phones, you can't use proper cameras, which is fine. Like, I'm assuming when you've got like big cameras, people are probably going to have big tripods. Obviously I don't, I've just got my little handheld one with me. But I get it, if somewhere's got like a no camera policy, they've got a no camera policy. I was quite not shocked, but I was a bit like, huh? Because I feel like I have seen people there filming, and I definitely don't think they use their iPhones, but maybe they've had like incidents with people and people are getting annoyed at the amount of filming. So if you were interested in going, you can take pictures and like little videos on your phone, but you can't have like a whole filming setup. It's very aesthetically pleasing, and it was fun. We did a small session. I did a little bit of legs, but to be honest, it's way too hot. Like, it's so sticky outside. We got the bikes to go there. Whoever said that you learn to ride a bike and then you never forget lied, because I was really struggling to ride a bike. I've not ridden a bike since I was like 10 and I'm 24 now, so it was a bit of a problem. But yeah, I'm going to change my bikini now, and I think we're going to go down by the pool. It's stopped being as humid now, so we can film. We're going to go down to the pool. Oh my god, I've got ants all over me! Shit. Stood on the thing for too long, and I have ants on me and on this for too long, because there's a lot of ants.
Don't let them have it, they'll claim it.
Oh, we made it. Pool area. And it's absolutely dead. There's literally no one here. But the beds are so nice. And the water's so clear. It's so pretty. Dan needs to be careful with his back. He's glowing.
The girl's gonna like this one.
He's gonna love it. But yeah, I'm gonna try and get a picture today. Maybe two. I don't know. Some drinks, so I've got passion fruit margaritas and Daryl's got a Bohemian beer. And he's still in the pool. Look at him. You can see somebody from the water. It's like a Neapolitan ice cream. Hi! About to go and get some food. I think we're just going to go to like a small, off-the-road sort of place. Because where we went last night, like I mentioned, it was nice, but it was a little bit expensive. And we don't really want to do super expensive all the time. I think we're going to do like maybe one other expensive meal, like maybe go to like Bagatelle or one of the restaurants that's more of like a party evening thing. Happy to pay a little bit more for that, but we're trying not to, you know, I want to actually, also I just feel like when you're doing all like the bougie stuff, you're not really enjoying authentic shit. I don't know if I've got the wrong end of the stick there, but I just feel like cheaper stuff tends to be a little bit more authentic. But anyway, the tan lines look absolutely hilarious in this top, but OOTN, and these waffle pants are from Nikki Studios. Not my favourite, to be honest. They're very see-through, but they're very like lightweight. And then I've just got my fixed lines on because I'm not going fancy with this outfit. But I'm going to take you with us, and we'll find a hidden gem, won't we, Dan? You have a margarita first. You have to try it first.
You need one margarita.
Margaritas! Stop it!
Is it good?
Very good, yeah. I've got a mouthful of stuff.
Does that mean strong?
It's actually in the middle, I get it like a V.
Come on then. Drink up.
Yeah, Amy. You know who can take that? Supergirl.
What's that?
Yeah, Supergirl. I'm just saying, Amy. Supergirl take a shot. She'd be like, woo! Supergirl!
Back. BAK. Billy and Christine. We opened our own restaurant.
What? I'm just saying, Supergirl gonna take a shot.
And I've never been asked if I would like any cocaine. Quickly and so frequently in such a short space. Do you know what? I've never actually been asked if I want any coke. By the way,
I've never heard you say yes.
I don't do coke. I've never been asked. Tonight, we're not about 25.
Hey, Clark, stop being a bitch, Clark.
Clearly, business is booming.
Come on, pal. Stop being a little pussy,
Good
Clark.
morning. It is Tuesday and we've got a day of exploring today, so we're going to Chichen.
What are you?
Chichen Itza. I think that's how you say it. We're going to Chichen Itza and we are going to the cenote, so our life travel thing is picking us up at 7:25, so it's just before 7 now, so I'm going to pop a bit of SPF on. Obviously I've got my swim on underneath my stuff, and then I'm going to put something, I know it's not a religious place, but I'm going to put something a bit more covered up on over it, just because I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we should probably, even though it's not a religious place, maybe we should be a bit not naked. But yeah, I need to be showering, I need to do some SPF. It's always on these days, guys, where you're out and about and you think, well, I'm not lying in the sun. These are the days where you get the really bad burns. So I'm going to make sure I do my SPF. I've just put my 50 on my face.
Let's go party, Crypto!
I'm going to get ready and I'll take you along with us and actually continue exploring. Where we went for food last night was called Tulum Cheese, and they also have different food trucks, so you can get Mexican, sushi, burgers, I think it's like a chicken thing, an ice cream thing, and then obviously they do drinks. The drinks are 10 out of 10. Like 10 out of 10 strong, but I don't like really strong drinks because I don't actually like the taste of much alcohol that much. So they were like perfect because you could tell that they had alcohol in them, but they were nice, if that makes sense. They do a happy hour from 6 to 8, so it was really, really reasonable. I think in total our food and 2 drinks each came to, I want to say like 20 quid-ish. It was really, really affordable, so 10/10 recommend. But yeah, welcome to a day of exploring.
You know the sad thing thinks that Donald Trump is going to be hard for America
It's so hot. But yeah, we just got to Chichen Itza, this is it, guys. I can't climb it anymore. You know.
So yeah.
It's actually very
way to
big.
go, man. You fucked America, you
very,
assholes.
very big. Selfie spot.
Hello, strategy is a cluster like fresco style. It's like a mobile fresco. It's foldable. It's not a big deal. Frescos can be one day the solar god end of death. The solar god died because there is fire on his hand. So ancient pitch.
Nice back.
Hey!
that bag. I love that bag.
Yeah!
It's not in Britain, it's in Topshop.
Super Mario! Help!
All ruined.
I even got the Super Mario from
Oh my
the
god.
left side of your
Hot
heart.
reflection.
The Latino Super
Sweaty Betty.
Party! Supergirl! Supergirl!
Yeah, if you come here, guys,
Am I
get an umbrella because
looking
it's
this
fucking
doppelganger
horrible.
power girl? Power girl! Power girl! Wow! Power!
This is crazy. Look at
We
this.
have the power!
We're at the Snurks, guys. Well, one of them. Do you know which one this is called?
Party! Party!
I think it's one of like, the most
Woo!
well-known ones.
We are the greatest deal, baby! Fuck you, motherfuckers!
It's actually crazy.
Fuck your mega bitch asses! Woo!
From Chichen Itza and the cenote that we went to today. Hopefully you enjoyed the little bit of the travel, but now of course we're going to the drink because we're going to go to where we went last night because it's 2 for 1. The Chill and Munchies place with Salvatore. The mojitos are really good and it's really well priced because I'm not gonna lie, it's expensive. But the excursion that we did today was, the man was called Marco, the company was called Mexico Cantor. Highly recommend. How much was it in like pounds?
was $160 US.
$160 US, and it included lunch, and it wasn't just like a packed lunch thing, it was a proper restaurant. Honestly, actually one of the nicest meals we've had since we've been here. Really, really nice, like authentic food. That was included. Going to the cenote was included. And Marco was amazing. Stunning. I absolutely love him. But yeah, it's our second to last night, so we're going to go to Chill and Munchies to get the happy hour. And we're going to somewhere beginning with P. I'll take you and I'll show you, because we found it last night and it looks nice, but it's not, you know, you buy taboo prices. It looks reasonably priced, but it's still a nice place. So we will take you along with us.
Like, yeah, he's just talking about, yeah, David Gorian.
On our evening.
Finale of
Oh, I didn't tell you.
You do look tanned.
how his cousin was a piece of shit. I was like, man, my cousin got
Not gonna be able to hear me, but Dan, what's this place called? Dan.
Liquor, bitch.
Where we are.
God damn it.
Like,
God damn it. Oh, get it. Yeah, I love it.
Dan, what's the tequila shot?
I'm like, goddamn, hero. Damn, you represent Tony and bitch. Stop partying and next week, bitch. Shut up, fool! You don't know.
No, I didn't even hear it. You guys really helped. We got free vegetables.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Good, I love you! I love you! Come on, say with me! Come on! You need to go with me!
This is where we've just been to food, guys. Paul Curio. And it was actually really good. And it's a very good vibe, as you can see. It's very free.
Yeah, I made out to a girl.
We did start the vibe. We were the first people in there. This is how it grows up at night. Yeah, it's very, very cool in there. Party guys. It's actually busier in there than it is in Bagatelle. Bagatelle are playing bloody classical music. I don't know why. But yeah, I actually really recommend it there. I'm not going to say that the food is like life-changing, but the food was really good, sensibly priced for that sort of place, and yeah, the stuff were really, really nice. Really, really nice. Like the general manager literally asking us if we had complaints. I was like, there's no complaints, you're okay. I feel like it must be new. I'm getting the vibe it's new. And he wants to just make sure that it's good. I think we're going to look for somewhere, oh, careful. I think we're going to look for somewhere to get some shisha, maybe. Because it was $80 there, which is very steep. We're used to the Leeds Road prices.
£12.
Yeah, 12 quid.
15 if you haven't got special offer.
Especially at the moment, $80 is literally like 70 quid, so...
70 quid.
Not looking good bread.
I mean, Harris would be turning in their beds.
It's Wednesday, and I've not actually vlogged anything today, so I think the last thing you'll have seen was when we went out for food last night. I've not vlogged anything today because we've literally done nothing. We've had a very lazy day. We didn't really do anything today other than sunbathe and eat and stay hydrated, and I've caught a little bit too much sun on my shoulders, so I'm looking a bit red, although I feel like this camera overexposes everything. Like, I feel like I don't look as red as I do in real life. But we're going to Tora for food tonight, so I will take you and show you and let you know if it's worth it or not, because I feel like a lot of the places seem similar. We'll let you know if it's worth it. And I will also film some little clips, but yeah, we had a very zen day today because spoiler alert, my holiday pretty much ends today. I'm meant to be the Texas part of this holiday, and by the way, I don't know, I will either put it all in one vlog or I'm going to split it, but the Texas part of this holiday was meant to be a continuation of the holiday, and it still sort of is, but I'm now kind of working as well. For some shredding over the weekend, which I'm so excited about. I really need to show you and fill you in on some of that, because I've actually not spoken about it, so I need to fill you in on what happened there. But yeah, so we've had a very zen day today, and especially like the car ride tomorrow to Cancun Airport is like 2 hours, 2.5 hours maybe, depending on traffic, and then we've got to fly. So we're just on to there now, and now we're going to go and get some food. I think it's Japanese. So, I'm not gonna lie, I'm all like, I had a burrito for lunch, I'm all tacoed out at this point. I don't think I want any tacos tonight, Dad.
Okay.
Do you want tacos?
No.
Not feeling tacos, but look at how pretty. Look how, I don't know why I just breathed like that was weird. Look how pretty the sun is. The sun is like setting. Wow. How pretty is that? Yes, I've also tried a new skin tint today. So YSL skin tint, and this is like the worst lighting to show you it in, but it's really nice. And then I've just put on this plain black dress from Milkshake, which is a little sheer, so I've got covers on. And yeah, I just want to be comfortable. I was going to wear my rat and ballet dress, but my stomach's not great, guys. My stomach is really not great, so I don't really want to wear that. So yeah, we're going to go get some food. You excited?
I am actually, yeah.
Okay guys, we've come to Tara. This is my box.
Yes, Tara!
Hi guys, so this is the introduction to the Texas part of the vlog because I didn't intro it. Dan was actually going to film me like meeting Bailey and Christine, but when I changed my mind on that because I was like, I've never met Bailey before, I don't know if she'll want a camera in her face. It's not very fair to do. People will be like, hi, first time meeting you, here's my camera in your face. That's just not the vibes. Also, coming out of the airport at Houston was very stressful. It was like packed, busy, and people just weren't moving. I also need to pop this bit and like little bits in between clips because honestly I just filmed little bits where I could when I was in Houston. This time round I was meeting a lot of people that I have not met before. I socialised a lot more than I was able to in October because October was a work trip. Now this is what I was alluding to in the previous clip. This was meant to be like holiday, like no work involved whatsoever. Obviously we're going to Alphaland and we all work with Alphalete, but it wasn't a work trip, we all paid for our own flights. But whilst I was in Mexico, I got the most exciting message, which was that they were putting me on a booth with Bailey and Michaela, but it ended up being me, Bailey and Christine, and Michaela and Ashley were there as well. The weirdest thing ever, because I've kind of just accepted that because of my following I'd probably never get the opportunities that other people might get who have a bigger following, and I just sort of accepted that that's just sort of, you know, the way the world works. That's just sort of how things are. So when I saw that they put me on a booth, I was like, excuse me? And then I was scared because I was like, what if no one comes? This picture, the scream with which I scrammed. I never ever thought I would get to do anything like that. And the only reason why I do think I get to do things like this is because of you guys. So I just want to thank you guys massively because it made this trip extra special, and what made it even more special was I was so scared to do the booth because I have a super small following, and I feel like even people with bigger followings sometimes don't get any people wanting to come and meet them. However, the only people that turned up on our day were the Discord girls who are in my Discord group. I also think they are in Bailey's as well, but they planned that in my Discord group, and that just makes me so happy. Like they didn't even know each other until this trip. Like this was their first time meeting together. They got an Airbnb together and they've made like lifelong friendships out of it, and I'm just so it just makes me so happy that even with like a smaller following, I've been able to build something like some form of community where people feel comfortable enough to fly to another state in the country they live in to go and meet people they've never met before and to come and meet us guys. Like that was genuinely one of the biggest highlights of my trip. And to Katie, to Joanne, to Sarah, to Chrissy and to Heather, I cannot thank you guys enough. You made our trip, and the weirdest thing was they were shocked that we wanted to spend time with them. I was like, no, we want to spend time with you. And I know that they all got to meet Heidi, they love Buff Bunny, Cara, who works with Buff Bunny, took them out for food, and they were the nicest group of girls, and I'm so happy for them that they got the best experience out of this trip. Like they deserve, you know, the meal at Cheesecake Factory with Cara. They deserve, you know, every single minute of time that we could possibly spend with them being spent with them. So yeah, that was honestly the highlight of my trip, and this is something I never thought I would get to do. Guys, I'm from Bradford. I'm not going to say like I've lived like a struggle life growing up, but what I will say is people from Bradford don't really get many opportunities, shall I say. Another thing is like it sounds so silly, but I've always been very insecure about my accent and the way I talk, because in England, how do I put this? The way I talk is kind of frowned upon. People think I don't speak proper, and it's a frowned upon accent in England, essentially. People think my accent's horrible, and in America, everyone was like, I love your accent, you're so cute. And it was just, it really is surreal, and I just, oh my god, why am I getting emotional? I don't want to get emotional, but yeah, like even just working with Alphalete in general, that came to me at a point in time where I felt like such a loser. I'd lost all my friends, I had to start completely fresh at uni. I felt like a complete loser, and that's actually when, around the point when my Alphalete opportunities started happening for me, and that's why, I mean, it means a lot to me for a lot of reasons, but that is one of the reasons why I'll never be, like, I can't thank Alphalete enough for, and specifically Christian, for the opportunity enough, because I really felt like an absolute fucking loser, like being a few years into uni and having to go back into student halls and start fresh and make new friends, and then to have like a little community now. Hello, my honey. It really means a lot to me, and it was yeah, it was honestly like a magical few days. I've now got, and I really struggle to make friends as well. I've spoken about this a little bit on Instagram. I feel like I'm getting emotional, but I'm trying to reel it in. I've always had really bad social anxiety, and as a result, I've always really struggled to make friends because I can't put myself out there in social situations and I can't be myself. I just can't do it. I get really anxious and I get really shy and really quiet. My whole life, everyone's gone around and assumed that I'm extremely stuck up and rude and I don't want to speak to anyone, and it's not that. There is nothing I would love more than to be able to speak to people and give people like the real version of me, but my social anxiety means that makes it so hard, and so I've really struggled to make new friends. And out of this trip, obviously I already met Christine properly. I now have 2 new best friends in Christine and Bailey, and I cannot thank them enough for making this trip so special and making me feel so comfortable. All of this is because of you guys. Like, as much as I've just thanked Alphaland, it's because of you guys. I wouldn't still be able to work with Alphaland if it wasn't you guys. So whether you used to support me and now support someone else, or you still support me, or you've only just started supporting me, or you used to support me but you don't like Alphaland anymore, whatever it is, watching a video, leaving a thumbs up, leaving a comment, following me on Instagram, whatever it is, thank you so much, because I would have fuck all opportunities without it. I am practically nothing when it comes to that line of work without you guys, even my coaching. I'm nothing without my clients. I can't coach if I don't have clients. I owe everything to you guys, and I'm incredibly grateful. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. On with the clips. These are just some random like gym clips. I did an Instagram takeover, which was so exciting. Again, I've always had a thing about my accent and people thinking it's like disgusting and me. So to be able to go on like such a big platform like Alphaland's Instagram and do a takeover and talk was really cool. And I like repping for the northern girlies who sound like me, because fuck me, people in England like to make you feel like you're the most uneducated piece of garbage ever just because of how you talk.
Yeah, ladies, do it. Then up with the belly. Come on, bitch. Stop being a little girl. You can do it, bitch. Stop being a little belly. No pain, baby. Stop being a little belly.
Women, sorry, that was patronising. Women. I love women.
I don't know if I can qualify as a girl.
You should. No. Okay, I think so. Let me cut your cameras. That's what editing's for. We can cut it down.
You want to press play?
It's already pressed play. Oh, good, bro. Oh, make mine look big. Yeah.
We're going to do samples, but we're going live on Billy's Instagram. And we've got 3 cameras. Hello. So if we're not looking at our specific camera, it's because we're looking at another camera or the ID light. But we're going to show some samples of Bailey guy. These are Bailey's, that's right.
Should I go live?
Yeah,
I'm nervous. Do I just hit the button?
Yeah.
Oh, you have like, no, you have. Hi. You know how people hate when they're like, oh, I'm just waiting for people to
I'm just waiting for people to hop on.
Yeah, we're just gonna wait for a few more people to get on.
Oh, no.
No. Oh. What? Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
What's up?
Okie dokie. So, Alex brought me some samples from the alphaland sample sale. So we're gonna like take a peek. See what's in it. Yeah, because some of them are. So I guess Amy said it's like very similar to like Mandarin, which I agree with. The Mandarin omelet. So we did get this broth. This is a sample, which I feel like would be cute. Yeah. I feel like that would be cute. And this is a small.
Is this like natural makeup?
Yeah.
They haven't done that before, have they?
Yeah, I don't really like it. But I feel like it feels weird. It's more comfortable. I know I gotta work out in it. But it's like mesh right here with cups. And then I don't know, I feel like they're small. This looks like an extra small to me.
Yeah.
Like it's tiny. And the straps are I like the back. I think the back design is cool. Which girl? Huh? What? Alright.
Oh, they want
I'm just gonna won't be watching.
Or maybe like iterations.
Yeah.
Of these might launch, but no. These ones are scary.
These are. This is like marble ombre because there's nothing down.
Yeah, more for the
It
cushion,
feels like
ladies.
scuba-ish.
Cushion your ass.
What? Like a scuba.
Oh.
Like scuba material. Like what you go diving in.
I've never been diving.
I feel like it's sheer. It's like a V2 sample.
Yeah, because
Because it's got this sort of like waffling thing that I keep seeing.
Oh, that's a scrunch. Does the new V2 have this though? I feel like it's slightly different.
I think it's a bit different, but it's that sort of thing.
So this is what the side of it looks like. And then, what is this? Where's the back? And it's got very, very slight contouring. Still the new scrunch. 3-tier waistband. It's like a darker blue.
It looks a bit like purple. It looks a bit like oceania. I can never say that colour. You know the colour? It looks a little bit like that.
Yeah.
That's lovely.
And look at the back, guys.
So we see.
It literally dips down more. That's way more, right?
Yeah.
That's just like, that's a short scrunch.
Yeah. How well? It dips and then there's a gap, then scrunch.
Yeah. Wait.
That's not very.
Oh no, it is shorter. Hold on, let's show you. Let's show you guys. See that? Okay, when does this launch? It's not a launch, it's just samples.
We're just having fun.
I do want this color to come out though.
This material feels a bit like a material that I tried in October. But it would be Amplify. I think everything that has a scrunch comes under the Amplify collection. It will just have a different name.
You tried on V2 yet? You have, right?
No. I didn't get to try it. I tried other Amplify, but I didn't try V2. But one of the Amplify products I tried in October, I preferred to standard Amplify. But it wasn't V2. I don't know what it was. He said that some of the samples were like 2024, so.
Aww.
We've been waiting a while.
That's so sad.
I was just like reading the comments, like, I don't know if I'm gonna read the comments, I'm scared.
I can't even see, I'm not wearing glasses.
I feel like I barely said anything because I'm scared.
Alright, you guys, we're gonna eat some dinner. But I wanted to show you guys the samples I got. And I wasn't giving these, like, Alex was there, so she snagged me some stuff and I Venmoed her for it, so I paid for it. But I do want to give away some of the stuff.
Your Discord girlies. Your Discord
Hi! Oh my gosh, did you guys see the stuff?
You helped so good.
Oh, thank you. I think it burned my scalp. I was sitting there, and as soon as she put it on, I felt like my scalp was literally bubbling. British bird has a boyfriend, isn't she? Yeah. Say hi, Dan. I feel like all lives are just people like saying what people are saying. You said hi, Dan. Good job. It's like.
You know what you said? 2 + 2 + 3.
Oh. What? That was a little scary.
You ready?
Yeah, we're at the gym. We've got a vlogging section. Yeah! I'm vlogging better vlogging. But we're at the gym and we're going to go and train, and I've got to do the Instagram takeover today. It's Sunday, I've got to do the Instagram takeover. Before we do today, and we're going to train properly today because it's dead, because everyone is at the men's summer training show. So yeah. Christine, say hi. Slain. Hi, Amy. Oh, Bailey did our hair, by the way, I've not mentioned that. I'm Amy, one of Alphaland's UK athletes. It's a British takeover today, so with Josh covering more of the summer shredding side of things, I'm going to show you around the gym and a little bit more of what it's like to be an athlete at Alphaland. And we're going to start with a little tour of the VIP room, which is really, really cool. I've been here twice and it's one of my favourite things about Alphaland. It's stunning. Now we are in the athlete filming room. This is where people can come and do hauls. Girlies, we've got the girly stuff. We can freshen up makeup. We've got little hair bits, loads of cute minis, and ring lights for filming. This is where people do content, reels, YouTube hauls, everything. It even has a bar section, and then if we run around here, there's loads of games for everyone to play. Obviously it's hot in Texas. It's not like this in England, so the blinds are down, so that it stays cooler. And then if we go around here, I think we have some wild athletes. And this is where athletes come to chill. Does anyone want to say hi to Athlete's Story? Hello. Hi. Oh, hi Dylan. This is one of the athlete managers. Hi. We just got done with a training session and now it's time for a little giveaway. So we're going to be giving away a pump cover. All you need to do is come and find it and say electric. The first person to do so, you're going to get a free pump cover. We'll take you to the retail store and you can pick one out and that'll be yours to keep for free. So yeah, giveaway time. There is so much space here, and for anyone who gets like anxious in the gym, this little section at the back is always a lot quieter than these two gyms, which are always a lot busier. And if anyone is from the UK and was wondering if it's worth visiting, 100%, like 100% you need to come to this gym. It's definitely worth the trip to Houston. Okay, so we got done with a workout with a trainer here called David. I'm going to put his Instagram on the screen, but I am with Dan. Dan's here. I am with Christine, Corey, and we're just outside the gym. We've just been taking some pictures, and I just had a Bum Energy, the citrus one. It's really, really, really good. The guy was saying it just on Amazon. And I was just recommending, Dan's picked it up for the place. These are really, really, really good. I'm doing the Instagram takeover, so I need to take a couple more videos. I'm still waiting for someone to come up to me and say electric so that I can give away a pump cover. But the gym is... I really like my hair like this. It makes me want to dye my hair lighter. Because I feel like it looks lighter. I feel like it looks better. But yeah.
I've met loads of other people that I got on with really well. Someone that I got on with particularly well was Gio, and I did a training session with her, which I'm going to pop the clips in of here. We did her, I think it was a glutes and hamstring session, so I'll pop those clips in here, and we got some food afterwards. Post-workout fuel from Alpha Eats. I got the chicken quesadillas, which I got last time and I really liked. And yesterday I had the mac and cheese, which was good. Dan's got pesto chicken, and Gio's got
vodka, pen, pasta.
Stunning.
What are you drinking yet?
I'm getting drunk. So here I'm going to round up the vlog. I'm going to give you a little bit of tea, and I've got a little bit of a giveaway for you guys. So first of all, the giveaway, I brought back with me two Alphaland exclusive pump covers, which I think are only sold at Alphaland, so unless you go to Texas you can't get these. With that being said, if you live in Texas, don't enter this giveaway, because I want this to be people who would not have the opportunity to get these tops. So we've got these are both a size large, Alphaland, and then it's got the numbers on the back, size large like I said, and then we've got another pump cover. These are just the heavy cotton pump covers, and this one's Alphaland in that it's gradient writing, and there's nothing on the back of that one. All you have to do to enter the giveaway, comment down below something that you have overcome recently that you're really proud of. I feel like it's on theme with this vlog because I genuinely feel like I really overcame a lot of my social anxiety on this trip, and it's something
I've literally struggled with since I was a child. Like, I remember going to birthday parties and crying under tables because I just didn't want to speak to anyone, and I was just so scared of interacting with people and just so anxious as a child. I've always been like that. So yeah, comment down below something that you are proud of yourself for overcoming, and in about a week's time I will pick 2 of you, ship these out to worldwide. I can ship these anywhere. So yeah, I just thought I would do that to give back to you guys. Launch this month is a men's launch. I'll drop the PDF below. It's just tees, so it's these sort of tees. So it's got like a paisley print on it. I've got one from doing a shoot with them. Well, not a shoot, but the summer shredding day. I've got one from that. So it's like a paisley print, and then this is the long sleeve one. This is all I've got so far, but I will be doing a haul. That should be coming in next week. And it's the same materials like the wolf head long sleeves, similar to like the signature t-shirts fabric. So it's not the heavy cotton, it's the more sort of performance, sort of slick feel, as opposed to like structured heavy cotton. And it's not like the brushed crest tees, they were a lot more brushed. This is more like a slick sort of, if you've had the performance tees, sort of feels like that. But that's this month's drop. August, I'm not sure. I know that Kirby posted that she was working on some like creative stuff for August, but then this was after that post went up, we had a meeting with the new designer at alphaland, who is incredible. She is just the best, like the best of the best of the best. She is, yeah, that was also another huge highlight of the trip. I would honestly say meeting the Discord girlies, obviously making 2 new best friends in Belly and Christine, all our time together, we laughed together, we cried together, we really bonded well on the trip, and then meeting with the designer was a huge highlight of the trip. She is absolutely lovely, and she told us that there's not going to be a drop in August because they've got too much stock on the site, so they're going to like reshoot stuff and push that out through August to try and shift some stock on the site, but that could change. She said that things are changing all the time, so that's not set in stone, but there might not be a drop in August. And then September is when the really interesting stuff starts to happen. V2 I didn't get to try on, I didn't get to try them. We did get to try on some other new products which I'm going to go over. I'm going to give you some tea. Don't think I went to Texas and didn't bring my girlies back any tea. There was a few things I wanted to ask Christian, but he was on prep and he's like 2 weeks after his show, so we didn't get to spend any time with him, which is fine. And also, like, it was a holiday, you know, he hasn't paid for us to be there, so he probably actually didn't even know. Well, he did know that we were there because I did see him, but he didn't probably. Yeah, we didn't get to spend any time with him, but that's fine. But it just meant that there was a couple of questions like about EU customs and some other things that I wanted to ask him that I didn't get to ask him. We didn't get to try the V2 on, however, we did see the rack. Think like neutral colours, think mocha, I think there's like a lighter version of mocha, there's some sort of like plummy tones. This is across V2 and new Amplify. There's a new Amplify colour drop in which looks like Ivy, but with like a darker mouth through it. That was really pretty, and we saw the V2 drops all the way up until like February, I believe. In February there's a lot of sort of green shades like lime greens, darker greens, think like plummy, burnt oranges, browns, tones for fall. That's what it looks like, and I didn't see any longer shorts. So I do think, it's not confirmed, but I do think the V2 Amplify is only coming in the short shorts and the leggings, which I'm a little bit sad about because the short shorts in V2 look like the updated Amplify fit, which fits on me more like a 3.5 short. So even though they might be 4.5 inches, they fit like 3.5 on me and a lot of other people. So if you don't like the new length or like fit of the shorts, I don't think you're going to like the V2 shorts, but again, I didn't get to try them on. I think I might prefer the leggings in those because the shorts look very small, and I did like feel them and stuff. They feel a little less soft than normal Amplify, but I don't want to say too much because I've not got to properly try them, so I don't want to say too much. I'm getting pins and needles in my foot, so I've just had to come down a little bit. Just know there is so much newness coming. It's not just the V2 Amplify, brand new collections, brand new fabrics, and we did actually get these headbands to take away. This is the new fabric,
one of the new fabrics. They've got a few that they're working on, and it's sort of like a brushed, it feels like a line material. It's a nice material. The girls, the Discord girls, said it's like the Buff Bunny New Bray fabric. I believe that's what they said. Please correct me if I'm wrong, ladies. But I actually, one of them had a New Bray bra on, and I felt it, and it feels exactly like this. Such a good material, and we got to try new bras in this fabric. There's flares coming, and yes, they are long enough for taller people. The design lady is a taller girl herself, so she she gets it. Because a lot of the stuff recently with Alphalete, because the samples are done on the athletes that live in Houston who are all a little bit shorter, a lot of things are getting tweaked to fit shorter people better, which obviously is good for short people, but then it leaves the taller girlies all like me. I'm like average height, but I've got a very long torso. It leaves us behind. But she's a taller woman, and she's also got bigger natural boobs, so she's talking about making like A to C options for bras, and then C+ options for bras, which is something that I have harped on about for the longest time, and I'm so happy to see starting to be implemented. I made loads of notes, which I'm actually just going to pop on the screen, otherwise this video is going to be way too long, so hopefully you can screenshot those. I've shared what I can. I've not shared anything that's too much, and I've also, if you want the notes in like higher quality, I've shared them in my Discord group, and if you want to join my Discord group, DM me on Instagram and I will send you the link, just so I can make sure that there's no weirdos from YouTube going on into there. And I will also pop on the screen a couple of little pictures of some of the stuff that we tried on, and I've seen stuff for like spring next year. We've seen basically like the next 6 to 8 months of drops, and I'm not joking guys, like it's fire. I have been getting really bored of Amplify, not in the like I don't like it anymore, I don't want to wear it, but like how many times can we do the same product in different colours? I've been ready for new bras in particular for a very long time, and there's plenty of new bras coming. There's so much new stuff coming, and the flares that I tried on, genuinely one of my favourite things that I've seen from Alphalete in a very long time, and this new fabric is gonna just, it's really going to change the game, because it's going to be able to introduce some pieces to Alphalete that can be worn throughout the day, not just in the gym, because with Amplify sometimes you just want to get it off when you get home, because it is more of that sort of compressive fit. But yeah, I'm so excited for the next few months, and it was so nice of her to take time out of her day to let us try stuff on. Got given a lot of pump covers, which we were told were dropping at the end of July, but it doesn't look like they are. But I do think they'll drop at some point, so I'm going to show you all the new pump cover designs that I can. So this one comes in 2 different colourways. So this one is a black one. There's Learn, Dream, Be, Alphalete at the bottom, and then it says More, The Land, HTX. The one thing I will say about these pump covers is they feel smaller than the previous ones. This one just says Alphalete Athletics. Anyone from the UK, I don't think it's as popular in America because Christina Bailey didn't know what I was talking about. Is this not the Lonsdale logo? It looks like the Lonsdale logo. I'm not the biggest fan of this for that reason, because my dad wears Lonsdale and I'm not sure. Garth, I love Garth, we love Garth, but is he my fashion icon? I'm not sure. Although that man has been wearing cargos since I was born, and now they're in fashion. That is a lesson in wear what you want, because fashion is circular. It will always come right back around. I respect it, Garth. We respect it. And then that one's just plain on the back. But yeah, like I was saying, I got these in a large, and they feel somewhere between a medium and a large. And I did compare them to my Clove tee in a large, and they're not quite as wide. Yeah, some of them feel smaller than others as well. But yeah, then same in red. I feel like this one is really screaming Lonsdale because of the red. And then the black design also comes in white. I don't really like this one. I prefer it in the black. And then this is one of my favourite ones. I definitely really like this one. Just as Alphalete Athletics, and then it's got the little wolf logo, and then it's plain on the back. But I like this one because it's a bit different, and they don't do colours like this typically. And then this is my other favourite one. It just says Alphalete on the front, and it's not white, it's sort of like, so if I compare it to a white, it's like a creamy sort of colour. And then on the back,
It's just got this really cool print. So I really like this one and the blue one. So whenever these drop, if you were wondering, my favourite one is the blue one and this like nudie one. But yeah, I'm gonna leave this vlog here. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for making travels like this possible for me. It really is crazy. Like, I've never been to America before October, and now I've been twice, and like already looking to go back, not to Texas again, but I'd love to, like me, Bailey and Christine were saying, we'd love to go to like Florida or Miami. Like, I would have never thought I'd be doing stuff like this, because growing up we always did Europe, which is very very common for people in the UK, especially when we were part of the EU. And I've never been on long haul flights until the past year, and that's only because I'm able to afford to do so on my own now, because it's not something my mum and dad want to do, and that's fine. But it means obviously I have to fund those sort of things myself, and now I'm able to, and that's only because of you guys. So thank you so much for making a little Bradford girlie's dreams come true. I mean, like, we got a picture with Christian, and I was like, look at it, and I was like, this is mental. Like, 18-year-old me would have never thought I'd be having a conversation with Christian and he'd be like asking me about my dad, which he did, which was very nice. I really respect that about Christian. To ask about someone's dad, I feel like, well, first of all, it's a little bit random, but second of all, it shows that he does take a genuine interest in us as people, which it's just lovely, really, isn't it? It's just very nice. But yeah, lovely to see Dylan as well. Lovely to meet Christian, other Christian, a new athlete manager. Lovely to meet Stephanie. Just lovely to meet everyone. And yeah, now I have 2 new besties for life. But yeah, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed the vlog, and I will see you in my next video. Goodbye, guys.
Girl, I'll steal. Girl, I'll steal. Girl, I'll steal. Girl, I'll steal.
BS, because like the songs are 99% of the BBS anyway.
Hello, welcome to what is going to be, and I am saying it now, and when I say it, I mean it. This is going to be my shortest athlete haul in years, because this is just a men's drop. This drop is about pump covers, t-shirts, whatever you want to call them, but it's all for the men. Although obviously the girlies can cop some t-shirts too. So this is going to be a very short and brief video. The drop is July the 29th at 12 PM CST / 6 PM UK time. Yeah, I'm not going to sit and be like, this is my favourite drop ever, because obviously it's not, it's men's stuff, and I think your wallets are safe for a while, ladies. I don't think they're doing like an official drop until September now. I could be wrong, but I don't think they're doing a proper drop again until September. Could be wrong, don't hold me to it, but I think your wallet's safe for a while. So if you did want to pick up a bump cover, you've got until September to recover, so it could be an idea. I always forget to mention this in my videos, but I do have a discount code with Alphalete, which is also a support code because it helps my relationship with the brand. It's just Amy, it gets you guys 10% off if you ever use it. I know that some people don't like messaging, but if you do use it, please do message me, because I get back to absolutely everyone, and I really like to take time out of my day to properly thank people. And also I do giveaways every month for code uses. Details for that will be below. Now, I'm going to put the launch brief PDF on the screen just here, and it will also be linked in the description below. One thing I have to clear up quickly, because I've had like 4 or 5 DMs. I think people are getting a little bit confused, and I understand why it's been a little bit confusing. Ozone and the ultra soft dresses are not restocking, they're not relaunching, they've not changed them, they've not altered the product. All that's happened is, because this is a men's drop, Alphalete have very kindly allowed us to pick some Ozone or ultra soft dress pieces up in order to promo them, because obviously this is a men's drop, so it's some women's product to push. However, as you can see, I've just got 2 Ozone pieces. I did not pick up any ultra soft dresses because
I don't use them. I actually donate the ones that I had to charity. I don't use them. I don't wear them. They're not bad dresses. They're nice, but if I'm gonna get a dress, I'm gonna be getting it from somewhere else. It's just not to my taste. It's good quality, it's just not to my taste. And then for Ozone is probably one of my least favourite collections Alphaland has ever done. It's the stuff that's made of the recycled material, and I'll very quickly show you the two pieces I picked up, but I'm not going to spend ages reviewing them. If you want the full in-depth review, because like I said, this is just old stock being pushed out. This is nothing has changed about it whatsoever. I'm going to leave my Ozone review below, but this is their only, I think, full collection that is made from recycled materials, which props to them for, but with that being said, it's more of like a stiff, sort of thicker material. It's not super soft. The bottoms I don't like at all. Like I said, I'm going to leave our review link down below, but just to very quickly summarise, the bottoms I don't like at all. The full length tanks, like the vest full length tanks, and I did actually order some, but for whatever reason they didn't come. They are one of my favourite Ozone products. They like snatch you. If you were going to pick something up from the Ozone collection, that would be something I recommend. Just shapes you really, really, really nicely. They're a good quality material. However, having said that, do I reach for them loads and wear them loads? No, it's not an item that I reach for a lot, because I tend to wear either just sports bras or oversized boot covers. That tends to be what I wear. Then they had two other tops, so they've got the crop tanks, which this is probably my most worn Ozone piece, and this is why I picked it up in black. I wear either an extra small or a small. This is in a small. I would recommend sizing up in the black, because this was definitely harder to get on than like my extra small pistachio top, for example. This is my most worn Ozone piece. Comes with removable padding, which you can take out. The logo is just a sticker logo, and then it has a sort of paneling detailing on the front and back. More in-depth review will be linked below. I can wear an extra small or a small in these, but if you are going to pick up the black, I would recommend that you size up. And then I wanted to give the mock necks another go, because I always see Bailey wearing them and I just think she looks so cool. But having tried this on again, it's like a high neck crop long sleeve. There's no quality issues with these guys. I think it just comes down to personal taste. It's not the comfiest fabric. It's very sort of thick and compressive. I prefer more like the stratus crops, or like the amplified crops, and for me, I'm very sweaty. The mock neck, it's just very claustrophobic. I wanted to try it again. I got it in a size small. Size small would be my perfect size in there. It doesn't come with removable padding in this either. I wanted to try it again, like I said, because I've seen it on Bailey, but I think it just suits Bailey's aesthetic. Having tried it on again today, I don't really love it. It's not something I'm going to reach for, and I'm probably going to end up giving this away. So if anyone wants this, let me know, because I don't think I'm going to get much use out of this, so there's not much point in me keeping it. I'll keep one of these for review purposes, but I've already got one that I keep. So if anyone wants this black mock neck long sleeve, let me know. I really wanted to like fall in love with these, because Bailey looks so cool when she wears them, but I think it just suits her aesthetic. It's not practical for me, like for how hot I get in the gym, and I don't feel like it suits me. I could be wrong, but I don't feel like it suits me, so yeah. We're meant to be like pushing these. I'm probably not doing a very good job of doing it, but I think it'd be very transparent if in my review I was like, I don't really like this collection, and a year later all of a sudden I'm like, I actually really like it. But yeah, the crop tops and the full length tanks are my favourite Ozone pieces. If you've got any questions on the Ozone collection, leave them below. I will leave my original review linked below. So as you'll have seen, it's a very small drop, guys. We've got 5 colourways. We've got white, athletic grey, yellow, turquoise and black. They are coming in a raw cut tank, they are coming in a print short sleeve tee, and they are coming in the long sleeve tee. So these all colours are coming in every single product, but those are the only things that drop in, as well as these caps. And as I've got the cap in my hand, I may as well just talk about it. This is a Colgate vintage cap. They've already dropped these in colourways before. I've got the black and seashell, and the seashell and black, I think it is. So I've got the cream one and I've got the black one. I love these caps. I'm not a hat person. I have one bucket hat that suits me. Tell me why bucket hats are so hard to find one that actually suits your head, but I have one that suits me, and we love her. But other than that, I really struggle with hats. I don't think I'm a hat person. These hats I really like. Dan prefers the sort of basketball cap, whereas these are more of sort of like a dad hat, much more like flat, whereas a basketball hat is more like this and like structured and round. They look ridiculous on my head as well. This is like my favourite kind of cap. This is what the grey one looks like on me. So it's got the alphaland logo here. This is also coming in white and black, and the black has the alphaland logo in yellow. When I first started wearing caps, I think it's in a haul actually from about 3 years ago. I want to say it's the August 2021. I used to hate these caps. I used to think I looked like I worked at McDonald's, but I feel like as time's gone on, I have an appreciation for these hats. I actually really like them. I feel like if I take this off, my hair's probably going to be ruined, so I might actually just leave the hat on. So yeah, I actually really like this cap. This is the athletic grey colour. It's showing up a little lighter on camera than it is in person. The picture that I'm going to pop up here is very true to colour. That is exactly how this cap looks. They come in one size. It's fully adjustable at the back. Yeah, I'm going to have to keep the hat on. It's fully adjustable at the back. You've got a metal sort of clasp with the little wolf logo. I'm glad they've gone back to this because the drop, not the last drop of these hats, I actually am going to have to fully keep this hat on. What a stupid idea it was to put this hat on. Oh my god, I'm dumb as hell. The last time they dropped these hats, but maybe the time before. They changed it from a metal clasp to this weird brown leather one that was super flimsy, and it didn't even have the alphaland logo on it. It was like an Eiffel Tower logo on it. I didn't like the back of that cap. I liked the front of it. It was like a really cool vintage looking one. Absolutely hated the back of that cap. These ones are the metal ones, the way better ones. I actually really like these caps, and also I've just been bending it. You should always bend the beak, as Dan calls it. When I don't bend it, it looks ridiculous. So if when you get this, if you buy it, it looks weird, just go like this with the edge, and sometimes I have to re-bend it, and I keep bending it throughout this video. But yeah, and it's got the sort of like worn-in, vintagey look. I really like these hats now. I don't care if I look like I'm giving welcome to McDonald's, can I take your order? I think even if it was, what's wrong with that? So I'm going to move on to the tops now. So these are all, like, the theme with this drop is paisley print. So if you don't know what paisley print is, think sort of like what they put on bandanas. Sorry, that's my coaching clients. Think what they put on like bandanas. That is what paisley print is. However, the logo looks different, or like the print, should I say, looks different on every sort of piece. So there's a difference between how the logo looks on the raw tank. There's a difference between that and the t-shirt and the long sleeve, but then even like the same colour sometimes varies. So I'll pop that clip in here so you can see exactly what they look like, because some of them are very subtle and some of them aren't. It's very confusing. The stringer vest, and obviously it's a massive logo on the stringers, and the paisley print is a lot more obvious, whereas on the long sleeve it's in this really nice sort of aqua-ish colour. I definitely prefer this, and I feel like it's not as obvious on this. It almost looks, from a distance, it looks like a leopard print. So it definitely varies between pieces. And then this is a black long sleeve. Honestly, unless you look super up close on this, you can't really tell because it's like tonal. It's like yellow and then a slightly darker yellow for the paisley print, so that one's not obvious at all. The shirt is a little more obvious because it's sort of cut out. So the black one with the yellow, and then the grey is a solid black one with grey. So the paisley print on this is in like a darker grey, not as obvious as the black one, I don't think. And then the grey long sleeve, again, it's the grey with a slightly lighter grey. Again, it's really not obvious unless you're up close. The yellow t-shirt, you can see there slightly. It's sort of two different shades of blue, but they're very close, so it's super subtle on this.
And then on the blue long sleeve, again, it's sort of similar to the white. It looks sort of like leopard print from a distance. So yeah, that's how the logo and paisley print looks on all the tops I've got. That's how the logos look. I've got something in every colour, and something that I always like to do with my hauls now is to put like a little lookbook in with Amplify, especially with pump covers, or just to give you guys outfit ideas so you don't feel like, you know, for example, when there's an Amplify drop, that you need every single new Amplify colour. And when there's pump covers, good to know what sort of colours you might already have in your wardrobe, whether it's like an OG Amplify or one of the newer drops, things that are still on the site if you were looking to pick up a full outfit. So I've done a good mix. I'm going to pop in my little lookbook here where I've paired each different colour with some different looks. The only one I didn't do loads for was black because it's black but it has a yellow logo, so I tied it to the only yellow Amplify that we have. It's giving hatchy yellow. Welcome to the lookbook. We have got Twilight Amplify with the yellow t-shirt first. I think yellow and purple are complementary colours. So yeah, that's Twilight, and then if you want to go a little bit brighter, electric purple. And also if you don't have Twilight, that'll be really hard to get your hands on because they don't sell it anymore. So it would be unfair to do that without doing electric purple. This is definitely more out there outfit. And then to tone it down, I put it with pea blue. It ties in really nicely with the logo. And then I'm also showing you it goes really well with ocean as well. That's the ocean leggings. Moving on to turquoise, we've got turquoise with ocean. These are pretty much a dead match. If you wanted like a whole set, that would be the colour you would need. Ocean Amplify. Rose, weird, I know because it's pink, but I feel like they're so muted, they complement each other quite well. I quite like this one, it surprised me. Charcoal, another one, banger, very similar tones. What is next? I think is linen next. Linen is next. Linen Supremacy. This is just another example. It goes with everything. A nice little neutral fit, but not grey, because sometimes grey can be boring. But we've also done grey. Storm grey with the turquoise tee there. Biker Supremacy also, like, looking at this, my ass looks so much better in the bikers in the 4.5. We need those back. Athletic grey with storm grey. I've compared it to the other greys in this video, but yeah, it looks really, really good with all the greys. I did storm grey here because bikers, essentially, that's the only reason why. Linen, again, another neutral fit, but not grey on grey, but keeping things nice and light, low. Then I did it with charcoal. Charcoal's like a bluey sort of greeny grey, and I really like how these look together. Then I put it with digital violet if someone wants a bit more of a bright outfit. This grey will pretty much go with most colours, to be honest. But yeah, I like it with digital violet. I also like it with the magenta bikers for like a little pop of colour. If you want something a little bit bright to go with the grey. Love grey and pink always. Black with the yellow ombre, which I never ever ever wear. But if anyone does have the yellow ombre, they're incredibly see-through, but if you do have them, it actually ties in quite nicely with the yellow on the black tee. And then I just did it with chai as well. I don't know why. I just think it looks good, but black goes with anything. And then moving on to white, I've done white with Galactic Ocean. Really like this. This is what I train legs in. And then I did it with jade because the logo's sort of green blue, so it ties in with the logo again. Really like that. I put it with ocean, ombre amplify. It looks really, really good with that if you were looking for something to tie in with that. And then I paired it with a pair of joggers for like a nice full body, flex, oversized fit. And it's very, very comfy. It's giving pure comfort. Then the stringer with the pea blue bike shorts, just because the logo looks like pea blue. Yeah, enjoy. But you guys know I like to do my colour wheels. I've not had time to do them yet, and the lighting is going, so it's not going to be very accurate. So I'm going to pop those on my Instagram tomorrow. So head over to my Instagram, it's just at amyrookes, and I will do some colour wheels on there tomorrow or at some point before the launch. I don't have time to do it and get this video up in time for the launch, which is why it's not in this video. However, there are some colours that are very similar to Amplify colours. So if you were looking for a dead match, I have done the athletic grey, I've done the turquoise, and I've done the yellow. So I'm going to pop that clip in here. So the yellow in the t-shirt, this is the yellow ombre that they did. It's a little bit lighter. The t-shirt's a bit more bright yellow. This one's more of like a, I mean, it's still yellow, but it's like a creamier yellow, but they're pretty close. In terms of the blue t-shirt, charcoal is similar but not dead on. I'd say the closest are Ocean and Pure Blue. Ocean is here, Pure Blue is there. Galactic Ocean, not super close. This always shows up more blue on camera anyway, but it's actually turquoise. And then Rainfall, which I would say is a little more blue. Whereas Ocean and Pure Blue have got a little bit more sort of green in, and I feel like the t-shirt does as well. So hopefully that helps. Also, this is showing up more grey on camera than blue, but I promise you it is blue. And then moving on to the greys, I know I'm going to get asked about this. So Storm Grey is here. That's how similar it is to that. We have Medium Grey here, and Utility Grey, which is really bobbled. I also have Thundercloud, but that's in the wash at the moment. It goes with all the greys. I wouldn't say it's like a dead match for any. I'd say it's like a little bit lighter, but I'd probably say it goes well with all the greys pretty equally, to be honest. But yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the products in the order that they are in on the PDF. So first of all, I just picked up one tank because, for obvious reasons really, obviously I'm more interested in the t-shirts and the long sleeves as a girl, but I have to say these look really, really good on the guys. Like I've seen, obviously I can see Mo on the PDF, it looks really, really good on him, and I've seen a couple of the guys wearing these on story posts and stuff this week. The raw tanks, guys, if you are looking to have something that just makes it like an absolute muscle, we've got muscle mummies, so maybe we can have muscle daddies, I don't know. Let me know if that's just a big fat ick, big fat no, but it will make you look like a muscle daddy. Yeah, we'll go with daddy. The clue is in the name, so all the seams on this are raw cut, which means they sort of like roll at the edge, like there's no seam, it's just raw cut. So when things are raw cut, they tend to sort of roll at the edge. Something to note, however, is the bottom is not raw cut. The bottom has a proper seam, and it sort of scoops front and back, so you've got sort of like scoop finish at the bottom. And then yeah, it's very low cut, very, very, very widely cut around the armpit, and then the logo. This is the biggest and definitely the most obvious paisley print, and this is the white, and it's sort of like a ocean, pure blue, sort of dull blue colour, and then the bits around and athletics underneath is in black. So material on this, and I will say the raw cut tanks feel thinner than the t-shirts and the long sleeves. I don't know if that's just because it's raw cut or maybe they were made thinner, but regardless, do feel lighter than the t-shirts and the long sleeves. Just something to be aware of. The fabric blend, according to the PDF, is 94% cotton, 6% spandex. The cotton blend, the blend according to the label is 94% cotton, 6% elastane. So I actually just googled this because I was getting confused. It's the same thing. Elastane is the same as spandex. What I found on Google, it says that spandex tends to be used in America, elastane tends to be used in the European region. So maybe that's the reason for the difference in wording between the PDF and the label, but the label does say elastane. But according to Google, that's the same thing. I'm not 100% sure, I'm not an expert, because I did actually look at the Colligate tee, because as soon as I took these out of the bag, I was like, these feel very similar to the Colligate in terms of the fabric. Obviously the tanks feel thinner, but the t-shirts and long sleeves feel the exact same as the Colligate tee did, but the Colligate tee said spandex and these said elastane, and I was like, hey, they feel the exact same. Apparently it's the same thing. So yeah, I got size small in this. Ladies, if you are to get something like this, I do think it looks cool, and I've shown you sort of 3 different ways you can wear it. You can wear it full length, you can wear it just tucked in at the back, or you can wear it tucked in all the way around. If I was to wear this, I'd probably wear it tucked into a sports bra all the way around. If you are going to wear it, I would definitely recommend that you wear a lower cut sports bra. So the
newer fit tri bras would work really well with this, and also the wrap bras work really well with this. You wouldn't want a high cut bra under this because it's just going to look a little bit weird, but size small is like my normal top size, and this gives a nice oversized sort of fit on me. So yeah, I mean, if I was really interested in this, I would get a size small. Obviously, I'm not super interested in this, I just got one so I could at least review it. And yeah, obviously it's hard to comment on sizing for men because this might be true to size for me as a woman, but this is a men's fit, if that makes sense. So whilst it might be oversized on me, and I'm usually a size small in women's, maybe a guy who is usually a size small might try this in a size small, and it might not be the oversized fit on him. So guys, I would recommend scoping out some of the male athletes, because the sizing advice I'm giving is based off me as a woman trying men's sizing. Obviously, these are not, they can be worn unisexually, but they're made to fit men, if that makes sense. But yeah, I'm happy with a size small. Looks cute, like when it's tucked in all around, but I probably won't get much use out of it. But if this is your sort of thing, definitely a nice quality sort of piece. Very lightweight, you could definitely get away with training in this, and it does make your shoulders look really, really good. It makes your shoulders look good, ladies. Guys, I just think it'll make probably everything look good. It does look good on the guys. So yeah, that is this. Okay, so now I'm gonna go over the paisley print short sleeve t-shirt. I've got this in yellow, I've got it in athletic grey, and I've got it in the black as well. So obviously the athletic grey has got the black and grey logo, the yellow has the sort of turquoisey logo, and then the black has the yellow logo. In terms of details on this, you've got a crew neckline. It's down as relaxed fit. I would say this is an oversized fit. It's most similar in terms of like how wide it is and how big the sleeves are to the Colgate one, which is one of their most oversized t-shirts. The only thing is this one's a little shorter, and I will put in some clips to show you guys that. It doesn't say it's got dropped shoulders, but the shoulders look dropped to me. They definitely come down quite low, and then yeah, you've just got like a boxy fit. It's not rounded at the bottom, it's just straight across, and this is not a raw hem piece, so you've got seams all the way around. I got these in mediums and larges. Straight away the medium fits a lot better. The large definitely fits. I'm not going to be like I won't wear the large, I probably will, but the large is bordering on looking like pyjamas on me because of how big it is, which happened with the Colgate tee. I think when I ordered these, because it said relaxed fit, I didn't think maybe I should try a small and a medium, and I actually only got one medium and two larges. I wish I'd got them all in a medium. It's not the end of the world because I wear them tucked anyway, but when these are untucked, they look like pyjamas in the large, and also even when I tuck the large, the sleeves are just a bit too long for me, and it's a bit too oversized on me. So I would definitely say if you have a Colgate tee from alphaland, the one that's got the big logo on the back, go with the same size in. This one is just a little bit shorter in the body, so keep that in mind, but in terms of like the boxiness, it's very, very, very similar to that fit. If you have the heavy cotton pump covers, so for example, I would usually get a large in the heavy cotton pump covers, I would say go down a size from whatever size you prefer in those, in these, because these fit like the Colgate tees. And here, I'm going to pop in a clip comparing these to the brushed cotton tee, comparing these to the Colgate tee, and comparing these to the heavy cotton pump cover in terms of fit and stuff. Compared to some of the other t-shirts, fabric-wise, it's most similar to the Colgate tees. I'd say, to be honest, I can't really tell the difference between the two. They feel the exact same. But in terms of fit, the neckline on these t-shirts is a little less wide. With the Colgate, I definitely get some of my sports bra showing. With this one, I don't really. These are both size medium. Also, the Colgate one comes a little bit lower. And then in terms of the overall fit, and by the way, I will do measurements and put them in the description box. But width, it's most similar to the Colgate tee. Like, this is pretty much the exact same as the Colgate tee. It's just a little bit shorter. I want to say maybe like an inch shorter in like total body length. And then in terms of the sleeves, you've got the sort of dropped shoulder. It's a little bit more dropped than it is on the Colgate tees, and also the sleeves are a tiny bit wider
So as you can see, they're a tiny bit wider and they're definitely a little bit bigger as well. So with the colligate tees, a lot of people size down maybe from what they'd get in the heavy cotton. If you're interested in these tees, I would recommend that you do the same thing again, because they run closest in sizing to these and fit and everything like that. Compare it to the brushed cotton tees. Obviously the fabric is completely different. This is brushed cotton. This is like slick performance sort of feel. If you've had a performance tee or a colligate tee, that is what this fabric feels like, sort of cold to touch, whereas these are like brushed cotton, super soft. Neckline is similar in width, but the brushed cotton one comes a little bit sort of lower, definitely scoops down a bit more. Overall sort of terms of like body fit, the length is very similar to the brushed cotton tees. As you can see, there's not really much in it. However, the body on these is more similar to the colligate tees, so it's a lot more of like a boxy, wider cut, wider sort of fit, so that's the sort of difference in the body. And then if we take a look at the sleeves, the brush ones are less of like a drop shoulder, these are more dropped, so the shoulder seam is there, on these it's here. And then if we take a look at the sleeves, yeah, the sleeves are wider on this tee than the brushed cotton one. Then compared to the heavy cotton unisex tees, it looks like this one won't come up as high neck, but the neck hole is a lot smaller on the heavy cotton tee, so this is definitely the highest neck pump cover t-shirt that they have to offer. And then, yeah, this is the new t-shirt, and then more of a dropped shoulder than the heavy cotton tees as well, as you can see. And again, these are both size medium, by the way. The sleeves are bigger and sort of boxier. And then if we move down and have a look at the overall fit, the heavy cotton pump covers are actually a little bit longer, by probably about an inch-ish. They're a tiny bit longer. In terms of the fit on the body, the new t-shirts compared to the heavy cotton, again, it's that more boxy fit, very similar to the colligate tees if you got any of those. It's a little bit wider. And like I mentioned before, in terms of material, this is still the 94% cotton, 6% spandex. These do feel thicker than the raw cut tank, but that could be because these aren't raw cut maybe, or maybe they just made the tanks super like thin and stretchy, because I feel like that is typical for like that sort of, you know, very exposed nipple. What would be the right word? Nipple skimming tank. I feel like that's a sort of, it would probably need to be a bit thinner. The t-shirts do feel a little bit thicker and a little bit heavier, which I definitely don't mind. But yeah, if you have a performance tee from alphaland, or if you have a colligate tee, that is the most similar fabric. It's a sort of cold to touch, slick feeling fabric. With the heavy cotton, you've got more of a sort of stiff, creases very easily, not soft feel. It's a heavy cotton feel. It's not soft, and it's sort of like a rigid fabric. It just sort of like stays in position. Then you've got the colligate tee, which, like I said, is very similar to this, and then you've got the brushed cotton tees, which are the clue's in the name, brushed cotton, very soft. I like training in those, but they were definitely made for more of a lifestyle piece. Personally, it's one of my favourite t-shirts to train in, but if you didn't like the brushed cotton tees to train in because you found them a bit too brushed and like a bit too soft, and because they're so sort of brushed, very sort of like, I'm getting very hot in this t-shirt, because even though they're lightweight, with the brushed cotton it can get very hot and sweaty, you will probably prefer these. And if the colligate tee or the performance tee is your favourite feel, or your man's favourite feel, they will like these ones better than the heavy cotton and the brushed cotton. In terms of which one I prefer, I actually like them all, and I spoke about this in the video where I reviewed the brushed cotton tees, which I think was 2 launches ago. I like them all for different reasons, and I still wear my heavy cotton ones, I still wear my colligate ones, I still wear my brushed cotton ones. Recently my most worn is my brushed cotton one, because I just love how soft it is, but I definitely think, especially now I've got this really nice yellow, and I really like the grey as well, I definitely think I will probably gravitate towards these. Obviously it's very hard, not hard, definitely not hard, it's a very nice problem to have, but when you do this for a job, you get so much stuff that if you ever don't see me wearing something for months and you think, you fake bitch, you said you like that, it's not because I'm a fake bitch. You guys know if I don't like something,
I'll be very, very honest about it. But we get so much stuff, and part of this is testing the stuff out. So if you ever don't see me in something for months, unless I tell you I've gone off it, it's probably just because I've had to try out new things. So yeah, I like all the t-shirts for different reasons. This says sweat wicking breathable material. Personally, I would say my sweat is the worst in the brushed cotton, and then this would be second. Obviously I've not sweated in these yet, but it's the exact same as the Colgate fabric, and when I took the Colgate tee into the back of my sports bra and going to do a leg day, when I untuck it, the bit that was tucked into my back is a completely different colour. These definitely will show sweat. So if you're bothered about that, go for black, because every other colour, or white, every other colour is going to show sweat. If that bothers you, go for black or white. It does definitely dry quicker than the brushed cotton one does in terms of sweat. These are the t-shirts. I do definitely really like these, and if I had to pick a colour, I'm kind of bummed I didn't get the turquoise in this. I got it in the long sleeve, but I wish I got it in the t-shirt as well. I really like the yellow t-shirt because I like it with the turquoise logo on the shoot. Well, not the shoot, but like a content day that we did. They put Chana, I really don't want to say her name wrong. She's so beautiful. I'm like, ugh. So beautiful. But they put her in this with Ocean, and as soon as I saw that, I was like, as soon as we're able to pick these things, I'm gonna get that. So I really like this with sort of blues, and then I think the yellow and grey I'll probably wear the most. The black, there's nothing wrong with it, but I don't really reach for black t-shirts much, I'm not gonna lie. Oversized ones anyway. Obviously I've got a black t-shirt on right now, but in terms of pump covers, I like to go with something a bit lighter, or like a brighter colour. So yeah, the grey and the yellow are definitely my favourites, and the turquoise as well, but I've only got that in the long sleeves, which I'm going to move on to now. So I've got 4 of these. I've got 2 in a size small and 2 in a size medium. So I've got the white one, which has got this sort of like very pretty aqua logo on it, and I've got the turquoise, which has got white and grey on it in terms of the logo. I've got the black, which has a yellow logo, and then I've got the athletic grey, which has a sort of black and grey logo. So the black and the grey are in mediums, and these 2 are in a size small. In terms of details, very quickly, let me just run you through them. You've got, again, a crew neckline style. However, something to note on these is that this is a lot wider on the long sleeve than it is on the t-shirts. Now, I actually prefer this, and I'm going to pop in a little comparison here, show you guys what I mean about the neckline, which I only notice because when I wear the signature tees and stuff, I like that I can see my sort of sports bra, which I know that some other people like as well. So in the long sleeves in this drop, I get more of a peeking of my sports bra. These are both a medium, but in the t-shirt version, I get less. I do actually sort of prefer the cut of the neck on the long sleeve as opposed to the t-shirt. I'm hoping you can see here, it's cut sort of different. So if you like the sort of like little bitty sports bra and show, I'd recommend going with the long sleeve. Personally, still love the t-shirts, but I do really like this sort of neckline. I wish it was this neckline on the tees too. But yeah, I really like it when you can see my sports bra sort of here. I think it looks really pretty and really sort of feminine, which I think is why sometimes I reach for like my signature tee, or by the way, that's a very similar fabric to this, pretty much the exact same. Signature tee or my Colgate tees a little bit more than my heavy cotton pump covers, because they're very high neck, and I think it looks really cute and feminine when you can see a sports bra. But in the t-shirts you kind of can't. This one is, for whatever reason, cut a little bit wider and a little bit lower, so you get a little bit more of clavicle on show in this. That's just something to be aware of. But yeah, crew neckline, logo in the middle, which is just sort of like stickered on, it's not like sewn in or anything. And then nice long sleeves. Again, this is not a raw hem like the tank. You've got a nice cuffed wrist there, and then at the bottom it's just sort of straight across, so it's not like a scoop bottom.
like the tank is, it's a straight across bottom. I got these, I wasn't sure what size to get, but luckily I got this white one from Texas. This is what they put me in. So yeah, the size small I knew was probably about right, but I wanted to try a medium as well to see the sort of difference. There's not a huge difference other than the medium is obviously a little bit wider, and as you'll see in the try-on clips, the cuffs on the sleeves aren't as tight in the medium and the sleeves are a little bit longer. There's not a big difference in it, but I would say the size small is completely fine for wearing untucked and for wearing tucked as well. So I would honestly say, even if you're wanting like a oversized fit, you can still go with your normal top size. I don't think you massively need to go up. You can if you want to, if you want a hugely oversized fit, but I'm normally small in tops and a small in these, as you've seen, is pretty oversized on me. So sizing with this, it depends how oversized you want it, but if you go with your normal top size, it will still be oversized. Really nice length as well. The small on me pretty much covers my bum and the medium completely covers my bum. So if you want to wear it full length and you don't like having your bum out, these will cover the bunda. And the fabric again is the exact same as the t-shirts, feels the exact same thickness. Again, the only difference is sort of how the logo is done. So the logo on these, it says Alpha Athletics with the paisley print in it, and then the logo on the t-shirts is the wolf logo. That's the main difference, and the neckline as well is obviously a little bit of a difference. These are long sleeve, those are short sleeve, but other than that, they're pretty much the same. I would be intrigued to see how a size small in the t-shirts fits on me, to be honest, just because a size small in this is completely fine, but I do find the long sleeves to be a little bit longer in the body than the t-shirts, just by like a tiny little bit. They're a little bit longer in the body. The long sleeves more likely to wear fully out, but with both, I like how these look if you tuck them all the way around the sports bra, or if you just tuck them in the back. I think that looks really cute as well, but I like all three ways of styling. The t-shirt's more likely to tuck either just in the back or tucking in the front and the back, and the long sleeve I will wear fully out. I will wear it tucked all the way around and tucked in the back. And I did actually train in the white one because, like I said, I brought this back from Texas with me and I've washed it once. Something to be aware of is the tag does like completely disintegrate in the wash. Although this is a tearaway tag, so I should probably just do it. I just did it. Do as it says and tear it away. But yeah, the tag gets pretty janky in the wash, so I would recommend that you just take that off. But I did actually train in this long sleeve on Monday when I went to the gym. I did legs and it was completely fine. I didn't feel the need to take it off. I wasn't overheating. It's definitely a breathable material, definitely more breathable than, for example, the heavy cotton. You can get quite hot in that. I like training in all three fabrics, the brushed cotton, this fabric, the heavy cotton. I like training all three, but if you are someone who finds a heavy cotton too heavy to train in, you might prefer this one. So that is it for this haul, guys. If you were interested on my top picks, these are not top picks in the sense of like, you know, an Amplify 6.5 Biker Bundalicious 3000 top pick, like you need this item. I don't think you need any of these items, especially if you've already got pump covers. I have got so many pump covers now to the point where I am going up to random people in the gym if I see them wearing an athlete pump cover and I'm saying, hey girl, do you want any pump covers? Because I've got two, obviously not in that accent, I've got too many pump covers. If you are someone who has an obsession with pump covers, I'm begging you, reassess it. You can only use so many t-shirts. If you already have 20 pump covers, I can guarantee you probably don't need these. Maybe the yellow, because they've not done a yellow before, but you probably don't need these. So this is not a top picks in the sense of like a 6.5 biker top pick, because that, you need that in your life. Quite frankly, you do actually need that in your life. But yeah, just I think, you know, with activewear and stuff, you can sometimes not realise just how much you've got, which is ironic coming from me, but I do this for work. But yeah, you don't need any of these items. I wouldn't say any of these are an absolute must-have, but if you were in the market for purchasing, and if I was purchasing myself, I would pick up a long sleeve, and I would also probably get 1 or 2 t-shirts, and my favourite colours in the t-shirt, I really like the yellow, the athletic grey and the turquoise, but I don't have the turquoise, so for argument's sake we will say I would probably get the yellow and the turquoise because I've got a million greys. I don't need another grey, so I would probably do yellow and turquoise. If I was buying with my own cash money, what would I spend my money on? I'd probably go yellow and turquoise in the tees, and I would go with a size medium. And then in the long sleeves, I really like the white, purely because I actually really like the colour of the logo on this. I think it's really pretty. I'd love an amplified colour in this. It's probably more similar to the ocean ombre, but I would love an amplified colour in this. Yeah, the white is probably like an absolute staple, and I do like the turquoise as well, but as we've just done turquoise for the t-shirt, we're going to go with grey, because I do actually really like this grey as well. So grey and white for the long sleeve, the cap as well, and I would probably do grey. I don't really like white caps on me, it makes me look weird, and the black and yellow just isn't my thing really, which is why I've not put black in any of my top picks. I'm just not a huge fan of yellow, which is ironic because I just said a yellow t-shirt, but I don't like black and yellow together. It's very stark, it's very contrasting, and I'm not sure it's for me. So yeah, I'm going to leave this video here. If you are shopping with my code at the weekend, please message me so I can say thank you, and I will also be giving away some gift vouchers to people who enter my giveaway and use my code this month as well. Yeah, if you do want to pick up a pump cover, whoa, that's a tongue twister, you are safe for the next, until September, I'm going to say. And trust me, if you watch my vlog, if you know, you know. And if you didn't watch my vlog, you don't know. But you are not ready for the drops that are coming up. There's some really good drops. So maybe just get 1 pump cover if you want to save your coin, but you've got August to recover. We've got August to recover. If anyone has got any questions that I've not covered in this video, please comment them below. Or you want to see a really specific outfit combo, see if it goes with a previous amplified colour that I've not included in this video, comment below or DM me on Instagram and I will shoot you over a picture or shoot you over an answer to your question. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for supporting the videos, the hauls, the support with alphaland. However you choose to support me, thank you very, very, very much. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it. Subscribe if you want to, if you haven't already. I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye.
We're specifically two X-Men books. There's that Rogue, Magneto, Storm.
Hello, welcome back to another video.
The Wolverine book, which was very much its own thing, even though it was all in shared continuity. And the Generation X book as well. I like that. That was called Generation Next. They all got retitled. Generation Next gave us Chris Botchell on the awesome. And it gave us a Mary, Kitty Pryde, and Colossus as leaders of a team of young men. So that was kind of cool. The X-Men books gave us a huge, big, juicy role for Magneto. He was the leader against, this totally heartbreaking, dystopian future.
Started my last weekly vlog with my heatless rollers in, and I'm starting this week's vlog with another heatless curling, but this time I've only done it in 2 sections, so I've done it slightly differently, so I'll take it out and show you. But it's Wednesday today. I'm starting a kind of weekly vlog. I might run it into the start of next week, because this week's video is going to be a favourites video, so I've got time to film this into next week. It doesn't have to be done by Saturday, which is why I'm starting it a bit later. It's just going to be a bit of a different week than the week together, so I'm going to take these out. Like I said, when I've been doing them before, I've done 3. So if you watched the last weekly vlog I did, you'll have seen I did one, a skinny one, and then a thicker one. This time I've done 2. Because I feel like my hair was very curly and I did love it, but I'm not doing anything crazy today, so I kind of just want more of a relaxed kind of blowout. Also, I did the collagen mask last night, but like the gel one, so the one where you squeeze it on your face and you then peel it off. It's very satisfying, but I'm not gonna lie guys, I'll use it up because I've got a full bottle. I really don't feel like it does anything. My skin looks shiny when I've just done it, then it feels dry, then like 10 minutes later my skin looks back to normal, if not a little drier than usual. So I don't really feel like it actually does anything. And also I have literally seen online that you can only get the benefits from collagen from ingesting it. I'm pretty sure it can't make its way through your actual skin barrier. If you're a dermatologist, please tell me if I'm wrong on that. Obviously I've only done it in 2 sections this time, so this is how the bottom of it looks. It's just a lot more kind of blowout sort of appearance. I feel like I'm playing with fire here because I've also got my shorter bangs at the moment, which I've not done this with yet. I'm very scared. Okay. I mean, someone commented on my last vlog saying something like, come on Farrah Fawcett, and I didn't know who that was and I googled it and I was like, oh my god, the hair really is giving Farrah Fawcett. So this is how it goes. Oh my god, no, I actually do kind of like it. Don't get me wrong, it's definitely very voluminous with the shorter bangs and it's very like out there, but you can't tell me that this doesn't look like it's being styled with heat. I am such a big fan of heatless curlers. Yeah, today's agenda is gym, work, and then I'm meeting Alicia for a walk and a coffee later because the weather, the clocks went forward, so we're getting lighter, longer days, and the weather is so nice, so we're going to go for a coffee and yap this evening because I've not seen her in a couple of weeks, and like I've been speaking about in recent vlogs, I'm really trying to stay on top of making sure I'm not going like weeks and weeks and weeks without seeing friends, which I feel like, by the way, if you are not part of like a big group where there's like a massive group chat and you're always organising things, I feel like it's a lot harder to maintain and keep up with people when it's like individual friendships and it's a lot more organising. I feel like it would be easier if it was a massive group, but I don't really like big groups, so I don't want to say trauma from childhood because that sounds really dramatic, but just bad experiences from being at school in big friend groups. I do not like a big friend group anymore. If you watch the last vlog, which looks better, when I do 3 or when I do 2, let me know, but I'm honestly quite impressed by how like non-weird the bangs have got with them being shorter. Like they went into it quite well. So anyway, I will see you when I'm dressed. I've just finished getting ready for the gym, but before I show you guys my little OOTD, I just wanted to show you, I did get my Glossier You Fleur in. I do actually really like it. I saw a lot of people on TikTok saying it's the closest to the original one, and for context, that is my sister's like, not signature scent, but when I smell that I think of my sister. My sister must have got it close to when it first came out, and it just reminds me of her. I've tried the Rev one, did not like that at all. It smelled like Play-Doh to me. I own Do, which I do like. Ironically, my sister likes Rev. I actually ended up giving that to her. Fleur is the new one, but even though it's called Fleur, I personally don't find this floral at all. On me, it smells like salty beaches, and like if you got an ice cold glass and put in like some fizzy lemonade or soda water with some peach juice, or I know it's apricot, it's not peach, but I feel like that's what my nose goes to because that's what I know the smell of more. Fizzy, fruity scent, and it's really, really, really nice. I actually really like it. It gives a very beachy vibe to me. I don't get the original You comparisons. Personally, I just don't feel like it has that like scent profile to it on me, but I know that perfumes smell different on everyone. I'm getting like a good 4 to 5 hours out of it, which I feel like with Do, it disappears after like an hour, so I actually really like it. And even though I've just said, I'm learning from my mistakes, guys, I'm getting the smaller bottles, kind of feel like I'm going to burn through this and wish I'd got the bigger bottle, but it might be one of those things where I burn through it and then I don't really want to want it again. I don't decide to repurchase the full bottle because I feel like sometimes I really like a scent, but I don't miss it when I don't have it. You can like something and not need to own it. I feel like that's something I have to remind myself when I go perfume shopping. I actually scrubbed off all of my fake tan last night, so to have gone for such like a summery outfit I feel like is, I don't know, I know it's like a whole thing about fake tan at the moment and everyone's quitting it. I'm not, okay? I'm not going to be quitting fake tan. That's not in my destiny. That's not in my life path. But I feel like when I wear colour, I feel like I need a tan. I don't know why, I just feel like it looks better. I actually quite like this with no fake tan on, so I've just got on a like lemon coloured sports bra. I've got on my cotton candy amplify shorts. I feel like I never wear normal amplify shorts anymore, but these ones are probably one of my favourites. These are a medium though. I found that these ones run really tight, so I do actually prefer my medium of these. And then I've just got my garage straight leg sweats on, and yeah, let's go get a pre-workout, get in the car and go to the gym. I got Botox last week and just slowly watching it re-kick in really makes me laugh. I always maintain a level of movement, but I get it here. I know that some people are going to think that's ridiculous, you're only 25. Spoiler up, the gag is I've been doing this for like 2 years. It's nothing to do with age in my experience, it's just to do with how many faces you pull. Like, it's not aging lines, it's from pulling the same face over and over. And I feel like I just get into a habit of, because I look at screens all day or when I'm out in the sun, I really screw up my face to the point where I actually, if you go back and watch my grease vlog, you will see I had a tan line between my eyebrows. That's how bad it is. So that's why I get it done. It's not fully kicked in yet, but it's pretty much almost there. But I maintain movement and I don't go for my top-up appointments either, because I don't want to be fully frozen. I like to maintain a level of movement, so yeah. But it's crazy, I just feel like every day I'm just getting a little bit stiffer. Starting out this session with some calves glute bridges. Obviously, you guys have seen me do these workouts many a time, but this week I was trying to focus on actually increasing weight, so I did go up in weight for these. So with a calves glute bridge, you just want to make sure that you're not coming basically down as far as you would with a hip thrust. I do think on some of my reps I was forgetting we're doing calves bridges, girl, not a full range hip thrust. I don't think any of them are quite full range, but I don't need to be coming quite as low. You literally only need to come a couple of inches, like that's way too low to be coming down. Just a couple inches down and then straight back up to the top. This is why I love filming my workouts, because it gets me a fresh pair of eyes on my own session, so I can see what I'm doing right and what I need to tweak. And now I know with my calves bridges, just remind yourself you don't need to be coming down so far. So moving on, we are going into some dumbbell step ups. You guys know the drill by now. Box, I like to use something that is about knee height. I will then plant my foot, I hold my dumbbell on the same side as the leg that I am currently working, and then instead of thinking about coming up and down and doing it really fast, I think slowly down and then try and be as explosive as possible on the way up, obviously towards your sets, towards the end of your sets. That gets a bit harder as reps are slowing down, things are getting a bit more difficult, but ideally you want to be coming up as explosively as possible, and slower on the way down, and also making sure, like I said, you're not just thinking up down, you're more thinking diagonal and back, like sitting back into the movement, making it a bit more hip focused, not thinking about pushing that knee forward. You can see here my knee doesn't really move far forward, it's not coming over my toes. I'm trying to take as much quad out of the movement as possible and really shift a lot of my weight and a lot of my focus into my hip. I do also, when I do these, just a little tweak, I do also almost like really sit onto the side of my body that I'm working when I come down. I just find that I feel like I get a huge stretch in my glutes when I do this. It's not like a twist, it's just more of like I'm really sitting my weight on that side a little bit more, like I'm kind of leaning to, when I'm doing my left leg, leaning to the left a little bit, right leg, leaning to the right a little bit. Then I moved on to doing some dumbbell walking lunges, just because of the way that my gym was this day. I didn't do things in my usual format, so I did end up switching the day around a little bit. Ideally, I would actually want to do these after I've done leg extensions, just to give my legs a little bit of a break from doing like a lunging sort of motion, but I do these more quad bias, so I take shorter strides and I really focus on pushing my knee as far over my toe as I can get it to go, just to make it a bit more quad focused. If you're wanting more glute focus, take wider strides instead of shorter strides, and think about sitting back into your lunges rather than thinking about pushing that knee forward and trying to really stretch your quads. You're thinking about making it a bit more hip dominant and pushing back into your glutes. something off of the sound of music right now because I've got these plats in, but welcome to another vlog. This is going to be like a reset vlog, a getting back on track vlog, because today's Monday and I'm going to be completely honest, I've even hesitated to do this vlog. I have had such a hard time getting back into routine since I came back from Mexico and Texas. I trained 2 times last week, which is very unlike me. Normally when I get back from holiday I can get back into things like that, but I've told myself from this week onwards we are getting back on track. On track. I don't really like the whole on track, off track thing. Maybe I was just in like a more of a living life period, and now I want to be in more of a living life but also routine period. This is the first day of that, and I'm doing this vlog to keep me accountable. So we're going to go to the gym together. I'm going to talk a little bit about goal setting in this vlog. I bought a new protein powder and I really want to try and make a milkshake because I've been struggling with like getting my protein in since I came back. It's been abysmal, like probably half of where it needs to be. I've also actually just not been eating enough, but I think making like a really cool milkshake is something that's going to excite me and it's going to make me want to get my protein in. So I'm going to like try and come up with a recipe for that. But welcome to the vlog. Like I said, today is Monday, so it's a very like good day to vlog actually, because I'm not going to be putting in a million clips of me doing work, because I don't have like a lot of work to do today, like for coaching. Anyway, I've got some new clients who started today, but I sort of set them all up good yesterday and then messaged them this morning and they are excited to get started. So I'm sort of starting with my new clients. I don't have a training program at the moment. I don't have a coach at the moment. So we're going to figure this out together, but welcome to the vlog. We're caffeinating up. And yeah, welcome to the vlog. Dan is also in the room. You can probably actually see him in the reflection. I don't know if you can see him in the reflection, but yeah, welcome to the vlog. Ready for the gym. I've put on a cute fit. I've got full elbow head, literally to toe, literally. And I've even like taken my hair out of the braids. It was a little bit wet when I did it last night, so it's not worked quite as well, but I think it still looks okay. I need to pack my gym bag, and I've also done a little bit of makeup. I'm just enjoying doing my makeup again at the moment, so why the hell not? Like most of the time I will train without makeup, but I've been enjoying putting a little bit of slap on. There's nothing wrong with that. It's been like a getting back into routine vlog. I thought I'd chat a little bit about goal setting and just getting back into a routine in general. But I am going to do a whole video, which I've literally planned out in the notes app on my phone, about tips for getting back into the gym post-holiday. So that's going to be another video, which might also go up this week. I might move to 2 uploads a week. I really want to put effort into YouTube at the moment. That's definitely one of my goals, not fitness related, but yeah, for me this week we're getting back into routine even if the spark isn't there. Now this is something that I normally do have, and like I'm guilty of it myself because I'll even say it to clients sometimes, you know, when they're stressed about going on holiday and skipping training and stuff, you know, worrying about this, like losing muscle or losing strength. I'll explain that, you know, it doesn't really happen that quick, and also, you know, you'll have this, you'll be really energized and like ready to roll when you get back. And I've just not had that spark back to training this time when I've come back, guys. I'm going to be honest, like, normally I do feel like really energized post-holiday, but I've been really tired. I didn't feel very well last week. I've got my period today. It's literally the first day of my period. Everything is just working against me, and I can no longer sit and be like, I'm waiting for that spark, I'm waiting for that spark, I'm waiting for that spark, because I don't know if that spark is coming. And that's not to say that I hate going to the gym, because when I did do my sessions last week I enjoyed them, but last week I made the mistake of relying on the spark to get me back into a routine, and last week the spark never fucking came. So this week we are just doing, we're getting up and we're doing, regardless of how we feel. Obviously, if I'm really unwell, I'm not going to like push through that and go and ruin my body in the gym, but I know when I'm being lazy, and for me to continue in the same habits and patterns as I was last week, this week, that's me being lazy. Last week, I let myself off. This week, that would just be me being lazy. So I'm getting my ass into gear. I'm not relying on that spark, and we are getting back into a solid routine. I have had about 3.5 weeks now off proper training. I didn't train properly last week. I did one proper training session when I was in alphaland. I didn't train at all in Mexico. So from like the 6th of July onwards up until today, I've done a little bit of training, but I've not trained seriously for the past 3.5 weeks. So in terms of my fitness goals, I was putting, because I wanted to film this video last week, I'm going to be honest, this was meant to be filmed last week, meant to be filmed a week ago today. I was putting so much pressure on myself because I knew I wanted this to be a goal setting vlog and like a reset vlog, and I wanted you guys to find it motivating if you're struggling as well. And like I said, that spark never came. And also with goals at the moment, I'm going to be honest, I was categorising it last week as like, I don't know what I'm doing, I don't know what I want to do, I'm struggling with goals. And I've come to realise when I've really thought about it over the weekend, I just don't have a goal that I definitely know I really want to achieve at the moment. Like, I've not come back from holiday thinking, I want to bulk up, or I want to continue with my cut. I do think I want to continue with my cut, but right now, because of how much I've struggled to get back into routine, my only goals are to start tracking my food again, which I'm going to start tracking today. That's something I like to do. I don't have like a bad relationship with food, and for me it helps me make sure I hit my protein and make sure I eat enough, because otherwise I will really undereat if I don't track my food. And just getting back into training. And for me, this isn't even following a program at the moment. Like I mentioned briefly, I've left my coach. I'm just sort of floating around at the moment. So I am just having fun with my training sessions at the moment. That's what I did last week. And today I'm actually going to do a session I did last week because I want to show you guys, because it was a really good glute session and it was fairly short, and obviously I'm on my period today, so I feel like a nice short sweet session is what your girl wants today. So that's the session I'm going to do today, but I don't have a structured program at the moment, and I just kind of wanted to remind you guys that sometimes there's such a pressure on like having goals and having goals. It's okay if your goal for this week is to just put one foot in front of the other. It's okay if your goal is to just track your food 5 days a week. It's okay if your goal is to just make sure you get to the gym regardless of what you do 3 times this week. It's okay if that is the goal. The goal doesn't need to be something massive. Now, I might upload a vlog in a week or two's time with some proper fitness goals that I have, but right now, as of today, those are my only goals. And to be honest, it would be stupid for me, considering I've been struggling to get back into routine, to come back from holiday and be like, right, so my goals are to eat 2,800 calories a day, we're going on a big bulk, I'm going to follow this structured training program, I'm going to write myself a new program, which I will be writing myself a new program. If you guys want me to do a full week of workouts on that, or share the program with you guys for free, I will. But I probably am just going to be on my own for a little bit. I don't really want a coach at the moment. Again, I'm a Gemini. I change my mind every 2 seconds. Like, come on, this bitch. Honestly, I change my mind all the time. So I might change my mind within a week. But right now, my goals are essentially putting one foot in front of the other and getting back into a routine. And that is perfectly okay. There ain't nothing wrong with that. Also, just wanted to chat about like post-alphaland feels, because I do think I spoke about this a little bit on Instagram when I came back in October. Obviously, it's the second time I've been. Like, I love the land. I love it. I do enjoy being there. It's a lot of fun, and obviously I've made some good connections there. I don't like the word connections because it feels very, isn't that a candy? It just feels a bit icky to me. I've made some good, genuine friendships with people there. Like Dylan, for example, he's technically my manager, but like, just love him. Just think he's hilarious. Like, I think he's really funny, and I really like him. I like spending time with him. I like the environment there. Not over summer training because it's way too busy, but I like the environment of like just being in a gym where everyone's sort of training hard. I know alphaland gets a lot of stick for like being a sea of tripods, but honestly,
it's only really like that over summer shredding, because I went in October over summer shredding, and as soon as summer shredding ended, the gym was like an eighth of the busyness as it was previously. And yeah, there are people filming, but it's not like you're going to be tripping over tripods everywhere you go. The videos you see of people like tripping over tripods and like there's tripods everywhere are from summer shredding, or like when they have Sebum now and they have big events.
Wow.
However, what I experience when I go there is like little fish syndrome, especially when you're there with like all the other athletes, and like especially over summer shredding, like it's like competitors, like people that like the gym is like their entire life, and like the gym is a big chunk of my life, but it's not my whole life, and everything is very focused on what you look like and how your body sort of looks. And when I'm not there, I feel very, very, very sort of proud of what I've built, and then when I go there, it's like little fish syndrome. I feel like, oh my god, like I've got no muscle mass, because I'm comparing myself to like the top like 1% of physique. Some people are obviously like on enhancements there, which is completely fine, not judging. Top 1% of like genetics mixed with training as well, and I can sort of fall into the habit of being like, right, well, I want to get like super, super lean, or like, oh, I want to like bulk up loads, like I want to put on loads of weight. But, and this does make me happy, I think I have really worked on sort of self-image, body image, and how I feel about myself, because this time coming away, I'm just like, this is like, the physiques that I'm looking at and thinking, oh my god, I'm tiny, I'm never going to look like that anyway. Like, these people are like 5 foot, 5'1", 5'3". I'm like never going to look like that. I'm 5'6", I've got long levers, I'm just not gonna look like that. And also for me to maybe have my lower body looking the way that I might look at someone else and think, wow, that's amazing, I would have to put weight on everywhere else, and then the things that I like about my body type are sort of hidden because I've just gained weight everywhere. And I'm slowly realising that like leaning into your body type is the vibe. Now that's not to say you can't gain weight, that's not to say you can't lose weight, that's not to say you can't build muscle in the areas you want to build muscle, but it is to say that social media makes out like the gym is like build a bitch body, like you can just make yourself look however you want, however extreme that is. Now if you have, you know, moderate goals that are like achievable, of course, yeah, you can build the body you want. But if you're aiming to look like, you know, someone who is the top 1% genetically, unless you are also the top 1% genetically and you're built very similarly, you're not going to look like that. So for me, after like, you know, going through bulk and cut cycles, and this isn't me saying I'll never do that again, because I might, but I do think something that for me, and also for like my like general population clients, lifestyle clients, something that's really important is sort of, after doing that a few times, most people do come to a realisation of, okay, there's something I'm happier to sacrifice, and I'm okay with that. So for some people, that might be, they really love how their lower body looks when they are holding a little bit more weight there. And even though it means, you know, their midsection maybe isn't as tight as they'd want it to be, they're happy to make that sacrifice because after, you know, going through the cycles, it's worth it for them, and that's how they like looking. On the other hand, you might have people who, they really like how their lower body looks, you know, in a bulking phase, you know, how full it gets, they love how it looks, but they really don't like how they look everywhere else, and it makes them, you know, not want to wear certain clothes. And so for that person, it might actually be mentally healthier to say, okay, I love how my lower body looks when I bulk and when I've got carrying a little bit more weight, but I really am uncomfortable with how I look everywhere else, and therefore for that person, the worthy sacrifice is, I'm going to sacrifice a little bit of size on my lower body just so I can be, you know, in a more proportionate way that I'm comfortable with. And everyone sort of comes to that thing, but when you are somewhere like alphaland and everyone's at the top 1% genetically, so they've got it all, you know, they've got super lean upper bodies and super lean midsections and then massive legs, it makes you feel like, oh, maybe I need to do that again. But you have to remind yourself,
You have to remind yourself, first of all, these people could be on something. You don't know people's backstories, and everyone is so different, so it's a pointless game. So if you've never like thought of the concept of leaning into your body type, but you are someone who really struggles with body image and you're never happy whether you're bulking, cutting, you're just never happy with how you look, please consider what I've just said, because that's something that I did want to share. Especially coming back from Alphaland, it's something that's been on my mind a little bit more. So I hope that can be helpful for some of you guys, because I know how hard it is, trust me. Social media has us out here thinking we can, you know, look any way we want. And to an extent, yes, but it depends what you want to look like. You know, if you want to look like someone who quite clearly has God-tier genetics, it might not be possible. And also you'll never look completely like someone else, which leads me on to my final little thing that I wanted to say, which is something I've been mulling over, especially with like the pressure to always have like an aesthetic goal. I go to therapy. I don't know if I mentioned it. I've definitely mentioned it. I go to therapy, and I was talking with my therapist last week, and I was basically, when I started going, I've always felt like I'm too this way or not enough this way. I'm too sensitive, I'm too emotional, I'm too this, I'm too that. And I'm sort of realising now that there's actually nothing wrong with that. It's okay. So I was sort of reeling things off. I was like, you know, like the past few months have just taught me there's nothing wrong with being sensitive, there's nothing wrong with being a little bit more emotional, you know, in terms of like the cryy way, because obviously you can have lots of emotions, but there's nothing wrong with being a bit more in tune with your emotions. And my therapist cut me off like mid-sentence, not in a bad way, but she was like, can I rephrase that? And I was like, go ahead, girl. And she was like, there's nothing wrong with you. And I was like, it was like the Barbie movie, by the way, excellent movie. I was literally like, yeah, my eyes started watering, and I was like, that's such a light bulb moment, because I always felt like I'm too this or not enough that. And to have someone just say, there's actually nothing wrong with you. Like, you're listing off all these attributes which are a part of you and saying there's nothing wrong with that, but are you actually realising that there's nothing wrong with you? And that goes for the way you look as well. And I understand this is rich coming from someone who's had cosmetic procedures done, but I wanted to give that little tidbit from therapy to you guys, because it was really a moment for me, and it's so simple, but when we're talking about goal setting and we're talking about things we want to achieve, there's nothing wrong with having aesthetic goals, and I'm never going to turn into that person that's like, you're the spawn of Satan if you've got aesthetic goals, and, you know, making people feel like shit for wanting a bigger ass or wanting to lean out a bit. That's not, I just don't like that. There's nothing wrong with having aesthetic goals, but also recognise there is nothing wrong with you in this moment. There is nothing wrong with the way you look. Just because you don't look like how the people at Alphaland look or the people on social media look, there is nothing wrong with you. Nothing wrong with you. You're beautiful, and I bloody love you. With that being said, let's go to the fucking gym, because it's 1:30. Okay, what's in my gym bag? And I also need to pack some extra things. So I took this claw clip to put in. I'm going to pop this in the side. In the side, it's very boring. I've just got my gym card for the gym I go to, and then I've got this neon spray, because when it was really, really hot, I was using this to cool myself down mid-session. That's actually genius, by the way. If you get really, really hot in the gym, or it's hot where you are, anyone who's in like America at the moment where it's getting very, very, very hot, Space Grey, obviously you don't need the neon one, but this was a gift. My upper gate barbell pad, that's the barbell pad I use. I have my Alphalete knee sleeves, I love these. What else do we have? We still have the little gym mascot. She's slaying, she encourages me during my sets. We're probably not gonna hit any PBs today, but this is our little gym mascot, if anyone's got any name suggestions. First of all, I think I just call her Pugalina. But if we've got any name suggestions, I think we should probably name her. But yes, she's still in my gym bag from I think I've vlogged this 4 months ago. She's still living in there. Then I've got my cable strap for ankle stuff, my ankle attachment for the cables for when I'm doing kickbacks and stuff, upper lifting straps, which are absolutely filthy. I'm going to swap these out soon for my 1MR ones, just because these are getting really dirty. I can actually probably pop them in the washing machine as well, actually. And then I've got a hairbrush. I've got some little perfume samples as well, because you girl likes smelling good. And then in this side, I've just got a little bit of Elizabeth Arden 8-hour cream and lip balm. What else have I got? And then in terms of things to pack, Mitchum, one of the best deodorants. These are native, are the best deodorants. This gel one in particular, no white marks is bullshit, by the way, it does leave white marks, but this is a really good one, and it's not like strongly scented at all, so we love her, she's going in the bag. And then Intensive 7 Day Nourishing Lotion. This is £2.52, and the way this makes your skin feel, the way this makes you smell, especially if you put this on before you do your perfume, you're going to be smelling fire, absolute fire. So yeah, love her, she's £2.52, she gives you a really nice glow as well, so we'll pack her up. And then because I'm filming today, we need to pack up my tripod. It's just this Victiv AT25 one. It wasn't super expensive, but if you are getting into content creating, the one tip I would give you is to not buy like the £10, £15 tripods all the time, because they are £10, £15 for a reason, and they will break. And I used to do that, and I've probably spent £150 in total on shit tripods. I think this was about 50. And again, it's not perfect, I probably should have spent maybe a little bit more, but it's a lot sturdier than my other ones, and it's lasted longer, holds my camera, very adjustable, love her. So yeah, if you're into content creating, do not go for the £10 tripods, they add up over time, it's like cheap earphones, you're better off just getting something sturdy. Okay, so with this being my first official week back to proper training, something I wanted to touch on with this being a bit of a reset vlog is, do you lose muscle when you take time off? What happens to your gains when you take time off? Because this is something every single time I do a Q&A box, and I do them weekly on Instagram, subtle plug at amyrookes, every time I do a Q&A box, there is always someone worrying that they're going to lose muscle when they go on holiday, or they've got to take a little bit of time off to travel somewhere, visit family, maybe they've had a minor procedure and they have to take time off training, and they are so scared of losing their gains. So this is something that I wanted to talk about, because I do think, and I've spoken about this before, influencers don't help with this, because it's very common for influencers to go on 1-2 week holidays and they'll come back and they'll be like, I'm so ready to get back on it, like I've lost so much muscle and all this sort of stuff, and I'm not blaming them, because I think they just don't know, but you can feel smaller. You might feel smaller after taking a little bit of time off training. You might feel like you look a little bit flatter after 2 weeks off training if you've been on holiday. However, have you actually lost any muscle mass in that time? All the research is pointing towards the answer to that being no, unless you are on complete bed rest, which I don't think any of you guys will be if you go on holiday. Usually a lot of people go on holiday and do a lot of tourism stuff, moving around a lot, walking around a lot. Unless you are on complete bed rest, immobile, you are not going to lose muscle up to about the 3-week off training mark. That seems to be the point where, yes, your muscles may start to atrophy, and even then, on the studies that they've done where they've seen, you know, a drop off in muscle mass after 3 weeks, it comes back very quickly as soon as that person resumes training, and over the course of a period of time, by the end, if someone's been training periodically or they've been taking 3-week breaks, it works out over months and months around the same amount of muscle mass built. Which could actually mean that even though we think you might lose muscle after 3 weeks off training, it could just be that the cross-sectional size of your muscle has decreased, especially because of how quickly it comes back. It could just be that it's decreased in cross-sectional size because you don't have the pump there. You don't have as much glycogen, your muscles aren't as full because you haven't been training, there's no inflammation in your muscles because you haven't been training, and to be honest, your body's just well bloody rested. So when you see people saying, you know, that they've taken 2 weeks off training and they've lost so much muscle mass, I promise you they're probably not like a crazy genetic outlier. Body image issues aside, which I do think a lot of us struggle with, myself included, you can talk yourself into thinking you look flatter just because you know, your brain knows you've taken time off, and your brain thinks, well, I must have lost muscle mass because I've taken time off, and so you perceive yourself as being much smaller, despite the fact to everyone else you probably look the exact same. So you also have to keep in mind you are your own worst enemy, your own worst critic. And then on top of that, if you are looking smaller after a little bit of time off training, especially if it's up to that 3-week mark, which I really want to drill into you guys because a lot of you guys will just take a week, 10 days, 2 weeks. You're not going on these extended breaks of training. So I really want to drill into you guys that even if there is a visible decrease in size in a 2-3 week off period, it's probably just from a lack of pump because you haven't been training and you don't have a pump in those muscles. You haven't lost actual muscle mass, and as soon as you get back in the gym and you're getting a pump on again, you will look the exact same again. So please, 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 do not let the fear of losing muscle mass or losing gains be the reason why you don't enjoy yourself on holidays or why you don't book holidays, why you don't go travelling. Because even if you do lose muscle mass, if you're away for a long time, you're not, and I say this all the time, I promise you guys, you're not going to get to 90 and be thinking, God, I wish I'd gone to the gym those 3 weeks, 4 weeks instead of travelling around Asia and making incredible memories with my friends. It just ain't going to happen. But I promise you guys, you do not need to worry about taking a week, 2 weeks off, 3 weeks off training to go on holiday. Now, obviously, if you are frequently taking big chunks of time off the gym, over time that will add up and it will affect how much muscle mass you maybe gain over the course of the year if you are frequently taking weeks off at a time. But most of us go on 1, maybe 2 holidays a year. So do you know what I say, ladies? I say go and bloody enjoy yourself. No, you will not lose muscle mass. No, you have not lost muscle mass during your 2-week holiday. Love you.
You're just repeating it? Wait for him. I mean,
So I left the gym about an hour and a half ago. I was really hungry. And I thought, let me just get a KFC wrap of the day. If you're a regular vlog, you will know I am in a love affair with KFC wraps of the day. I get them in most vlogs. But I should say, I don't get them every single day, but I do get them in most vlogs. But I promise I don't go every single day, guys, like I promise. Also, you can't even go Saturday, Sunday because it's only Monday to Friday. Anyway, I thought, let me get one, because I know it's a good one today. So, I went through the drive-thru and he said, can I have a wrap of the day, please? He said, yes. Went to the next window, got my wrap of the day, fine. I said, thank you. And then as I was driving off, tell me why the man at KFC said, I'll see you tomorrow. Now, I want to tell myself it's a social anxiety thing, you know, like when a flight attendant says, have a nice flight, and you say, you too, even though they're not getting on the flight. One of those situations. But the look in his eyes was such conviction. As he said it, I think he was making reference to the fact that I'm there all the time. And now, just to make a point, and I do normally get a wrap of the day on Tuesdays, I'm not getting a wrap of the day tomorrow. I'm too embarrassed to ever go back there again. That's embarrassing. Going somewhere so often that they say, I'll see you tomorrow. Embarrassing. Just made a milkshake. This is my first time trying it, obviously, which is why I've got like the smallest portion ever. Basically, I bought the Ghost chocolate chip protein powder, and I do like it on its own, but I think the Ghost vegan powders are nicer than the whey ones, because out of the ones I've tried, I've got on better with the vegan ones. I don't know why, these are just very sort of very, very, very sweet. But I thought this might be good in a milkshake with it being chocolate chips, so I did a scoop of this. I put in 3 Oreo biscuits. I really committed to it. I put in a tub of Halo Top vanilla fudge brownie, and then I dashed in a little bit of milk. This is where I went wrong. I should have done more milk, because it's a nice thick milkshake texture, but obviously I need like, well, you don't need it to be bigger, I just feel like I wish this cup was full. Okay. Yeah. Wow, that's so good. I want to try making pancakes with it next, so maybe I'll do that in another vlog, but 10 out of 10 recommend for this. This is fire. Cheers to that. Let's enjoy this gorgeous, goopy, brown, suspicious liquid. This is so fire, guys, like,
So good. This is so zoomed in. I'm actually like really far away. I'm going to turn this off. I'll show you really, really quickly what I got from Skims. This was like a real impulse buy, and this is all Nicole's fault. I think it was Nicole. Nicole, if you're watching, just know this was your fault, okay? Someone in, I can't remember whether it was Nicole, but Nicole definitely encouraged. She definitely encouraged. My Discord group, we were taught, someone put in, oh, I forgot that I didn't get this in black, damn. Someone put in these like Skims soft, like ruche front pants, and I was like, these look so comfortable, and I bet they're gonna just do wonders for the bunda. So I thought for like house pants they'd be so cool, but then I took it too far because I got 3 pairs. Why? I'm even looking at them now. Did I need 3 pairs? I don't think I did, but yeah. So I got these in 3 colours. I got the black, the marble, and this sort of bluey grey sort of colour. I think I am going to do like a full haul, so I don't want to get too much into it. And then I got the catsuit. I don't know if anyone saw this, but someone sent it to me on Instagram, and they were like, it's giving amplify, and then I think they actually sent it to me to show Bailey. Or did I just decide to show Bailey because I thought, God, this would look fire on Bailey. So I showed Bailey, and I think Bailey did end up getting it, but I was just so intrigued, like so intrigued. It's got like underbutt contour, it's like a whole thing, and it feels quite nice actually. I think for this vlog I'll just try on these black pants and this jumpsuit, and I'll let you bloody know, I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so these are the soft lounge pants. I'm going to be honest, they feel nice, and they're like cute, they're like skin tight, and then they've got like a flare at the bottom, and they're like a good length. I'm 5'6", and yeah, they hit the floor. They're like cute, but they're not groundbreaking. The only thing I will say is I did think these were going to be fully see-through, and they're definitely a bit sheer if you pull them, but they're not really that sheer. Yeah, I can't really comment on how flattering they are on like my stomach or waist at the moment because I'm so bloated from my period right now, so yeah, I'm not gonna hammer about them too much, but they are comfortable, they're cute. Probably not worth the price tag, to be honest, because Skims stuff is expensive. But they are nice, they definitely feel nicer than I thought. I really like the details and stuff. It's sort of like, it's a really nice fabric, it's nice and thick, it's not like see-through, it's really nice and thick, and you've got some sort of like underboob contour. I did do the double extra small to extra small just because the next step up is a small to medium, and I don't think I would have got like the skin tight fit that I want through my midsection in a small to medium. However, I've just completely fucked up the bum part because I'm a massive idiot, and when I was putting it on, to be honest, it didn't even do anything. I just tried to situate the scrunch, and as you can see, I've like pulled the scrunch, so now this part's not broken. Like the top part where it goes in my crack, that's not broken, but this bit is, and now it just looks like a cat's arsehole. So this was not the vibes, Kimberly, especially for this price as well. It's just not. It's not acceptable. I literally emailed Skims right away. I literally took that clip and then, yeah, took some pictures of the scrunch, and I emailed them straight away, so hopefully they get back to me. I also just wanted to show you guys a little supplements haul. So I ordered from Protein Pick and Mix, that's going to go out of focus. I ordered from this website here. By the time this video goes up, the order will have come, so I'm not bothered about the number being in there. But yeah, the Protein Pick and Mix. But yeah, Protein Pick and Mix, you can get lots of American or like more niche protein snacks. So these will all be like spoken about and reviewed in future videos and vlogs and stuff. I want to try and find some actually nice protein snacks. So this is what I got. These are meant to be really good. And then I got some Snickers bars, Quest bar, Battle Bites bar, Bear Bells bar. These CMP ones are meant to be really, really nice. Gabby in my Discord group was telling me about those. And then these Quest chips are apparently delicious. So yeah, I'm excited to get these and try these. Now it's time to watch a bit of Sophia and Chintzia. These are like my comfort YouTubers. I just love watching their videos. Is anyone else a Sophia and Chintzia girly? They're just like my comfort people. They just make me feel so comfortable when I'm watching them, and they just make me happy. They just completely take my brain off things. It's a little ironic that I'm saying it takes my brain off things because I actually do need to do a little bit of work, but I'm going to have it on in like a split screen whilst I'm replying to my clients, so it's not like intense work, and I'm not going to pretend it is. It will just be any questions they've got that I need to respond to. It's not like a check-in day where it's an intense work day. So yeah, that's probably going to be me for the next 40 minutes. And I also need to start getting some bits together for a some very exciting reviews coming up. But I need to be prepared. So I'm ordering some things. That's all I'm going to say.
12 genres of video games based on that premise, like City Builders, for example, or Animal Crossing, or Stardew Valley, man. So let's be real here. If Benjamin Shapiro played Stardew Valley.
Okay, so we're going to round off this vlog. I just got done in the shower, came out, moisturised this, like I mentioned earlier. This is my favourite body moisturiser at the moment. Still loving a Vino, but I love this as well. I've just had a pretty traumatic end to the day. We had to re-pierce my conch. I don't know what happened, but I went to grab the. I was twisting the earring. I'll be honest, I was twisting the earring. I don't know what I said. I don't know why it happened. It's a threaded earring, so obviously if I twist it, might come undone. And I was messing around with the back of it. It came undone and it came out. And I was like, let me just finish my tea first. We had to say it went through the back fine, but it wouldn't go through the front. The front had already started scabbing over and healing over. So that was traumatic. That really, really, really hurt. That hurt more than getting it pierced in the first place. That was really quite painful and a lot of blood, so I've doused it in salt water and properly cleaned it. But yeah, we're going to round off this vlog, and to round off the vlog, let's just get ready for bed together and do a little bit of skincare. My hopes for this vlog are that it's going to maybe help someone with motivation, but also help people realise that, sometimes there's such a pressure to have new goals all the time and always be working towards a goal, and it always feels like it needs to be a big goal, and I love working towards big goals, pop off, I love doing that, and I probably will update a vlog in a couple of weeks time being so these are my goals. I've even been thinking today, it would now be a good time for me to try out a different style of training. Should I try out CrossFit? Should I try out something a bit different? Because I'm so not really bothered at the moment. Shall I just try out a different style of training? That's so that I could come back in 2 weeks and be like, I'm going to try out CrossFit. It's also okay to not know what your goals are. But yeah, today was actually my first proper day back on track, and I feel like I'm really happy with how it went. My nutrition's been a lot better today. I've focused a lot more on getting my protein in. I found a new way of drinking the protein shake that I actually really like and doesn't taste particularly proteinish. Made my breakfast and tea at home, which last week I was having 3 meals a day out because I couldn't be bothered to cook, so that's a win. I got my training session in, even though obviously I had period pain, so that's another win for the day. Sometimes getting back on track doesn't need to mean we're going full pell. The training session, it's not the best training session I've ever had, but I went in and I got it done. And I just had a nice easing myself back in sort of day. Good lip balm that I'm using. I got this because Melissa, Stormzy's stylist, but also just the only influencer we can really trust in the UK. She's the only influencer, pretty much one of the only influencers I follow. That's not in the fitness space. She's just amazing. If she recommends something, she could recommend a cardboard box. I'm going out to buy it.
My girl.
She tagged her in the story and she blocked it. I was fangirling because it's Mel. Mel made me do it, and she did make me do it, and it's good, it's worth it. Also, I hope this vlog has been able to put people's minds at ease when it comes to taking a bit of time off training. Please remember that making memories and stuff is so important. Promise you, you are way more likely to get to 80 and regret not saying yes to more things and not socialising more, not going on trips, not enjoying yourself on trips, than you are, you know, skipping a couple training sessions, or, you know, you're not going to be thinking, God, I wish I'd gone to the gym those 2 weeks instead of going on holiday with my best friends and making memories. You're not going to be thinking that, I can guarantee it. And yes, there sometimes needs to be like a fine balance between the two, but, you know, going on holidays is really important, and it's not going to put a dent in your progress. You are not losing muscle mass, you're not losing progress, not in the space of 2 weeks. I can promise you that. So go, enjoy your holidays over the summer, and come back to this video when you come back if you're struggling to get back into a routine. But I'm going to leave this video here now. Good evening, good night. I hope it's been a nice little vlog. I've really enjoyed doing it, and knowing I'm vlogging has also massively helped me. So if you struggle with accountability, maybe make little vlogs of yourself, get back on track, because it's definitely pushed me. But yes, good night, God bless. Give the video a thumbs up if you enjoyed it, subscribe if you haven't already. I'll see you in the next video.
So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed that one. I'm out.